Noble Wife Wants No Love Chapter 41 to Chapter 77. The more Yang thought about it, the angrier he got. Susani, this woman, was really good. She used to think about young hunks, but now she's thinking about kindergarten. She even wanted to use Su Weiyin to mess with him and think of a way to divorce him. Wishful thinking. Yang didn't think too much about it just now. He only felt that the name Su Weiyin sounded familiar. Now that he was alone in the study, he calmed down and thought about it carefully. She seemed to be her classmate in university and had a short interaction with her. But after graduation, they didn't have much contact. Wait a minute, 4 years ago, it seemed, however, if it wasn't for Susani's pestering today, he really wouldn't have remembered that there was a woman named Su Weiyin in his life. So how did Susani's brain work? How did she connect the two of them and make up a child? Yang sighed helplessly and leaned back. He just wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while, but the moment he leaned against the back of the chair, fatigue swept over him. In the dead of night, the entire villa was filled with the sound of thunder and rain. Susani lay on the bed, tossing and turning while hugging the quilt. The clock on the wall was moving towards 12. After an hour, the narrow-minded Yang parted with her on bad terms, and he still hadn't returned to his room to sleep. She had only made a small fuss and left without saying a word. What was the point of emotional abuse? If he had the ability to get angry, why didn't he have the ability to divorce her? Host, was that just a small fuss? Susani turned over and said, his ex-lover outside already has a child. What's wrong with me saying a few words? If he wasn't wrong, why would he be angry? Isn't it because you feel guilty? Life wasn't easy. Little A sighed. Yang just said that he wants you to give birth to his child. It's obvious that he likes you. If you had chosen option 1 back then, the mission would have been completed. Option 1? So what? I never regret what I've done. What kind of ridiculous option was the first one? In order to survive, she had to endure the humiliation and be submissive. She had to work hard to wash away her vicious image in everyone's eyes. She had to make everyone accept her and make Yang truly fall in love with her. She had to use the truth, kindness, and beauty of the world to escape the fate of being a vicious supporting female character. One look at this option and one could tell that he was going to be wronged. When had she ever been wronged? The second option was still better. She would follow the character design and the plot, continue to do bad things and walk the path of the evil female supporting character until Yang was willing to divorce her. Everything was going well, except for the divorce. She didn't understand. How could Yang still resist divorcing her after acting to this extent? Masochist? Or did he love her so deeply now? A bolt of lightning struck down. The winter storm was even colder. Susani hugged the quilt and sat on the bed. She listened to the pitter-patter of rain outside the window and looked at the clock on the wall. Her expression was conflicted and hesitant. Host, shouldn't you go now? I'm not going to find him. I haven't finished speaking yet. Of course, little I wouldn't say this out loud. But you're playing the role of someone deeply in love. It's so late and Yang hasn't come back yet. As his wife, shouldn't you go and see him? Susani thought about it. You can't break the character design. You've been acting for so long. It's not worth it to waste all your previous efforts. Susani nodded. You're right. I should go and see him. I can't break the character design. She got up, put on her coat, and walked towards Yang's study. The door of the study was half open. Susani had just walked to the door of the study when she saw the figure sitting at the desk. He was still working so late. She stood at the door of the study and thought about it, not knowing what to say. An hour ago, she was still arguing with him. She was petty and walked away angrily. Now, he was asking her to lower her head, this damned character design of someone deeply in love. Sunny stood at the door and didn't go in. She only cleared her throat and said, "Hubby, it's so late. Aren't you going back to your room to rest?" There was no response from the study. Just now. I didn't do it on purpose. Didn't I lose control of my emotions when I saw your old lover, Su Weiyin? Can you not be angry? The reason why I lost my temper was because I love you too much. Susani shuddered. Such sentimental words really didn't suit her. It was so mushy. There was no response from the study. Why didn't Yang have any reaction at all? Wasn't he a little too petty? Also, you mentioned having children. I was thinking that we're still young and there's still a long way to go. There's no need to rush now. Old Master's health is still good and you're healthy. Our family's throne can wait. There was still no response. Susani frowned slightly. She had already lowered her voice to this extent, but this D*MN man was still angry. He didn't know what was good for him. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have come. She poked her head out of the door and was about to speak when she saw Yang leaning against the office chair behind the desk. His eyes were tightly shut and he seemed to have fallen asleep. Susani lowered her voice. Hubby? There was no response. She tiptoed into the room quietly. Yang usually had a lot of work and it was normal for him to sleep in the wee hours of the morning. Thinking of this, Susani hurried forward and looked at him worriedly. His breathing was calm and his chest rose and fell regularly. He must have fallen asleep because he was too tired. It seemed that the throne wasn't for anyone to sit on just because they wanted to. He was so tired from work that he didn't even react when she walked up to him. There was another clap of thunder outside the window. Yang frowned slightly and seemed to be waking up. Susani was shocked. Since Yang didn't hear what she said earlier, she didn't want to explain why she was here now. She tiptoed out of the study hurriedly. After Yang woke up, he felt that his spirit had recovered by more than half. He had been too tired from work and unknowingly fell asleep. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Looking at the time on his watch, he was about to get up and go back to his room when he was stunned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but there seemed to be a sweet fragrance in the air. The half-open door of the study was dim and unclear. Someone seemed to have been here. Susani? Yang left the study and went back to his room. Susani was already asleep on the bed and there was only a dim yellow light on the bedside. He stood by the bed and observed for a long time. Susani seemed to be sleeping soundly and there was nothing unusual. It must have been an illusion just now. Susani hated him so much. Why would she go and see him? Yang rubbed his tired eyebrows and went to bed. I was scared to death. I thought he found out. Yang covered himself with the blanket and smelled a sweet fragrance. He was stunned and closed his eyes and smiled. It rained all night. The branches and leaves of the big tree in front of the bedroom window withered. It was late winter and the new year was coming. When Susani went downstairs with sleepy eyes, everyone at the dining table was already there. She sat down beside Yang and ate breakfast without saying a word as if she had a quarrel with him. Old Mr. E and Lady E looked at each other. Cinny, the show is over. Shouldn't you rest for a few days? Old Master E was saying that Susani's performance of Phoenix Road was over, but in Susani's ears, it had another meaning. She felt inexplicably guilty. Yes, I should rest for a few days. Just in time, Yang, you should also take a break during this period of time. Take a vacation with Xianxia and relax. Susani and Yang looked up and were stunned. They looked at each other. Grandpa, I still have work to do. You still have work to do? Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a few days? Yang put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, Grandpa, I have work to do recently. I can't take the time. Old Mystery frowned. You've been busy every day. Can't you rest for a few days? It's the end of the month. I have a lot of work to do, so I can't go out for the time being. He looked at Susani and said, We'll talk about it after the new year. Susani nodded quickly. I'm done eating. I'll go to the office first. Be careful on the road. Don't work too late. Come back early, Lady Yi reminded him. Yang nodded and looked at Susani. Susani saw it from the corner of her eye and looked up with a smile. Bye, honey. Only then did Yang walk out with large strides. Cinny, Yang has explained to us what happened last night. It's okay. We understand. Susani had a bad feeling. Did that bastard Yang trick her again? Explain what? Don't play dumb. Didn't you want to wait until after the filming of that drama to get pregnant? Sure enough. Mom, I did say that before. But I have a lot of work to do recently, so I think we can postpone the pregnancy. Okay, you can postpone it if you want. We won't interfere with your relationship. Lady E sighed. Cindy, to be honest, I used to think that you and Young were pretending to be in love for Dad's health. Now that I see that you two have a good relationship, I'm relieved. Susani looked at Old Mystery in shock. Did Grandpa know that they were pretending to be in love? Old Mystery laughed and said, I was tired of the tricks you young people play when I was young. Grandpa saw through you a long time ago. But it's okay. It's all in the past. It's not important. What's important is that Grandpa is waiting to have a great-grandchild in the future. An awkward smile hung on Susani's face. Oh no, oh no. She was going to have a miscarriage. To prevent hearing about the miscarriage at home, Susani went to the company after breakfast. Anya asked her the first thing when she saw her. Did anything happen last night? Susani stammered, I couldn't help but ask him last night. You asked? Didn't I tell you to pretend that you didn't know? I couldn't help it when I saw him. Anya was angry. And then? Susani frowned. He was quite angry. Then he left. Anya looked at Susani with a hopeless look. Anya, what should I do? Don't ask me, Susani. Young loves you deeply that he didn't divorce you. Susani sighed deeply. Su Weiyin would definitely come between them. She wondered if Young would change his mind when the time came. Oh, right. Anya seemed to have thought of something. She hurriedly walked behind her desk and handed her a document. I almost forgot about such an important matter when you interrupted me. What is it? See for yourself. Susani took the document and read it. It was a termination document. Termination of contract? It was a termination document for a cosmetics brand. Susani had worked with this cosmetics brand for 3 years. 3 years ago, Susani and the cosmetics brand were unknown. 3 years later, Susani had gained some fame and the cosmetics brand had gradually taken over a large market share. It could be said that they had grown together as a brand. Susani treasured it quite a lot. Their contract had just expired and they should be renewing it. However, she didn't expect that the company's representative would send her a termination document instead of a contract renewal. Why? Anya sneered. What other reason could there be? They want to change the spokesperson. Change the spokesperson? Who? Su Weiyin. What? Susani looked at her in disbelief. Su Weiyin snatched my endorsement? Didn't the company give a reasonable explanation? What reasonable explanation? They only gave me official excuses. Susani's face was gloomy. There's one more thing. Don't you have a magazine shoot next week? You're not going to tell me now that there's a change, are you? The magazine's editor-in-chief said that Su Weiyin might be in the magazine next week. Susani was shocked. Why? The editor-in-chief said that you have a male celebrity working with you for that issue, but that male celebrity specifically said that he didn't want to work with you, so they changed Su Weiyin. Male celebrity? Who has such a big grudge against me? Anya's face was gloomy. You know him. Xianxia. Susani closed her eyes. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Misfortunes never came singly. This Xianxia was really a sin that she had committed in the past. She had said too much. Back then, when he acted in Su Dao's first television drama, Xianxia played the role of the affectionate second male lead. If Xianxia had the face of an affectionate second male lead, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, his face didn't match the affectionate second male lead. Moreover, the affectionate second male lead's IQ was not as good as the third male lead's. At that time, she really felt that Xianxia's eyebrows were raised, and he was a living example of an unruly third male lead. In order to let Xianxia show his strength and become the third male lead, she suggested to Su Dao that Xianxia should be replaced with the third male lead. Although he had fewer scenes than the second male lead, the role was more likable. Sure enough, she was right. Xianxia became popular because of this drama. However, after Xianxia found out about this matter later, he had always kept it in his heart. Anya pondered for a moment. Should she say the next thing? Cindy, there's one more thing, don't say it. Susani clutched her heart. Let me calm down first. Anya said solemnly, let's face reality as soon as possible. Susani wanted to say something but hesitated for a moment. Say it. A few movies and television dramas that we have been in contact with before have rejected us. They said that Su Weiyin is more suitable. Su Weiyin is more suitable? Susani seemed to have heard a joke. Anya, don't be so secretive in front of me. Just tell me what they said. What else can they say? I think that Su Weiyin has returned to China. She has the fan base from 4 years ago. Her temperament is similar to yours, and she doesn't have as many haters as I do, right? Susani gritted her teeth. Su Weiyin wanted to snatch her husband, and now she wanted to snatch her endorsement for a television drama? She could tolerate snatching her husband, but she couldn't tolerate snatching the endorsement. Su Weiyin targeted her as soon as she came back. Did she really think that she was a pushover? Cindy, don't be rash. I think there's someone behind Su Weiyin. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. These 2 days, I've been paying attention to the paparazzi's movements in the industry. Do you know what the paparazzi have taken? What? Anya handed her a stack of photos. All the photos were of Su Weiyin. Su Weiyin got out of a luxury car. Su Weiyin came out of a mansion. This woman has just returned to China and she's already in a luxury car, living in a mansion, snatching endorsements and scripts. She's too much. Who do you think she's hooked up with? Susani looked at the Maybach in the photos and a trace of undetectable coldness flashed past her eyes. Collect all the information you've captured. I'll need it in the future. -8 p.m. at night. The thick night sky was tight and no light could be seen. The wind was cold and there were very few pedestrians. Su Weiyin, who had just finished filming an interview, was sitting in the nanny van with her eyes closed. Sister Weiyin, you did very well today. I saw many of the audience members crying. I believe that after this program is aired, you'll gain a large number of fans. Su Weiyin, who was resting with her eyes closed, smiled. The audience likes to hear the tragic stories of the past. As long as you tear open the bloody wound in front of them and they shed a few tears, they'll become the most benevolent saint in the world. Even if they don't know you, they'll love you, care for you and protect you from now on. She opened her eyes and asked, how's the endorsement and the shooting of the magazine going? The brand invited us to sign the contract this weekend. The editor-in-chief said that we can go to the studio next Tuesday. That's good. Keep an eye on it and let me know immediately if there's any news. Okay. Oh yes, I asked you to give the script of the movie to Xianxia. Did you give it to him? Yes. What did Xianxia say? The team replied that Xianxia is taking a break and he won't be taking any roles for the time being. Not taking any roles? Su Weiyin frowned. How can he not take any roles? Logically speaking, he won't give up the movie. I'll contact his team tomorrow. Su Weiyin nodded. The phone rang. Su Weiyin saw the caller ID and answered the call. Her voice was gentle. Hello, baby, what's the matter? Are you afraid of the dark? Don't be afraid. Let Auntie accompany you first. Mommy is still busy and may not be back for a while. Sleep well tonight and I'll take you out to play this weekend, okay? Be good, Mommy loves you. The assistant waited for Su Weiyin to hang up before asking, Sister Weiyin, are we going back to the apartment? Su Weiyin thought for a while and shook her head. No, the usual place. The assistant understood and gave the driver a location. Half an hour later, Su Weiyin, wearing sunglasses and a mask, entered a quiet and stylish high-end villa area. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint and opened it. The room was warm. Su Weiyin took off her jacket and put it on her arm. She went upstairs and pushed open the door to the study. Mr. Jiang, I'm here. The entertainment industry wasn't big but it wasn't small either. Everyone knew about the slightest commotion. The news of Susani's endorsements being snatched one after another, her magazines being changed, and her missing out on the movie and TV drama scripts had probably spread throughout the industry. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was someone behind Su Weiyin. Otherwise, how could she have gotten so many resources after leaving the entertainment industry for 4 years? She wanted to use Susini as a stepping stone to make a comeback. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. Cine, there's no turning back for the endorsements. The magazines have also said that they've already pushed the trailer and it's impossible to change it. As for the movie script, if there's no turning back for the endorsements, then forget it. There's no need to contact the magazines anymore. Put the script aside for now. Susini's expression was serious. Cine, have you thought about it? Su Weiyin came prepared. We can't win against her. Since we can't win against her, then let's not waste time on these things. Susini smiled. The entertainment industry has always been like this. If you have a backer, you can do whatever you want. If you don't, you can only endure being beaten. Then what do you want to do next? Su Weiyin is not a good person. We have to be careful. If Su Weiyin is not a good person, then am I? Help me do 2 things, she said. First, help me keep an eye on Su Weiyin and find out who's behind her. Second, help me make an appointment with Mr. Gao from Sky Entertainment tomorrow. I'll help Xianxia settle the contract issue. Okay. Looking at the serious expression on Anya's face, Susini smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm here. The next day, Susini successfully met with Mr. Gao. Because of the presence of Yi Yang when Susini terminated the contract last time, Mr. Gao still thought that Susini's backer was Yi Yang. When he heard that Susini was here to settle the contract issue with Xianxia, Mr. Gao, a small celebrity, accepted Susini's request without hesitation. The whole process was quite friendly. After settling the contract issue, Susini called Xianxia and told him about it. She also asked when he was free to go to the studio to sign the contract. I'm free anytime. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, Cine Jia, I recently heard some rumors about you. Susini raised her eyebrows. What? You don't want to sign the contract because you think I'm in trouble? It's okay if you don't want to sign it. Do you want to? No, Cine Jia, that's not what I meant. Xianxia was anxious. I want to ask if there's anything I can do to help. Susini smiled. Okay, you can't help me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll send you the address later. Go to the studio tomorrow and I'll ask Anya to prepare the contract for you. After that, she hung up the phone. Xianxia looked at the screen of his phone. He didn't hide the anger in his eyes. After settling the issue with Xianxia, Susini breathed a sigh of relief. It was already 10 o'clock at night when she got home. She was very sleepy, but she still kept her eyes open and read all the news about Su Weiyin in the past 2 or 3 months. Since the battle between her and Su Weiyin had already begun, she would know her enemy well to win 100 battles. She went on interview shows. Her fans shouted from afar. Su Weiyin analyzed her love history and said that she regretted it. Susini clicked on the news article. It was a summary of Su Weiyin's appearance on an interview show. On the show, Su Weiyin talked about how she was too young and impulsive when she went abroad. She said that meeting the right person at the wrong age was her lifelong regret. The host jokingly tried to find out who the other party was. Su Weiyin was secretive but managed to dig out a lot of information from her words. Male, about 28 years old. He came from a good family and was already the person in charge of a company at such a young age. He had once given her a limited edition sports car and proposed to her, but she rejected him. From the information that Su Weiyin revealed, Susini felt that it was Yi Yang, that B** starred, although it was only mentioned briefly in the novel, there was a part of it. Yi Yang, that B** starred, had lied to her, that child might be his. Madam, we're here. Susini came back to her senses and kept her phone. Thank you. She got out of the car and went home. Old Mr. E and Lady E had a stable routine and had returned to their room to rest. The villa was very quiet. Susini composed herself and went upstairs. I'm back. Susini was not in a good mood. She took off her clothes and curled up on the sofa. Yi Yang looked up at her. What's the matter? Susini opened his mouth to say something, but he paused. Between me and her, Yi Yang will definitely choose Su Weiyin. She's so beautiful and outstanding. Although I'm a little better than her, Yang and Su Weiyin have an old relationship and they have a child. I can't win over her. What's the matter? Speak properly. She leaned on Yang's shoulder weakly as if she had suffered a heavy blow. She hugged Yang's waist tightly as if she lacked a sense of security. Her tone was desolate. Hubby, will you abandon me? She stole my endorsement, my script, and wants to use me as a stepping stone. Oh my God, I'm so pitiful. A woman who is scheming, shrewd, and has a strong backing is too scary. In front of her, I'm like a blank piece of paper. Blank piece of paper? Yang frowned. Susani, who bullied you? Don't say anything. Let me think about it in peace. Tell me, what's going on? Susani's tears streamed down her face. She looked like a delicate white flower. Yang, I don't want anything. I only want you. I didn't want to hurt anyone. She forced me to do this. She can steal my husband, but she can't steal my endorsement. She and I are irreconcilable. Su Weiyin stole your endorsement, your script, and wants to use you as a stepping stone? Susani looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Yang pretended to be calm. In a nonchalant tone, he said casually, what else do I not know? Tell me, what do you want? Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, one wailing monster. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 2 swaying cars, yeah, 2559539, Thunder Guzzi, 205266607, NLM, Pishio, cover, no money past 1111, Yulin, Big Fish, Step, Illuminating Wind, A Little Red Flower's Pride, S77, Qingxua, Fafa, North and South 1, Chapter 42 I want you to divorce me. Then, I'll sit on top of a fortune and focus on acting. From then on, I won't believe in love anymore. I'll play around without a care in the world. I'll only talk about money and not love. I'll live the rest of my life peacefully. I only want you. Susani hugged him. Yang, I can lose everything, but I can't lose you. Yang restrained himself again and again in his heart. He restrained himself again, and only then did he not let the very dirty words in his heart come out. Is that so? Of course, I'm actually not interested in acting. I don't want to participate in those film festivals, and I don't even want to touch awards. It's just a title. I'm just playing around in the entertainment industry to pass the time. If I could get a divorce, I would immediately take all my wealth and leave the entertainment industry. I would then spend the rest of my life with Anya peacefully. I just don't know when this wish will come true. Yang took a deep breath and told himself not to be angry. If he was angry, he would be at a disadvantage. Then, when you can't survive in the entertainment industry anymore, come home and give birth to my children. Take care of Grandpa and Mother, okay? Susani's expression froze. Dogman is ugly, but his imagination is pretty good. It's enough for you to take care of your grandfather and be filial to your mother. Do you still want me to bear your children? Good. I promise you. All the things that happened between Susani and Su Weiyin during this period of time were sorted out into documents and sent to Yang's desk. President Yi, I've already investigated this matter. Please take a look. Yang took the report from Zhao Bin. It was a thorough investigation of Su Weiyin's actions. He looked at it carefully from top to bottom. When he read the last paragraph, he raised his eyebrows. Jiang Huai? Yes. In fact, it's not just Mr. Jiang. During the investigation, I found that Miss Su Weiyin had contact with several others, but these resources were all obtained from Mr. Jiang by Miss Su. Yang glanced at the name list behind Jiang Huai. Zhao Bin thought for a moment and said hesitantly, also, there is one more thing. Speak. Miss Su Weiyin came to the company 2 days ago. She wanted to meet you. Yang frowned. You don't have to tell me when she comes over in the future. Just say that I'm busy. He put down the document and said, contact Su Dao and ask him if he has any good productions recently. We'll prioritize Susani for the female lead. Yes. Also, use my name to look for the chief editor of BW magazine. Ask him to let Susani fill in for the cover of the next issue. Make up the numbers, that was a good choice of words. BW magazine was one of the top magazines in the country. Many celebrities had racked their brains to get into the magazine, but they couldn't get into it. Of course, Xiaobin didn't dare to say this in front of Yang. They had to be sponsored. Okay. President Yi, is there anything else you need to tell me? Yang thought for a moment and said, give me the information of the brand that our company is working with. President Yi, do we need to let Miss Su know about this? Yang looked up. No need. I don't care. Did he care about Susani's gratitude? As long as she didn't cause trouble in front of him, he would be thankful. But then again, if Susani knew that he had helped her, how would she thank him? Okay, I'll do it right away. Yang took some time to check Weibo. Su Wei's name was on the hot search list. The news of Su Wei's comeback instantly ignited the entertainment industry. Previously, there were 2 talk shows that made many fans cry. Then, there were the publicity and dissemination of Su Wei's film and television works from the entertainment press. Su Wei's first Weibo post was on the hot search list. Su Wei, I'm back. You're finally back. 7-year-old fan is crying. I've been waiting for you. You're finally back. Looking at the photo, I thought it was Susani. Let me explain. When Susani debuted, she used the name of Little Susani. In front of Wayne, Susani is nothing. Please don't try to climb the moon to extort money. A mountain can't have 2 tigers. I have high hopes for Susani. Su Wei has been gone for so many years. Can she still adapt to the entertainment industry? Excuse me, the spokesperson for X Cosmetics is Wayne. Everyone, go and buy it. Wayne is awesome. Breaking voice. She just came back and she already got the endorsement for X Cosmetics. What's a mere endorsement? Next week, Wayne and Xianxia will be shooting for Fashion Weekly. Everyone, get ready to fight for it. I have news. Wayne's first comeback TV series is already in contact. Let's go, Wayne. Han Xiao also saw that it had reached the top of the hot search list. Luo Jia was eating an apple as he watched the show. Han Xiao, do Su Wei and Susani have any grudges? The moment she came back, she snatched all the resources from Susani. Han Xiao's hand that was scrolling through Su Wei's news paused. He couldn't help but frown. Snatched all of it? Yes, Susani will be replaced in Fashion Weekly next week. I heard that some of Susani's scripts are in contact with Su Wei. The brand that Susani has been endorsing for 3 years has been replaced by Su Wei. In the end, Luo Jia concluded, this woman is not simple. Han Xiao thought for a while. Contact the chief editor of BW magazine. For my exclusive interview next week, bring Susani along. Luo Jia was so shocked that the apple in his hand fell out. Han Xiao, bring her along? Don't tell me you have feelings for her? Han Xiao asked in return, can't I? You can too. Luo Jia said, yesterday, I thought of the names of my and Anya's children. Today, I'll help you think of the names of your and Susani's children. Su Wei's name was on the hot search list for 2 days in a row. She gained popularity and attention. Susani had expected that Su Wei would make a comeback. When she debuted with the title of Little Su Wei, she would definitely be used by Su Wei to make an issue out of it. She expected that Su Wei would pull her out from time to time to compare her and step on her. However, she didn't expect Su Wei to be so ruthless. The celebrities in the entertainment industry who had bad blood with Susani were all waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Unfortunately, Susani didn't let them see her make a fool of herself. Susani, who many people thought was anxiously scratching her head, was receiving a call from Su Dao. Su Dao, why are you looking for me? How's the progress of Phoenix Road? Su Dao smiled and said, it's okay. The post-production is a little troublesome. I'm looking for you because I have a movie script and I'm still looking for the female lead. Do you want to change from a TV series to a movie? Movie script? Susani was in disbelief. Su Dao, are you sure you're looking for me for the movie script? I have a lot of haters. Su Dao smiled and said, why can't I look for you? We've worked together on 2 shows. I know your skills very well. It's not like before. It's the movie market now. Quality takes priority. Moreover, this is my first movie as a director. Let's not talk about each other. However, there's a risk in changing from a TV series to a movie. How about this? I'll send you the script. You can think about it after reading it and give me an answer. Is that okay? Okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Susani was still a little smug. She had been in the industry for a few years, but this was the first time she had the female lead role in Phoenix Road. She had the resources for a movie so quickly, the leap in quality was simply too great. Just as she hung up the phone, Anya walked in from outside with a mysterious smile on her face. Cindy, guess what good news I brought for you? Susani knew it was good news when she heard her tone. She made a bold guess and carefully confirmed it. Did some resources come to me? Smart. Anya showed her the email. The chief editor of BW magazine sent it. He said he wants to invite you to an interview for next week's magazine. BW magazine? Why are they looking for me? Han Xiao will also be interviewed with you. Why do you think? Susani was slightly stunned. BW magazine wasn't comparable to those first-rate and second-rate magazines in China. The fashion weekly that he and Xianxia were supposed to shoot together next week was just a little brother in front of BW. It couldn't be compared to BW at all. Someone was most likely pushing her behind the scenes. Susani understood in her heart and sent a WeChat message to Han Xiao. Thank you, fist salute, Han Xiao replied briefly, you're welcome. Tell me, how did you capture Han Xiao's heart? Susani thought about it seriously. He might think that I'm simple and not pretentious, and my acting skills are good, so he gave me a hand. You really know how to flatter yourself. Looking at the reply on WeChat, Susani sighed. Han Xiao was such a good man, but he was actually gay. It was such a waste to only look at him from afar and not touch him. There's one more thing. Anya smiled and waved a document in her hand. Why don't you guess? Is there news about the endorsement? As expected of you. You can predict things like a god. Anya changed from her sullen mood 2 days ago. She put the document in front of her in high spirits and smiled. These 3 brands contacted me and said that they want you to be the spokesperson of their new products for the new season. Susani carefully looked at the list of brands. There was a chocolate brand, a mobile phone brand, and a skincare product endorsement, and the price was not low. These brands were not the top international brands, but they were a little better than the brand that kicked Susani out and chose Su Weiyin as the spokesperson. It did not seem like a coincidence that they all approached her at this time. Did you ask why they are looking for me? Yes, they said that your image is suitable for their company. I think you must have a benefactor this time. Yes, I do have a benefactor. Don't Han Xiao and Su Dao count? Yes. Alright, cut the crap. You're busy now. Hurry up and go. Anya pretended to complain. Do you know that I ignored my boyfriends for a few days because of you? When this is over, I will treat you and your boyfriends to a vacation abroad, okay? At least you have a conscience. I am leaving. With a happy mood, Susani and Anya confirmed the magazine shoot and endorsement for next week. After the dust settled, Susani was still unbelievably happy. She even found Yang more pleasing to the eye. Honey, I am home. Yang raised his eyebrows and was holding a copy of BW magazine in his hand. You are home late today. I was delayed by something at work, but it was worth it. Honey, why are you home so early today? Nothing happened at the company, so I came home. Haven't you been very busy recently? Yang avoided the question and asked calmly, what happened to you? Tell me about it. Susani thought for a while. It is nothing. I have a magazine shoot next week, a few endorsements, a commercial shoot, and a new movie script, so I don't have much time to accompany you. Yang raised his eyebrows, and there was a happy smile on his face. Pretty good. Should I thank the people who helped me? Yang flipped a page of the magazine as if nothing had happened. You can thank them if you want, but since they helped you, you should really think about how to thank them. You are right. Susani nodded solemnly. Thanks to Han Xiao and Su Dao today, I would have been in big trouble. I have to think about how to thank them. Yang's smile gradually dimmed. Han Xiao? Su Dao? Yes, Han Xiao is the guest for the next issue of BW magazine. He brought me to the magazine, and Su Dao saw my potential and introduced the script to me. All the problems were solved. Susani thought for a while and added, but it is because I am capable. How do you know they helped you? I asked. Yang's hand holding the magazine tightened. Did he care? He didn't care at all. He gave these resources to Susani so that she wouldn't continue to act in front of him so that he could have some peace and quiet. He didn't care about Susani's gratitude at all. Susani thought for a while. I have to find a chance to thank them properly. It seems that Han Zhao's birthday is next month. I will prepare a gift. Su Dao. I heard that he likes Master Qin Shuiting's calligraphy and paintings. I remember that I bought a painting at the charity gala. I will give it to him someday. As his face became gloomy, the magazine was crushed into a ball. Honey, what do you think I should give Han Xiao? What do you men want to get? Tell me about it. I don't know. Susani thought for a while. You have helped me so much. I have to think about it. Yang closed his eyes, pulled off his tie, and took off the jacket that made him feel hot all over. Gift? I have everything. Why would I care about a gift from her? It was just a small matter. Only people like Han Xiao would want to tell the world that he had helped her a little. How could Han Xiao have the cheek to say such a small favor? Han Xiao posted on Weibo. I will forward and like it to show my gratitude. I will treat him to a meal on the day of the magazine shoot the day after tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Susani said, Honey, I may not go back to the old mansion the day after tomorrow. I will sleep in the apartment. You don't have to wait for me. Not going home all night for a strange man. Listen, is this what a normal person would say? The veins on Yang's forehead were throbbing. She took out her phone and sent a voice message to Han Xiao in front of Yang. Brother Han Xiao, thank you for your help today. Thank you so much. I will treat you to a meal after the shoot the day after tomorrow. It's me. I am the one who helped you. Su. Xin. E. There was another update at night. There would be 100 random red packets in the comments. Thank you for your support. Let me say something first. Thank you for your love for wealthy supporting actress. You have been following me until this is your true love. However, there have been some other voices in the comments recently. It's my fault for not writing it well enough to satisfy everyone's cuteness. I am quite happy with the way the male and female leads interact with each other. If you feel that the progress is slow, you can choose to read more. Heart, look at this silly article rationally. Love everyone, I am really grateful to the students who voted for me. Thank you so much. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, Pepsi? 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Ling Vishi 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Jinjiang Technology 0/2. A Little Red Flowers Pride, Xian Li, Ciyi, No Money on Double 11, Tuan Zishi, Fairy Monster 2, Scarlet, Today's Weather is Good, Arrow Fire Firefly, Q, Cover, Indulge in Beauty 1. As the most influential magazine in China, BW Fashion Magazine was very careful when selecting guests. However, the latest preview of the magazine turned out to be Susani and Han Xiao. The official Weibo was in an uproar. The fans wailed and cried for Han Xiao being tainted by Susani. Binding. This is binding. I heard some rumors before and I thought I was mentally prepared. However, when I saw Susani's name appear, I still couldn't control myself and screamed. Aha! My Han Xiao! Susani, control your hands. Just by looking at their faces, they are actually quite compatible. Sister, do you need to introduce a good eye doctor? Sister Ning, this is the ophthalmology department of Union Hospital. Based on the condition of Ning's eyes, our hospital will cut the queue for you and serve you for the rest of your life for 500 years. Even if there were a lot of conspiracy theorists on the internet, Susani's hands didn't tremble at all as she scrolled through Weibo. She also wanted to accuse Han Xiao, but wasn't that a wrong sexual orientation? BW Magazine's shooting location was the largest photography base in a city. This photography base was also the largest photography base in China. Basically, 80% of the domestic fashion magazines would choose to shoot here. Su Xinyi and Han Zhao's shooting day was a bit interesting because they also met Su Weiyin and Xie, who were here to shoot Fashion Weekly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Xinyi got out of the car and happened to meet Han Zhao, who had just gotten out of the car. Su Xinyi's sharp-eyed assistant saw Han Zhao at a glance and reminded Su Xinyi. "Brother Han." Han Zhao was talking to Luo Jia while walking quickly into the base. Hearing this, he stopped. "Xinyi?" Su Xinyi and Anya stepped forward. What a coincidence. Luo Jia, who was standing behind Han Zhao, smiled at Anya and greeted her. "Missin, we meet again." Anya smiled politely. "Hello, Mr. Luo." "Don't be so polite, Missin. We're family." "How about you call me Luo Jia, and I'll call you Anya?" Anya raised her eyebrows and smiled politely without saying anything. He was gay and flirted everywhere. The atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. Su Xinyi smiled at Han Zhao. "Big brother Han, thank you so much for your help this time." "It's nothing. If there's anything else I can help with, just let me know." The two of them walked side by side to the studio. "I don't need any help. 2 days ago, Su Dao called me and said that he was looking for a female lead for his movie script. He asked me if I was interested. Su Dao's movies are all good. Although it's your first movie, I think you can give it a try. It's a chance for you to change your movie career. But I've never acted in a movie before. If there's anything I don't understand, I wonder if you can help me." "Of course, no problem." At a corner, they bumped into Su Xinyi and Han Zhao, who were also rushing to the studio. Of course, the two magazines couldn't possibly compete for the same filming location. But since they met on a narrow path, they had to exchange some pleasantries. The two groups of people bumped into each other. "Han Zhao?" Su Weiyin didn't seem to have expected to meet Han Zhao here. It was as if she had met an old friend. "Long time no see. You're even more handsome than 4 years ago." Han Zhao's smile faded. "Long time no see." Su Weiyin's gaze turned to Su Xinyi. "Miss Su is here too. I'm here with Big Brother Han for a magazine shoot. Han Zhao is still so good at taking care of the younger generation in the entertainment industry. Han Zhao, let's have dinner together tonight?" Han Zhao glanced at her coldly, as if he didn't want to communicate with her too much. "I'm sorry, I don't have time. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Aren't you going to give me some face? This isn't like you. You're not on set. Aren't you not scheduled to work at night?" Su Weiyin's words were quite interesting. She asked Han Zhao out in front of so many people and even said that they hadn't seen each other for so many years. Was she trying to make everyone misunderstand that she had a good relationship with Han Zhao 4 years ago? Su Xinyi stood quietly at the side and watched Su Weiyin's performance. Why didn't this woman let anyone off? Han Zhao was gay. Why was he trying to get close to him? Su Xinyi smiled and interrupted her. "I'm sorry, I have an appointment with Big Brother Han tonight. Please make way. The photographer has been waiting for us for a long time." After speaking, she looked at the man beside Su Weiyin, who saw her as a thorn in his side, Xie, and said, "Mr. Xie is quite interesting. If I didn't have a shoot today, I would really like to have a good chat with Mr. Xie. But there's no hurry. There's still a long way to go." Not only did he refuse to shoot with her for a magazine shoot, he even wanted to work with her enemy. She would remember this grudge. The group of people arrived at the studio. The internationally renowned makeup artist was already waiting there. She tried on one set of clothes after another and finally chose a woman's suit in the same style as Han Zhao's. She didn't wear any underwear and the suit was just right. It was bold and sexy. With dark makeup, she put her hands in her pockets and looked directly at the camera. Standing next to Han Zhao, she looked both cool and cool. After a few sets of photos, the photographer was very excited. A 2-person shoot required tacit understanding and feeling. Su Xinyi and Han Zhao perfectly matched the kind of feeling that the photographer wanted. The camera in their hands kept clicking, and they simply wanted to continue shooting. Teacher Han and Teacher Su have worked hard. Please come over here for the interview. The so-called interview questions had already been sent to the two of them in advance. Because it was a special interview for the two of them, most of the questions were related to each other. For example, Teacher Han's future acting plans. For example, Teacher Han's feelings when she worked with Teacher Sue. For example, how did Teacher Sue feel when she worked with Teacher Han for the first time? If there was a chance, would she still want to work with Teacher Han? The interview lasted for half an hour and finally ended. Big Brother Han, thank you for helping me this time. Do you have time tonight? I would like to treat you to a meal. Han Xiao wanted to agree, but he said, no need, it's nothing. What do you mean? Luo Jia appeared and looked at Anya, who was behind Susani. How can we reject Miss Su and Miss N's hospitality? If you have time, Han Xiao and I are both free. Let's just make it tonight. I'll book a restaurant. Susani agreed on the spot and turned to whisper to Anya, why do I feel that he has taken a liking to you? Anya furrowed her brows. I like young hunks who are straight. Susani looked at Anya enviously. After removing her makeup and changing her clothes, Editor Xiao of BW looked at the photos and stopped Susani in a friendly manner. He chuckled softly and said, Miss Su's shoot today was very successful. Miss Su can take a copy of these photos home. Mr. E will be very satisfied after seeing them. Susani's smile froze when she heard the impressive name. Mr. E? Which Mr. E? Editor Xiao was slightly stunned. He laughed and said, of course it's Mr. E Yang from the E Clan group. He specially contacted me and asked me to arrange the shoot for Miss Su. You mean that Mr. E Yang asked me to, why, didn't Mr. E say anything? He did. Of course he did. I just didn't know how to react. Susani smiled awkwardly. She didn't want to admit it. Yang asked her to come to this magazine shoot? Impossible. It shouldn't be. Yang wouldn't do such a thing for her. He was a dignified and domineering CEO. Even if he used his identity, Wangpa of Tianliang would do it for the woman he loved. Susani was shocked. Could it be that the current Yang loves me so deeply, he did good deeds without leaving his name? Wasn't this the standard for supporting male leads? No, this couldn't continue to develop like this. Little A, when will Yang and Su Wei's relationship be triggered? When would she see Yang fall head over heels in love with Su Wei? This, at least let the two of them meet first. Little A secretly ridiculed in his heart, their character settings are all collapsing without a limit, and the plot is already like this. What kind of trash plot is this? Susani had an epiphany. If Su Wei and Yang could meet each other, the two of them would probably be able to see eye to eye with each other. With Su Wei's methods and children, it was impossible for Yang to not have any thoughts. As long as Yang fell into Su Wei's net, it would be difficult for him to escape. Then it would be love at first sight. They would fall into a tangled love triangle. And she, the unloved wife, could only be cruelly abandoned by Yang. From then on, she could only play around. But then again, Yang and Su Wei still hadn't met. Su Wei was already flirting with another man. Yang, the standard supporting male lead, still hadn't met. Was fate playing with people? It was too cruel. It was really too cruel. No, she couldn't bear to see this kind of cruel love. She had to find a way to help them. Because of this, Susani immediately lost the idea of treating Han Xiao to dinner. She said to Han Xiao apologetically, I'm sorry. I suddenly have something urgent tonight. I'll definitely invite you back for dinner if there's a chance in the future, okay? Han Xiao was slightly startled. He was in a bad mood when he thought about the rose and candlelight dinner that Luo Jia had prepared in advance. However, he could only force a smile and said, it's okay. But he controlled his emotions well. On the contrary, it was Luo Jia who looked unhappy. Miss Su, I've already booked the whole restaurant. How can you not come just because you say you're not coming? Han Xiao glanced at Luo Jia and interrupted him. It's okay. Since you have something to do, you can go first. We'll meet again later. I'm really sorry. After apologizing again, Susani left with Anya. Luo Jia sighed as he watched the two leave. If you had said one more word just now, we wouldn't have missed such a good opportunity. Han Xiao watched in silence and turned to leave without saying a word. After leaving the studio, Susani drove Anya straight to the shopping mall. Where are we going? Susani's face darkened. The shopping mall. Shopping? But you don't look like you're going shopping. I'm buying a gift for Yang. That was another matter. Since Yang had really helped her in this matter, she couldn't be ungrateful. She would buy him a gift to thank him so that they wouldn't owe each other anything in the future. It took Susani half an hour to carefully choose a watch, which cost Susani 200,000 yuan. It was a generous gift. Anya clicked her tongue in wonder. 200,000 yuan? Susani, you're so generous to your husband. Susani's heart was bleeding. You know that I love him. This small amount of money is nothing. The E-Clan's building was brightly lit. Yang finished reading the last report and looked at the time. Xiaobin knocked on the door and walked in. President Yi, the car is ready. Also, Chief Editor Xiao of BW Magazine wrote back to say that Miss Su's magazine shoot has been completed and Miss Su has brought back a copy of the photos. Yang nodded. He recalled that Susani had invited Han Xiao to dinner 2 days ago to express her gratitude for not going back to the E-Clan's mansion. A married woman and an unmarried man. He wanted to see how long they would stay together. I'm not going back to Yanshui Bay tonight. I'm going back to Yipin Lanting. Susani was a little tired after leaving the shopping mall. Instead of going back to the E-Clan's mansion, she went straight to Yipin Lanting in the city center to rest. She had wanted to take a shower and have a good night's sleep when she got home. However, the moment she entered the house, she saw Yang sitting in the living room. Susani was shocked, but she could only pretend to be surprised. Honey, why are you here? Yang flipped a page of the magazine. I have an early meeting tomorrow morning, so I'll stay here for the night. Have you finished the shoot? Yes. Have you finished dinner? Yes. Have you thanked him? Susani gritted her teeth. Thank you. Okay. Yang lowered his head and read the magazine in silence. Susani took off her jacket and rubbed her sore shoulders. She recalled what Chief Editor Xiao had inadvertently revealed today. It's weird. He usually doesn't show the photos in advance. Why did he give me a copy and ask me to bring it home today? Then Chief Editor must be lying to me. That's impossible. Yang raised his eyebrows. How was the shoot today? It was okay. After thinking about it, Susani asked tentatively, Honey, I heard that BW Magazine has rejected a lot of celebrities. I can't believe that Brother Han is so capable to bring me to the magazine. Brother Han? Yang sneered. Susani, you're almost 30, right? You keep calling him Brother Han. Do you think you're 18? How can you call him that? Dog of a man looking for trouble? As long as I want to, I'll always be 18. You're an old man who's getting old. It's just a title. Don't be so petty. I'm petty? I just think that you're so old. Shouldn't you restrain yourself a little? Susani clenched her fists and resisted the urge to smash this dog of a man's head. She continued to guide him patiently. I think it's weird. Chief Editor Xiao asked me to bring back the photos today. Photos aren't usually shared. Why do you think Chief Editor Xiao asked me to bring them back? Yang flipped through the pages of BW Magazine nonchalantly and said, I'm not sure. Susani pretended to be blind. Actually, other than Han Xiao, I don't seem to know anyone else. Also, I have 3 endorsements. Some chocolate, some mobile phone, and some skincare brand. It's quite a coincidence that these 3 brands approached me at the same time. I keep feeling that someone is helping me behind the scenes. Hubby, who do you think is helping me? Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Yang's hand paused in the middle of flipping through the book. He said disdainfully, there's no need for everyone to know about such a small matter. It's just a small matter. But I have to repay the person, right? Honey, do you know who it is? No need. I don't know. You're so stubborn. Just help me. What's there to be embarrassed about? The sound of Yang flipping through the pages of the book could be heard in the living room. Could it be? She gradually looked at Yang with a look of sudden realization. Yang's hand paused. Susani smiled. The brand approached me because of my good image, temperament, and beauty? Yang's face darkened. The magazine was almost torn apart. This woman didn't look good, but she was quite thick-skinned. Did he like her? Where did she get the confidence to think that he liked her? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to hear this woman crying in front of him, he wouldn't have bothered with her. That must be it. Susani was convinced. Sure enough, the public's eyes are sharp. Yang simply didn't want to bother with her anymore. Susani's leg inadvertently kicked the gift she brought back. Yang noticed the gift box by her feet. He coughed and asked casually, "What's that?" Susani seemed to have just remembered. "This? I bought it when I went to pick a gift for Xianxia. I thought it was pretty, so I bought it along the way. After buying it, I realized that it was a male model. Take a look and see if you can use it. If you can use it, then use it. If you don't like it, then leave it. It's not too expensive anyway. It's getting late. I'm going to take a shower." Susani placed the gift in front of him and mumbled, "Thanks." Yang sneered. She bought a gift for someone else and conveniently bought one for him? Did she really think that he was a garbage collection station that collected all kinds of garbage? Yang didn't even look at the packaging for a moment. He didn't even bother to look at it. He didn't have anything he wanted. Did he lack such a gift? Judging from the 300 yuan belt that Susani gave him last time, this probably wasn't anything valuable either. It wasn't worth him opening the packaging. 5 minutes later, Yang looked at the watch on his wrist. It was indeed a gift that she picked along the way. It didn't fit him at all. He had to remove a part of the strap himself. Troublesome. Yang put the watch back into the box in disgust and checked the price of the watch. 200,000 yuan? Yang looked at the price on the page. Okay. I'll wear it reluctantly then. Second watch, thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent so much money, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, 1 for Tuanzi. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 7 for Old Beijing Sauce Hammer, Chu. 2 for Wu Yu, Xianxia, Bai Du Chuan, Xia Chu, The Tortoise Does Not Turn Over, Yang Mimi, Kitty 1. On the day of BW Magazine's pre-sales, the official Weibo released a photo of Susani and Xianxia. In the photo, Susani was wearing a suit with dark makeup. She was not wearing any underwear, and the suit was slightly open. She looked bold and sexy. Standing next to Xianxia, she was cold and arrogant, looking straight at the camera. She was both cool and cool. Facts proved that beauty was justice. The comments exploded. Susani's photos are so cool. I suddenly understand Susani's beauty. There are always people on the internet criticizing Susani's looks. Although I don't like Susani, I have to say that Susani's face is really flawless. This photo is so cool. Mama, this little sister is so cool that I can't close my legs. Damn. Too cool. As expected of you, BW, only you can take such quality photos. Ah, these two look so good together. I must buy a dog with good looks. Dogs with good looks only look at the face. As long as she doesn't commit murder or arson, I will lick her for life. The pre-sales of BW were sold out in 3 seconds. It was not a miracle for BW, but it was still in the top 5. In contrast, the highly anticipated Su Wei's first magazine after her comeback, Fashion Weekly, had a mediocre response and did not make any splash. There were many people who were critical. When Susani's photos were released yesterday and she was paired with Xianxia, I instantly experienced it. Compared to Su Wei and Xiachi, Su Wei's photos are much worse. It's said that the new generation excels the old. Sister Su Wei still has to admit defeat. I heard that Susani debuted under the name Little Su Wei, but I still feel that Susani is more pleasing to the eye. Su Wei and Xiachi are not compatible. They are not as compatible as Susani. Although Susani's character is not good, she is comfortable with anyone. I heard that Su Wei snatched the shoot from Susani. Now, Susani has turned the tables. I wonder what Su Wei is thinking. This comment caused quite a stir among the passers-by. They all commented and asked what was going on. Those who are begging for melons, I'll give you a link. Go and see for yourself. Although this comment was quickly deleted by the official Weibo account, many people still took screenshots and circulated it. In fact, the link was just an exposé post. It explained in detail that this issue of the magazine was originally shot by Su Sini, but Su Weiyin wanted to use Su Sini as a stepping stone. Not only did she steal Su Sini's magazine, but she also stole Su Sini's endorsement and script. In order to make her words more credible, she even posted the guest list for this month's issue. Su Sini's name was indeed on this issue. The product that Su Sini had endorsed for 3 years was now officially announced as Su Weiyin's. The scriptwriter even deleted the Weibo post that used to Su Sini and started to interact with Su Weiyin on Weibo. All the signs and evidence showed that Su Weiyin had stolen everything from Su Sini. Su Weiyin's old fans were mostly rational. When they saw the evidence, they could not believe it and warned the blogger not to spread rumors. They would be sued if they reposted more than 500 times. However, the blogger was as arrogant as Su Sini. Not only did she not delete the post, she even sued Weiyin. It was as if she wanted to sue her if she thought she was spreading rumors. Su Weiyin had a good relationship with the passers-by at the beginning, but now, she was being questioned. No matter what kind of person the entertainment industry was, stealing someone's resources was really disgusting. The key was that Su Weiyin did not do anything. I really couldn't tell that Su Weiyin was this kind of person. Stealing other people's resources is really disgusting. Fashion Weekly's sales are the lowest this month. The magazine must be regretting it. BW's photos are really good. At this critical moment, Su Weiyin's love history was exposed. It could be considered as diverting the attention of Su Weiyin's stealing of resources. It was about Su Weiyin's love history. It could be considered a reasonable guess as to who the father of the son that Su Weiyin brought back was. This kind of gossip was the most curious thing among the onlookers. They all gathered to watch. Yang's name was pushed to the top of the trending list under that long Weibo post. This was information extracted from Su Weiyin's interview program. Male, about 28 years old. His family background was not bad. He was already the person in charge of a company at a young age. He used to be Su Weiyin's classmate. There were many speculations in the comments. There were a few names of the new generation of young leaders. Among them, 2 names were especially popular. Yang, the CEO of the E-Clan Group. Yipin Lanting was known to everyone because of Han Xiao. Jiang Huai, the CEO of Jiang Group Electronics, had a high net worth. Other than these 2, there were also rumors that Su Weiyin had worked with Han Xiao in the past and had even been involved in a scandal. Although the scandal died down very quickly, the internet had memories. What happened would never be erased. Then, there were so-called insiders who revealed that the matter was true. Yang and Su Weiyin were classmates. They did have a past. Su Weiyin went abroad because of Yang. This news directly tied Su Weiyin and Yang together. If what is said is true, then Su Weiyin has no reason to steal Su Sini's resources. It must be Yang who gave them to her. So Su Weiyin's son is Yang's? Didn't someone say that Yang was married? His partner is a female celebrity in the entertainment industry. How could it be Su Weiyin? I'm on Jiang Huai's side. Although I don't know who Jiang Huai is, Yang is my husband. I'm on Jiang Huai's side too. Who is Jiang Huai? I've never heard of Jiang Huai. He's quite low-key. Coincidentally, not long after, Su Weiyin was asked about this in an interview. She didn't explain much. She just said that the past was the past and she didn't want to talk about it anymore. She didn't deny or explain. It was equivalent to admitting to the rumors that were going around online. When Su Sini placed the post in front of Anya, her face was gloomy. Anya, help me analyze this. Are these rumors true or false? If it was in the past, Anya would have scolded Yang without hesitation if Su Sini came crying to her. Then, she would have encouraged Su Sini to turn back and be saved. But it was different now. Now, Yang obviously had feelings for Su Sini. If she continued to encourage him, she would be committing a sin. It was better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. No matter how good a friend was, she couldn't interfere in the matters between husband and wife. You said it's a rumor. Of course, it's not credible. Su Sini looked like he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. But what it says is true. Su Weiyin and Yi Yang used to be classmates. They had a relationship 4 years ago. All of this really happened. In the novel, the father of Su Weiyin's child was never mentioned. Even when she got together with the male lead in the end, she didn't do a paternity test. What did this mean? It was very likely that the child wasn't the male lead's. Who else could it be if it wasn't the male lead, Yi Yang? Su Weiyin was so good at tricks. What couldn't she do? Wasn't drugging and running away with the child all the same? If the child was really Yi Yang's, it would be great. There would be an irresistible reason for a divorce. That's all in the past. Don't take it to heart. What did I tell you before? Don't mess with Yi Yang. Trust him more. If you mess with him, you'll be pushing him into the arms of another woman. Do you understand? Susani calmed down. Anya, Yi Yang doesn't like his own scandals on the internet. She looked at the Yi Clan Corporation in the building across the street and said, if this is fake, he will definitely try to quell this storm as soon as possible. He won't let the rumors continue. But if the storm couldn't be quelled quickly, wouldn't it give her another reason to stir up trouble? It wasn't a loss. At this moment, in the building across the street, Yi Yang rushed out of the conference room after a 5-hour meeting. When Xiaobin saw Yi Yang coming out, he was about to pass the news about Yi Yang and Su Weiyin that he had just obtained from the internet to Yi Yang. What's the matter? Xiaobin saw 5 or 6 company executives behind him and said in a low voice, it's about some things on the internet. Yi Yang was about to take a look when an employee walked over and anxiously handed him a document. President Yi, this document needs your signature. Yi Yang's attention shifted to the document. He glanced at it and realized that something was amiss. He frowned and said angrily, didn't I say yesterday that the proposal for this document wasn't good enough? Who did it? Tell him to come to my office. The people behind him kept quiet out of fear. Okay, President Yi. I'll go right away. Xiaobin sent the document again. Yi Yang pushed it away impatiently. Leave it there. Get ready immediately. I'll be going on a business trip in the next 2 days. With that, he turned and went into his office. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 1 week. Su Weiyin and Yi Yang seemed to be locked in a stalemate. Su Weiyin was followed by Yi Yang. Yi Yang was followed by Su Weiyin. The topics came one after another. Susani waited patiently for a full week. She gritted her teeth in front of Anya. Anya, the topic is still there. Su Weiyin and a few others had formed a topic. For example, hashtag Shuoweiyin Yi Yang hashtag Shuoweiyin Jianghui hashtag, and hashtag Shuoweiyin Han Xiao hashtag. But very soon, the topic of hashtag Shuoweiyin Han Xiao hashtag disappeared. Only the topics of hashtag Shuoweiyin Yi Yang hashtag and hashtag Shuoweiyin Jianghui hashtag were left. Don't think too much. He's busy with work and definitely won't pay attention to such trivial matters. You didn't notice? Susani instantly exploded like a bamboo tube that had been ignited. His face was filled with heartache. Previously, when he was in a scandal with that, what's his name? Zhuorong? Yes, Zhuorong and Zhuorong, he got the company to refute the rumors the next day. Zhuorong is still being banned. Now it's Su Weiyin's turn. How many days has it been? It's been a week, right? There's been no news at all. Don't be anxious. How about this, if you're really suspicious, you can ask him openly and see how he answers. Susani was extremely worried. But he clearly knows that Su Weiyin has snatched my resources, yet he's still indifferent. That's true. How can his feelings for me be compared to those of his ex-lover? Anya said helplessly, we don't know anything. Don't be jealous. Jealous? Why would I be jealous? What a joke. Why would I be jealous of? A scumbag? Was it because the male idols were not young enough, or was it because the mature men were not charming enough? Would she be jealous? However, Yi Yang was indeed acting strangely in this matter. Usually, he would deal with the scandal in a timely manner, but now, a week had passed and he still hadn't dealt with it. She reckoned that he really had something going on with Su Weiyin. To think that she had even given him a watch worth 200,000 2 days ago. That scumbag had taken advantage of her for nothing, Anya looked at her, not knowing what to say. Fine, fine, fine. You're not jealous, okay? Ding, a message was sent to her cell phone. The once popular female celebrity had retired from the entertainment industry at the peak of her career and returned to the entertainment industry 4 years later with her son. It was all because of him, very good. That night, Susani returned to the old mansion. In front of old Mr. E, she looked gloomy the whole night. She couldn't lift her spirits. When old Mr. E asked her, Susani wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she forced a smile and said, "Grandpa, I'm fine. Are you tired from work?" "A little." "Then hurry up and go upstairs to rest." Susani obediently went upstairs to rest. After she went upstairs, old Mr. E frowned. "Did something happen recently?" Lady E thought carefully. "I didn't hear anything about it. Let's ask Yang when he comes home tonight." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yang returned home. As soon as he entered the house, old Mr. E called out to him. "Did something happen between you and Sunny recently?" Yang was puzzled. "Wasn't Susani quite quiet recently and didn't cause any trouble?" "Grandpa, what's wrong? She seems to be in a bad mood today. She won't say anything even when I ask her." "Go upstairs and ask her what's wrong." "In a bad mood, did someone bully her again?" "Okay, Grandpa. I'll ask her." After saying that, he went upstairs. He's indeed a B*****. It's been a week and there's been no news at all. When he comes back later, we must not let him off. Outside the door, Yang looked confused. He didn't seem to have done anything recently. He pushed the door open and entered. Susani heard the noise and immediately jumped up from the sofa. She looked at Yang and opened her mouth. However, she swallowed the words that were about to come out. "You're back?" Yang nodded calmly and took off his jacket to change. "Grandpa said you're in a bad mood today." "What's wrong?" "Bad mood? How am I in a bad mood? I'm in a very good mood because I'm going to divorce you." Susani sounded downcast. "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired from work." Yang asked curiously, "Susani, what's going on?" "I'm fine. What could have happened to me?" "Then why are you so grumpy?" Susani forced a smile. "How am I grumpy?" "You're not going to tell me?" Susani kept quiet. "Forget it if you don't want to talk about it." Yang walked towards the bathroom. Susani gritted her teeth and grabbed him. She threw the tablet at him with a gloomy expression and said in a choked voice, "There are rumors about you and Su Weiyin online. Tell me, what's going on between you two? I'd like to see how you're going to explain it today." Yang took the tablet and looked at it. When he saw the rumors about him and Su Weiyin, he knew that Susani was using this as an excuse to get a divorce. "I have nothing to do with her. Don't be unreasonable." He threw the tablet back. Susani stopped him and was still unwilling to let him off. "I'm being unreasonable? Fine, then do you dare to say that you have nothing to do with her? We used to know each other, but, I guessed it. You really have a past with her." Susani looked as if he suddenly realized something. "I know, I look very similar to Su Weiyin, so when you agreed to marry me, did you treat me as her substitute? Now that she's back, do you want to divorce me and be with her?" She choked. "I love you so much. Why are you doing this to me? What nonsense are you talking about?" Susani looked at him with an annoying expression. "I'm talking nonsense? Look, you're angry, aren't you? I'm right, aren't I? If you don't like her, why didn't you give her a warning when she snatched my resources?" And this time, Han Xiao cleared his name the next day. "What about you? You're indifferent. It's been a week. A week and you're still allowing things to develop." She said it in a righteous manner. As if Yang had committed a heinous crime that couldn't be forgiven. "If there's nothing between you and her, why didn't you clarify it? The topic is quite popular. Did you do it on purpose? Tell me. Why aren't you saying anything? If you have the ability, you can point at my nose and say, 'Susani, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs with her.'" Yang took a deep breath. "Susani, don't use this as a pretext to make a fuss. There's nothing between me and her. Susani didn't know if it was because she was too engrossed in her acting that night. On impulse, she grabbed Yang's coat and pushed him out of the room. Nothing? If you don't clarify it, don't think about going back to the room to sleep tonight. Bang! Yang, who was chased out of the room, turned pale. He was chased out of the room. Susani, you're really something. He knocked on the door. Susani! Open the door. You've gone overboard today. A minute later, the door opened. Susani was still standing in the room with a sullen expression. Yang said in a low voice, listen to me, bam, the coat was thrown on him. Yang didn't dare to make too much noise in the middle of the night to alarm others. He only lowered his voice. Susani, open the door. If you don't open the door, how can I explain it to you clearly? Open the door for me. It's a little too little today. I'll find a chance to make it up to everyone. Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. It's worth it, thank you to the little angel who threw the shallow water bomb, lonely cat 1, thank you to the little angel who threw the hand grenade, 372599943, desolation, little Nyen Nyen 1, thank you to the little angel who threw the land mine, Mrs. Kim 3, Camu 2, Mayapopap, Yang Mimi, Tao Tao, the direction of the afterglow of the setting sun, HQX, north-south, 373564551, Nara, Ling, Gugugu, 348629224, Love Shui Wuhan, Pig Spirit Who Loves You, Xianxia. At that time is not my heart, Tangerine 1, Chapter 45. Yang slept in the guest room that night. Early the next morning, Yang, who had been suppressing his anger for the whole night, went to the company with a sullen face. Where's Zhao Ben? The little assistant panicked. She didn't know why her boss was so angry early in the morning. President Yi, Assistant Zhao went on a business trip last week. She did what you asked. Yang held his breath. He had almost forgotten. Call the person in charge of the public relations department over immediately. The little assistant trembled with fear. President Yi, it's not time for work yet. Director Chen from the PR department shouldn't have arrived at the company yet. Yang looked over coldly. I'll call Director Chen. Right away. It was now 8 o'clock. When he searched for Su Weiyin on Weibo, the most popular terms were Su Weiyin and Yang. Susani was right. The two of them were tied together. For years of old love, the mysterious father of the child, Su Weiyin's life was like a mystery novel. It was the first time that Yang had neglected his duties before going to work. In the past hour, he had been suppressing his anger like a volcano that was about to erupt. 9 o'clock. Director Chen of the Public Relations Department came to his office. The moment the assistant closed the door for the two of them, they heard the merciless reprimand in the office. What's going on? President Yi hasn't lost his temper in a long time. The assistant shrank back. I don't know. In the end, Director Chen of the Public Relations Department came out of Yang's office with a pale face and scolded the Public Relations Department. After that, there were no more rumors about Su Weiyin and Yang on the internet. Are you happy now? Anya placed the deleted rumor posts in front of Susani and looked at her with a faint smile. Susani raised her eyebrows and glanced at him without saying anything. Although Yang didn't handle it in time, he also showed you his attitude. Are you relieved now? But I can't feel at ease without a paternity test report. Then what do you plan to do? Susani recalled that in the novel, Susani became hysterical because of Su Weiyin's return to China. Not only did she suppress Su Weiyin in the entertainment industry, but she also became more and more suspicious. As long as Yang had any clues, she would immediately make a scene with him. In order to find out whether Su Weiyin's child was Yang's, Susani sent someone to secretly follow Su Weiyin. When Su Weiyin took her son out, she cut off a strand of Su Weiyin's son's hair. Later, Yang was furious when he found out about this. The relationship between the two fell to a freezing point. Of course, the paternity test was not successful either. She had to think of a way to solve the mystery of who the father was. Even if it wasn't Yang's, Yang knew that she was suspicious of him. The abacus in Susani's heart was loud. There was a knock on the office door. Sini Jia, Jiang Yan is here. Susani glanced at Anya. Anya came back to her senses and said, I almost forgot. I asked him to come over today to discuss a contract. You know that this child has a good image. I want him to go on a variety show to test the waters. After saying that, she said to the staff at the door, I got it. I'll be right there. Susani also got up and said, let's go and have a look. In the meeting room, Xianxia sat quietly. He had been signed to Susani's studio for almost half a month. In this half a month, the studio had not arranged any work for him, nor had they communicated with him. If it were any other artist, they would have contacted the studio long ago. But Xianxia did not panic at all. It could even be said that when he signed with Susani's studio, there was not a moment when he was so calm. The door of the meeting room opened. Xianxia, you're here. Xianxia was wearing a white shirt today, looking clean and fresh. Sunlight poured in through the blinds behind him, and the whole meeting room seemed to be filled with a youthful and sunny atmosphere. Seeing that they had entered, Xianxia hurriedly got up and said, Sini Jia, and Yijia. Susani looked at him in astonishment and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have grown taller. Are you sure you're 20? Don't tell me you're still growing at 18? Xianxia blinked, not knowing what to do. Anya couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, don't listen to her nonsense. Hurry and sit down. Xianxia lowered his eyebrows and sat down quietly. And Yijia, why did you ask me to come here today? Anya opened the document in front of her and pushed it in front of him. You've already signed the contract for so many days. We didn't look for you, and you didn't look for us either. I've never seen an artist as calm as you. This is the future path that I have planned for you. Take a look and tell me if there are any problems. We can discuss and make changes. Xianxia glanced at it casually and pushed the document back. And Yijia, I'll leave it to you. Anya and Susani looked at each other and said, aren't you afraid that we'll sell you out? Why would we? Alright, since you trust me so much, I'll make all the decisions for you. There's a variety show next week. Let's test the waters, okay? Sure, you can make the arrangements. Susani was an artist, not a manager, so she didn't know much about artist planning. She leaned to one side the whole time, occasionally checking Weibo and looking at Xianxia, who was bathing in the sun. Although he was 20 years old, he looked a little too young. Especially when his hair fell in front of his forehead, only revealing his straight nose and big clear eyes. He looked like a college student who had just entered university. Occasionally, when their eyes met, Susani smiled and the child blushed instantly. His eyes were flustered and he lowered his head in embarrassment. After Anya and Xianxia finished chatting, Susani interrupted, previously, you said that your family didn't want you to enter the entertainment industry. Did you talk to them later? Xianxia's smile gradually disappeared. I don't want to talk to them. When he said this, Xianxia's relaxed posture was obviously guarded and resistant. He probably didn't want to talk about his family. Since that was the case, Susani didn't say much. Then you have to show them good results. Go back first, have a good rest and cherish your last day off. Xianxia nodded and got up. When he saw a Weibo post praising Su Weiyin and Jiang Huai, Susani chuckled and asked casually, and yeah, Su Weiyin, Han Xiao, and Yi Yang are all gone. Only Jiang Huai is still there. Do you think Su Weiyin and Jiang Huai are real? Xianxia, who was at the door, paused. I'm not sure. Jiang Huai is a very low-key person. I asked my peers and not many know about his past. No, I shouldn't say that. I should say that Jiang Electronics is very low-key. Xianxia turned around. Jiang Huai? Su Weiyin smiled. Nothing, I was just chatting with Anya. Jiang Huai from Jiang Electronics? What about him? Haven't you been on Weibo recently? Anya asked. Xianxia said, I hate that place. Xianxia, as a person in the entertainment industry, you should pay more attention to the trends in the entertainment industry. Recently, there's a rumor that Su Weiyin's son is Jiang Huai's son. You can go back and read the gossip. Xianxia frowned and didn't say anything for a while. His expression was very complicated. He only said, I got it, and left in a hurry. He closed the door of the meeting room and took out his phone to go on Weibo. When he saw the number of unread messages in his inbox, which was the number of fans that had increased during this period, his pupils shrank. But it was only for a moment. He skimmed through the search for Su Weiyin. The top search terms in the search box were about Su Weiyin and Jiang Huai. He clicked on it and saw that it was a long post analyzing Su Weiyin and Jiang Huai's past. He roughly read it. It had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to exit Weibo, a comment caught his attention. So Su Weiyin was able to snatch Susani's resources because Jiang Huai was backing her up? Snatch resources? What was going on? After spending another 10 minutes, Jiang Yan learned about everything that had happened during this period of time. She then sent a message to a number. Su Weiyin snatching Susani's resources were you doing? Soon, he received a reply. Go home tonight. Looking at this message, Jiang Yan's expression became more gloomy. Night fell. Susani, who had nothing to do all day, went home slowly from the studio. Last night, because of Su Weiyin and Yang being tied up, she took the opportunity to make a fuss. She even made Yang sleep in the guest room for the whole day. But now that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, she still felt a little guilty. Stepping into the villa, the living room was brightly lit. Susani heard Yang's voice faintly. It was only 8:30. Why did she come home so early today? If she had known that she would come home so early, she would have gone to Yipin Lanting to sleep for the night. She wanted to sneak out. Did she go overboard last night? Did she go overboard? Susani thought about it again. Yang, that D*MN man, had made her stay alone in an empty room for more than 2 years. What was wrong with letting him sleep in the guest room for one night? How was she going overboard? Young madam, you're back? Why are you back so late today? Young master came back to chat with old master for a while. Susani was shocked and smiled at Chenbo. Yes, I was a little busy today. She sighed, changed her shoes and walked to the living room. In the living room, Yang had changed into home clothes and was talking to old Mr. E. Yang glanced over. Susani instinctively looked away and looked at old Mr. E. Grandpa, Mom, I'm back. You're finally back? Old Mr. E beckoned her over. Come and sit down. Why are you back so late today? Susani sat next to Yang and whispered, I was busy at the studio, so I was late. It's like this. Old Mr. E glanced at Yang. Yang, he has something to explain to you. I hope you don't misunderstand. Explanation? Susani looked at Yang. Yang said, last night, didn't you keep arguing with me and suspect that I have an old relationship with Su Weiyin and that Su Weiyin's child is also mine? Susani glanced at old Mr. E and Lady E. Old Mr. E patted the back of her hand and smiled kindly. It's all rumors. I heard some of them before, but I didn't take it to heart. I know you're a thoughtful child who likes to overthink things. Now, I'll let Yang tell you personally. After saying that, he pulled a long face and said in a serious tone, Sini, I don't want to scold you, but how can you believe such groundless rumors? Old Mr. E glanced at Yang and gave him a look. Yang said with a sullen face, it's just a rumor. Su Weiyin and I are just ordinary university classmates. I haven't seen her for many years. The child she brought back can't be mine. Susani lowered her head guiltily. I see. If it's fake, then it's fake. Is it necessary to explain it to me in front of Grandpa and Mom? You only slept in the guest room for one night. You're so petty. Yang glanced at her. Susani, shouldn't you apologize to me? Of course I have to apologize. It's my fault for provoking such a petty person like you. Calling your parents without saying anything. I really can't afford to play with you. Susani looked at him guiltily, and tears seemed to be rolling in her eyes. Honey, I'm sorry. I've wronged you. Don't be angry. Yang watched her performance quietly, his eyes emotionless. And then? I swear that I'll never doubt you again. Yang continued to look at her. I've already sworn. What else do you want me to do? Susani used her acting skills and instantly burst into tears. She turned to look at old Mr. E with tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with Yang impulsively yesterday. I even let him sleep in the guest room for one night. Please forgive me. She then turned to look at Lady E and apologized sincerely. "Mom, I'm sorry. I won't do it again." Her sincere apology and pitiful tears fell like rain. She acted very well. "Bastard, don't think that you're the only one who knows how to call your parents." As expected, old Mr. Yi's heart softened instantly. His tone softened. All right. Since Cindy has apologized, this matter will end here. No one is allowed to mention it again in the future." Lady Yi chimed in. "Dad is right. This was a misunderstanding. It's good that it's resolved now. The most important thing between a husband and wife is trust. Don't argue over this matter again, okay?" Susani choked with sobs and nodded. She blinked her tears and looked at Yang. "Honey, don't be angry. It's my fault. How about I sleep in the guest room tonight? I can sleep in the study or the living room as long as you're not angry." Of course, Yang knew what she was thinking, but he didn't point it out. Mom is right. The most important thing between a husband and wife is trust. Don't argue with me whenever you don't like it. Do you hear me? Old Mr. E and Lady E didn't say anything. "I'll bear with it." Susani looked like a little wife who had been bullied. She nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I hear you." Yang forced an okay out of his throat. Then he got up. "Grandpa, Mom, Cindy, and I will go up first. You should rest early." "Okay, go ahead." Yang glanced at Susani, who was sitting on the sofa and didn't want to move. He gave her a look. Susani got up helplessly and continued to look like a little wife who had been bullied. She followed Yang upstairs and went back to her room. Yang went through the door first. He sat on the sofa and leaned back. He looked at Susani, who couldn't wait to move 3 steps away. He felt high-spirited and full of mettle. "Close the door." Susani, who had moved to the edge of the sofa, clenched her fists. She had no choice but to move to the door and close it when Yang ordered her to. "Honey, get me a glass of water." "I'll bear with it. Just you wait." Susani endured the humiliation and poured him a glass of water. Yang took it and was very picky. "Don't you have a warm one? Murder is against the law. Murder is against the law." "Susani, calm down. Don't be rash." Susani resisted the urge to pour the glass of water in front of her on Yang's face. She said with a twisted smile, "I'll go and pour it." After that, she went downstairs to pour warm water for the D*MN man. 5 minutes later, Susani came upstairs with a warm glass of water and handed it to Yang. "Honey, the water is here." Yang took it. "Thank you." But he didn't drink it. He put it on the small table in front of him. "He's really messing with me. About Su Weiyin and I think you should have heard my reply downstairs just now. I don't want to hear you doubt me and Su Weiyin in the future. Got it?" Susani nodded. "As for you asking me to sleep in the guest room yesterday, honey, I was too angry last night." "Don't be angry. I really didn't do it on purpose." Yang raised his eyebrows. "Why aren't you talking about sleeping on the sofa or in the living room now? You're pushing your luck, aren't you? Are you trying to force me to Xianxia and perish together? If you're not angry, I can sleep in the guest room too. You make it sound like I'm willing to sleep in the same bed as you." After saying that, she wanted to leave. "Forget it." Yang stopped her from sleeping in the guest room. "This matter is over. Let's not talk about it again. Don't make a scene with me if there's nothing important in the future. Remember?" Susani nodded. Looking at Yang's side profile, she suddenly thought of Su Weiyin. She asked tentatively, then. "Honey, did you have a relationship with Su Weiyin 4 years ago?" Yang looked calm. After a pause, he said, "No." On the surface, it didn't seem like anything was wrong, but he paused for a moment. At this moment, Susani's woman's intuition told her that something was wrong. He was thinking about how to answer her. So there must have been something between the two of them 4 years ago, or something that Yang didn't want to talk about. Otherwise, his answer wouldn't have hesitated. "Really?" Susani paid attention to his expression. Yang frowned slightly and looked at Susani. What did you say downstairs just now? How did you guarantee it? Say it again. The most important thing between a husband and wife is trust. I won't doubt you anymore. Then what were you asking just now? I was just curious. Really? I didn't mean to doubt you. Honey, I believe you. You have to believe me too. Yang didn't want to be entangled in this matter. Okay, I believe you. Is there anything else you don't know about this matter? Susani thought about it and shook her head. Since you're clear, I don't think there are any misunderstandings between us. So, when should we make our relationship public? Susani was slightly taken aback by the sudden change of topic. What? Public? Why? Do you have concerns? Yes. Of course. Susani snapped out of her shock and said with an expression that said, Honey, look, my reputation is so bad now. If other people find out that I'm your wife, they'll definitely laugh at you. Grandpa and Mom might also be implicated by me. Other people's wives are all virtuous and well-educated. Although I'm not bad, people are fickle in today's society. They believe whatever rumors say and don't have the ability to think for themselves. It's okay for me to suffer, but I can't let you guys suffer. Yang said nonchalantly, Don't worry, Grandpa and Mom won't mind. I won't mind either. No. Susani said righteously. I mind. So? So I'm thinking that we'll make our relationship public after my reputation is good. What do you think, honey? After your reputation is good? Then won't I be single for the rest of my life? Dogman, you're only fit to be single for the rest of your life. How can you be worthy of such a beautiful girl like me? How can that be? Honey, you're joking. Don't worry, it won't take long. After Bebe's promotion is released, Phoenix Road will be released soon. I'll definitely be able to clear my name then. Yang looked at her solemnly as if he was thinking. No, no, no. I won't make it public even if you beat me to death. After we make it public, won't those little fresh meats call me Mrs. E and stay thousands of miles away from me in fear and trepidation? I just want a forest. Yang actually wants to hang me to death on a tree. Yang looked at her with a solemn face for a long time. Honey, you have to believe me. Susani looked at him without blinking, her eyes filled with pleading. Yang turned his head. All right, go take a shower. Looking at that smug look, Susani relied on her own endurance to hold back her restless fists. Honey, you're the best. I'll go take a shower first. With that said, she couldn't wait to get into the bathroom. After taking a shower, Susani went to bed and prepared to sleep. Yang leaned against the headboard and was flipping through a magazine. Honey, what are you looking at? Yang flipped the cover page for her to see. It was a magazine from BW. It was her issue. Susani smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Yang looked at Susani's explicit photo in the magazine and said casually, There's a charity banquet in 2 days. Come with me. Charity banquet? But Can't you accompany me if we don't make our relationship public? But, it's settled then. Yang closed the magazine and put it on the bedside table. His tone was very calm. Don't take such explicit photos next time. It won't be good if Grandpa and Mom see it. It was late at night. Susani lay in bed and looked at the side profile of the person sleeping soundly beside her. She asked tentatively in a low voice, Honey, are you asleep? There was no movement. Was he asleep? What a good sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Yang must have lied to her about what happened 4 years ago. He must have said that there was more to it than met the eye. Su Weiyin was so smart. That D*MN man might have fallen into her trap without knowing it. Or he might have known but didn't say it. No, she had to find out about the child. If it was a Yang's child, she would take the opportunity to get a divorce. If it wasn't a Yang's child, she would find a chance to get a divorce. After making up her mind, Susani got up quietly and found a pair of scissors in the cloakroom. Barefooted, she quietly walked to Yang's bedside. Wouldn't the truth be out after cutting 2 strands of hair and doing a paternity test? Thinking of this, Susani leaned over and reached out to Yang's head. The bedside lamp was behind her. She cast a gloomy and scary shadow on Yang's body. She held her breath and carefully pulled a handful of hair on Yang's forehead. Click. It was done. Why was it so difficult to do a paternity test in novels? One or two powerful people couldn't do anything to a woman. How incompetent. Just as Susani was secretly delighted, she happened to meet Yang's eyes that were opened in a daze. The two of them looked at each other. The scissors exuded a frightening cold light under the faint bedside lamp. She was still holding a handful of Yang's hair between her thumb and index finger. The air was still. Susani swallowed and held the scissors in front of Yang's eyes. She asked without confidence, "Hubby, if I said I just wanted to cut your hair, would you believe me?" Yang woke up from his sleep. He looked at the scissors in Susani's hand in shock and said in an incredulous tone, "Susani, are you trying to harm me? Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much money, thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, 3 can't live. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, 1 can't live. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 15 Little Red Riding Hood, 3 Yun Lan, 2 Chengdu Zhou Huimin, 32463795, 2985034, Sanyang, 407404134, A Tortoise Can't Turn Over, Gong Mu, No Money Can't Pass Doubles 11, One Fate Business Change. Listen, is this something a human would say? Harm you? Don't flatter yourself. Your life isn't worth me going to jail. Hubby, don't misunderstand. Yang stared at the scissors in her hand and said in a deep voice, "Stay away from me." Susani took 2 steps back. Yang got up and turned on the lights. He reached out to Susani. "Give it to me." The enemy was strong while she was weak. In this kind of situation, Susani judged the situation and sized up the situation. She was very unyielding. She did not argue with him and handed him the scissors that she had hidden behind her back. Yang looked at the scissors that still had a few strands of hair stuck on it. Cutting his hair in the middle of the night? Treating him like a fool? Speak clearly. Why are you cutting my hair in the middle of the night? Half asleep and half awake, he vaguely saw a woman standing in front of the bed holding a pair of scissors and grinning at him. His soul almost flew out of his body. Susani mumbled, "Nothing. It's just a few strands of hair. Is there a need to be so angry?" Say it again? Just a few strands of hair. No, Susani blurted out. Nothing. Yang looked at her silently for a long time. He didn't know why Susani cut his hair, so he said with a sullen face, "Take the scissors back and go to sleep." Susani replied with an "Oh." She took the scissors that Yang had thrown on the table and put it back into the cloakroom. She then wrapped a handful of hair in her hand with a clean tissue and put it into the jewelry box with a happy expression. "Everything is ready except for the east wind." Yang frowned. What was this woman up to again? The paternity test for Yang and Su Wei's child was not done on a whim. Susani had been planning for a long time. After Su Wei returned to China, there were rumors that she had a sugar daddy behind her. Countless paparazzi followed her secretly, hoping to take a picture of her sugar daddy and make a lot of money. Therefore, Susani effortlessly bought Su Wei's son's hair from a paparazzi on the 3rd day. "Are you sure it's his?" Susani, wearing a windbreaker, sunglasses, and a mask, stood behind an abandoned storeroom in the underground parking lot. The other paparazzi was also fully armed with a large cotton coat, a mask, and sunglasses. Like an undercover agent, he stood at the door and took out a small sealed plastic bag from his sleeve. He mysteriously passed it to Susani through the gap of the door. "I followed Su Wei's son and her nanny into the barber shop." How could it be fake? Susani looked at the hair's hair. "I know what you want to do. Don't worry, I have hair follicles." Hair? The paparazzi said. The child went crazy when he entered the salon. He kept pulling his hair. I took the opportunity to pick it up from the child's hand. "Take this to do a paternity test. It'll definitely work." "How did you know I wanted to do a paternity test?" Who doesn't want to know who the father of Su Wei's child is? The paparazzi lowered his voice and said, "If you know who the father is, are you interested in cooperating? I have people here. We can work together to create a big news story." You won't be at a disadvantage. Susani had no interest in big news, so she immediately said perfunctorily, "We'll talk about it later." "Okay, then I'll leave first." After saying that, the paparazzi looked around at the two of them. Seeing that there was no one around, he hurriedly left. Susani came out of the storeroom with two transparent plastic bags in her hands. She smiled meaningfully. It was such a simple thing. How could Susani mess it up? She still had to do it. Soon, she would be able to solve the biggest mystery in the novel. 2 hours later, Susani received a call from the hospital. The doctor, who was familiar with her over the phone, said in a low voice, "Miss Sue, the hair sample won't work. We can't do a paternity test." "It won't work? It can't be done? Why?" "Using hair for a paternity test requires hair with follicles. It's best if there are about 5 or 6 strands. The sample you brought over was cut." Susani instantly understood. So, in order to do a paternity test for Yang and Su Wei's son, she had to personally pluck 5 or 6 strands of hair from Yang's head. Susani looked out the window at the evening mist. The lights of the E-Clan building were still brightly lit across the street. Plucking the hair from a tiger's head, this was a bit difficult and not easy to do. However, if there was a way, there was a way. No matter how difficult it was, she was determined to get Yang's hair. After making up her mind, Susani went downstairs to the underground garage to drive home. At the elevator, she happened to bump into Jiang Yan, who was preparing to go home. "Jiang Yan? Going home?" Jiang Yan seemed to have just finished practicing. His hair was still wet. "Yes. Take my car. I'll give you a ride." In the past, Jiang Yan would agree readily. However, today, he rejected her flatly. "No, I have something to do today." Susani was also suspicious, so she only nodded. There was a serious traffic jam during rush hour. It took her more than 10 minutes to get from the underground garage to the main entrance of the company. Just as she was thinking about how to pluck the hair from a tiger's head, she saw Jiang Yan wearing a mask and hat. He kept a low profile as he walked towards the intersection ahead. Susani braked and was about to honk when she saw Jiang Yan expressionlessly walk towards a Maybach on the side of the road. Someone got out of the front passenger seat and respectfully opened the door for him. Jiang Yan seemed to have some misgivings. He said a few words to the person in the car before getting into the car. They were too far apart. Susani couldn't hear what he said or see who was sitting in the car. However, in her impression, wasn't Jiang Yan a child from an ordinary family? Otherwise, why would he be forced to work in the film studio after being banned by Sky Entertainment? A person who could afford to drive a Maybach and hire a driver and assistant didn't seem like an ordinary person. A child from an ordinary family in the entertainment industry getting into a Maybach. It was easy to imagine. Could it be that Jiang Yan was hiding something from her? Although these were Jiang Yan's private affairs and she had no right to ask, the child was still young and hadn't experienced the dangers of the world. It was fine if the person in the Maybach was a good person. However, what if the person in the Maybach was a bad person and she was cheated? Since she was Jiang Yan's boss, Susani thought that she should call him. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, Jiang Yan. Where are you now?" After a pause, Jiang Yan lowered his voice and said, "Xianxia, I just got into the car and was about to go home." "Are you looking for me?" "I remembered something. Don't you have a variety show in 3 days? There are some things that you need to pay attention to. Can you go back to the company now? I'll send you back tonight." Jiang Yan was silent for a moment and said, "Xianxia, I have something urgent. I'll go to the company early tomorrow, okay?" Something urgent. Since Jiang Yan didn't want to, she couldn't force him. Susani thought about it and agreed. "Okay. See you tomorrow." She hung up. Maybe she was overthinking. He just got into a Maybach. They were both adults. What was there to worry about? Tomorrow, he would beat around the bush and ask him what was going on. At the same time, Jiang Yan, who had hung up the phone, looked out of the car window coldly. He held his phone in his hand and unconsciously pressed the button to turn it on and off. The screen lit up, then turned black, then lit up again. The spacious and comfortable back seat was filled with a heavy atmosphere. It was too dark in the car and she couldn't see the man's face clearly. Occasionally, a street lamp flashed past the car window and she could see the pair of cold eyes under his piercing eyebrows. The man chuckled. "Kid, don't be nervous. We're just going home to have a meal with Dad." Jiang Yan's hand froze. "You shouldn't let me go for a meal. He won't be happy." "How can that be? He's been looking forward to this day for a long time." Jiang Yan turned around and looked at the man beside him with deep hatred and malice in his eyes. "I won't let him be happy." The car turned a corner and slowly drove into the villa area. On the other side, Susani successfully got through the traffic jam. As soon as she reached home, she saw an unfamiliar man in a suit coming out of the villa. When he saw Susani, he stopped and bowed slightly. She looked doubtfully at Uncle Chen, who was sending her off. Chenbo smiled and introduced him. "This gentleman is here to send an invitation to old Mr. E." "Invitation?" The man explained, "We're here to send an invitation to the charity banquet to old Mr. E." Susani suddenly understood. So it was the charity banquet that Yang mentioned last night. She entered the house. Old Mr. E and Lady E were sitting on the sofa and talking. There was an invitation in front of him. "Grandpa, Mom, I'm back." "You're back? We were just talking about you." "Me?" "Yes." Lady E showed her the invitation in front of her. "It's going to be a charity banquet in a city in 3 days. In the past, only Yang and I attended. This year, Dad was specially invited, but the weather has been too cold recently. Dad has always been in poor health and doesn't want to go out, so he wants me, Yang and you to attend." "Charity banquet? Will the media be there?" "That's for sure." "What's wrong?" Susani refused reluctantly. "I have something to do that day. I may not be able to go." 3 days later, Jiang Yan would participate in the first variety show. That child was the first artist under her studio. Of course, she had to do her best. She had promised to appear on the show as a guest. It was not good to go back on her promise. Most importantly, if she attended such an occasion with Yang, wouldn't her relationship with Yang be exposed in a minute? Well, you can discuss it with Yang when he comes down later. "Okay, we'll talk about this later. Are you hungry? Old Chen, please ask Yang to come down. It's time to eat." Yang, who had not changed his clothes, came down from upstairs and sat at the dining table. "Is Yang so free recently? He's back so early?" Susani sat down, holding her chopsticks and thinking carefully about how to pluck the hair from Yang's hair. "Oh yes, the people from the Charity Foundation came to deliver the invitation. It's going to be in 3 days. Get ready." Yang looked at Susani. Susani buried her head in eating and even dodged to one side. The words "don't touch me" were written all over her body. Yang sneered. "I know. Sini and I will definitely go." Susani looked up at him and seemed to be in a difficult position. "But I have something on that day." "Maybe, cancel it." "It's very important, cancel it." "Damn it. Isn't this forcing me to announce my relationship with him? It's over, it's over. He wants me to hang myself on this tree. That D*MN man used to be very tight-lipped and treated me like air. He didn't bring me to any banquets and treated me as if I didn't exist. Now he's trying to get close to me. What's the meaning of this? Coming and going at his beck and call? I'm so angry." Susani ate angrily and kept glancing at his head. "No, I have to think of a way." Yang glanced at her. By the way, old Mr. E reminded him, the Jiang family will definitely send people there. You have to be careful. Yang nodded. "I know. The Jiang family?" "The Jiang family's electronic technology company," Lady E explained. "We used to have a cooperative relationship, but it faded later." Susani suddenly understood. So it was the male lead's family. Jiang Hui and Yang were the same. They were both people who had entangled with Su Weiyin 4 years ago. In fact, Su Weiyin had entangled with other men besides the two of them. She had also acted with Han Xiao. Several other rich second-generation heirs were also related to Su Weiyin. It was just that these three people were emphasized and the others were background characters to show Su Wei's charm. The reason why Jiang Hui got the beauty was that he didn't have a wife like her, who always went against Su Wei. However, unfortunately, Yang did. Hubby, Susini attentively put a piece of pink lotus root into his bowl and smiled like a good wife and mother. You've been working hard recently. Eat more. After Susini cut a small chunk of his hair last night, Yang was now highly alert when facing her. He was afraid that Susini would do something in front of him again. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. Susini was very considerate. Hubby, don't work too hard recently. I always see news on the news about people who work overtime and suddenly die. You should be careful too. Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Ever since he could hear Susini's inner thoughts, his eyebrows had never relaxed. Susini's tone sounded quite expectant. What was she up to again? The old man asked. Is there a lot of work at the company recently? Not much. The interim work has been finished for the time being. That's good. Lady Yi gave him a piece of pork rib. You've been coming back late at night recently. You have to eat more. They ate, and only the sound of bowls and chopsticks could be heard at the dining table. Aya. Hubby, what's with your hair? Why does it have white hair? An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Susini anxiously put down her chopsticks and was about to touch his hair. Yang's body swayed to the right. He reacted quickly and stayed half a meter away from her. He looked at her warily. What are you doing? Susini's hand stopped in front of Yang's eyes. She looked innocent. I saw that your hair has turned white, so I wanted to take a closer look. No need. You must have seen wrongly. Sit down and eat. Lady Yi looked at Yang in surprise. Why do you have white hair? There's no such thing. Sini was mistaken. After saying that, he glared at Susini. Susini looked as worried as Lady Yi. Mom, it must be. I saw it just now. Lady Yi looked at Yang worriedly. Yang, it's probably because you're tired that you have white hair at such a young age. Let Sini take a good look and see if it's true. Yes, honey. Let me take a look. Yang wanted to get angry, but he couldn't find a reason to. He looked at Susini with an expression that said, that's enough. Susini ignored him and stood up. In the name of doing it for his own good, old Mr. Yi and Lady Yi were here. With one hand on his shoulder and the other hand on his hair, she pretended to look for white hair on his head. Honey, don't worry. I saw it just now. She carefully moved a few times. She sounded surprised as if she had discovered a new world. Honey. You really have white hair. I'll pull it out for you. Susini. Don't move. You really have white hair. I saw it. I'll pull it out for you now. Susini grabbed Yang's head at lightning speed. She seized the opportunity and pinched a few strands of Yang's hair with her thumb and index finger. Rip, Yang's face turned green. He gritted his teeth. Susini. Susini looked at the 3 strands of black hair in her hand and was stunned. She seemed to feel embarrassed that she had seen wrong. She smiled at Yang apologetically. I'm sorry, honey. I saw wrong. Yang didn't believe a single word. He glared at her. Did you do it on purpose? How could I do it on purpose? Susini looked extremely shocked, as if she was blaming him with her eyes for thinking that way. You really misunderstood me. She happily wrapped the 3 strands of hair with a tissue and looked at Yang innocently. She felt wronged. I was just worried that you saw wrong. Don't be angry. All right, all right. Old Mystery tried to smooth things over. It's just a small matter. Sini was worried about you. What's there to be angry about? Let's eat. Old Mystery gave the order and no one dared to disobey. Yang glared at Susini, who couldn't hide the joy at the corners of her mouth, and picked up his chopsticks angrily. I got 3 strands of hair. I'll find a way to pull 3 more later. Yang covered the hair that Susini had pulled out and looked at Susini with an indescribable expression. She wanted to pull 3 more strands of hair, she was pushing it. After dinner, Susani chatted with old Mr. E for a while before going upstairs. Yang wasn't in the room. She strolled into the study and saw him sitting behind the desk. Susani poked her head out. Found it. Yang's eyebrows twitched. He looked up at Susani, who was sneaking around the door. Bring me some fruit. Okay, right away. Just as Susani turned to go downstairs, Yang got up expressionlessly, quickly closed the door of the study, and locked it. She wanted to torture him? Dream on. Susani, who was carrying a plate of fruit upstairs, held the door handle and was about to open it when she found that the door was locked from the inside. Honey? She knocked on the door. There was no response. Susani knocked on the door again and said loudly, Honey, I brought you the fruit. I don't want to eat for the time being. Go back to your room and rest first. Yang's voice came from inside. Is this man a Russian nesting doll? One after another. What is he up to all day? Susani put a piece of fruit into her mouth. Then I'll go and rest first. Honey, you should rest early too. I don't believe that you won't go back to your room to sleep tonight. Yang typed on the keyboard loudly. His eyebrows were so deep that they could kill a fly. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Susani looked at the time on the clock on the wall. Her eyelids were struggling. Why wasn't Yang back to sleep yet? She was so sleepy. What kind of work was so important that he couldn't sleep at this late hour? With his working hours, even white hair would be good. He would die of sudden death sooner or later. 12:30. The room door opened quietly. Susani was curled up on the sofa. A corner of the blanket covering her slid to the ground. She was obviously waiting to fall asleep. Yang looked at her helplessly. Susani, wake up. There was no response. A strand of hair slid down her cheek. It seemed a little itchy. In her half-asleep state, Susani reached out to scratch it. She frowned and mumbled a few words. She turned her head and fell into a deep sleep again. Yang laughed. Sleeping quietly was so much cuter than being noisy during the day. Couldn't she be more obedient all day long? Wasn't she tired of causing trouble all day long? Yang took a deep breath and bent forward. He put one hand behind Susani's back and the other under her knees. He secretly exerted strength in his arms and lifted Susani up. She seemed to be waking up. Susani leaned on Yang's shoulder and took a deep breath. Her warm breath spread on Yang's neck. It was a little itchy and a little hot. That sweet smell surrounded his nose. Yang took a deep breath. He didn't wake her up and gently put her on the bed. Once she was on the bed, Susani turned over. There was no sign of waking up. She continued to sleep with her back facing Yang. So heavy. Like a pig. This was because Susani had not woken up yet. If she had woken up, she would have fought Yang to the death. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Susani's face in the morning, Susani slowly woke up. She had a good sleep last night. When she woke up, she felt full of energy. The pillow was empty. Yang should have eaten breakfast and gone to work. She didn't know when he went back to sleep last night. Wait, last night? Susani's thoughts came back. She was stunned. She seemed to have thought of something and knew that something was wrong. Wasn't she waiting for Yang to go back to sleep last night? She remembered that she slept on the sofa. How did she wake up on the bed? Susani was puzzled. She thought for a long time but couldn't remember what happened. Could it be that Yang carried me to the bed? Impossible. That's impossible, right? Yang would carry someone to the bed. Just thinking about that scene made Susani's entire being feel unwell. Yang would probably only kick her awake and let her go to bed with a cold face. Why would he be so gentle and considerate to carry her to the bed? She slept too early last night and didn't get the hair. She would find a chance to pluck 3 more strands of Yang's hair today. She lifted the blanket and was about to get out of bed. She seemed to have found a strand of hair on Yang's pillow. Hair? Susani lay on the bed and looked at the few strands of hair that had fallen on Yang's pillow. There were exactly 3 strands. Susani looked at the 3 strands of hair thoughtfully. This was too coincidental. She carefully picked up a strand of hair and looked at the root carefully. There seemed to be a hair follicle. Yang's hair started to fall out. Sure enough, people who were stressed out at work tended to go bald easily. Susani couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Yang's balding appearance. She thought maliciously. Wait until this dog is middle-aged and bald. Let's see who wants you then. But no matter what, the 6 strands of hair were gathered. She picked up the 3 strands of hair one by one, wrapped them in a tissue, and put them in a plastic package. It was done. She sent Yang's hair to the hospital that day. Usually, the results would be out in about a week. Now, all she had to do was wait. Her cell phone rang. It was Jiang Yan calling. Jiang Yan's voice on the phone was still so clear. Xianxia, I'm going on a variety show the day after tomorrow. Yesterday, you told me that you had something to tell me? What is it? Susani wanted to say something but stopped. How was she going to explain to Jiang Yan that she couldn't accompany him to the variety show the day after tomorrow? She didn't even have to think about it. Yang would definitely not let her, and she didn't want to break her promise. Susani, who was caught in the middle, was in a dilemma. For the first time, she felt Anya's worries. Thank you for your knowledge about the paternity test in the previous chapter. However, I've written about the paternity test a few times. It's quite clear, except for the fact that the paternity test requires 6 strands of hair. Anyway, thank you for your knowledge equals 3 equals thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent a lot of money, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, 2949722131, thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, I'll kill you too if you keep nagging, no padding and stealing, 39498374, goo goo goo. 34346256, 192 Little Sweetie, Q, eating grapes without spitting grape skin, Givenchy? Givenchy, Xiaobuman, Happy Poo Poo, 25117768, Songjing, Jingming, no money on Double 11, Ying Monster, Feng Yang, La La 1, I'm sorry, Jiang Yan. I might not have time to go to the variety show the day after tomorrow. There's a charity dinner that I have to attend. How about this? I'll let Anya accompany you. Next time, we can go to the variety show together, okay? Jiang Yan sat on the floor of the practice room, leaning against the mirror on the wall in a daze. Perhaps it was because he had been practicing for too long, his brain was a little lacking in oxygen, so his head was very dizzy and swollen. His mind was only echoing the words that Susani had said to him on the phone. At the charity banquet. Jiang Yan knew that attending the charity dinner was much more important than participating in a variety show. Moreover, Susani would only appear as a special guest on the variety show. Her appearance time would not exceed 10 minutes, and there would not be too much screen time for her. He should have understood. The door to the practice room opened. Anya came in with 2 cans of soda. She handed one to Jiang Yan and sat down beside him. You've worked hard these past 2 days. Just this one can. Don't do it again. Anya had always been strict with her artists when it came to managing their figures. Jiang Yan took it. Don't worry about the variety show the day after tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Jiang Yan looked at her. Cindy called me just now. It's normal to be delayed by something. Don't take it to heart. She didn't mean to stand you up. Jiang Yan lowered his head and held the can in his hand without drinking. I know. He asked, Anya, what kind of man does Xianxia like? Anya, who was opening the can, paused for a moment. As a woman who understood men, of course, she understood what Jiang Yan meant. She nonchalantly opened the can and took a sip, saying, she likes mature and charming men. Jiang Yan muttered, mature and charming? You know, Xianxia is not young anymore. She has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and the most suitable man for her is the kind who can shelter her from the wind and rain. If you can't be better than her, then you definitely can't be weaker than her. Anya looked at him and asked, are you 22 years old this year? Jiang Yan nodded. Have you ever been in love? He shook his head. Anya laughed. You grew up in a loving family, didn't you? You don't have much experience. You'll understand after 2 more years in the entertainment industry. Jiang Yan was silent. Anya patted him on the shoulder. You're still young, don't be anxious. You've just entered the entertainment industry, don't think about finding a girlfriend. That's digging your own grave. At least wait until you've stabilized. I understand. It's good that you understand. Alright, you can continue practicing. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Anya left the practice room. Jiang Yan didn't drink the can of soda in his hand. Even though Susani repeatedly scolded Yang in her heart, when she saw the auction items included in the invitation to the charity banquet, she finally forgave Yang mercifully. Of course, the most important thing was that there were no reporters present. The charity banquet was also a charity auction. People would take out their valuable treasures for auction and donate all the proceeds to charity. Unlike the charity banquets in the entertainment industry, this charity banquet focused more on the charity itself. In this kind of occasion to show off their status, there were many people who were willing to spend money. They raised the price as if it didn't cost money. The finale of the auction was a sapphire necklace that attracted the most attention. It was as famous as the legendary Heart of the Ocean. It was donated by the wife of a philanthropist. Susani remembered that in the novel, Susani and Su Weiyin fought fiercely for the sapphire necklace. Unfortunately, with the financial support of Jiang Huai, Susani, who fought alone, missed out on this sapphire necklace. Looking at the description of the auction item, Susani smiled. Such a beautiful thing, of course it belongs to whoever wins the bid. There was a knock on the door. Yang stood at the door and looked at her. Are you done? We should go. Susani got up from the dressing table and stood in front of Yang. How is it? Do I look good? The silvery sequined fishtail dress accentuated her exquisite figure vividly. It was hard for a man not to be amazed by her perfect curves. Not bad. Susani smiled slightly. She didn't have any expectations for a man like Yang. After all, would you expect a blind man to praise you? She went forward and held Yang's arm. She smiled at him and said, let's go. Mrs. E was waiting in the living room. When she saw Susani coming down, she looked at her. Her neck was empty, and she felt that something was missing. The charity banquet was held in a hotel. The host of the charity banquet was the donor of the sapphire necklace. He had known Lady E for many years, and the two of them couldn't stop chatting when they met. You're finally here. Look, almost everyone is here. I was waiting at the door and thought you weren't coming. Lady E smiled and said, when have I ever missed your charity banquet? Let me introduce you. This is Cindy, my daughter-in-law. The host of the banquet was surnamed Song. Mrs. Song held her husband's arm and looked at Cindy in surprise. Mrs. Song, who was over 50 years old, maintained herself well and looked gentle. Daughter-in-law? You're finally willing to bring her out? Mrs. Song and her husband attended Yang's wedding, but they only met briefly and didn't do anything after that. If Lady Yi didn't take the initiative to introduce her today, she would have forgotten that Yang had a wife. This is Mrs. E? Susani stood up. Hello, Mrs. Song. You can call me Cindy. Mrs. Song looked at her and sighed. Yang, you're so lucky to have such a young and beautiful wife. Yang was humble. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Come in and have a seat. We'll talk later. Okay. Lady Yi led the two of them into the banquet hall. At this moment, the banquet hall was full of people chatting in groups of 2 or 3. They found their seats and sat down. Susani was very quiet throughout the entire banquet. She couldn't be more low-key. Cindy, take a look at the auction tonight. If there's anything you want, let me know. Susani was flattered. Thank you, Mom. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice sounded. Auntie? You're here too? They looked in the direction of the voice. It was Qin Yan, who hadn't shown her face in a long time. Ever since Qin Yan set up Yang at her birthday party, Susani hadn't seen her in the Yi family. Lady Yi also didn't mention Qin Yan. Now, Qin Yan stood in front of the banquet hall with a glass of orange juice and smiled generously. Lady Yi's smile faded a lot. She wasn't very enthusiastic, but in Susani's opinion, her attitude towards Qin Yan was completely different from before. After all, in Lady Yi's heart, Qin Yan was the ideal candidate for her future daughter-in-law. She usually treated her like her own daughter. She didn't expect that she would do such a thing to Yang at her birthday party. While Mrs. E reflected that she had misjudged Qin Yan, she was also extremely disappointed in her. "Oh, it's Qin Yan. Long time no see." "Yes, long time no see. I've been a little busy recently, so I haven't been able to visit you." "It's okay. Go ahead. Cindy and I will take a look at the auction tonight." Her tone was very obvious. Qin Yan felt awkward for a moment, but she forced a smile and said, "Auntie, is there anything you want to buy?" I'm asking Cindy what she wants." After speaking, Lady Yi looked at Cindy and said, "Cindy, tell me if you like anything later, okay?" Susini nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you. We're family. What's a Yang's is yours. What's there to thank? What's a Yang's is mine. So generous? How can it be? Except for the wedding ring, Yang, that dog of a man, hasn't given me a single thing since he got married." Susini thought for a moment. "But I spent 2 belts and a watch on Yang. What a loss, what a loss, what a loss." Yang glanced at her and wanted to say something, but when he saw Susini's empty neck, he remained silent. Qin Yan, who was ignored, couldn't stay any longer. She smiled and said, "Auntie, I'll visit you another day. I'll leave first." Lady Yi smiled and didn't ask her to stay. Yang didn't say a word the whole time. He didn't even look at Qin Yan. A woman Lady Yi was familiar with came to greet them. After chatting for a while, she looked at the ladies gathered on the other side and laughed. Lady Yi looked at Cindy and asked her, "Cindy, do you want to go over and say hello?" Susini knew that Lady Yi wanted to take this opportunity to introduce her to the people in their circle. However, Susini sat on the spot with a troubled look on her face. "My face almost froze when I was chatting with Mrs. Song just now. You had to say hello to so many women. Your face must be cramping from laughing, right? Forget it, forget it. I'll just deal with this kind of occasion." Just as Susini stood up, Yang pulled her back and said to Lady Yi, "Mom, I have something to tell Cindy. I'll have to trouble you to hold them off for a while." "Just a while, I'll be right there." "What's so urgent?" "It's something important." Lady Yi said helplessly, "Okay." Susini sat down happily without having to fake a smile and socialize. "Honey, do you have something to tell me?" Yang looked at her and then looked at the auction item in front of him. He wanted to say something but didn't. "Nothing." "Then, I'm just worried that you won't know if you're blabbering and offending people." Susini secretly rolled her eyes. "Bastard, you're so annoying." There seemed to be a commotion at the entrance of the venue. Susini looked up and saw a man in a suit walking into the venue as if there was no one around. His eyes were extremely sharp, making people feel that this man was not easy to get along with and even more difficult to deal with. However, there were many people who went up to chat with him. The man would occasionally exchange a few words with people who came up to greet him, but he turned a blind eye to most of them. Beside him was a woman in a white dress who was holding his arm. The man was a talented man and the woman was beautiful. Looking at them, they were quite compatible. The two walked over and sat at the table next to Susini's. "Mr. E, long time no see." "Mr. Jiang, how have you been?" The two of them looked at each other coldly across the aisle. "Mr. Jiang? This is Jiang Hui? He's quite similar to what I imagined. He's quite handsome." Yang glanced at her. Imagined, Susini, this woman, had her heart set on Jiang Hui before? I wonder who this person beside Mr. E is? Before Yang could say anything, the woman beside Jiang Hui answered for him. "This is Mrs. E." She smiled at Susini. "Mrs. E, long time no see. Do you know each other?" "I was lucky enough to be looked for by Mrs. E once." "It was about Mr. E." Su Weiyin looked at Yang. "Yang, long time no see." Susini was paying attention to Yang's expression. After all, this was the first time he and Su Weiyin had met. I wonder if Yang has feelings for Su Weiyin. Do the two of them like each other? After 4 years, there should be some feelings for an old flame, right? Susini suppressed her excitement and secretly glanced at Yang. She looked sideways and met Yang's gaze. Susani suddenly retracted his gaze. If you're not looking at Su Weiyin, why are you looking at me? Jiang Hui saw Su Weiyan's expression and asked, you know Yang? Of course I know him. Su Weiyin was very open. Yang and I were classmates in university. I knew him much earlier than I knew you. Listen to this speech technique. It's not only for me, but also for Jiang Hui. Yang and I were classmates in university. I knew him much earlier than I knew you. Isn't this telling me that she and Yang had such a pure and innocent time in school? Isn't this telling Jiang Hui that I've known this man for a long time and that I have a spare tire? If you don't treat me well, I'll find someone else. Isn't this giving Jiang Hui a sense of urgency? By the way, Yang, what marriage? I don't even know. When I went abroad 4 years ago, you were still single and didn't even have a girlfriend. It seems that Miss Su has her own strengths to capture Mr. Yi's heart. TSK, this woman is quite good at talking. When I went abroad 4 years ago, you were still single. Isn't this telling me and Jiang Hui that you were still in contact with Yang 4 years ago? Otherwise, how would she know so clearly? Susani smiled. We are engaged. We got married 2 years ago. Yang didn't say anything and reached out to hold Susani's hand. What are you doing? Susani maintained her smile and wanted to pull her hand out of Yang's hand, but she couldn't. Could it be that he's jealous of Su Weiyin and Jiang Hui's intimate behavior? Is that why he wants me to take the bullet? Yes, it's like this in novels. The supporting male character sees the woman he loves being intimate with another man. He doesn't want to lose face or lose his self-esteem, so he finds a female cannon fodder to take the bullet. I'm so pitiful. I actually became the victim of this love triangle. Yang looked over unhappily. Susani, are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Then don't talk so much. I'm not. Su Weiyin laughed softly and said, you two have a good relationship. I'm relieved. Su Weiyin seemed to recall something from the past. When we were in university, Yang was the most handsome guy in our faculty. Unfortunately, he was too cold and wasn't as likable as the most handsome guy back then, so he was ranked second. At that time, I was thinking about what kind of woman Yang would like in the future. Jiang Hui looked at her. You remember things from university quite clearly. Of course, at that time. Su Weiyin seemed to have thought of something and smiled at Jiang Hui. Mr. Jiang, Yang and I are just ordinary friends and classmates. Susani felt that as a woman who was deeply in love with Yang, she couldn't remain silent at this time. Su Weiyin, I don't want to know about your past with Yang, so don't mention it again. Susani pointed at Qin Yan, who was sitting at a table not far away. Do you know Qin Yan? When she was young, she played house with Yang. She acted as the bride and Yang acted as the groom. She even said something like I'll marry you if you're not married by the age of 25. Don't mention it, it's meaningless. Yang corrected her. I didn't say that. You must have said it, but you don't remember it. I didn't say it. You said it. Otherwise, how could Qin Yan remember it so clearly? Yang frowned and looked away. Su Weiyin smiled slightly to hide her embarrassment. Really? Mrs. E is in a good mood. If that's the case, why did you misunderstand my relationship with Yang? It's here. I knew that Su Weiyin couldn't forget the last time I threw money at her. Most likely, he would mention it, but I didn't expect him to mention it now. What misunderstanding? Jiang Hui asked. It's like this. Not long after I returned to China, someone helped me and Mrs. E. They said that Mrs. E wanted to see me and talk to me alone. I didn't have any friends, so I was bored at home. Su Weiyin chuckled as if she was amused. I didn't expect Mrs. E to give me money to leave Yang. I was stunned at that time. Yang looked at her in disbelief. Susani quickly said, Hubby, don't be angry. I didn't give you money. Yang couldn't help but laugh. Not only Yang, but even Jiang Hui laughed. Miss Su is quite interesting. Yang stopped laughing and said helplessly, Is this a question of whether I gave you money or not? I didn't know it was a misunderstanding at that time. She looked at Su Weiyin. It's not a big deal. Is there a need for Miss Su to say it here? Are you trying to sow discord? Su Weiyin was stunned. That was what she meant. However, Susani pointed out her purpose so easily. She didn't know how to reply. Humph, I hit the nail on the head and you have nothing to say, right? If you want to embarrass me and fight with me, you'll have to cultivate for a few more years. Miss Su, don't think too much. I didn't mean it that way. Susani was aggressive. If you didn't mean it that way, then what did you mean? Do you think you can use this to make fun of me? Miss Su, don't mind me. I was just saying it casually. Also, I want to take this opportunity to explain it to you. Explain what? Yang and I are just ordinary friends and classmates. There's no love affair. She looked at Jiang Huai gently. However, Jiang Huai turned a deaf ear to her gentle gaze. He lowered his eyebrows and rubbed the ring on his index finger. Miss Su, even if you don't believe me, you should believe in Mr. Yi, right? Susani's expression softened. Of course I believe in Yang. Someone brought a glass of wine to chat with Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai left the table for a while. Su Weiyin looked at Yang and smiled gently. Yang, congratulations on finding such a beautiful and interesting wife. Yang nodded and didn't say anything. His cold expression made Su Weiyin uneasy. You're still the same as before. You don't like to talk. After saying that, she lowered her head and seemed to sigh. She looked up and forced a smile. Sorry, I need to go to the washroom. Susani clicked her tongue in wonder. Yang can actually be so calm in front of his old flame. It's as if nothing happened. Impressive. He's too good at enduring. Yang frowned and looked at her. He tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't. Susani, tell me, what are you thinking about all day long? Susani looked innocent. I'm not thinking about anything. What does Yang mean by that? He's not suspecting me, is he? She thought about it carefully. I mercilessly exposed Su Weiyin's true colors just now. Yang wouldn't really believe me, would he? That can't be, right? Yang's ability to identify B** cheese is so good now? He can even identify a high-level woman like Su Weiyin? Susani felt that she needed to make up for it. Hubby, did I say something wrong just now? No. No, I must have said something wrong. Susani's face was full of regret as he said, let me think about it carefully. Just now, I must have used the yardstick of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman. Su Weiyin's words must have been said casually. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would sow discord. I misunderstood her. I don't think so. Yang looked at her and analyzed it carefully. Don't you think that Su Weiyin's words were very skillful? Skillful? The first time we met, she said that we were university classmates. She knew me much earlier than she knew Jiang Huai. Do you know what she meant by that? Susani was confused. What did she mean? She was telling Jiang Huai that she and I used to go to university together. She told Jiang Huai that she and I have known each other for a long time. She purposely made it sound ambiguous to make Jiang Huai feel pressured. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. Is that so? It can't be, right? Weiyin is your friend. She just said it casually. Don't read too much into it. Yang said, not only that. Didn't you pay attention to what she said later? What did she say? Later, she said that I was still single when she went abroad 4 years ago. I didn't even have a girlfriend. What does that mean? What does it mean? Yang analyzed it one by one. She wanted to tell you and Jiang Huai that she was still in contact with me 4 years ago. She purposely brought up a past that no one could explain clearly to make you and Jiang Huai jealous and have a knot in your heart. Susani, she kept bringing up our past in front of you and Jiang Huai to sow discord between us. So when she said that you gave her money to leave, her motive was to make me look bad and sow discord between us. Susani braced herself and said, that can't be, right? Weiyin doesn't seem like such a person. Yang said meaningfully, that's because you're inexperienced. You've seen it today? One person can play so many people around in circles. That's also a skill. Susani doubted life for a moment. Amazing, amazing. What exactly did Yang go through? From a person who even Qin Yen, a low-level White Lotus, couldn't see through, he was directly promoted. He could see through Su Wei's high level and even analyzed it clearly and logically. So smart. I wonder if he saw through me. I don't think so. After all, my level is much higher than Su Wei's. Benevolent people see benevolent people and wise people see wisdom. Yang can see through Su Wei. This shows that this man is not simple. Looks like I have to be more careful in the future and not give myself away. Hubby, you're still the best. You can see through Su Wei's true colors at a glance. Unlike me, who's so simple and can't see through it all. Sorry for being late. Thank you for your support, thank you to the classmates who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angels who threw the grenades, 2 warm little foxes. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmines, 2 Kamui, 40228914, Tashiko Names, Kamui, 40637860, Namo asterisk, today's weather is good, Shannon has cat, no money for 1111. Susani's family was considered late to the charity banquet, and it didn't take long before the venue was almost full. Mrs. Song was quite influential in City A, and many celebrities from all walks of life were willing to give her face and attend the event. After Lady Yi returned, Jiang Huai and Su Weiyin, who had just returned from the washroom, sat down. The auction officially began. After a lengthy speech from the host and a speech from the host, Mrs. Song, the first auction item was brought out by a sweet hostess. It was a crystal-clear white jade bottle. The first item of today's auction is this white jade vase from the Qing dynasty. It was donated by Mr. Qin. The starting price is 300,000 yuan. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000 yuan. The bidding begins now. The white jade bottle was a decorative item, and its collection value wasn't too high. Susani raised her paddle first. Miss Susani bids 210,000. Mr. Wu bids 230,000. Susani continued to raise her placard. Miss Susani bids 250,000. Miss Su Weiyin bids 280,000. Susani looked at Su Weiyin. She remembered that during the auction, Susani would always bid higher than Su Wei's lowest bid. She didn't want to get this thing, she just wanted to snatch the thing that Su Wei wanted and make Su Wei lose face. Everything was going smoothly. Neither of them was willing to give way to the other. Just as Susani's eyes were red with anxiety, she called out a price that was 3 times the value of the item. Su Wei stopped bidding. Naturally, this item was bought by Susani. Not only did Su Wei gain a good reputation for being generous, but she also made Susani swallow her anger and spend a high price to buy this item that she didn't like at all. She gained a reputation for being competitive. Therefore, during the auction, Susani was jealous. As long as Su Wei wanted something, she would definitely fight for it. In the end, she was tricked by Su Wei and bought a bunch of things that she didn't like. She couldn't compete for the last sapphire necklace. Finally, the sapphire necklace was bought by Su Wei. Both fame and fortune. Susani smiled and raised her placard. Miss Susani has bid 300,000 yuan. Are there any higher bids? Su Wei continued to raise her placard and smiled apologetically at Susani. Miss Su Wei bids 330,000. Mr. Chen bid 400,000. 400,000. Is there anything higher than 400,000? Miss Susani bids 430,000. Miss Su Wei bids 450,000. Is there anything higher than 450,000? Seeing that the price was getting higher and higher, far exceeding the value of the vase itself, Lady Yi looked at her in confusion. Sunny, why do you like this vase so much? Of course, Susani said, I'll put it in my bedroom when I get home. A bouquet of red plum blossoms in a vase will definitely be very beautiful. Su Wei raised her placard. Miss Su Wei bids 550,000. She took the bait, she took the bait. I knew that Su Wei wouldn't let go of any opportunity. You want to scheme against me and compete with me? Let's see who can win. Susani raised her placard. Miss Susani bids 600,000. Miss Su Wei bids 630,000. Miss Susani bids 700,000. Susani was determined to win. He looked at the white jade vase beside the host. She was very confident that Su Weiyin would continue to bid. This is nothing. 700,000 is not enough to show Su Weiyin's love for this vase. She should at least get 800,000. The price should be 3 times that of this vase and then reluctantly give it up to show her generosity. Yang picked up the glass of red wine in front of him and took a small sip. 700,000 going once, 700,000 going twice. Susani smiled and prepared to get up to collect her spoils of war. Su Weiyin raised her placard. Miss Su Weiyin bids 800,000. It seems that Miss Su Weiyin also likes this white jade vase very much. Susani was stunned. After a moment of silence, she glanced at Su Weiyin, smiled slightly and put down her placard. 800,000 going once, 800,000 going twice. Is there anyone else who wants to make a bid? Does Miss Susani want to make a bid? Susani shook her head and smiled slightly. No, since Miss Su Weiyin likes it so much, I can't snatch it away. I'll let her have it. Su Weiyin looked at Susani. The host looked at Su Weiyin excitedly. 800,000 going thrice. Deal. This white jade vase belongs to Miss Su Weiyin. Thank you, Miss Su Weiyin, for your strong support for charity. At the same time, thank you, Mr. Qin Chong Qin, for your donation. Everyone applauded. Susani also smiled and clapped to congratulate Su Weiyin. Su Weiyin did not expect to spend 800,000 on a vase that had no practical value. She only wanted to raise the price to teach this brainless woman a lesson when she saw that Susani wanted this vase so badly. She was clearly going to bid until the end. Why did she stop at the last minute? This was the first time she felt an inexplicable panic that was beyond her control. The host continued to host the auction. That was the first item that we have auctioned. Next up is our second item. Su Weiyin, who was forced to bid for the white jade vase, did not look too good. She did not bid for the next few items. Jiang Hui tilted his head and looked at her. What's wrong? You bought something you like. Are you unhappy? Su Weiyin forced herself to put aside her emotions and smiled. No, I'm very happy. How could she be happy when her plan failed and she was forced to bid for something she did not like at a high price? She had underestimated Susani. As the items were auctioned off one by one, the atmosphere gradually reached a climax. Next up is our seventh item. This painting is the work of the famous painter Tang Xianxia and has been appraised as an authentic work. The starting price is 500,000 and each bid must not be lower than 50,000. Su Weiyin, who had been silent for a long time, finally had an idea. She knew that Jiang Hui's father liked Tang Xianxia's painting. Miss Su Weiyin bids 550,000. Mr. Zhao bids 600,000. This Mr. Gao bids 700,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Su Weiyin raised her hand again. Miss Su Weiyin bids 750,000. Susani raised her hand and looked determined to win. Miss Susani bids 800,000. Su Weiyin looked at her. Yang, I remember that Grandpa likes paintings too. Why don't I bid for it and give it to him? There were not many paintings at home. Instead of giving this painting to Grandpa, she might as well spend more effort on fishing rods. Of course, Yang did not say this out loud. After such a long time, how could he not know? Susani started to act up again. Up to you. Hearing this, Susani continued to raise her hand. Miss Susani bids 930,000. Miss Su Weiyin bids 1 million. Susani looked at Su Weiyin and raised her hand. Miss Susani bids 1,100,000. After a few bids, Susani and Su Weiyin were competing. The price of this painting was raised to 2,150,000. Susani knew that Su Weiyin was determined to win this painting. If she did not take advantage of her, she would be letting down Su Weiyin for stealing her endorsement and script. Miss Susani bids 2,450,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 2,450,000, 2,450,000. Going twice. The host looked around the room and raised the mallet in his hand, waiting for the last second to make the final call. The price of this painting was more than 4 times the original painting. The premium was too high and the loss was too great. It was not worth it. Su Weiyin thought about it again and again. This painting was the key to pleasing Jiang Huai's father. She could not lose to Susani. Gritting her teeth, she raised her hand. Miss Su Weiyin bids 2,500,000. 2,500,000, going once. 2,500,000, going twice. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 2,500,000, going thrice. Deal. Congratulations, Miss Su Weiyin. The room was filled with thunderous applause. She was a sucker. She was definitely a sucker. Su Weiyin smiled. Susani lowered her head. If one looked closely, one could see that her shoulders were trembling. Those who did not know what was going on would think that she was sad because she did not get the painting. 2,500,000, I'm dying of laughter. Who told you to be so sarcastic? Humph, you want to compete with me? Lady Yi gave Yang a look. Yang did not understand and asked back with a look. Lady Yi rolled her eyes at her silly son and comforted Cinny. Cinny, don't be sad. It's just a painting. Dad doesn't like paintings. He likes fishing. If you really want to give it to him, just give him a good fishing rod. He will definitely be happy. Susani held back her laughter and looked up sadly. Really? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Susani heaved a sigh of relief. Then I remembered wrongly. Fortunately, I didn't spend 2,500,000 on this painting. Otherwise, it would have been a waste. Su Weiyin, who had suffered consecutive defeats, took a deep breath. She could only smile in front of everyone. However, her clenched fists revealed her true feelings. No one would be happy if they had an extra million for no reason. Jiang Huai looked at her calmly and did not say anything. Ladies, please take note of the next item. This is a pigeon blood ruby diamond ring. A small ring box was opened on the stage. The bright red ruby in the middle was as hot as a flame. Everyone knows that the brighter the color of the pigeon blood ruby, the more beautiful and valuable it is. This 10-carat ruby ring is donated by Madame Zhao. The starting price is 2,800,000. Each bid must not be less than 100,000. The auction begins. 2,800,000 was actually a very low price for a 10-carat ruby ring. Susani stared at the ruby ring and raised her hand as if she was determined to win it. Miss Susani bids 2,900,000. Miss Qian bids 3 million. Miss Su Weiyin bids 3,200,000. In an instant, there was an endless stream of bids. Sure enough, women always had an indomitable spirit when it came to decorations. There was an endless stream of bids. After a few rounds, the ruby ring's price was raised to 5,100,000, 5,100,000, going once. Miss Su Weiyin bids 5,200,000. Susani seemed to want to argue with her, so he also raised his hand. Miss Susani bids 5,300,000. Su Weiyin held her hand. This ruby was indeed beautiful, but to her, she was more willing to use this ring to teach Susani a lesson. She raised her hand. Miss Su Weiyin bids 5,400,000. Susani continued to argue with her. Miss Susani bids 5,500,000. Miss Su Weiyin bids 5,600,000. Susani continued to raise her hand. Miss Susani bids 5,700,000. Everyone present could tell that as long as Su Weiyin and Susani went against each other, the price would definitely be raised. It wasn't something that the rational auctioneers could interfere with. Lady Yi teased her, "You like it that much?" Susani didn't say anything and only glanced sideways at Su Weiyin. The hostility in her eyes was obvious. Is she trying to raise my price like she did before? Sure. Su Weiyin smiled and raised her hand. Miss Su Weiyin bids 5,800,000. Miss Susani bids 5,900,000. Su Weiyin looked at Susani, who did not hesitate to raise his paddle to raise her price, and sneered. Miss Su Weiyin bid 6 million. She had made up her mind to let Susani use 6,100,000 to buy a ruby and diamond ring that had doubled the price. Susani raised her hand halfway and hesitated for a moment before she turned around and smiled slyly at Su Weiyin. You think I'll bid? As long as I bid 6,100,000, Su Weiyin will definitely not raise the price with me. She'll even pretend to say, a gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. Since Miss Susani likes it, I'll give it to Miss Susani. You want to cheat me? No way. She wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine. I'll give it to you. Susani's smile was so evil that Su Weiyin couldn't help but feel flustered. At this moment, the MC on the stage started to count down, 6 million going once, 6,000,000 going twice, 6,000,000 going thrice. Sold. This ruby and diamond ring belongs to Miss Su Weiyin. Thank you, Miss Su Weiyin, for supporting charity. There were constant whispers in the venue. Lady Yi looked at the ruby ring in surprise as it landed in Su Weiyin's hand. Sunny, didn't you like it? Susani seemed to be deep in thought. I thought about it carefully. A gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. Since Miss Su Weiyin likes it so much, I'll give it to Miss Su Weiyin. Su Weiyin, who had successfully bid 6 million for the ruby ring, was at a loss. Impossible. Susani clearly looked like she was going to raise the price to the end. Why did she suddenly stop bidding? She was impulsive. Under the influence of the atmosphere and her resentment, she didn't have time to calm down. However, Su Weiyin didn't believe that this was the result of Susani's independent planning. Susani definitely didn't have the brains to do so. Lady Yi saw that she was still empty-handed and couldn't help but say, "You child, you didn't bid for anything the entire night. Don't you have anything you like? Tell Yi Yang what you like and let Yi Yang bid for it for you." How can I do that? Susani looked at Yi Yang. What's there to be embarrassed about? Your husband and wife. What's Yi Yang's is yours? Hubby? Yi Yang had been sitting there as a spectator for most of the day. He moved slightly and murmured, Susani didn't bid for anything after that. Lady Yi, on the other hand, won a brooch and an expensive piece of jade. The charity auction had reached its final stage. Alright, everyone. Now it's time for the finale of the auction. A hostess brought an exquisitely carved jewelry box onto the stage. This auction item was donated by the organizer of tonight's auction, Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song smiled and stood up. The jewelry box slowly opened. A dazzling sapphire necklace appeared in front of everyone. It shone brightly under the lights of the venue and was breathtakingly beautiful. Susani looked at the sapphire necklace calmly. She looked listless and didn't seem to be interested in it. She even yawned. Ah, this sapphire necklace is too beautiful. No, this is mine. It's mine. It's mine. It must be mine. Everyone should know how precious sapphires are. 5 years ago, a cashmere sapphire necklace was sold for a sky-high price of 116 million Hong Kong dollars. The starting bid for this cashmere sapphire necklace donated by Mrs. Song is only 10 million. Each bid must not be lower than 500,000. Let the bidding begin. 10 million? What kind of price is this? It's too cheap. No, I have to hold it in. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. I have to be able to hold it in. I can't let that woman, Su Weiyin, ruin my plans. Although she was so excited that she couldn't wait to buy the necklace, Susani still looked uninterested. Yi Yang glanced at her. You don't like it? It's okay. Susani went against her conscience and said painfully, there are so many necklaces at home that I can't wear them all. If I buy it, I'll probably put it in a jewelry box and let it collect dust. Yi Yang nodded thoughtfully. Okay, then I won't bid for this necklace for you. I'll pick something you like next time. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. If I don't like it, can't you be a little more domineering and just throw it to me? It's only 10 million. You can't just stop bidding like that. Look at how stubborn you are. You're an embarrassment to the domineering CEO. Susani sighed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. If the D*MN man doesn't want to buy it for you, then buy it yourself. At the last critical moment, make a bid. Don't attract attention. Miss Gu bids 20 million. Is it necessary? It's just a necklace. Is it necessary to bid 20 million right off the bat? Miss Chen bids 25 million. Susani was speechless. If I continue bidding at this rate, will I have enough money? Susani started to worry about her pockets. Miss Li bids 27 million. Miss Su Weiyin bids 30 million. Miss Gu bids 32 million. After going through the entire auction, no auction item had made people so nervous and excited. Susani clutched her little heart. She couldn't take it anymore. Don't be afraid. It's only less than 40 million. Susani, you have money. You're a rich woman. Miss Li bids 35 million. No, it's really not necessary. It's just a necklace. Miss Su Weiyin bids 37 million. Miss Gu bids 39 million. Susani looked at the bidder, Miss Gu. She was cold and generous. Looking at the necklace, she seemed to be confident. Miss Su Weiyin bids 40 million. No, I still have to make a bid. She raised her hand. She had to be imposing. Miss Susani bids 40 million. Susani looked at Su Weiyin provocatively. She raised the lowest price and was still bullying Su Weiyin. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what was going on. Su Weiyin was slightly stunned, but it was only for a moment. She continued to bid. Miss Su Weiyin bids 42 million. Miss Gu bids 43 million. Su Weiyin calmly raised her hand. Miss Su Weiyin bids 44 million. Miss Gu hesitated for a moment. Susani knew that 44 million was probably Miss Gu's lowest price. She wouldn't raise it again. Seeing this, Susani raised her hand. Miss Susani bids 45 million. This could be considered as blatant targeting. It could almost be predicted that if Su Weiyin hadn't intervened, the final price of this necklace would have depended on how much hatred Susani had for her. Miss Su Weiyin bids 46 million. Miss Susani bids 46 million. Su Weiyin frowned and continued to bid. But no matter how much she bid, Susani's bid was always 500,000 more than hers. After a few rounds, the price of this sapphire necklace reached 49 million. Hold on, it's not 50 million yet. I have money, I can get it. Miss Su Weiyin bids 50 million. Susani raised her hand, bored. Miss Susani bids 50 million. Su Weiyin's face turned green with anger. Susani was definitely raising the price on purpose this time. If she continued to bid, she didn't know when Susani would raise the price. 55 million going once. The host looked around. 50,500,000 going twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Su Weiyin held her hand tightly, hesitating. 50 million going thrice. The gavel was about to fall. 55 million. A low voice sounded. Susani, who was in a state of excitement, felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. She looked in the direction of the voice. It was Jiang Huai. Su Weiyin was looking at Jiang Huai in surprise. The asterisk starred, I'll fight it out with him. You want to interfere in a woman's battle, are you a man? Spending 50 million to please a woman? Are you a man? Do you know how many projects you can invest in with 50 million? Isn't it your life goal to make the company bigger and stronger? A little love can make you lose your ambition, bah. You'll be like this for the rest of your life. Most of the time, big shots would end up for beauties. Jiang Huai was unfathomable, and there was no doubt about the strength of Jiang Group Electronics. If Jiang Huai really wanted to bid for this necklace for Su Weiyin, how could she be his opponent? That D*MN man definitely won't help me. I said no just now. Susani wished she could go back in time and strangle the woman who said she didn't like this necklace 20 minutes ago. Do you want to make a final struggle? I think I still have some private money. But I don't have much money to spend on this necklace. Forget it, calm down. It's just a necklace. What's there to think about? Let's keep the 50 million and go shopping in Paris. Mr. Jiang bid 55 million. Is there a higher bid? 55 million going once. Susani was disheartened. 55 million going twice. Susani was disheartened. 55 million going thrice. Susani closed her eyes in pain. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. If no one else bids, then this necklace belongs to Jiang, 60 million. A voice that spoke with perfect articulation was heard in an unhurried manner. Susani suddenly looked up and looked at Yang, who was silent and taciturn throughout the entire auction. It was as if she saw her savior. "Hubby?" Yang cleared his throat. "Just pat it casually." "Boss, go for it. Get rid of Jiang Huai, this man who goes against women. Go." Jiang Huai glanced at Yang. 65 million. Mr. Jiang bid 65 million. Yang raised his card calmly. 70 million. Mr. E bid 70 million, 75 million. Yang didn't hesitate. 80 million. Susani gasped and pulled Yang's hand. She temporarily pressed down on his card. Wait, isn't 80 million a little? This price was indeed a little out of her expectations. After all, in the novel, Su Weiyin successfully won the bid for 45 million without Susani messing up the last auction. Why did she become twice as tall when she was with these men? Yang, isn't 80 million a little expensive? I don't really like it. Do you want to buy it for Mom? Lady E smiled. I have one. It's okay, just let Yang bid. Our family can still afford this small amount of money. I see. Sorry for the disrespect. Yang still said the same 4 words. Just bid. The words casually made people think that he was purposely bickering. Before, there was Susani arguing for 500,000 each time. Now, Yang was arguing for 5 million. Family members would not enter the same house. What a bickering couple. 85 million. Yang calmly bid 90 million. These damn rich people. The host looked at Yang and then at Jiang Huai. Mr. E bid 90 million. Jiang Huai didn't bid immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and rubbed the ring on his index finger. After a long while, he said ambiguously, Mr. E is so generous for Mrs. E. Just bid. Although Yang had become a repeater, it had to be said that these 4 words were quite infuriating. Jiang Huai's expression was gloomy. At their level, holding the family business in their hands was nothing. They had always spent a lot of money at auctions for the sake of face. Since Mr. E is so persistent, Mrs. E must like this necklace very much. Then I can only reluctantly give this sapphire necklace to Mr. E. He stopped bidding. The host on the stage was very excited. 90 million going once, 90 million going twice, 90 million going thrice. Susani's heart was beating like thunder. Deal. The gavel was set. Congratulations to Mr. E and Mrs. E. Thank you for supporting the charity. The hostess handed the sapphire necklace over. Yang glanced at it casually, took it out, and bowed to put it on Susani's neck. The crystal-clear sapphire was dark and deep, as if it contained a blue ocean. Lady E finally knew what Susani's outfit was missing today. It was the sapphire necklace on her neck. Please don't have any in-depth research on this chapter. Thank you, the poor are already under a lot of pressure to write this chapter. Everyone, just bear with it. Chapter 49. Susani sat in her seat. The sapphire necklace around her neck shone brightly under the lights. Such a beautiful sapphire necklace made many women envious. But what made people envious was Yang. In order to win the smile of a beauty, he actually threw out 90 million to buy a necklace. Many people looked back and forth between Susani and Yang. Not many people knew about their marriage. If it wasn't for Lady E pointing at Susani from afar and introducing her as her daughter-in-law, they would have thought that Susani was just a female companion that Yang had brought along. For the past few years, Yang had never brought a female companion to any of the banquets, balls, or banquets. Many people in the circle even listed Yang as a single person who wanted to get married. Unexpectedly, they had been married for 2 years. The two of them had really hidden themselves well. They had covered themselves so tightly, yet there was no news at all. Moreover, since he was able to spend so much money on his wife, their relationship should not be bad. Feeling the curious gazes from all directions, Susani quietly tugged on Yang's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Hubby, don't you think this necklace is a bit expensive?" She had actually spent a lot of money before. For example, Yang had spent 1 million yuan in one night. Another example was going to Paris to buy goods without blinking. Another example would be the jewels and diamond rings on the jewelry table in her cloakroom. All in all, they were worth tens of millions. But in front of the necklace on her neck, they were all lackeys. I don't think so. Yang glanced at her and said, I know you don't like this necklace. Just wear it for now. I'll buy you something you like in the future. Susani reluctantly accepted Yang's first gift. All right. Thank you. You did a good job. At worst, I won't call you a dog man anymore. Yang raised his eyebrows but did not say anything. With the sale of the last item, the charity banquet had reached its final stage. The organizers of the charity gala, Mrs. Song and Mr. Song, walked over with wine glasses in their hands. Lady E, I really envy you. You have such a handsome and promising son and a beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law. Several people stood up. Madame E smiled, her face full of pride. Mrs. Song looked at the necklace on Susani's neck. Mrs. E, this necklace has finally found its true owner. It suits you very well. You're the one who's willing to part with your treasure to fulfill my wish. It's all for charity. Besides, it's an honor for Mrs. E to wear this necklace. Mrs. E has a good husband. Susani maintained the standard smile that was supposed to be used in social interactions. Yang was neither servile nor overbearing as he said humbly, You flatter me. Of course not. Who doesn't know that you've expanded the E clan to its current scale at such a young age? By the way, my husband has a project and is looking for partners. If Mr. E doesn't mind, can you sit down with my husband and talk about this project? Mr. Song, who was sitting next to Mrs. Song, smiled. Like father, like son. I have high hopes for Mr. E and the future development of the E clan. Let's sit down and have a good chat. Susani raised her eyebrows. Wasn't Jiang Huai the one who worked with Mr. Song in the novel? Why was it Yi Yang now? Did this necklace come with a project? Yi Yang smiled calmly. It's my honor to work with Mr. Song. They ended the conversation after chatting for a while. Say hello to old Mr. E for me. Of course. After that, the two went to Jiang Huai's table to chat. Susani looked at Mrs. Song and Mr. Song's backs thoughtfully. The charity banquet ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. Susani held Yang's hand and was about to leave the hotel when she ran into Jiang Huai and Su Weiyin, who were waiting for her at the door. Mr. E spent a lot of money tonight. Competitors had always been like this when they talked to each other, and they were always sarcastic. It's just 90 million yuan. That's true. Mr. E has a big family business, so 90 million yuan is nothing to him. Also, this necklace really suits Mrs. E. Jiang Huai changed the topic to Susani. I heard that Mrs. E opened a studio? Susani smiled. That's right. A studio. Jiang Huai thought for a while and said, although the entertainment industry values a person's potential, Mrs. Yi's studio needs to consider when signing artists. What do you mean? Mrs. E, do you think a boy under the age of 20 should focus on his studies or being a star? Susani immediately thought of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan? Jiang Huai, their surnames were both Jiang. What was their relationship? Younger brother. Didn't Jiang Huai's younger brother die early in the novel? He didn't even have a name and lived in memory as a younger brother. His age was also wrong. But other than that, she couldn't figure out why Jiang Huai would say something like that to her. Mr. Jiang, it's your choice. I have no right to interfere with who you want to be. All I can do is respect. But some children are inexperienced and immature. They need guidance from their parents. That's the parents' business. Mr. Jiang, you're blaming me for not doing my job? The smile on Jiang Huai's face disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he was trying his best to control himself. Su Weiyin smiled. Mrs. E is right. But parents aren't the only ones responsible for guiding adults. If Mrs. E signs such a person, is she responsible too? I've never signed a contract with anyone under 20, Mrs. E, why don't you go back and check? Jiang Huai said coldly. I'll leave first. Then, he turned and left. The Maybach driver opened the door and the two got in without a word. Su Weiyin was good at reading people's expressions. She knew that Jiang Huai wasn't in a good mood. Jiang Huai, what did you mean by what you said just now? Jiang Huai turned to look out of the car window and said in an unfriendly tone, I was just saying. Even if she didn't know why, Su Weiyin guessed that he was unhappy with Susani. Susani seems to be prejudiced against me. Prejudiced? Su Weiyin frowned as if she was thinking hard. She wanted to say something, but after a while, she shook her head and smiled. Forget it. It's probably just my imagination. It's not your imagination. She's really against you. Su Weiyin looked at Jiang Huai in surprise. When you returned to the entertainment industry, you first snatched Susani's endorsement and script. Then, there were rumors about you and Yi Yang. Do you think Susani won't be against you? Jiang Huai pulled his sleeves. She only raised her price by a few million. Su Weiyin still had a smile on her face, but there was no gentleness in her eyes. Are you speaking up for her? No, I'm just repeating the truth. Jiang Huai looked at her without any pity. He raised his hand and pinched her delicate chin. I'm just saying this to tell you that I know what kind of person you are. Just tell me what you want. I'll satisfy you if I can. There's no need to pretend to be ignorant in front of me. I don't like naive women. They'll only drag me down. He let go of his hand, and there was a mark on Su Weiyin's chin. Su Weiyin touched her chin and looked at Jiang Huai. Ever since she returned to the country, she had always thought that she had the man in front of her completely under her control. She had always known that Jiang Huai still had feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped her return to the entertainment industry after she returned to the country and become her backer. However, Jiang Huai's words today made her understand that from the beginning to the end, this man in front of her was just putting on a show. She wasn't disappointed, nor was she sad. Sincerity for sincerity. She hadn't been sincere in the first place. She had benefited from Jiang Huai's sincerity. She didn't lose anything by acting. Besides, she had never expected Jiang Huai to be sincere to her. Su Weiyin smiled gently. I understand. Also, don't provoke Susani in the future. Why? Jiang Huai sighed and said helplessly, there's an ancestor at home who doesn't allow me to touch her. Su Weiyin was slightly stunned. Before she could ask, Jiang Huai closed his eyes and didn't say anything. She didn't disturb him. Instead, she made a mental note and looked out of the car window without saying anything. The next day, the news that a necklace was auctioned at a high price of 90 million yuan spread like wildfire. It was the age of the internet. If there was any news, everyone would know about it. 90 million yuan wasn't considered a high price in the history of jewelry auctions. There were jewelry that exceeded 100 million yuan or even a few hundred million yuan. However, this time it was different because the person who bid for it was Yi Yang. He was the CEO of the Yi clan group, who owned the Yi Pin Lan Ting estate and owned a house that was comparable to a building. He was Yi Yang. There were also rumors that Yi Yang was willing to spend so much money for his wife. This also proved that someone had revealed that Yi Yang was married. This time, the person who leaked the news also said that Yi Yang's wife was indeed an inconspicuous female celebrity in the entertainment industry. The two of them were probably in true love. All these years, she had been protected by Yi Yang to protect his wife. After their marriage and love were bragged about, many fans secretly guessed who the wife Yi Yang had been protecting all this time was. However, no matter how many private messages and comments were sent, the person who leaked the news didn't reveal the identity of Yi Yang's wife. It was as if he was afraid. However, at this moment, Su Weiyin posted a photo on Weibo. It was a photo of her attending the charity banquet. The perfect timing, the perfect photo, made everyone's suspicions point at her. Yi Yang's wife is an actress in the entertainment industry. Su Weiyin happened to be there that night. With so many coincidences, I reckon that the two of them are having an affair. It's true. Su Weiyin is awesome. Isn't this considered public? There's just news that Yi Yang spent 90 million at the charity banquet and Su Weiyin posted on Weibo. Isn't this a public display of affection? Oh my god. A necklace worth 90 million. Weiyin is so lucky. I have a doubt. Didn't Su Weiyin just come back? She has a son. Didn't the internet say that Yi Yang had been secretly married for a few years? Could it be that Su Weiyin left the entertainment industry 4 years ago because of Yi Yang? It's said that all these years abroad, she was actually well protected by Yi Yang. I'm imagining the domineering CEO's little wife running away from marriage. After Su Weiyin posted on Weibo for a long time, just as the fans were about to confirm that she and Yi Yang were husband and wife, Su Weiyin deleted the post. She didn't explain and her attitude was very thought-provoking. If she wasn't Yi Yang's wife, she could have clarified it when the comments were at their peak. However, she didn't. She just deleted the comment and went on with her life. It gave people the feeling that you guys found out, but I didn't want to make it public, so I had to delete it. Look, this Su Weiyin is really AB*TCH. She actually used this move? And these fans, are they crazy? They actually think that Su Weiyin is Yi Yang's wife? Susani wasn't angry. She comforted Anya. Don't be angry with the villain. No matter how muddle-headed she is, she can't be Yi Yang's wife. It's not that I want to say this, but when does Yi Yang plan to make your relationship public? Susani's hand that was scrolling through Weibo paused. She thought carefully. We'll talk about this later. There's no rush. Okay, if you say there's no rush, then there's no rush. However, I'm curious. Did Yi Yang really spend 90 million yuan on a necklace for you last night? Susani thought about the Xianxia necklace that she loved so much at home. She cleared her throat and said, yes, Yi Yang just casually bid for it. You know that since we got married, apart from the ring that old mystery gave me at our wedding, he hasn't given me a single gift. This time, it's considered compensation. Next time, if there's a chance, let me see what your 90 million yuan necklace looks like. Okay, no problem. However, before that, I have something important that you need to check for me. Something important? Go and check on Jiang Yan. Anya slammed the table. You're talking about Jiang Yan? I almost forgot. His performance on the variety show last night was quite good. I think that after this episode of the variety show airs, he will definitely attract a lot of fans. Since he hasn't studied acting, I think he can take the path of variety shows for the time being. But then again, what do you want me to check on him for? Check his age, his family, and his past. Anya wanted to say something but hesitated. She could feel the seriousness in Susani's words. What's wrong? What happened? I have a feeling that he's hiding something from us. Check it out first. We'll talk after you figure it out. Anya nodded. By the way, there's one more thing. Bebe's promotion will be broadcasted on Mango TV tomorrow night. Do you know that? Yes. Let's cooperate with the promotion. Got it. After Anya left, Susani looked out of the window thoughtfully. From the beginning, Jiang Yan had wanted to get close to her and make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. It wasn't that she couldn't understand. However, if this Jiang Yan was really related to Jiang Huai, why would he try so hard to get close to her? Just as Susani was thinking about the devil came knocking on her door. Jiang Yan knocked on Susani's door. He was panting and sweating profusely. He went straight to the point and asked her, Sini Jia, are you the wife of Yi Yang? Of course, Jiang Yan didn't believe the messy rumors online. Although Su Weiyin attended the charity banquet, he knew that she attended it with Jiang Huai. Other than that, the most likely person was Susani. Susani looked at him silently. You're married? Are you very shocked? Susani got up and walked around the desk to Jiang Yan. Yi Yang and I haven't decided when to announce this, so all this time, Jiang Yan looked at her in disbelief and asked, is it true? You're really married? Under his questioning, Susani nodded. Before he came, he was hoping that he had guessed wrongly, that there were other female celebrities at the charity banquet last night, and that Yi Yang's wife was someone else and not Susani. But Susani's nod shattered all his fantasies and hopes. Jiang Yan's vision darkened, and the muscles in his body gradually tightened. A chill rose from the bottom of his feet, and his entire body was chilled to the bone. Something that made him feel incomparably bitter seemed to be about to overflow from his eyes, but he forcibly held it back. He knew in his heart that he had no right or position to question the person in front of him. He also had no reason to be angry. This was Susani's private matter. He and Susani were only in an employer-employee relationship. He had no right to question it. But when he saw the news, he couldn't help but be filled with anger. More than that, he hated himself. You're actually married. Xianxia, this is my private matter. I don't think there's any need for me to explain. Please keep this a secret. Susani felt that there was nothing to talk about her marriage, so she changed the topic. I heard from Anya that your performance at the variety show last night was not bad. We all agreed that you should develop your career in variety shows first. What do you think? So, you stood me up last night because you wanted to accompany your husband to the dinner banquet? I'm very sorry about this. When did you two get married? Susani was stunned. 2 years ago. Do you love him? Yes. Xianxia lowered his head. His drooping hair cast a shadow over his eyes. He muttered to himself, but that's not what you said 2 years ago. Susani didn't hear him clearly. What? Xianxia was even more silent. Nothing. I'll go out first. After saying that, he turned and left. Susani looked at Xianxia's gloomy back view. She couldn't see any sunshine or vitality. It wasn't something that someone his age should have. Xianxia's variety show, as Anya expected, attracted a lot of fans. He was good-looking. When he should be sunny, he wasn't gloomy. When he should be lively, he wasn't silent. When he should be low-key, he didn't stand out. He was very good at the camera and could interact with fans. When the show was broadcast, he was immediately given the title of National Younger Brother and National Boyfriend by the fans because of the show. His fans increased by millions. Many variety shows threw an olive branch to Xianxia. There was a tendency for it to be a big hit. At the same time, Mango TV's primetime drama Bebe's Promotion, starring Susani, was broadcast. Before the broadcast, there was a preview. Many fans said that they wouldn't watch it because it was Susani. After the broadcast, it was really good. That's that. Although Susani is always causing trouble, her acting skills are really impeccable. Susani is so cool in this drama. She's simply my idol. It's not melodramatic or draggy. The performances of the passers-by are remarkable. It's really the most conscientious drama this year. There are only 2 episodes a day. I'm so tired of waiting. To be honest, although there are rumors of Susani's actions, none of the TV dramas she starred in are bad. I'm convinced of that. After watching the latest episode yesterday, I swear that I'll never criticize you again. Susani. There were a lot of good reviews. Because of this, Susani caught the attention of many directors and investors. At Susani's studio, Anya placed a few resumes in front of Susani. What is it? Resumes. Resumes? Miss Su, you might not know, but ever since your drama and Xianxia became popular, many new stars and actors have extended an olive branch to our studio. It can't be, right? Susani was slightly shocked. Xianxia has only appeared on 1 show. My drama has only been popular for less than a week. Anya analyzed for her. First, from the moment you were able to peacefully terminate your contract with Sky Entertainment, you were no longer yourself. Second, you've worked so hard for so many years and received such excellent scripts. Do you think others won't be able to guess? You have a backer. I see. Take a look? Anya pointed at the folder. Is there anything suitable? Susani casually flipped through it. Most of them were young and energetic boys who had graduated from major art schools and had a good image. There were also 1 or 2 stars who hadn't made it in the entertainment industry for many years. Flipping from the first page to the last, Susani looked up and smiled at Anya. I'll take my time. Also, you asked me to investigate Xianxia last time. It's a little troublesome. What's the trouble? I can't find anything. You can't find anything? I really can't find anything. Xianxia's past is tightly covered up. But there's one thing. His ID card has changed his age. Age? Didn't he say he's 22? No. Anya lowered her voice and said, he just became an adult, 18? Are you sure? I'm sure. Anya said. I'm also very shocked. You know, he's 18. 2 years in Sky Entertainment means he's 16 years old. 18 years old. Susani calculated in her heart. That's right, 18 years old, the same age as Jiang Huai's younger brother who died early. He didn't rely on the Jiang family, but he went to the entertainment industry alone? What is he after? Yes. I don't understand. What is he after? Forget it. I won't investigate if I can't find anything. Since Jiang Yan was Jiang Huai's younger brother, Jiang Huai definitely wouldn't let anyone investigate Jiang Yan's past. Susani was a little confused about meeting an unexpected character for the first time in the novel. After a while, she said, let's leave it at that for now. Okay. Take your time to look at the list. Give me the list when you've decided. I'll go do my work first. Susani nodded. After she went out, Susani couldn't wait to ask Little A, shouldn't Jiang Yan have died long ago? Why isn't he dead? Little A was very straightforward. I don't know, dear. I didn't create this world. It's my first time here too. Okay. Okay. Although Jiang Yan's existence was quite strange, Susani didn't feel any malice from him during the time she spent with him. She guessed that there was more to it. She had to find time to have a good talk with Jiang Yan. Looking at the resumes of the new generation of actors in front of her, Susani smiled. She had thought about expanding the studio before, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. With the idea of not burying any talent, Susani looked at the information of these actors very seriously. She didn't finish reading it in the evening, so she brought it home to continue reading. Therefore, when Yi Yang returned home and saw the open document on the sofa in the room, his eyelids twitched. He sat down and picked it up to flip through. It was all the information of young actors. Because there were a lot of daily and color photos, this document was quite important. The trash bin by his feet was empty. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Footsteps sounded. Yi Yang put down the document and got up. Hubby, you're back? Yes. Susani found a pen in the study and continued to read the document with countless actors' information seriously and carefully. From time to time, she would make a note or two. Yi Yang changed his clothes and came out of the cloakroom. Seeing that she was still in the same position, he asked casually, "What are you looking at?" "Some resumes of employees who are looking for jobs." "Do you need to personally look at the resumes of employees who are looking for jobs?" "Of course." Susani didn't look up. She was completely focused. This one is 22 years old. Just graduated. He looks good. His eyebrows are a bit like Daniel Wu, but he doesn't feel very honest. Let's meet him in person. This one is 24 years old. He can dance and sing. He has won awards. His abs are really good. Pending. 23 years old, so tall? His body is so perfect. His legs are 1 meter long. 25 years old, in the entertainment industry for 4 years? He has good acting skills and good looks. Strange, why isn't he famous when he's so handsome? Is the entertainment company blind? Someone with such potential must be signed. Why are there so many young and handsome boys in the entertainment industry now? Why didn't I notice it before? Yi Yang slowly stepped into the cloakroom and stood in front of the full-body mirror. He lifted his clothes and looked at his abs and long legs. He leaned closer to the mirror to look at his facial features and skin condition. He's not even 30 years old. He should be considered young, right? Susani's taste is really getting worse and worse. Yi Yang's in her OS, such a handsome man in front of you, can't you see it? Are you blind? But he will neither admit nor say it. This is the last stubbornness of an overbearing president. Sorry for being late, thank you to the students who voted for me. You spent a lot of money, thank you to the little angels who threw the deep-water torpedoes, Tu Yi Wuji, thank you to the little angels who threw the rocket launchers, Wan Zhou Shaoli, thank you to the little angels who threw the grenades, Tu Zhou Shaoli and Li Kuli, one warm little fox, Big Mouth Flower, Xiang Jin Liu, thank you to the little angels who threw the landmines, Tu Demeter and Lu Bu Air, Qing Guan and Zai Shan, Carp Spirit, Little Wangya, why is there still a bar spirit? Have you eaten, love shui wuhan, grapes don't spit out grape skin, der Gamler, Xianxia? VVS. C. Camus, a dog, Moon Tipsy V, no money on 11 27931 Mr. Miracle, 275397173, Salty Salt, 4093647 Ling V Shi, 21386931, Songjing, 4094964 Glass 1. Thank you to the little angels who voted for me from November 12, 2019, 2030, 10 to November 13, 2019, 2318, 21 for those who voted for me from November 12, 2019, 2030, 10 to November 13, 2019, 2318, 21 for me. Thank you to the little angels who threw the deep water torpedoes. Tu Yi Wuji, thank you to the little angels who threw the rocket launchers. Wan Zhou Shali, thank you to the little angels who threw the grenades. Tu Zhou Shali and Li Kuli Kuli, one warm little fox, big mouth flower, Xiang Jin Liu, thank you to the little angels who threw the landmines. Tu Demeter and Lubu Air, Qing Guan and Dezai Shan, Carp Spirit, Little Wangya, why is there still a bar spirit? Have you eaten, love shui wuhan, grapes don't spit out grape skin, der Gamler, Xiaoqiang? VVS. C. Gong Mu, a dog, Moon Tipsy V, no money on 11 27931 Mr. Miracle, 275397173, Salty Salt, 4093647 Ling V Shi, 21386931, Songjing, 4094964 Li Luo, Susani had been a little popular recently. The trend of the entertainment industry was changing rapidly. Celebrities who had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years suddenly became popular overnight, and celebrities who were popular all over the country gradually fell from grace. Susani's reputation had never been good. Fans recognized that she was mean and arrogant. Many people in the entertainment industry thought that Susani had kicked an iron plate and her future was worrying. However, as soon as Bebe's promotion was released, Susani turned the tables. The quality of the drama wasn't unprecedented, but in the recent 2 years of rough production in the film and television market, the rhythm and plot, as well as the acting skills of the supporting characters, were all outstanding. The producers were also smart. Seeing that the popularity of the drama was increasing day by day, they took the opportunity to buy a lot of internet water army and exposure. Susani's fame also rose with the popularity of the drama. Now, the script for her was placed on her desk by Anya, and she had no time to read it. At the same time, many brands also approached her, hoping to negotiate endorsement deals. This was the first time that a brand took the initiative to approach her. And it was not a 7th or 8th tier brand. It was one of the top brands in the country. Big star, come here. Which brand do you want to endorse? Ever since Susani became popular, Anya liked to tease her and call her a big star. Thank you for your hard work, Susani replied. It's not hard. Then which brand do you think is more suitable? I'm showing you all the brands that we've analyzed that you can choose freely. Of course, if you want to endorse all of them, it shouldn't be a problem. Susani took a closer look at the brands that asked her to endorse. Her gaze lingered on one of the brand's logo and she smiled. This is not bad. Its popularity is in the top 3 among these brands. The product is also not bad. I'll take it. Anya immediately saw through Susani's intentions. Are you sure? Of course. After all, you know that I'm a very vengeful person. Susani's life creed was to eat and not suffer losses. Even if she was at a disadvantage, it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. She was just as the rumors said. She had always been so petty. Since you slapped me today, I'll find a chance to play you to death. Previously, Susani had already blacklisted the brand after Su Weiyin snatched the endorsement. Originally, she was going to shoot for Fashion Weekly, but because the male actor she was going to work with refused to work with her on the current issue of the magazine company decided to replace her with Su Weiyin. Although she had been invited by BW magazine, it didn't stop Susani from bearing a grudge. The actor who refused to shoot the magazine with her was called Xieqi. Look at you. When you were shooting the TV series with Xieqi, you should have minded your own business. Anya shook her head and sighed. Ungrateful people won't be grateful to you. When Susani Starred in Su Dao's first TV series, Xianxia played the affectionate second male lead. If Xianxia had the affectionate face and gentle eyes of the second male lead, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, his face and the affectionate second male lead were two different characters. What's more, in the script, the affectionate second male lead lowered the intelligence of the female lead. It was not as good as the role of the third male lead who endured humiliation in the early stage. At that time, she really thought that Xianxia's eyebrows were raised, and he was like an unruly third male lead. In order to let Xianxia show his strength and become the third male lead, she suggested to Su Dao that Xianxia should be replaced with the third male lead. Although he had fewer scenes than the second male lead, the role was more likable. If he acted well, he would definitely be popular. Later, the result was the same as she expected. The male lead and the second male lead did not become popular, but Xianxia became popular because of the role of the third male lead. Susani never liked to leave her name when she did good deeds. At that time, she suggested it to Su Dao casually. How would she know that Xianxia had always thought that she was deliberately making things difficult for him and changed his role from the second male lead to the third male lead? However, thinking about it, her reputation was not good at that time, and she was domineering in the entertainment industry. It was understandable that he would think so. But he actually cooperated with Su Weiyin to make things difficult for her at the magazine shoot. Susani had never thought of suppressing his anger. Ask the brand when to negotiate about the endorsement. Let me know when the time is set. Okay. Have you finished reading the list of artists who want to sign with our studio? Do you have any ideas? I've finished reading it. Susani took out a few sheets from a stack of documents on the table and handed them to Anya. Let's find time to meet together. No problem, I'll arrange it. Also, how are the arrangements for Jiang Yan's side? Anya's complexion was good recently. She smiled and said, don't worry, he's also a hot steamed bun now. Variety show invitations are endless. He's really on the right path to go on the variety show route. But I feel that he's a little strange recently. Strange? Susani was thoughtful. Before, when he came to the company and saw me, he would definitely say a few words to me. Now, when he comes to the company, he goes to the practice room and refuses to talk easily. He's very quiet, as if he's a different person. I'm thinking, should I talk to him? Talk? About what? Susani did not want to say it. In fact, it was just a guess. Did she really have to say it? She suspected that Jiang Yan, an 18-year-old boy, had a crush on her, a 28-year-old big sister. She thought that she was thick-skinned, but she really could not say it. It was too narcissistic. I don't know how to say it. That day, he came to me and knew about my marriage with Yang. He knew? Anya raised her eyebrows and looked at the tightly shut office door. She walked to Susani's side and sat on her desk. She lowered her voice and said, Sini, do you trust my intuition? Intuition? You know, the number of men in my WeChat may be more than the number of men you've met in your life. A few days ago, Jiang Yan did not know about your marriage. Before he disappeared, he asked me, wanting to know what kind of man you like. Do you know what it means when a man indirectly asks a woman's best friend what kind of man she likes? Susani's heart was heavy. He likes this woman. Not too stupid. Jiang Yan likes me. It's obvious. Susani sighed. He's only 18. How do you expect me to face him in the future? Actually, to be honest, little fresh meats have their good points, and uncles have their good points. Jiang Yan is actually quite a good kid. It's a pity that he only likes you. Susani looked at her. Great managerin, please wake up. He's only 18. Don't harm him. How can I harm him? Aren't the little fresh meats in my WeChat list enough for me to harm? Anya waved her phone. Don't worry. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. A forced melon won't be sweet. If he doesn't like me, I'll never force him. There's one more thing I have to tell you. What is it? Jiang Yan is Jiang Huai's younger brother. Anya furrowed her brows. It's Jiang Huai from Jiang Electronics. Anya was stunned. A rich second-generation heir? To experience life? Right? I don't know what these rich people are thinking. They're actually willing to bury themselves in Sky Entertainment for 2 years. A rich second-generation heir, hiding his identity. Anya's eyes lit up. She looked at Susani in surprise. Sini, Jiang Yan's feelings for you are really deep. What nonsense are you talking about? Think about it. Anya analyzed with her seriously. A rich second-generation heir hid his identity in Sky Entertainment for 2 years. Then he was beaten up in the Young Fu Club because he refused to sleep with them. Then he went to the film city because he was frozen. Tell me, how can there be such a coincidence? Coincidence? You still don't understand? Whether it's Sky Entertainment, the Young Fu Club, or the film city, you're always there. The more Anya thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. It seems that Jiang Yan is quite scheming. He actually set his sights on you. It seems that he's been eyeing you for a long time. Don't think too much. Susani interrupted her. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and go do your work. I'll talk to him when I have time. Okay, then I'll go do my work. The office door closed. Susani's heart was heavy. In her eyes, Jiang Yan had just turned 18 and was still a child. Susani really didn't know how to describe the feeling of being remembered by a child. However, these things could only be considered as trivial matters. Susani had been very busy recently. If she wasn't on the way to meet with the brand, she was in the meeting room to discuss with the investors. She couldn't spend all her energy on trivial matters. About a week later, Anya helped her negotiate the endorsement deal. At 3:00 in the afternoon, they discussed the details at the brand company's headquarters. This brand was considered a first-tier brand in the country. Susani had contacted them before, but unfortunately, she wasn't famous enough at that time and was tactfully rejected. However, this brand's products were quite useful, so Susani had a good impression of this company. There were about 10 people sitting in the meeting room. One side was the brand company, and the other side was Susani and her lawyer. After the two sides negotiated, someone knocked on the door and whispered a few words in the ear of the director who was presiding over the meeting. After listening, the director said to Susani, "I'm sorry, Miss Su. Because Mr. Xiaqi's contract has expired, we asked him to discuss the contract with us. Do you mind?" Susani smiled. Of course I don't mind. At this moment, Xiaqi, who was waiting in the lounge, suppressed his anger and didn't say a word. His agent was an experienced person. He had advised him more than once about this matter. Xiaqi, don't be like this when you go to the meeting room later. Susani can be considered her good fortune. Otherwise, this endorsement deal wouldn't have fallen on her. Last time, you refused to shoot a magazine with her. This matter more or less affected you. What's more, this time you're working with her, at most, to shoot an advertisement. You don't have to interact with her on Weibo. At most, we'll avoid her when we cooperate next time. Xiaqi was born to be arrogant and unruly. Avoid her? Why should I avoid her? What happened back then is in the past. You also benefited from the disaster. If I didn't benefit from the disaster, I don't know where I would be now. Xiaqi smiled coldly. I should thank her. I should thank her for changing my role as the second male lead to the third male lead. You know the situation you're in now. Don't ruin the endorsement deal because of old grudges. Do you hear me? Is Mr. Xiaqi in? A staff member knocked on the door, interrupting their conversation. The agent opened the door. Yes. Please come with me. A minute later, Xiaqi and several of his assistants were brought into the meeting room by a staff member. Arrogant and conceited was Susani's evaluation of Xiaqi's appearance and personality. Mr. Xia, this is Miss Su. Our company is very honored to have the two of you as endorsers. We would like to discuss with you about the endorsement matters. The shooting of the 2 commercials is scheduled to take place in a week, wait. Susani interrupted the director. Director Lin, before talking about these things, I think you should ask Mr. Xia something. Miss Su, if you have something to say, please say it. Susani looked sideways at Xiaqi. She leaned back in the chair lazily and said, Actually, I've known Mr. Xia for a long time, but our relationship has never been good. I believe Mr. Xia doesn't like me very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused to cooperate with me at the Fashion Weekly shoot last time. Xiaqi's eyes were gloomy and he didn't speak. Miss Su, what do you mean? What I mean is very simple, Susani said to the director with a smile. Mr. Xia doesn't want to cooperate with me, and I don't want to force him. So, I'll choose between Mr. Xia and I for your company's endorsement. Otherwise, if there is a dispute in the future, it will be a joke and your company's interests that will be damaged. Several staff members of the brand company looked at each other. Even Xiaqi himself didn't expect Susani to make things difficult on the spot. Miss Su, let's sit down and have a good talk. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding? Director Lin, you worry too much. There is no misunderstanding between Mr. Xia and me. I guessed from Mr. Xia's expression that he doesn't want to cooperate with me. Isn't that right, Mr. Xia? Xiaqi's agent broke out in a cold sweat. During this time, Xiaqi's work had decreased a lot, and his popularity had dropped a lot. He couldn't lose this endorsement. Obviously, Xiaqi also knew that this was the time to endure. Miss Su, you must be joking. I don't want to cooperate with Miss Su. Oh? Really? Then I was wrong. Susani smiled slightly. Although Mr. Xia wants to cooperate with me, I don't want to. Susani looked at Director Lin. Director Lin, I'll have to trouble you to choose between Xiaqi and I. No matter who your company chooses as your spokesperson, I will accept it and respect your company's choice. Miss Su, we need to report this matter to the management. Maybe, Susani stood up, and her assistant and lawyer also stood up. It doesn't matter. Director Lin, you can take your time to think about it. Just decide before the shooting. After that, she was ready to leave. Miss Su, let's sit down and talk slowly, okay? There must be a misunderstanding between you and Mr. Xia. We can. Xiaqi's agent held his hand and didn't let him mess around. But how could Xiaqi endure Susani's arrogant and domineering humiliation in public? He stood up and pointed at Susani angrily. Susani, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've been popular for 2 days. I'm not doing whatever I want just because I've been popular for 2 days. Susani suddenly turned back and interrupted him. She looked at him calmly and sternly. I've been doing whatever I want since I entered the entertainment industry. Is this the first day you met me? Isn't it clear? Since you have the backbone to refuse to shoot the magazine with me, why don't you have the backbone to refuse to endorse the same product as me? Let me tell you, Xiaqi, this endorsement is either you or me. She smiled. Don't be angry. I'm just returning the matter of the magazine to you. I'm not disgusted with you. Finding your competitor to endorse is my kindness. Xiaqi clenched his teeth. Obviously, he was trying to control his emotions. Susani looked at Director Lin. Director Lin, we'll leave first. Please inform my agent if there's any news. Thank you. After saying that, she left with her assistant and lawyer. Susani could be said to be arrogant when he openly ostracized another spokesperson in front of the brand and directly said that it was either him or him. After saying that, Susani walked out of the company. In the car, Anya clapped her hands and praised, as expected of you, Susani. I was worried that you would be blinded by love during this period of time. I didn't expect you to be as swift and decisive as before. You're really sharp. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't take revenge? You don't. But how can you be sure that this company will definitely choose you to endorse? Susani looked at her in surprise. I didn't think so. If they want me to endorse, I'll endorse. If they don't, I won't lose anything. They're not the only endorsement company I have. Besides, if I don't have an endorsement, so be it. I won't starve to death. Anya smiled and said, I'm much more confident now that I'm with a celebrity like you. Okay, let's wait for news about this. Susani really didn't take this matter to heart. To her, one more endorsement or one less endorsement didn't matter. She knew Xiaqi during this period of time, he didn't have any scripts or jobs. Who knew how many months he had been immersed in the silver screen? If his popularity dropped and he lost the endorsement, it would be a vicious cycle. However, Susani didn't care about this. He lost the endorsement, and the magazine shoot was even. A day later, Susani received a reply from the brand. They respected Susani's wishes and only chose her as the spokesperson. You're now in a strong position. Any brand with a brain would know how to choose. Then we're even. Susani was in a good mood. Is there anything else? Something good. Anya handed her an invitation. BW Magazine invites you to participate in the year-end fashion week. The headquarters is in Paris. How about it? Do you want to go? Invite me? Of course. But please bring your agent along. Thank you. I've been wanting to see this show for a long time. Of course, I have to go. Please express my sincere gratitude to the magazine on my behalf. Anya was satisfied. There's also a document for you. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. Susani took the document and waved at her. After Anya left, Susani opened the document. A few thin pieces of paper fell from the document bag. Paternity test. Susani was shocked and stopped talking. She quickly got up and locked the office door. She almost forgot. A week ago, she contacted the hospital to do a paternity test between Su Wei's son and Yang. Now, the results were out. Susani looked at the paternity test hidden in the document bag. She covered the content below and took a deep breath. She mentally prepared herself. Then, she slowly pulled out the paternity test report, line by line. At the end of the first page, 7 big red words appeared in front of her eyes. Confirmed no blood relationship. No blood relationship? Susani's eyes narrowed. Su Wei's son really wasn't a Yang's. Susani looked at the 7 big words on the paternity test report and was stunned for a long time. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She didn't know if she should be happy or regretful. Since Su Wei's son wasn't a Yang's, then she had misunderstood a Yang before. She thought about how she had suspected a Yang before. Now that she saw the final results, she couldn't help but feel guilty. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. They didn't do anything. Yang shouldn't be such a petty person, right? At most, she could just apologize. What was there to apologize for? What was there to apologize for? Yang had stuttered and refused to talk about what happened 4 years ago. Any woman would suspect her husband when faced with such a situation. It was all Yang's fault. In the evening, as soon as Susani came home, Yang arrived. Honey, did you have a hard day at work? Susani took off his coat for him as soon as she entered the house. Yang stopped and looked at Susani, who was smiling. What do you want now? I don't want to do anything. I'm your wife. It's my duty to help you. Susani hung up his suit jacket and took home clothes from the walk-in closet for him. Honey, change your clothes. Yang's eyebrows gradually sank. According to his experience, Susani was either causing trouble or preparing to cause trouble. Anyway, she didn't have good intentions. But he listened quietly for a while and didn't hear anything. Honey, what's wrong? Nothing. Yang took the home clothes and went to the bathroom to change. After taking a shower, he opened the bathroom door. Susani put a glass of fruit juice in front of him. Honey, are you thirsty? I specially made this fruit juice for you. It's all natural. Drink it quickly. Yang hesitated as he looked at the glass of fruit juice. After a while, he asked, Susani, just tell me what you want. I don't know what I want. Susani put the fruit juice in his hand and pushed him to sit down. Honey, are you free in 2 days? Here it comes. He knew that Susani was planning something. Yang didn't change his expression. What's wrong? Paris Fashion Week, you want to go? I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. Is there anything else? Susani wanted to say something but hesitated. No. I've already been invited to Paris Fashion Week. I don't need you to arrange anything for me. Yang was surprised. What on earth are you trying to say? I've been invited to Paris Fashion Week, so I may have to fly to Paris next week for a few days. You. Susani remembered that old mystery had asked her to take Yang on a trip. Do you want to go with me? Take it as my apology to you. Make an apology? Susani, what did you do this time? What did I do? Then you want me to go with you to Paris Fashion Week? Fine, I'll go if you don't want to. Why are you so hesitant? Grandpa said that you've been working hard recently, so you should go on a trip to relax. Really? What do you think? It turned out to be because of this. Yang refused without hesitation. No, I don't have time. Honey, are you sure? I'm sure. I'm not interested in Paris Fashion Week. It's a waste of time. Susani resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Okay. Ding, she received a message from WeChat. Susani opened it and saw that it was from Han Xiao. Han Xiao, I heard that you've been invited to Paris Fashion Week. I'm going too. Let's go together. With Han Xiao's status in the entertainment industry, he was tired of Paris Fashion Week. Susani was certainly happy to have such a regular accompanying her. She immediately replied, okay. It's fine if you don't go. Someone else will. I remember that Han Xiao has been to Paris Fashion Week several times. He should be very familiar with it. Great. Yang drank the juice in his hand with a sullen face and put it on the table in front of him. I'll go, Yang, I'm not interested in Paris Fashion Week. It's a waste of time. Don't look for me. Yang, I have to find a way to get an invitation. Deep in thought, I haven't been sleeping well recently. I often suffer from insomnia. I'm groggy during the day and can't lift my spirits. Although I'm updating later every day, I'm working hard to write every day. I'll put up the preview of the next story after the female supporting role. Students who like it can click on the column to add it. Thank you, everyone. White Moonlight Double doesn't need love. When Xianxia woke up, she received a system. The system told her that she was the double of the male lead, White Moonlight, and her ending was miserable. Xianxia was born poor. She had no ambition and only loved money. She became the double of the big boss, White Moonlight. She woke up laughing in her dreams. What's wrong with being a double? She had money, power, and a backer. She could eat, drink, and enjoy. Xianxia was in a good mood and put the prepared double contract in front of the big boss. There's no distinction between jobs. Every job should be paid accordingly. Be the double of your sweetheart, accompany him to eat and play, but not sleep with him. Your annual salary is $1 million. The term is 2 years. 9 to 5. Overtime during holidays will double your salary. Please sign. Mwah, the big bosses, as long as you're obedient, I can give you anything except for feelings. Xianxia, feelings? What are feelings? Can they be eaten? But gradually, Xianxia found that the big bosses who only wanted to talk to her about money wanted to talk to her about feelings. Xianxia, don't, big boss. Talking about feelings hurts money. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angels who threw the grenades, Lu de Cutie, Warm Little Fox, Izai, 259218071. Thank you to the little angels who threw the grenades, Mist Song, El Mariachi, Stop Nagging Shark, Xianxia, No Money on Double 11, Q, I'm a Supporting Character Complex, Zhang Xiaoman, Ling Vichy, Omega, Retro Green Bean Shark, 313444101, 35016808, Ukrainian Little Suckling Pig, 266176116, 40309281. At 1 o'clock in the morning, most of the staff in Susani's studio had left, but the dance studio was still brightly lit. Music and the sound of footsteps could be heard from behind the half-closed door. Anya came back to pick up an important document. She was suspicious when she heard the noise in the studio. Who would still be here at this time of night? She pushed open the door and saw Jiang Yin, who was sweating profusely, practicing. Perhaps he had been practicing for too long. The water stains on the floor around him were much deeper than in other places. The music stopped. Jiang Yin sat down in a squatting position. He lowered his head and panted. He looked at his wet hair and sweat dripping on the floor. Then he slumped back on the floor and laid on his back. He looked at the ceiling and did not move at all. Jiang Yin? You haven't left yet? Jiang Yin, who was looking at the ceiling, was slightly startled. He turned his head to look at the door. Seeing that it was Anya, he sat up silently. As a top agent, Anya felt that she had the responsibility and obligation to care about the physical and mental health of the artists under her management. She walked into the studio and sat down beside Jiang Yan. She handed him a bottle of water and a towel. "You're still practicing here at this time of night?" Jiang Yan took it in silence. He opened the bottle and took a big gulp of water. Then he wiped the sweat on his face and neck with the towel. "There's a variety show in 2 days. I need to perform live. Since there's still time, I should practice more so that I don't make a fool of myself." Anya smiled. "Don't worry. With your dancing skills, you won't make a fool of yourself." Jiang Yan nodded and continued to remain silent. This was the complete opposite of the Jiang Nianan Anya remembered, who was always chatting and laughing with them. For the past 2 days, she had seen Jiang Yan's gloominess and lifelessness that did not belong to someone his age. There was no warmth in his eyes when he looked at people. "Jiang Yan, you've been in the entertainment industry for 2 years now. I don't know how. You got along with your previous manager, but with me, the artists under me cannot hide anything from their managers. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Yan threw the towel on the floor in front of him, still not saying a word. Anya didn't expect him to say anything. "You should be clear that your image in front of your fans is that of a sunny and handsome young man. What you convey is youthful and positive energy. But look at you now. Do you still have any youthful and positive energy?" Anya sighed. "I've asked Cindy. Even if you don't tell me, I know why you're like this." Jiang Yan's hanging hand froze. Anya could feel the stiffness of his muscles. "Do you like Cindy?" This sudden question made Jiang Yan raise his head. "You don't have to be surprised," Anya said. "To be honest, I've been in contact with more than 100 boys like you. I know very well what boys your age are thinking. Do you like Cindy? You've been in Sky Entertainment for 2 years because of her. That day at the Young Fu Club was also intentional. You went to the film studio with her, didn't you?" Jiang Yan's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to say something, but his lips were slightly open and he didn't speak for a long time. "You don't have to rush to deny it, and don't feel shy. There's nothing wrong with liking someone. Besides, not many people know that Cindy is married. It's not your fault that you like a married woman." Anya noticed that when she said married woman, Jiang Yan's eyes darkened. "You're still young and haven't tasted true love. The budding feelings you had when you were a teenager were just curiosity. You might not have the impulse to fall in love with Cindy. When you meet the girl you're destined for in the future, I know what it's like." Jiang Yan looked at Anya. "Anya Jia, if Cindy Jia wasn't married, would she like me?" Anya really didn't know whether to lie to him or tell the truth. There's no if for this question. "Cindy," Jiang Yan said, "I want to know." Anya sighed. "Cindy, I want to hear the truth." Jiang Yan looked at her seriously. This was called not giving up until the Yellow River. "Alright, since you want to hear the truth, I'll tell you the truth." Jiang Yan looked at Anya nervously. There was a hint of hope in his eyes as he held his breath. "If Cindy wasn't married, based on my understanding of Cindy, she wouldn't like you." The hope in Jiang Yan's eyes gradually disappeared. In fact, he had already guessed it long ago. It was just that he didn't get the answer personally. He had been fantasizing and hoping for a fluke. "Is it because I'm younger than her?" "It's not a matter of whether you're younger or not. Jiang Yan, your personality, the way you think, and the way you do things are not Cindy's type." "Yang is her type?" Anya smiled bitterly. "Of course. Otherwise, why would she wait bitterly for Yang for 2 years?" "Wait bitterly?" Jiang Yan furrowed his eyebrows slightly. After knowing that Susani's marriage partner was Yang, he had investigated Yang. Almost no one knew that he and Susani were married. The two of them had kept it a secret. No matter where Yang appeared, Susani had never appeared. Anya said that she had waited bitterly? Waited bitterly for 2 years? Yang doesn't like Cindy Jia? Anya didn't have the habit of telling others about other couples' affairs. "It's nothing." Seeing that Anya was being secretive, he had already guessed it. "I'm right, aren't I? Yang doesn't like Cindy Jia at all. Otherwise, why hasn't there been any news about them all these years?" If he really likes her, even if he covers his mouth, you can see it in his eyes. Anya sighed. Yes, you're right. Yang didn't like Cindy in the past, but that's all in the past. They have a good relationship now. Jiang Yan, you don't have to think about a married woman anymore. Let's put aside all distracting thoughts and work hard in the entertainment industry. Sooner or later, you'll understand what it feels like to be in love. Alright, it's already midnight. You should go back and rest. I'll send you. Anya got up, but Jiang Yan was still sitting on the same spot. It's okay, I can do it alone. Why was this wretched child so stubborn? Anya sighed. Even she couldn't control such a stubborn boy, let alone Sunny. Alright, be careful on the road. Call me if you need anything. I'll get going first. The door of the practice room closed. Jiang Yan froze on the spot for a long time. The feeling of being in love? He smiled slightly, got up, and stood in front of the glass window of the practice room, looking at the brightly lit city outside. How could he not know what it felt like to be in love? Young, he had grown up 6 years ago. The next day, the employees of Susani's studio yawned. It couldn't be helped. During this period of time, Susani had become famous, and Jiang Yan had become famous. Many people were jealous and wanted to smear the explosion-proof company's reputation. They spread so-called negative news everywhere on the internet. Now, if there was any news on the internet, they would have to get up and look at the situation. It was also because of this group of employees that many of Susani's anti-fans were defeated. Everyone, you've worked hard during this period. Susani bought breakfast and snacks for the employees as a reward. Keep it up. When I come back from Paris, I'll bring back gifts for everyone. Bringing back gifts from Paris would make the boss lose face if it was too cheap. When she said that, everyone started to cheer. Boss, LV bags are cheap in Paris. Can you bring one for each of us? Susani agreed immediately. Okay. Women want bags, but men don't want them. Men don't know how to give their girlfriends? If you don't have girlfriends, who should you give them to? Who cares about you? Susani smiled. Okay, think about what you want and look for Anya together later. After a round of cheers, Susani returned to the office. Anya followed. Sunny, this is the contract sent by the brand. Take a look. If there are no objections, we'll sign this endorsement in 2 days. Susani looked at the contract. What about Xianxia? I asked him to lose this endorsement. How did he react? How else could he react? I heard from the people around Xianxia that he's so angry that he'll be at odds with you in the future. Susani smiled. So what if we're at odds? He shouldn't have provoked me. How nice would it have been if he had tolerated it when we were shooting the magazine? Let's not talk about this anymore. Xianxia and I are even now. Let's talk about going to Paris on Friday. I've already contacted the organizers over there. I've also contacted a makeup artist for you. You know, the domestic media will definitely report on this fashion week. Our makeup can't lose. Fortunately, you and Han Xiao are going together for this fashion week. Otherwise, I'll be bored to death. Susani had never received an invitation to Fashion Week before. Firstly, her career plan was to develop in acting and she didn't have much contact with the fashion industry. Secondly, she wasn't very popular. Therefore, in the fashion industry in Paris, she didn't know anyone. Friday's schedule arrived as scheduled. Susani and Han Xiao were invited to Fashion Week, and the fans were also aware of it. Han Xiao's fans sent him off at the airport. Before arriving at the airport, Han Xiao took a look at the situation. He was also afraid that something would happen in the crowded airport. Therefore, after communicating with the airport, he and Susani went to the VIP area in a low-key manner. But even if they went to the VIP area, there were still many fans waiting in ambush. When they saw Han Xiao appear, they rushed up excitedly. Han Xiao, Han Xiao. I'm your fan. I like you very much. Han Xiao, I've liked you for 10 years. I've liked you since your debut. Can you give me an autograph? Han Xiao. I want to give birth to your child. More than 10 fans created chaos at the scene. They only had eyes for Han Xiao. Other than that, the people around Han Xiao were all regarded as his staff. The airport staff came to maintain order. When the fans saw the security, they became more excited and pushed forward. They broke through the outermost circle and squeezed Anya into Luo Jia's arms. Susani staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Han Xiao was beside her and quickly supported her. "Are you okay?" Susani's hat fell off her head, and so did her sunglasses. "I'm fine." The security guards who came to maintain order finally separated the two passers-by. "Sorry, everyone, please follow the order of the airport." Under the protection of the security guards, Susani and Han Xiao quickly boarded the plane. In the first-class cabin of the plane, a few fans also sneaked in. They kept walking around and secretly stole glances at Han Xiao, wanting to take a few photos. Han Xiao had long been used to this kind of scene, but it was obvious that Susani was not used to it. He called the flight attendants and explained the situation. Only then did the fans settle down. Susani slept peacefully on the 11 to 12-hour flight. But what she and Han Xiao didn't know on the plane was that the fans on the internet were exploding because of this incident. The cause was that the fans who sent Han Xiao off didn't see Han Xiao at the airport. After the plane took off, they found that Han Xiao took the VIP channel. At the same time, the fans waiting in the VIP channel proudly uploaded the videos and photos they took to Han Xiao's Instagram account, which attracted a lot of envious voices. But soon, the fans who couldn't wait to enlarge Han Xiao's pores 100 times saw Susani in a video. It was a video where Susani almost fell because of the crowd and Han Xiao helped her up. When this video was found, Han Xiao's fans exploded. "What's going on? Why do I see Susani? Why did Han Xiao and Susani appear at the airport together? Are you going to Fashion Week? Fashion Week? Susani received an invitation to Fashion Week? Everyone, please wake up. Anyone can go to Fashion Week as long as they have the money. Susani must have spent money. Maybe he's there to freeload. It's fine if you want to freeload, but why do you have to travel with Han Xiao?" I heard that when Han Xiao and Susani worked together on Phoenix Road, the two of them fell in love with each other. No, I don't believe it. They look very similar. Previously, when Susani was being defamed, Han Xiao personally posted on Weibo to speak up for her. After that, the two of them worked together for a magazine shoot. I think there must be something going on between the two of them. Wasn't there a rumor that Susani was backed by a sugar daddy? She's also entangled with several male actors. For a woman with such a messy private life, it must be Susani who seduced Han Xiao. Han Xiao, wake up. Don't be fooled by this woman. The waves on the internet were getting bigger and bigger. As more and more Han Xiao's fans found out about this, they were used by people with ulterior motives. While the two of them were still on the plane, there was an endless stream of reposts from marketing accounts. Susani had only been free for 2 days, but she had already gotten herself into trouble. What about spending money to freeload in Paris? What about seducing Han Xiao in order to freeload in Paris? What about being kept by a sugar daddy and hooking up with Han Xiao in order to get resources? The point of the repost was very thought-provoking. They kept poking Susani at the sore spot of Han Xiao's fans. Therefore, when Susani and Han Xiao got off the plane, their cell phones were ringing non-stop. The people on the other end of the line were going crazy. In fact, Susani and Han Xiao's staff were not the only ones going crazy. The E-Clan staff who communicated directly with Yi Yang were also going crazy. You still have to ask me about such a small matter? How are you a director? This project was handed over to you a month ago. Why do you still have to discuss everything with me now? How are you a manager? You still have to ask me about such a small matter? Look for the vice president. Don't waste my time. Your team has been following up on this project for almost half a year. How can you make a mistake at the critical moment? Are you deliberately wasting my time? Yi Yang's office was full of reprimands. Today was the end of the month, and there were a lot of reports at the end of the month. In addition to meetings, Yi Yang shortened his lunch time to 10 minutes. The last person in charge of the project came out of the office. After being scolded by his boss, who had not been angry for a long time, he did not look good. The assistants outside the office were whispering to each other. What's wrong with President E today? Why is he so angry? Today? Didn't you come to work a few days ago? President E has been angry for 3 days. What's going on? President E has never been angry. Xiao Bin, do you know what's going on? Xiao Bin shook his head. I don't know. How could he know why his boss was in a bad mood recently? Like everyone else, he held a document with a heavy heart and did not dare to enter. If he entered the office later, he would be scolded as soon as he placed the document on his boss's desk. Forget it. Let him scold me. Sponsored partnerships are more important. Xiao Bin prepared himself mentally. He took a deep breath and knocked on Yang's office door. What responded to him was a cold voice. Come in. Xiao Bin pushed the door open and entered, placing a document on the desk. Yang, who was sitting behind the desk, frowned. He opened the document with a cold face. After reading it, his face turned even darker. He put his pen aside heavily. Why is this document with me? Shouldn't it be given to the vice president to sign? Xiao Bin explained, the vice president asked me to bring this over for you to take a look. If there's no problem, Xiao Bin, not everything in the company has to be placed in front of me. I don't have so much time to deal with it one by one. In the future, if it's not a specific project, don't put it on my desk. There are vice presidents and directors in the company. Don't pile the next level of work on my desk. Do you understand? Okay, President E. I'll keep it in mind. After speaking, Xiao Bin put away the document and walked out. When Yi Yang first took over the company, he was not familiar with the company's business. He was also not confident in his own abilities. Therefore, he had to ask about all the company's decisions, no matter how big or small. The more things he had to ask about, the more work he had to do. His personal time was also compressed by several times. However, it had to be said that this was a shortcut to quickly understand and master the company. Now that the company was under his control, there was no need to manage the company in the same way as before. After pushing away the last document on his desk, Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The time on the computer showed that it was Friday. Susani should be in Paris on Friday. When he thought about how Susani was so excited to attend Fashion Week while he was busy with work, Yi Yang couldn't help but lose his temper. Was she that happy to be with Han Xiao? He turned on his phone to follow the progress of Susani's Fashion Week. The most popular video was eye-catching. Is Han Xiao acquiescing to his relationship with Susani? Relationship? Yi Yang clicked on the video. It was a video of Han Xiao gently helping Susani up in the noisy airport. Some busybodies even added romantic music. The action of Han Xiao helping Susani up was repeated in slow motion once, twice, 10 times. The comments below were in full swing. There were even people who posted photos that were taken secretly on the plane. Susani and Han Xiao were sitting next to each other. They looked like a couple on vacation. The photos were also photoshopped. Something like a heart encircled the two of them together. Anyway, it was as ambiguous as possible. Yi Yang felt that the color of the top of his head was not right. He dialed the company's internal line in a deep voice. Xiao Bin, come in. Xiao Bin, who had just returned to Yi Yang's office after delivering the documents for the vice president, did not stop for a moment. I'm off on Saturday and Sunday. Give me a break next Monday and Tuesday. I'm going to Paris. Immediately, help me get ready. Monday? Xiao Bin reminded him. President Yi, you have a... Yi Yang looked over coldly. Xiao Bin readily agreed and smiled. Do you need to stay in Paris for 4 days? I'll arrange it for you right away. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Yang boarded the plane. 12 hours later, he arrived at the hotel where Susani was staying. He wanted to see how the two of them were going to be ambiguous in front of him today. If Susani really dared to do anything out of line, then divorce. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the deep water torpedo, Yi Wuji 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Warm Little Fox 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Lin Chuan Xiaoshui 2. Mr. Zhang KK, Penniless 11, Buffon, Streaky Pork Babe 1, Xianxia, Rabbits Don't Eat Grass Near Their Burrows 1, just as Yang boarded the plane, Susini and Han Xiao were getting off the plane. The phone that had just been turned on kept ringing. Even on the way to the hotel, Anya's Luo Jia's phone never hung up. She talked to him one call after another until her lips were sore. On the contrary, the two people who were caught in this storm were exceptionally calm. Looking at the rumors online, Susini was even a little surprised. She really couldn't believe it. How could this matter be spread like this? Did she and Han Xiao look like a couple? The video of Han Xiao helping her up at the airport, was it really not because of the music and the effect of the forced filter that made it so ambiguous? Who was deliberately messing with her behind her back? You don't say. This video is really interesting. After the phone call, Luo Jia, who had arranged everything, clicked on the video of Han Xiao helping Susini up at the airport. He smiled meaningfully and said, "It really looks like it." Han Xiao glanced at Luo Jia and didn't say anything. Susini, on the other hand, was very apologetic. "I'm sorry, Brother Han. I really didn't expect this matter to turn out like this." Although this matter couldn't be blamed on her, Han Xiao was at least implicated because of her reputation. "It's not your fault. You don't have to apologize." Han Xiao's attitude was gentle. He was more concerned about this matter than Susini. He asked Luo Jia, "How's it going?" "Don't worry. I've contacted the company. The company will deal with this matter as soon as possible." Anya thought for a while and said, "Sini, let's change rooms at the hotel later." "Okay." It was better to be safe than sorry. Now that Susini was being targeted, some impulsive fans might do something. The extended business luxury car was more than enough to seat 4 people in the back seat. The 4 of them were restless and had their own thoughts. Luo Jia was playing with his phone. He looked at Anya for a while and then looked at the screen for a while. His expression was one of hesitation. "Missin, do you have time for a chat later?" Ever since Anya was squeezed into his arms by the crowd at the airport, he had been planning for a chance to be alone with Anya. Anya actually didn't take it seriously. After all, it was just a rumor. They had to discuss it properly. What's more, in her mind, Luo Jia was definitely gay. What could a gay man think or be interested in her? Chat? Sure. The car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. The doorman in front of the lobby came to open the door and took out the luggage. 2 cars followed behind him, carrying Susini and Han Zhao's assistants and makeup artists. There were many celebrities staying in this hotel during the fashion week, so the security was very good. From the moment they entered the hotel lobby to the elevator, no random people rushed out. Anya handed a room card to Susini. "Go to room 1902. I'll meet you later." Susini took the room card. "Okay." Luo Jia also handed a room card to Han Xiao. It was room 1905. Luo Jia and Anya's 2 agents went to Susini's room to talk. The moment they entered the room, Anya took off her heavy coat and leaned back on the sofa. After more than 10 hours of flight and driving, they finally landed. She was a little thirsty, so she took out 2 bottles of water from the fridge and threw one to Luo Jia. She didn't see Luo Jia as a man at all. She didn't put her arm around Luo Jia's shoulder because of his gender. "Tell me. What do you want to talk about? Is it because of the scandal that your company is in trouble?" "It's okay. Just tell me. We can deny the rumors unilaterally. You don't have to do it first." "Don't. Han Xiao told me that this matter should be settled by us. You are the truly innocent party." Luo Jia stood in front of her and said, "Since the company said that they will settle this, you don't have to worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong in the first place." He paused, opened a bottle of mineral water, and took a sip to moisten his throat. "The company has told me that we'll deal with those marketing accounts first. Then, we'll release a statement. When the time comes, your studio's official Weibo will repost it." Anya nodded. "Actually, I'm quite curious. Missin, you are so capable. Why did you only manage one celebrity after so many years? Wouldn't it be more profitable to manage a few more?" "I don't care if it's profitable or not. I just like this job." It's tiring to manage too many celebrities, and I don't have my own personal space. Cindy is quite good. Basically, I don't have much time to worry about when something happens. You should be quite busy. Other than Han Xiao, you have several other celebrities. You don't have your own personal space, do you? It's okay. I was a little busy 2 years ago. Now I'm focusing on Han Xiao. Although I still have to worry, it's much better than before. Luo Jia took out his phone. We've known each other for so long. How about we add each other on WeChat? Sure. Anya was completely unprepared. After adding each other on WeChat, Anya was obviously too tired to continue chatting with him. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest. Fashion week is tomorrow. I have to get a good night's sleep. See you tomorrow. Luo Jia put down the bottle of mineral water. He thought for a moment and said, "There's something I want to ask. Miss Su has been in the industry for so many years, but I've never heard of any scandals. What type of man does Miss Su like?" Anya raised her eyebrows. Han Xiao was gay, and so was Luo Jia. Who were they pimping for? You're the second person to ask me this. Luo Jia understood the meaning behind Anya's words. He smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I don't have any feelings for Miss Su." Then who is it? Luo Jia smiled slightly. But obviously, Anya didn't get his point. I really don't know what type of man Cindy likes. You might have heard that she's a workaholic and doesn't have time to care about these things. She yawned. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. With that, she got up. Seeing that the opportunity in his hands was about to slip away, Luo Jia stopped her and looked at her with burning eyes. There's something else I want to discuss with you. Anya was half a head shorter than him, so she looked up slightly. Actually, Luo Jia was quite good-looking. Birds of a feather flocked together. Perhaps it was because he had been with Han Xiao for a long time that he had a little bit of Han Xiao's temperament. He had a good image and a good temperament. He was well known in the management industry for his methods. If he wasn't gay, perhaps they could play together. What is it? In the face of Anya's frankness, Luo Jia grinned, revealing his 8 teeth. The corners of his mouth were upturned, and there was a slight glint in his eyes. He was a little naughty. Nothing else. I just want to discuss with you. Luo Jia smiled. What's the name of our child? Anya, ? What do you think of Luoan? Anya looked at him silently. Luo Jia pushed his luck. Or if you don't think it's good, what about Luo Muan? Anya raised her hand. Slap, Luo Jia covered his right cheek. He was still good-tempered and fearless. If you don't like either of them, you can, slap, Luo Jia covered his cheek with one hand. Their eyes met, and their emotions were strangely calm. Anya looked at him expressionlessly. Get lost. Luo Jia remained silent. A minute later, fine, I'll get lost. He turned around and left. She looked like a delicate woman, but she was quite ruthless. Hiss, it was so **king painful. When Luo Jia returned to his room, he applied ice cubes on his face in front of the mirror, grimacing and hissing. Looking at his face, he would have to wear a mask for 2 days. On the other hand, Anya, who had slapped Luo Jia twice, went to Susani's room. She was so angry that her hands were trembling. Susani came out of the bathroom and saw that she was in a bad mood. What's the matter? She asked. What's the matter? Anya gritted her teeth and looked as if she wanted to skin her alive. Do you know what that bastard Luo Jia said just now? What did he say? He actually asked me what the name of our future child should be. When Anya thought about it, she was so angry that she laughed. Who in the industry doesn't know that he's gay? He said that to me? What does he mean? He wants me to be his wife? Bah. Bastard. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. Really? He really said that? Of course. He said that the child should be called Luoan or Luo Muan? Let me tell you, I've only slapped him twice today. If he dares to talk to me like that again, I'll definitely break his lower body. Anyway, I don't think he needs it. Anya was quite easy to talk to. Except for this matter, When someone challenged her bottom line, she would fly into a rage. You know what? He actually asked me what type of man you like. Cindy, you have to be careful. I feel that he didn't ask that for himself, but for Han Xiao. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you analyze it with me before? Han Xiao and him are most likely gay. It's probably just a casual topic to chat with you and get closer to you. Alright, don't be angry. We don't have to be angry with a dead gay. Anya took a deep breath. You're right. I'm not angry. Why should I be angry with him? As she spoke, she took out her phone and opened WeChat. She skillfully opened the WeChat accounts of a few young men to seek comfort. It seemed that they didn't need her anymore. Susani was dispirited. She went to the bathroom to remove her makeup. After removing her makeup, she lay on the bed and covered herself with the blanket. She didn't care about what was going on outside and fell into a deep sleep. She was saving her energy for tomorrow's fashion week. Therefore, when Yang arrived in Paris after a 12-hour journey, he knocked on the door for 5 minutes when he arrived at Susani's hotel room number. No one opened the door. The cold wind in the hotel corridor blew. Yang shivered from the cold. No one was staying in the room. This gave Yang a lot of room to fantasize. As for calling Susani, she held the phone in her hand. The screen turned black and then lit up again. She didn't make a single call. Call Susani? What kind of joke was this? He was here to denounce her. If he called Susani, wouldn't he be alerting the enemy? He wanted to catch her off guard. He wanted to see how Susani would explain to him that she had thrown her married status to the back of her mind and openly flirted with a male celebrity at the airport. Wasn't Fashion Week tomorrow? He wanted to see what Susani would say when she saw him. After a day of fermenting public opinion online, the fans were finally relieved after Han Zhao's company released a statement. However, there were still many fans who expressed that Han Xiao had always ignored such scandals. However, when it came to Susani, he made an exception time and time again. They felt that this was to protect Susani. The more he tried to cover it up, the more suspicious it would be. Someone on the internet got hold of insider information and posted a picture of the seating distribution for Fashion Week. There were a few seats with names written on it. They belonged to the top management of domestic celebrities and brands who were going to watch the show. The sharp-eyed fans saw that Susani's seat was at the back of the seating distribution. The seating distribution for the show was based on the celebrities' popularity. They were arranged to sit on the left or right of the brand's top management. Susani's seat wasn't considered good. It was infinitely at the back. She was considered a dispensable character. I knew it. No one would invite Susani. Anyone can go to Fashion Week as long as they spend money. She's so close to the back. I guarantee that she must have spent money to get there. Su Weiyin is also there. Her seat is much closer to the front than Susani's. Look at her. She was officially invited. Susani is just going to the red carpet. How shameless. Why is she sitting at the back of the red carpet? Susani is a disgrace to our country. First, she purposely sat on Han Xiao. Now, she's purposely sitting on the red carpet. Did Susani fall out of favor with her sugar daddy? Otherwise, why can't she even get a good seat? TSK. Nowadays, people will do anything to become famous. Isn't that so? You have to be convinced. Look at Su Weiyin. For years ago, she was invited to Fashion Week. Now, she's the secret wife of a big shot. In comparison, Susani is much worse. She debuted with Su Weiyin's face and was abandoned by her sugar daddy. Now, she's reduced to sitting on the red carpet. The mocking comments came one after another on the internet. When Susani found out about this, it was already the next day. The seating distribution for Fashion Week was actually changing all the time. There might be celebrities who couldn't make it at the last minute. There might also be last-minute invitations. Under these circumstances, the seating arrangement would have to be adjusted again before the start of Fashion Week. The first row was basically filled with the executives of various brands, popular celebrities, and VIP customers. Susani's seat wasn't the same as the one in the photo posted online, but it wasn't too far off. She was the same as Su Weiyin, sitting in the third row. She glanced at Han Xiao. The big star was in the first row. However, Susani didn't have the time to care about what happened on the internet. After all, after the show ended, the organizers would post on Weibo. At that time, she would know that she was invited. As for her seat, with her current popularity in the entertainment industry, it was only enough for her to sit in the third row. On this point, Susani was very self-aware. Before Fashion Week started, Susani methodically tried on the gowns that she had brought over in the hotel. It was a long white dress that wrapped around her chest. It was different from her usual sexy style. With light makeup and her hair tied up, she looked like a fairy. The photographer, who had been following Susani the whole time, started to take a few photos when she walked out of the room. He was very satisfied with the results. The car outside the hotel had been waiting for a long time. There were a few foreign female celebrities that Susani was familiar with, but she couldn't remember their names. They were chatting with Han Xiao in the hotel lobby. Looking at Han Xiao's expression, it was obvious that he was uncomfortable. When he saw Susani coming down, he quickly interrupted them and walked over to Susani. She clearly heard Han Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Han Xiao wasn't good at praising people. When he saw Susani, he only smiled and said, "You look really beautiful today." Susani praised him in return, "You have good taste." Luo Jia was wearing a mask and sunglasses as he strode in from outside the hotel. When he saw Anya beside Susani, he avoided her eyes and looked at Han Xiao. "Han Xiao, the organizer just informed me that your red carpet date has been brought forward. The car will be waiting outside in 5 minutes." The car was waiting outside to pick up celebrities. Han Xiao glanced at Susani. "I'll get going first. I'll wait for you backstage after the red carpet." Susani nodded her head repeatedly. Walking out of the hall quickly, Han Xiao saw that Luo Jia was wearing a mask and sunglasses. He was even more well-equipped than a celebrity like him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Luo Jia wanted to keep up appearances and said vaguely, "It's nothing. I chatted with Anya yesterday. She just didn't like the name I gave the child." Compared to Han Xiao, Susani took a longer time to walk the red carpet. She had nothing to do, so she waited in the lobby. "I forgot to take the invitation down." A panicked voice caught Susani's attention. It was the assistant she had brought along. She was so anxious that her face turned pale. Anya frowned and showed signs of anger. "What's wrong with you? How could you forget the invitation? Go and get it." "It's okay, don't worry." Susani comforted Anya. "Let her go and get it." It was her first time attending Fashion Week, so Susani knew that Anya was under pressure too. The assistant nodded repeatedly and hurried to the elevator. "What are you doing? Watch where you're going." A scolding voice was heard. The assistant apologized profusely. Susani and Anya turned around and saw a foreign man in a suit glaring at the assistant angrily. The assistant was so frightened that she kept apologizing and stopped her from leaving. In such a situation, it was the most sensible choice to keep the peace. But obviously, the foreign man did not want to keep the peace. He wanted to vent his anger. Susani went forward and communicated with him in fluent English. "I'm sorry, sir. My assistant offended you. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize on her behalf." The foreign man was not friendly to the Asian faces attending Fashion Week. He was even vaguely hostile. "Are you here for Fashion Week too?" "Yes." The man snorted and patted the place where the assistant had bumped into. "Where's the invitation? Can you show it to me?" Susani could tell that the man was looking for trouble. Her face darkened. "Sir, why should I give it to you? Is this your first time at Fashion Week? Did you pay for it? You don't even know me?" Anya had an idea. She whispered in Susani's ear, "This is Edward Davis from the organizer." Anya had memorized a lot of names last night. She was dizzy and did not recognize him until now. Davis was one of the higher-ups of the organizer. In order not to offend the villain, Anya reminded Susani not to mess around. Susani did not know who he was, but judging from Anya's tone, he should not be a simple person. She smiled and continued, "I'm sorry. My invitation is in the room upstairs. I'm going to ask my assistant to go up and get it." she added, if you didn't stop her. Davis was even more arrogant after hearing this. He was already angry when he was sent to pick up a VIP diamond client from China. He was even angrier when he was bumped into by a lowly assistant. With all due respect, madam, I've seen a lot of people like you who spend money to come to Fashion Week every year. I can't say anything about you, but you should at least respect our Fashion Week and bring your invitation before you walk the red carpet. I'm sorry, but I need to remind you that I didn't spend money to come here. The organizer invited me. Also, I didn't do a good job. Thank you for reminding me. I'll pay more attention in the future. She gave the assistant a look. The assistant nodded and hurried to the elevator. Ding, the elevator opened. The assistant was about to enter the elevator, but she was frightened by the people inside and stepped to the right. There were 4 people in the elevator. The 3 foreign men were standing behind an Asian man, but the Asian man's eyes were downcast as he unconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger. The elevator door opened, and his eyes were cold. His aura was not inferior to the foreign men behind him. The man stepped out of the elevator, and the 3 foreign men behind him immediately followed. They spread out behind the man like bodyguards in 3 directions to ensure his safety. Mr. E, hello. I'm Edward Davis. I'm here to pick you up. Susini and Anya were waiting for the red carpet car to arrive after arguing with Davis. They heard Davis's respectful and smiling voice. Mr. E? Susini turned her head and looked at him in confusion. Yang didn't stop walking. He ignored Davis's words. The words "strangers are not allowed to come close" were written all over his body. Susini saw Yang's cold side profile from the distance between a bodyguard and Davis. Why is he here? Yang seemed to feel Susini's surprise and gaze. He glanced sideways and inadvertently glanced over. The moment his eyes landed on Susini, he stopped in his tracks. Davis saw him stop, smiled, and asked him respectfully, Mr. E, Amanda is waiting for you at the show. Is there anything else? Yang looked at Susini without blinking, ignoring Davis. Davis followed Yang's gaze and looked at Susini. Susini looked at him and wanted to say something. Didn't he say he wasn't coming? Why didn't he say hello when he suddenly came? Susini didn't move as long as the enemy didn't make a move. Yang gave her a questioning look and asked, why aren't you coming? Susini was still in a state of disbelief. He's in the same hotel as me, but I didn't hear anything. What do you mean? Yang waved at her. Are you playing with a dog? Susini moved step by step to Yang and asked in a low voice, why are you here? I can't refuse the organizer's invitation. Davis looked between Yang and Susini. Mr. E, who is this? You don't need to know, Yang said coldly, tell Amanda to add a seat next to me. Then, he held Susini's hand and left the hotel lobby, leaving Davis in a daze. Anya was elated. She smiled and patted Davis on the shoulder. Mr. Davis, I don't think you need an invitation this time? Davis's face changed a few times, and he forced a smile. No, Mr. E is the best invitation. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, warm little fox, Lulu de cutie one. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. If you nag again, I'll kill you for 3 minutes. Little deaf and blind, little dessert and little honey, blossom, DS1Z, GE Young, no money on double 11, idle rice one. My invitation means that I don't have time, but the organizer's invitation means that I can't refuse their hospitality. What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on my invitation? If you're coming, then come. Why did you call me? You go your way and I'll go mine. Why must we be tied together? I shouldn't have gotten into his car. Why did I follow him here? It's not like I don't have an invitation. Yang, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Susini felt that her acting skills had reached their peak when she was facing Yang. Listening to the shock and surprise in her tone, her overjoyed sobbing was just right. It was simply moving. Yang rubbed the ring on his bony finger and concealed the fact that he had knocked on Susini's door for 5 minutes last night. He said, I just arrived today. Do you have anything to do in Paris after the show? It seems like something's wrong. Is something wrong or not? It's just a small matter. I'll probably have to stay for 2 days. Yang looked over. If there's nothing important, come back to China with me after the show. Don't run around. I knew that nothing good would come out of this bastard's appearance. It's not easy to come to Paris. How can we not go shopping? It was dark in the car. Susani took advantage of the blind spot and turned to look at him with gritted teeth. Hubby, I might not be able to return to China with you. I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do. You can go back first. Something important? Yang thought for a moment. I'll accompany you. The distance from the hotel to the red carpet of Fashion Week wasn't too far, only about 10 minutes. However, due to the red carpet of Fashion Week, it was inevitable that time would be lost. The car was parked not far from the entrance of the red carpet. A staff member came forward and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. E. Please wait for a moment." While waiting for a while, Susani looked out of the car window in boredom. The lights were overflowing, and the staff of the venue organized everyone into the venue in a chaotic but orderly manner. "Mr. E, it's your turn." The car started and slowly stopped at the entrance of the red carpet. A staff member opened the car door. Yang got out of the car with a bow. There was a live broadcast of the Fashion Week on the internet. The moment Yang stepped out of the car, there was a big splash. Who is this? With such a big fuss, I thought it was some big star. I don't know. I don't know whose sister you are, but this is the boss of Yipin Lanting, Yang. It's the Yipin Lanting that has a rooftop. Yang is also participating in the Fashion Week. Why didn't I hear anything about it before? My husband is so handsome. Mama, I found my dream lover. A man wearing a suit is really irresistible. So cool. Yang didn't leave. Was there someone else in the car? I'm looking forward to seeing if it's Su Weiyin. It must be Su Weiyin. I saw the Weibo post about Su Weiyin participating in the Fashion Week. The couple's secret marriage is confirmed. However, on the red carpet, Yang stood outside the car door and reached out his hand like a gentleman. Susani looked at the hand that was reaching out to her and took a deep breath. She raised her hand and placed it in Yang's palm. It's out. Su Weiyin. It must be Su Weiyin. What kind of love is this? I'm in love QAQ. It's public now, right? I didn't hear anything about Yang participating in the Fashion Week. He wasn't on the seating chart either. It must be a last-minute addition. God, I want to have such an ordinary love too. However, in the next second, Susani's smiling face appeared in the video. She held Yang's arm and walked towards the red carpet. The scene didn't have much of an impact. For foreigners, all Asian faces looked the same. But for the fans who were watching the live broadcast, it was like a bomb. Susani? I remember that Susani was supposed to walk the red carpet very late. Why is he walking out now? And with Yang? What's going on? Yang and Susani are walking the red carpet together? Am I dreaming? Can someone tell me what's going on? Didn't they say Yang got married a long time ago? His marriage partner is Su Weiyin? I remember that Su Weiyin also walked the red carpet at the Fashion Week. Why isn't Yang walking the red carpet with Su Weiyin? Didn't someone say that Susani has a sugar daddy behind her? Is Yang her sugar daddy? Could Susani be so shameless as to seduce Yang in front of his wife? The girl who commented that Susani is shameless, please use your brain. Is Yang the kind of person who would be fooled? I'm sure that Yang's wife is definitely not Su Weiyin. But if he can walk the red carpet with Susani, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. As for what their relationship is, you guys have to think about it carefully. F***ck, this plot is getting a little crazy, don't say, Susani is really beautiful. This dress is too fairy-like on her. Howling from the good-looking dog. Susani, let go of my husband. Susani held Yang's hand and walked the red carpet surrounded by flashing lights. She put on a formulaic smile and cooperated with the photographers to take photos. It wasn't the first time she walked the red carpet, but in her impression, this was the first time she walked the red carpet with Yang. Oh no, I'm a little nervous. What should I do? After taking 2 steps, she stopped for a while and let the photographers take photos before continuing forward. After walking halfway down the red carpet, Susani stood still in the same place. She smiled and pulled Yang's arm, whispering as if nothing had happened, "Yang, I'm stuck." Yang asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Susani wanted to cry but had no tears. "My right high heel is stuck in the seam." Walking the red carpet was such a big event, how could there be a seam? Don't be nervous, it's just a small matter. Susani, you've encountered all kinds of unexpected situations. This is just a small matter, don't worry, don't panic. Try harder. Ah. How could such a big fashion week have such a mistake? Susani exerted force on her foot, trying to pull out the high heel that was stuck in the seam. However, the two of them had been standing for a long time, and the heel of the high heel was too thin and long. It was so deep that she couldn't pull it out for a while. She glanced around. The staff members around her were either maintaining order at the scene or stopping the cameraman. The host on the stage was too far away to see. Under the light of the venue, Yang saw a touch of anxiety on Susani's face. Without thinking too much, he let go of Susani's hand that was holding his and walked in front of Susani. Under Susani's puzzled gaze, he slowly knelt down on one knee. F***CK. Is this a proposal? Proposing to President Yi on such an occasion, are you out of your mind? Oh my god, proposing on such an occasion. Is it so romantic? I'm jealous. Susani was shocked. What are you doing? Yang lifted her skirt and held her ankle with one hand. He whispered, don't be noisy. Susani looked around. The sound of cameras flashing and lights turning off was non-stop. She had been through a lot, but she didn't know why, but wherever she looked, her heart would beat like thunder. Don't. Just stand up and let the staff do it. Yang held her ankle with one hand. The warm touch of his palm was so strong that she couldn't break free. Don't worry, it's okay to waste some time. It was strange. The red carpet was noisy, but Susani could clearly hear Yang's deep voice. She didn't want to admit it, but she had to. At this moment, Yang gave her a great sense of security. Yang pulled out the high heel from the seam of the red carpet and put it on for her. It's done. Yang got up as if nothing had happened. Susani's heart finally settled down. She smiled and held Yang's hand and continued to move forward. What do you mean by a little sweet? So kneeling on one knee is not a proposal. I knew it. How could President Yi do such a thing on such an occasion? President Yi is the best boyfriend. He's so gentle and sweet. He's the one I've always wanted. I'm sure that Yang's secret wife must be Susani. If not, I'll eat shit live. You don't have to do it live. You can hide and eat. If a man can do this for a woman, if the two of them are not husband and wife, it proves that Yang's character is really good. You keep saying that they are husband and wife. Did Yang admit it? Did you give him a wife out of nowhere? Have you forgotten what kind of person Susani is? Is she worthy of Yang? No matter how bloody the bullet screen was before the live broadcast, Susani and Yang had already reached the end of the red carpet. The host was a sexy foreign beauty. She was informed half an hour before Susani and Yang walked the red carpet. Yang didn't like to be questioned, and the host had been told to do so. Mr. Yi, this is the first time you've come to our fashion week. I hope that tonight, you and the beautiful Miss Su Weiyin. Just as the host said this, the live broadcast reached another climax. The host is talking about Su Weiyin. Did she say it wrong, or was it Su Weiyin who was supposed to walk the red carpet with Yang? She definitely didn't say it wrong. The person who was supposed to walk the red carpet with Yang was definitely Su Weiyin. Susani must have used some tricks. Susani is too sinister, isn't she? In order to become famous, she would do anything? However, before these comments could finish floating on the screen, Yang raised his eyes and interrupted the host. I think you've got it wrong. This is Miss Susani. The host smiled awkwardly. I'm very sorry, this is Miss Susani. I hope you two can have a good night. The comments on the screen were very awkward. Susani, who slowly walked backstage, was relieved. A woman with exquisite makeup came forward and shook hands with Yang with a smile. Mr. Yi, it's my pleasure to have you here. Yang nodded slightly and shook his hand in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Long time no see. And this is? Amanda looked at Yang's female companion with a smile. You didn't say that you were going to bring a woman with you. This is my wife, Susani. Amanda was quite shocked. Yang introduced Susani. This is Amanda, the person in charge of Fashion Week. I've heard a lot about you. Amanda shook hands with Susani. I haven't seen you for a few years. Mr. E, you have such a beautiful wife. What a lucky man. Susani glanced at Yang and smiled back. Okay, you too, I've reserved seats for you in tonight's show. Enjoy the visual feast tonight. I have to go. Amanda then left. There were quite a few people in the inner court. They were either chatting or taking photos together. Yang had always kept a low profile. Not many people knew him. Before this, his name was not on the list. They only knew that Amanda had talked to him intimately, but they didn't dare to approach him. Not far away, Han Xiao was talking with a Hollywood actor that he had worked with before. When he saw Susani, he was stunned. Then his eyes stopped on Yang, who was standing next to Susani. Han? What's wrong? Han Xiao smiled apologetically at the actor in front of him. Sorry, excuse me. Then he left apologetically. Although he was hesitant, he still walked towards Susani. Sini, Han Xiao looked at Yang. Mr. E is here too? The organizer is so kind. Then he looked at Susani. Can you get me a glass of wine? I want to have a drink with Mr. Han. Hearing this, Susani went to the table to serve wine. Han Xiao smiled politely. Was Mr. E and Sini walking the red carpet together? I heard that something happened on the way. It's not a big deal. Sini's heel got stuck in the gap. Yang's eyes followed Susani. He smiled faintly and said, she's always like this. She's always so careless. I don't feel at ease if she's not by my side. Han Xiao hesitated. There's something I don't know if I should say. Mr. Han, please go ahead. Actually, I've been wanting to ask about this for a long time, but I don't know if I'm offending you. He looked at the ring on Yang's ring finger. There are rumors online that Mr. Yi is married. Judging from the ring on Mr. Yi's finger, he is indeed married. However, don't you think that Mr. Yi's behavior towards Sini is too much? Yang's face was expressionless. Is it? Sini is a good person. She's worth it. But has Mr. Yi ever thought about his wife's feelings? Susani brought 2 glasses of champagne over. She handed one to Yang and the other to Han Xiao. Both of them were silent. The atmosphere seemed a little strange. Susani smiled and broke the silence. What are you guys talking about? Yang took the glass and put one arm around Susani, as if declaring ownership. Mr. Han seems to have some misunderstanding about our relationship, so I'm explaining it to him. Misunderstanding? It's like this. Yang looked at Han Xiao coldly. The anger in his eyes was getting stronger. Today, I'll formally introduce you to my wife, Miss Susani. I'd like to propose a toast to Mr. Han. The smile in Han Xiao's eyes gradually disappeared. The champagne in his hand was still in front of him. After a long while, he came back to his senses and took a step back. Susani was also stunned. She didn't expect Yang to introduce their relationship to Han Xiao. Yang took a sip and looked at Han Xiao calmly. Mr. Han, you're not drinking? Han Xiao looked at Susani silently. Brother Han, are you okay? Hearing Susani's concerned voice, he knew that Susani didn't have any feelings for him at all. She really only saw him as a friend. From the beginning until now, it was just his imagination running wild. Sorry. Han Xiao raised his head and drank the champagne in one gulp. I'm sorry for offending you. After saying that, he smiled apologetically and turned to leave. Susani looked at Han Xiao's back and finally understood why the atmosphere was strange. Yang thinks there's something between Han Xiao and me? That's why. But Han Xiao is gay. What kind of thoughts can there be between us? Is Yang thinking too much, gay? Yang sneered. Men knew men best. When Han Xiao looked at Susani, he knew best what Han Xiao was thinking. Like and possessive. Are you blaming me for saying all this to Han Xiao? No. Susani reacted and was a little annoyed. That shouldn't be. Why is Han Xiao reacting like this? Isn't he gay? Shouldn't he give me his blessings as a friend? Why does it seem like he likes you? Yang swirled the champagne and said expressionlessly, men know men best. I can tell that he likes you. But he. Susani suddenly shut up. She forgot that the fact that Han Xiao was gay was the result of her and Anya's discussion based on rumors. Only she once saw Han Xiao and Luo Jia hugging each other in the lounge. Other than that, there was no evidence. So. Han Xiao really likes me? What have I done during this period of time? I actually hid my married status and let a single man misunderstand. Susani, remember, you're a woman with a husband. I don't want to see any rumors about you and other men on the internet in the future. Susani really wanted to say a few words, but Yang, this dog of a man, was right, she really couldn't refute. More and more people finished walking the red carpet in the show. Susani and Yang were led to their seats by the staff. Yang's position in the show was quite good. In the first row, she and Han Xiao were separated by a distance of 3 seats. Susani was rather absent-minded. Han Xiao. Must think that I deliberately hid it. Sigh, it seems that I did deliberately hide it. He helped me a lot before. Great, we can't be friends anymore. Married women are not qualified to have handsome friends. I still want a divorce QAQ. Susani was in tears. Yang watched the show calmly, but he was quite dissatisfied. Helped you a lot, Han Xiao can take you down the red carpet, he can take you to the first row, am I not the only one who can? Sorry for being late, a novel definitely can't satisfy all the readers. If the plot doesn't quite meet the expectations, it's my fault. You can read other authors' novels. Reading novels is the most important thing for everyone to be happy. Thank you, everyone, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you so much. Thank you to the little angels who threw the deep-water torpedoes, Yi Wuji 5. Thank you to the little angels who threw the grenades, Yi Wuji, Xianmi 1. Fashion Week was a gathering of big brands. Tall and thin models walked on the runway expressionlessly, wearing the latest season designs from famous designers of various brands. Susani, who was troubled by Han Xiao, was soon shocked by the words beautiful, this is too beautiful, what a beautiful dress, and too beautiful. In the past, when he was watching a fashion show in front of a television screen, he didn't feel anything special. But now that he was watching it live, at a distance of less than half a meter, he could feel the wind blowing on his face as the models walked. Other than being beautiful, he was also shocked. Yang did not have much interest in this kind of show. To him, it was just a few pieces of clothing. After the dazzling fashion week ended, many artists and VIP customers inquired about the models of the various brands. Such new models were difficult to buy in China, and they were all booked during the fashion week. The party that followed gave the guests a chance to socialize on Fashion Week. Yang raised his glass to congratulate Amanda on the success of the Fashion Week and made a presumptuous request. Amanda, I have a presumptuous request. Can I reserve a full set of the new collections for this Fashion Week? Amanda understood. Is it because of your beautiful wife? Yang nodded. Such a romantic man, why wouldn't I give you this chance? Of course, no problem. Thank you. Susani held a glass of wine and made an excuse to leave Yang. Then, she chatted happily among the socialites and artists. Perhaps it was because of Yang, but Susani found that she was much more popular than before. Miss Su looks so beautiful in this dress. Miss Su, do you have any new designs that you like tonight? Remember to book it in advance. Don't be like me last year. I only remembered it after Fashion Week ended, and when I asked, it was all gone. I've heard of Miss Su in China before, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to work with her. I wonder if I'll have the chance to work with Miss Su in the future. Miss Su and Mr. E seem to have a good relationship. I've never heard of it before. I'm really curious. And so on and so forth. Susani pretended not to know or changed the topic. Although Susani didn't like to socialize, as a member of the entertainment industry, she had to do as the Romans do during Fashion Week. What's more, there was nothing wrong with building a good relationship with the domestic A-list and B-list stars. As a result, Susani's WeChat friend circle was filled with many celebrities' WeChat messages. Miss Su, what a coincidence. We met again at Fashion Week after the auction. Without looking, Susani knew that Su Weiyin was talking to her. We're all Miss Su. Don't be so formal. Susani looked at her with a smile. I'm also surprised to see you at Fashion Week. Su Weiyin glanced at Yi Yang, who was not far away. She lowered her eyebrows and said with a smile, Yi Yang is willing to walk you down the red carpet. It shows that he cares about you. Miss Su is really lucky. Susani guessed that Su Weiyin was going to stir up trouble again. Sure enough, Su Weiyin smiled bitterly. Life is about first come, first served. Miss Su is really lucky. She met one person and walked to the end. Unlike me, in this life, she didn't finish her sentence. She was trying to hide something. Susani sighed. As expected of Su Weiyin. Her speaking skills were superb. In fact, if it hadn't been for her, Yi Yang would have been fooled by her not long after she returned to China. Although she didn't know why, it seemed that she was the one who ruined her relationship with Yi Yang. After all, there didn't seem to be any other variables except for her. Susani was unusually cooperative. I don't understand what you mean. Nothing. I'm just lamenting. Lamenting? Susani sneered. Don't tell me you think that Yi Yang is regretting it now that he's rich and powerful? Are you trying to sow discord between Yi Yang and me? Let me tell you, it's impossible. No matter what happened between you and Yi Yang in the past, Yi Yang loves me now and not you. Su Weiyin was slightly stunned. She seemed to be lost in her memories. Miss Su, you've misunderstood. I don't have such thoughts. I just think that Miss Su is lucky to have met the right person at the right time. Su Weiyin revealed her standard white lotus smile. Also, Miss Susani, don't you think that you look like me? What's wrong with looking like you? I heard that Miss Susani debuted under my name. You look like me. Have you ever wondered why Yi Yang chose to marry you when he doesn't like you? Susani frowned. What do you mean? What do I mean? Miss Su is so smart. Can't you guess? Susani secretly rolled her eyes. Didn't she just say that she looked like her? Yi Yang only agreed to marry her because he wanted to use her as her substitute. Her face turned cold. I don't understand what you're talking about. Let's put it this way. It's not just 4 years ago. During that time in university, Yi Yang and I. Su Weiyin sighed. I was wrong in the past, but it's all in the past. If Miss Su is interested, you can ask Yi Yang. You said that he loves you, so he should tell you the truth. Susani saw Yi Yang walking over from afar. Su Weiyin, don't be so sarcastic in front of me. I don't care what happened between you and Yi Yang in the past. Stay away from Yi Yang in the future. Don't let me see you in front of Yi Yang. Do you hear me? She looked fierce. Compared to Su Weiyin's gentleness, she looked like a bully. Su Weiyin opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words halfway. What are you talking about? Yi Yang walked over. Susani grabbed Yi Yang's arm and looked at Su Weiyin threateningly. Then she looked up at Yi Yang and deliberately said to Yi Yang in a coquettish tone, We're not talking about anything. Yi Yang, I really like the new collections of this season. Can you help me? There are a few pieces that I really want. Susani shuddered. Goosebumps appeared all over her body. You're hurting yourself to kill 1,000 enemies. You're disgusting, Su Weiyin and myself. I'm going to throw up. Su Weiyin swallowed her bitterness and forced a smile. Cinny, don't worry. I won't appear in front of Yi Yang again. Yi Yang ignored her. Don't worry. I'll buy all the new collections for you. Seeing that Yi Yang was ignoring her, Su Weiyin suddenly felt bored. She looked down and said, You guys talk. I'll leave first. I don't know if Yi Yang will question me about what I said to Su Weiyin. Su Weiyin's pitiful look makes my heart ache. He's a straight man. He can't be that good at identifying the asterisk cheese, right? But Su Weiyin does have a point. Yang never said anything about what happened between him and Su Weiyin 4 years ago. Am I really Su Weiyin's substitute? Domineering CEO's substitute lover? God, I can't even get Yang's true love. As a woman, I'm so sad. Yang said to Su Weiyin coldly, then you have to do what you say. Susini. Su Weiyin, she didn't expect Yang to say something like that. Su Weiyin's face was full of awkwardness and embarrassment. After a while, she forced a smile and left. Yang, you bought all the new collections for me? Are you telling the truth? Yang asked, have I ever lied to you? Susini was touched. You're so nice. Yang raised his eyebrows. Can Han Xiao buy all the new collections for you? I'm the only one who can do that. After the party, Susini and Yang took a car back to the hotel. Unfortunately, they met Han Xiao and the others in front of the elevator, who had returned before them, but they still met in front of the elevator. Mr. Han, what a coincidence. Yang took the initiative to greet him. Han Xiao didn't seem to be in a good mood. What a coincidence. Brother Han, I want to talk to you. Is that okay? Han Xiao looked over and looked at her calmly. Miss Su, you don't have to say anything. I understand. But, ding, the elevator arrived. Yang pulled Susini into the elevator first. Han Xiao stood outside the elevator and didn't move. You guys go first. Yang didn't say a word and pressed the button to close the door. The elevator kept going up. Luo Jia, who was standing behind Han Xiao, frowned and asked hesitantly, are you sure Susini and Yang? Yes. Susini, Han Xiao said, it has nothing to do with her. I almost got involved in her marriage. Fortunately, I stopped myself at the last minute and didn't cause a disaster. Luo Jia thought of the candlelight dinner and surprised that Han Xiao had specially prepared for a long time inside. The elevator stopped on the 19th floor. Susini wanted to go to Yang's room, but Yang said to go to her room. Isn't it good to go to your room? Are you sure you want to stay in my small room? Why? Is there a secret in your room? Are you hiding a man? Of course not. Back in the room, she removed her makeup and washed up. Susini nestled under the blanket and opened Han Zhao's WeChat. She sent an explanation and apology. 5 minutes later, Han Xiao only replied with 3 words, it's okay. She was a little troubled. But this matter was indeed her problem. She didn't sense Han Zhao's feelings for her at the first moment. Not only that, but she also allowed this kind of feelings to continue developing. But how did she know that Han Xiao liked her? She hid it too well. Actually, it's not necessarily true. Yang's senses are so sensitive. Maybe Han Xiao doesn't like me at all. Maybe Yang, that D*MN man, is tricking me. The more Susini thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. How long have I known Han Xiao? How could he like me? Which part of me is likable? Is it because I'm handsome enough when I hit people or because I'm arrogant enough when I scold people? Han Xiao likes me? Is he crazy? Yang came out of the bathroom and went to bed as if nothing had happened. Hubby, have you misunderstood Han Xiao? What do you mean? I don't think he likes me. You must have misunderstood. I'm not his type. Yang glanced at her. Susini, you don't understand men. Susini couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Then it's really fortunate that I have a wise and powerful husband. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. You're welcome. Susini rolled her eyes and changed the topic. Hubby, when are you coming back? What about you? I have to stay for 2 more days. I still have something to do. I'm not in a hurry. There's nothing important in the company. Are you happy to stay here with you for 2 more days? Susini was expressionless. I'm happy. That's good. It's late. Go to sleep. How about I go shopping with you tomorrow? Are you happy? Susini gritted her teeth. I'm happy. I'm so happy to have you with me. After saying that, Susini fell asleep peacefully while feeling excited and full of anticipation. The next day, Fashion Week released all the videos of the red carpet and the show on and off. The netizens found out who was on the red carpet and who outshone the crowd on the red carpet. For example, celebrities like Xianxia were praised. Others like the online streamers who spent money on the red carpet were all mocked. But there was something very interesting. Before Fashion Week started, it was rumored that Susani could attend Fashion Week because she had paid for the invitation. Later, it was discovered that Susani was sitting in the back row. This attracted a lot of ridicule from her fans. But when Fashion Week ended and the organizers thanked all the artists who had been invited, they found out that Susani was officially invited. Not only that, when she walked the red carpet with the boss of the clan, Yang, although the video cut out the part where Yang pulled out Susani's heels, this part was saved during the live broadcast. At that time, there was a huge uproar. And in the end, when the show started, Susani was sitting in the front row. All the rumors about Susani's trip to Paris Fashion Week were dispelled. I'm really impressed. Susani can actually get an invitation to Fashion Week and get to sit in the front row with the same treatment as Han Xiao. I'm really king shocked, okay? I suddenly feel like Cindy from Zhujialan has become an international barbarian. Forgive me for being blunt, but Susani is really amazing. Although her reputation hasn't been good since her debut, everything has been smooth sailing. Her TV series have always had good reviews and now, she's been invited to sit in the front row. This treatment completely beats countless female celebrities in China. Susani's face fans are here to show off. Where are the people who slandered Cindy for buying the invitation and sitting in the back row? Why aren't you coming out to continue spreading rumors? You're the only one with a mouth. Hurry up and see how your daddy Su is going to become famous. Same face fans. Susani's gown is going to explode. She's too beautiful. Sitting in the front row is too eye-catching. I'm going to cry. Damn. Although Susani debuted under the name of Little Suwain, now Little Suwain is sitting in the back row while Susani is sitting in the front row. This difference is really lamentable. Do you really think that with Susani's fame, she can walk the red carpet so early? Walk the red carpet for so long? Sit in the front row to watch the show? Isn't it all because she's related to Yang? I heard a long time ago that Susani has a sugar daddy. This is confirmed, but Yang's marriage isn't confirmed. Personally, I'm more inclined to believe that Yang is Susani's sugar daddy. Marriage? Impossible. Yang's family background is so good. What does he want from Susani? As long as Yang doesn't announce his marriage, I'll assume that he's single. Smile, there was a lot of discussion about Susani's trip to Fashion Week, but Susani didn't have time to deal with it. Time was tight, and Yang wanted to go shopping with her in Paris. It wasn't Susani's first time shopping in Paris. She had been here once or twice with Anya before, and each time she returned with a full load. This time, with Yang, the car stopped in front of the Boulevard Haussmann in the center of Paris. Susani smiled as she held Yang's hand and got out of the car. Shopping, is it? Today, I'll teach Yang a lesson. I'll let him know how crazy his wife is when it comes to shopping. Yang quietly walked into a store. Hubby, I like this brand's clothes the most. Their bags are good too. Unfortunately, I'm not their VIP, so I can't. Yang took out his card and handed it to the shop assistant. The shop assistant quickly learned about Yang's identity. Mr. E, do you need closed service? Susani wanted to say something but stopped. She had no difficulty communicating in English, so she was confused when the shop assistant said closed service. Yang didn't like special treatment. It would be too troublesome to close the shop. No, yes. Susani interrupted him. Of course. The shop assistant looked at Yang. Yang nodded. Okay. The large luxury store temporarily stopped service. Yang sat on the sofa and tasted the red wine served by the waiter. Why aren't you picking? Susani looked at the luxury clothes in the store and felt for the first time that she was a country person who had just entered the city. She knew that Yang was rich, so why did the shop close service so casually? You want me to pick? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Susani, what's wrong with you? You're stunned by such a small scene? Can't you be a little more mature? It's not like you haven't shopped before. Susani took a deep breath and glanced at it casually. She didn't choose carefully and just relied on her eyes. This, and this, those two bags, and those 3 pairs of shoes. Oh, right, these 3, these 2, give me a set according to my size. Hubby, I only bought these few pieces. Also, I don't want to try these clothes. You don't mind, right? I don't mind. That's good. Then let's go to the next store? Next store? Yang looked at the shop assistant. Please take out the latest jewelry for my wife to see. The shop assistant smiled and said, okay. Soon, the shop assistant brought out the latest necklaces, rings, and other jewelry from the latest season and placed them in front of Susani. These 2, this pair of earrings, and this necklace. This diamond ring is not bad. Susani smiled and asked Yang, do they look good? Yes. Yang asked her, that's it? Yang looked at the jewelry the shop assistant brought in front of Susani and said, wrap all these up. Okay, Mr. E. Susani, question mark. This one, and this one. Yang pointed at the women's clothes and said, and this one, and these 2. I don't want the ones I just pointed out. Please take a set of the other styles according to my wife's size. The shop assistant's smile widened. Okay, Mr. E. Susani. Yang, does he think this is a wet market? You're not here to shop, you're here to stock up. The staff in the shop were busy. Susani sat there and was being treated eagerly. She began to doubt her life. Yang, did you buy too much? Will Mom say that I'm too wasteful? No. You can't fit it all at home, can you? Pin Lan Ting still has a house under my name. I'll give you the key when we get back. Was it a warehouse? Compared to Yang, why do I feel that I'm so stingy? I'm so petty. Looking at Yang's extravagant spending, Susani felt for the first time the big gap between the rich and the poor. No wonder Yang casually bid for the 90 million necklace at the auction that day. The taste of the rich is so damn sweet. Susani, shopping? Today I'll teach Yang a lesson and let him see how scary it is for a woman to go shopping. Yang, okay. Smile, a novel to recommend a gay friend to everyone. Sweet novel. You can take a look if you're interested. The Daily Life of the Drama Queen by Mumu meets Spring. The moment she woke up, Xianxia had transmigrated into the wife of the evil big boss in the novel. As the male lead's informant, Xianxia had to face the consequences of smashing the big boss's head in order to steal information for the male lead. She would be mercilessly killed by the big boss of the villain. The only thing she could do now was to run for her life. Just as Xianxia decided to run for her life, she realized that the villain had lost his memory. The villain asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the great villain who had lost his memory, Xianxia recalled the villain's identities in novels who were extremely wealthy. She smiled and said, "Hubby, I'm your most beloved wife. Thank you to the classmate who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher. One great talent. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade. Warm little fox. 1sh*t. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine. 4080946. Two poor people. Today's weather is very good. Little candy. Take your medicine if you're sick. Io, not bad. Xiao Ariai Moi. JQY 100812316404974. Lu Jiji. 40228914, Lanafal, yes, Indigo Collar, please ask me to do my homework when you see me. Paris has always been known as a shopping paradise. The 3 famous avenues, the Avenue Montaigne, the Champs-Élysées, and the Avenue George V, gathered the world's top luxury brands. Closed? What's going on? 2 exquisitely dressed and beautiful girls carrying 3 to 4 luxury brand bags were stopped outside the store. They were puzzled when they saw the closed sign. What time is it? Why is it closed already? One of the girls looked in through the glass window and saw the busy staff inside. She was even more puzzled. Isn't the staff here? Why aren't you open for business? Forget it, why don't we go to the next one? Next? Do you know how long I've been waiting for their new bag? I called yesterday and said that the store could stock up. That's why I came here. Why did it close so suddenly? Don't worry, I'll check. Another person took out his phone and asked for a while. They really shouldn't be closing at this time. Wait, they said that if it's not time to close, it might be because there are VIP customers in the store and they're closing the store. Closed service? The two of them looked into the shop. Forget it, let's go to the next one. One of the girls said stubbornly, no. I'm going to wait here until the store opens. I want to see who this VIP customer is. Susini and Yang cleaned out the store. All the designs were packed according to Susini's size, and they promised to send the goods to China. When it was time to pay, Susini took out a card from her bag and handed it to him. Darling, you don't have to pay. I'll do it. Yang glanced at the card she handed over. That's my supplementary card. Aya, hubby, what's yours is mine. What's there to distinguish between the two of us? You have to work hard to earn money to support me. I want to come to Paris every year to buy goods. I don't know how much this shop cost, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, Yang paid for it. Susini thought for a moment. Does he think I'm a spendthrift who doesn't know how to manage a household? If he really thinks so, then that would be great. But who can compare to him in terms of extravagance? Hubby, where are we going now? Are we going back to the hotel? Susini intimately held Yang's hand and left under the smiling gaze of the shop assistant. The biggest advantage of being abroad was that there were very few people here, so the chances of her being recognized were small. She didn't have to hide and shop in the streets like she did in China. With a big pair of sunglasses, she could become the prettiest girl on the Champs-Élysées. Back to the hotel? You've only visited one shop and you want to go back? Is this how you usually shop? Susini didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that there was a hint of mockery in Yang's words. I'm just worried that you'll get tired. It's not easy to come to Paris. Of course, I'll take the time to accompany you until you're happy. Susini was touched. Hubby, you're so good to me. I love you so much. Yang was still as stubborn as ever. He humbled himself and replied, okay, got it. When the two of them walked into another luxury shop, the two girls who were hiding in a corner and wanted to know who the VIP member was who could make the shop clothes came out. Was that Susini? It seems to be her. Then, who is that man? I took a picture. Let me ask. She sent the picture of the side profile of the two to the group. After 5 seconds of silence, the small group was flooded with messages. Damn. Isn't that Yang and Susini? Where did you meet them? The two girls looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time. Yang and Susini? Susini and Yang, who had been photographed, knew nothing about this. Hubby, do you have a VIP member in their shop? Can you close the shop for us? I don't believe that Yang has so many VIP members. He doesn't own the luxury shop. How can he close the shop for you? Hello, Mr. E. Do you need us to close the shop? Susini, Yang looked at Susini. What do you think? Okay. Susini, who was once again enjoying the one-on-one service, learned from Yang when he went to the shop and didn't refuse any of the new designs of the season. This one is good. Keep these two too. This one, I don't want this one. Susini looked for a while and seemed to find it troublesome. Give me a set of the new designs of the season in my size. I'll go back and take a look. The shop assistant was very considerate and smiled from ear to ear. Okay. Hubby, I bought them. It's too troublesome to pick them out one by one. I'll buy all the new designs of the season, okay? As long as you're happy. Yang paid the bill with his card. Susini said pretentiously, thank you, hubby. I'm very happy today. In the blink of an eye, she had given Yang a large sum of money. Although Susini didn't see how much money it was. After coming out of the shop, they went to 2 more luxury shops. Susini estimated that they would really have to use Yang's other house as a warehouse for what they bought today. At the west end of the Champs-Élysées was Charles de Gaulle Square. In the middle of the square was the Arc de Triomphe, a famous scenic spot in Paris. Some people were playing violins in the square, some were performing performance art, and some were blowing bubbles. The sky was full of them. Susini and Yang were like two ordinary tourists, strolling in the square. The setting sun hung high in the sky, elongating their shadows. Susini narrowed her eyes and looked at the layers of white clouds that were dyed red by the setting sun. Then, she turned to look at Yang. "Hubby, you're so good to me. I don't know how to thank you." These words made Yang frown so hard that he could squash a fly. "Speak properly, Susini. Why are you so good to me today?" "I'm bored anyway. I'm just strolling around." "Then why do you have so many VIP cards in luxury shops?" "I buy a lot of things on a daily basis. The closed shop service is far away from me." "Do you want to know?" Susini nodded. Yang said concisely, "I'm rich." "Ask, ask, ask. You just have a big mouth. If you like, I'll give you the card when we get back." "That's not necessary. The closed shop service is too troublesome." The two of them chatted casually. As they walked in the crowd, Susini suddenly came back to her senses. Half a year ago, she would never have believed that there would be a day when she and Yang would walk peacefully in the square. It was as if they were an old couple. Susini choked. "An old couple? Susini, what are you thinking? Old couple with Yang? You've only been married to him for 2 years. You've been together for less than half a year. What old couple? Wake up. You're still waiting for a divorce." She shook her head and glanced around. A few white pigeons flew out from the crowd in the corner of the square. "There's food for the pigeons." Susini's eyes lit up. She dragged Yang over. There were many tourists watching. They were holding food for the pigeons that they bought from the side. They slowly walked to the group of pigeons and let the pigeons fly to their shoulders and hands. "I want to feed the pigeons too." Susini reached out her hand to him. Yang had no choice but to take out his wallet and give her a bill. Susini smiled and took it. She bought some food for the pigeons and squatted on the ground to feed them. A few little pigeons rushed to Susini's side and pecked at the food in her hand, bit by bit. Yang had almost never dealt with small animals. He stood at the side and watched Susini feed the pigeons. Susini finished feeding the pigeons and smiled. She looked up at Yang. "Aren't you going to feed them?" "Not interested." Susini pouted. She got up and grabbed Yang's hand. She put a handful of food for the pigeons in his palm. "Try it. These pigeons are very cute." As soon as she said that, a little pigeon flapped its wings and flew to Yang's elbow. It looked up at Yang. The man and the pigeon looked at each other. "Shoo! Don't talk." The pigeon jumped on Yang's arm and wobbled from his elbow to his arm. It lowered its head and ate the food that belonged to it alone. Susini took a few steps back and took out her phone to take a photo of Yang. There seemed to be a mischievous child chasing after the pigeons. A large flock of white pigeons was so frightened that they flapped their wings and flew away. Yang looked up. Susini's phone clicked. In the photo, Yang looked up against the light and looked at the flock of white pigeons flapping their wings. He was no longer the stern and unapproachable person he used to be. There was a hint of surprise and emotion in his eyes that he did not notice. Among the flock of white pigeons, there was an aura of fireworks. She smiled and showed the photo to Yang. She looked proud. "What do you think of my photo?" Yang took a look at the photo. "It's okay. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to Grandpa and Mom later." After that, she put away her phone and squatted down to continue feeding the frightened white pigeons. "Coo, coo, coo. Eat more." Yang looked at the photo sent by Susini and remained silent for a long time. "Hello, sir." A foreigner came to hit on Yang. He showed the photo on his camera to Yang to express his intention. "I was taking photos here just now and happened to capture the scene where your wife took a photo of you. I think it's very beautiful. Do you need it, sir?" Yang looked at the photo on the camera that the foreigner handed over. Susini's eyes and face were full of smiles. She raised her phone to take a photo of him. The golden afterglow of the setting sun lay between them. The white pigeons flapped their wings and flew around the two of them. The entire photo was overflowing with light, and it looked a little distorted. Yang was slightly dazed. After a long time, he said, "Yes." The foreigner sent the photo to him without hesitation. Yang, who received the photo, looked at it for a long time. He had been married to Susini for more than 2 years, and there were almost no photos of them together. This was the first photo of the two of them together. He hesitated for a moment when he sent the photo to Susini. Susini looked up at him. "What are you doing? Come and feed the pigeons." Yang put his phone away and squatted down to feed the pigeons with Susini. "You like pigeons a lot? Who wouldn't like such cute pigeons? Do you want me to take care of them in the lake behind the villa for you?" Susini stroked the pigeon's smooth fur. "No need. I like the new and dislike the old. It's always best if I can't get it. If you keep the pigeons by my side every day, I think they won't be cute in a couple of days." Yang frowned slightly. He watched as the smile on her face gradually widened, but he didn't say anything in the end. "Oh yes." Susini suddenly thought of something and looked at him seriously. "I haven't picked out a gift for Mom and Grandpa yet." She thought for a moment. "But Mom is so young and pretty, and her figure is similar to mine. The clothes and bags I just bought will definitely suit her." Yang looked a little uncomfortable. "About today's shopping, you don't have to mention me in front of Grandpa and Mom." "Don't mention you? Why?" Yang got up. "Why do you have so many whys? Don't mention it if I tell you not to." Yang's words are wrong. "What's the big deal? Wait, is he worried that Grandpa and Mom will say that he's a spendthrift?" I know. That must be it. Although the family is rich, Grandpa has always been thrifty and taught Yang to be strict. Previously, when he said that he wanted to ban Zhuarong, Grandpa heard it and said a few words. Yang bought so many things in one go today, so it would be strange if Grandpa didn't say a few words. Susini immediately lost the mood to feed the pigeons. She stood up and looked at Yang righteously with an expression that said it was all for his own good. "You bought so many things for me today, so why can't you tell them? You're so good to me, so I must tell Grandpa and Mom." "There's no need." Yang turned around and left. Susini walked in front of him. "There's no need? Grandpa always says that you're not good to me. When we return to China, I'll show him the clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry you bought for me. He'll be very pleased." Yang frowned. "Susini, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Susini looked confused, as if she really didn't know what she had said wrong. "When did I do it on purpose? I really did it for your sake. I don't want Mom and Grandpa to say that you're not good to me. How can you misunderstand me if they keep criticizing you?" She said it so innocently that it sounded like it was Yang's fault. Yang looked at her in silence. Susini blinked. 5 seconds later. "You're right. Grandpa and Mom always say that I'm not good to you. Now that I've shown them the clothes, bags, and jewelry I bought for you, they'll be very pleased." Yang raised his eyebrows. "Anyway, most of these things were bought by you. I'm only responsible for paying for them." Susini's scheming smile gradually disappeared. Although it's true that I picked them, but, no buts. When we return to China, you can show them one by one in front of Grandpa and Mom. Tell them which ones I picked for you and which ones you picked yourself. They'll be very pleased." "Susini, and then let Grandpa and Mom say that I'm a wastrel? You bought so many things that we can't even fit in the house. The living room will be full, right?" Susini felt her scalp go numb at the thought of having nowhere to put her feet. "What I mean is, it's settled then. To kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own men, my mouth. I'm really asking for it. I shouldn't have mentioned it. It's a little too little. But I promise. I'll add more chapters for everyone today. Thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, Extraordinary Rose +1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Warm Little Fox +1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmines, 2, KXNMY, Kizaru's little wife. Today's weather is good, 39794485. today's weather is good, who angel cries for one, chapter 56. Anya, who had originally planned to go shopping with Susani in Paris, had her world shattered because of Yang's interference. She could only shop around with her assistant while complaining about Susani's hose before bros. And Jia, do Sunny Jia and Mr. E really have that kind of relationship? In the evening, Anya and her assistant returned home with a full load. Only the two of them were in the elevator back to the hotel room. The assistant couldn't hold back her curiosity about Susani and Yang in the past 2 days, so she finally plucked up the courage to ask. Anya sighed. Your boss values women over friends. Can't you tell? The assistant smiled. I wouldn't dare to guess. Anya estimated that now that the two had walked the red carpet and watched Fashion Week, the rumors on the internet were getting more and more intense. Their relationship could not be hidden for long. It's the kind of relationship you guessed. But I haven't said what kind of relationship I'm guessing. After saying that, the little assistant asked in surprise, are they really husband and wife? Sunny Jia is really good at hiding things. Anya smiled and didn't say anything. The elevator door opened. Keep this matter to yourself for now. We'll talk about it when your boss decides to announce it. Alright, Anya Jia, I'll remember it. In the corridor of the hotel, Luo Jia was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He looked in the direction of the elevator, as if he had been waiting for her for a long time. Anya glanced at him and asked her assistant to go back to her room. She walked slowly to Luo Jia's side and asked with a smile, Great Manager Luo, what's the matter? Luo Jia stood up straight. There was an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes as he looked at her. There's something I want to ask you. Anya watched as the palm print on his face disappeared, leaving no trace behind. What is it? I don't think it's appropriate to talk about what I want to ask here. Anya sneered and walked past him expressionlessly. Since it's not suitable, then there's no need to talk about it. Wait, Luo Jia grabbed Anya's wrist. Anya reacted quickly and pushed his hand away. What are you doing? If you have something to say, say it. Don't get physical. Do you want me to slap you again? Luo Jia took a step back and clicked his tongue. Why are you so wary of me? Anya rolled her eyes at him and didn't want to talk to him. Okay. I'll ask here, okay? Luo Jia sighed. Susani and Yang, are they really husband and wife? Anya turned around and looked at him. How did you know? Yang said it himself during Fashion Week. That's right. Anya shrugged. They are indeed husband and wife and have been married for 2 years. Why didn't you say that? Anya was surprised. Isn't this Sunny's personal matter? But Han Xiao, what's wrong with Han Xiao? Luo Jia was stunned for a while. Then he closed his mouth and shook his head. Nothing. Then there you have it. Sunny and Yang's secret marriage is their own business. It's also their business when they want to make it public. If she didn't provoke you, you don't have the right to question me. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back to my room. Wait. Luo Jia walked in front of her. Okay, I won't ask about Susani anymore. They are husband and wife, so I wish them a happy marriage. But there's something I want to ask you. Anya looked at him impatiently. Why did you have such a big reaction that day? I had a big reaction? How was my reaction big? Anya smiled. Luo Jia, let me tell you. If you're not interested in women, don't provoke them. Do you understand? Otherwise, the next time you meet a woman with a worse temper than me, it won't be a matter of 2 slaps. Seeing that Luo Jia was still standing in front of her, she said, Get out of my way. I'm not interested in women? When did I lose interest in women? Tell me clearly. Are you still playing dumb with me? Who doesn't know about your secrets? What secrets do I have? Luo Jia was stunned. He seemed to recall some of the rumors he vaguely heard in the past and laughed in disbelief. Anya, you're also an agent. You should know that rumors can't be trusted, right? If I'm not interested in women, do you think I'm interested in men? Anya didn't deny and walked toward her room. She didn't want to talk about this matter with Luo Jia anymore. Anya, stop. Luo Jia snatched the room card from Anya. What are you doing? Give it back to me. Listen to me first. What's there to say? I don't care if you like men or women. I care. Luo Jia held the room card and said loudly, my reputation can't be ruined in front of the person I like. So today, I have to seriously explain to you that I, Luo Jia, like women. Moreover, I like you. Anya looked around, can you speak louder? Let the people on this floor hear you and come out to watch, okay? Okay. Luo Jia really raised his voice, Luo Jia, shut up. Luo Jia smiled and obediently shut his mouth, you see, you're an agent and I'm an agent. We must have a lot in common. Do you want to try it with me? Anya looked at him for 2 seconds. She took out her phone and opened WeChat. She opened her contact list and swiped to show him. Luo Jia, I have 100 little fresh meats in my WeChat. They're sunny, young, handsome, obedient to me, and have a good temper. They come and go at my beck and call. They never complain and never cause me trouble. We each get what we want. I have a lot of fun playing with them. You want me to give up a big forest and hang myself on a crooked tree like you? Luo Jia's eyes stayed on the phone screen for a moment. After a moment of silence, he looked at Anya and said with a smile, then, do you want to try playing with me? On the flight back to China, Luo Jia wore his sunglasses to show off. He didn't take them off for a moment. The two frustrated lovers sat together. One looked cold as if someone owed him $8 million, while the other looked like a frosted eggplant. She couldn't lift her spirits at all. Old Han, give me 2 days off after we return to China. Han Xiao didn't care about his feelings at all, I'll be busy from now on. I don't have time for you. Luo Jia sat up, I'm already like this. Can't you give me 2 days off to heal? Han Xiao looked at him in confusion. Luo Jia saw the distrust in his eyes. He simply took off his sunglasses and pointed to his dark eye circles, Old Han, let me tell you. You can mess with anyone but a woman. Look, this is what Anya, who I told you about before, did to me. Look at my panda eyes. Can't you give me 2 days off to heal? Sir, do you need anything? A stewardess came over to serve him with a smile. Luo Jia immediately put on his sunglasses, champagne, thank you. What do you need, Mr. Han? No need. Okay. The stewardess smiled and left. Old Han, don't pull such a long face. Really, you and Susani have a beautiful misunderstanding. Give up and forget her. You'll meet someone better. She really touched his sore spot. Enough. Shut up. Okay. I'll shut up. Mr. Luo, your champagne. A beautiful stewardess brought Luo Jia a bottle of champagne. Luo Jia took it, thank you. He had just taken a sip when he heard someone speaking on his right. Luo Jia, do you mind changing seats? I have something to say to Han Xiao. Luo Jia looked over. Su Weiyin took off her hat and sunglasses, smiling at him. What a coincidence. Luo Jia took a look at Han Xiao. He knew that he didn't want to have too much interaction with Su Weiyin, so he smiled, sorry, I mind. Su Weiyin continued, Mr. Han, you'll be very interested in what I want to say. Are you sure you don't want to hear about Susani? Han Xiao was stunned and turned to look over. Su Weiyin got up, Mr. Luo, please make way. Luo Jia got up from his seat. Su Weiyin sat on his seat and Han Xiao leaned to the left to maintain a certain distance from her. What's the matter? Speak. Su Weiyin didn't mind his actions, I'm sure Mr. Luo also knows about Yang and Susani's marriage? Han Xiao frowned, if it's about that, Miss Su didn't have to tell me. Of course it's not about that, Su Weiyin said confidently, I can tell that Mr. Han treats Susani differently from other people. Han Zhao's face darkened and he didn't say anything. Mr. Han, are you interested in the inside story of Susani and Yang's marriage? Han Xiao seemed to be interested, inside story? Yang and I were classmates in university. We spent 4 years together in university. After we graduated, he went abroad to study and I entered the entertainment industry. We broke up for a while. Su Weiyin smiled, later on, he came back from his studies and worked for the Yi clan. During that time, I didn't have a good time in the entertainment industry. You should remember that when I was working with you on a TV series, something happened to me. It was all thanks to Yang's name that I was able to resolve the trouble. But later on, for some reason, I went abroad. What does this have to do with Susani? I'm not done yet. You should know that Susani debuted in the entertainment industry under my name. At that time even I, who was in America, knew that there was a little Su Weiyin in the entertainment industry. Su Weiyin sighed, and 2 years ago, not long after Susani debuted, she married Yang. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Su Weiyin smiled. I previously investigated. After Susani and Yang got married, Yang never brought Susani to any cocktail parties or misunderstandings. Furthermore, during the 2 years of their marriage, Yang was always on the move. They rarely spent time together and rarely had the chance to see each other. Apart from that, I also know that Yang mentioned divorce with Susani not long ago. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. What are you trying to say? Mr. Han, do you still not understand what I'm trying to say? After 2 years of marriage, even if it was a secret marriage, there should have been some news about it. Mentioning divorce proves that Yang really can't stand the marriage with Susani. In short, Yang doesn't like Susani. Luo Jia pricked up his ears to listen. When he heard this, he couldn't help but say, if he doesn't like Susani, does that mean he likes you? Su Weiyin smiled but didn't say anything. Luo Jia was stunned. Who is the father of your child? Su Weiyin was very skillful. That's all I want to say. I'm not trying to encourage Mr. Han to get involved in the relationship between Susani and Yang. I just feel that if Mr. Han is really interested in Miss Susani, don't be in a hurry to give up. I'm telling the truth. If Mr. Han doesn't believe me, you can check it out yourself. After speaking, Su Weiyin got up and went to the restroom. Luo Jia sat back in his seat and looked at Su Weiyin's back. He lowered his voice and said, Han Xiao, you know that this woman has ulterior motives. You can't believe what she says, right? I know. Luo Jia heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you know. That's why I hope you can check it out. Are you serious? Are you really going to get involved in the relationship between Yang and Susani? Then you'll be the third party. Han Xiao frowned and said in an ambiguous tone, I don't want to get involved in their relationship. For years ago, before Su Weiyin left the entertainment industry, she was very close to Yang. There were even a few rumors about them. After that, Su Weiyin went abroad. Luo Jia continued, Yang got married in secret and the person he married in secret looks like Su Weiyin? Su Weiyin brought the child back to China and Yang asked for a divorce? Don't you think this is like that melodramatic drama you acted in not long after you debuted? Han Xiao looked at him coldly. Luo Jia surrendered. Don't worry, I'll help you check it out. Just as Han Xiao and Luo Jia landed, Susani and Yang boarded the flight back to China. Yang stayed in Paris for 2 to 3 days. He didn't do any work, didn't bring his assistant, and didn't even touch his computer. Before he boarded the plane, he had been on the phone. After he got off the plane, his assistant, Zhao Bin, who came to pick him up, wanted to put him in the car and take him away. But because he was the boss, he could only use a smile to hide his anxiety. President Yi, the company has a few small matters that require your attention. Do you have time now? Yang guessed that it wasn't a small matter. I'll go back to the company. You can go back by yourself. Susani yawned and parted ways with Yang. She went back to the Gu mansion alone. She had only rested for a day when she received a work assignment from Anya. Before they went to Paris, Susani had replaced Xiaoqi in the advertisement for the product that he had successfully endorsed. Susani, who had returned from the Paris Fashion Week, seemed to be plated with a layer of gold in the eyes of the fans. With vigor, the fans were emboldened. Susani's fans used to look at her face discreetly. Now that they were openly praising her, they directly retorted if they didn't like it. Cindy's photos from the Fashion Week are too fairy-like. I can do it. If I can grow up to be like Cindy, I can do whatever I want in the entertainment industry. Has there been a change in the fans now? Didn't anyone know that Susani had plastic surgery based on Su Weiyin's face? Now that her face is ruined, she's still bragging? I really hope that you fans who like her face can help her find a good plastic surgery hospital to fix it. What's the matter with the fan who asked Susani to do plastic surgery? Susani's face has never undergone plastic surgery, okay? Plastic surgery based on Su Wei's face? Oh my god, that blind classmate is so funny. Who doesn't know that Susani's face has never undergone plastic surgery? What's wrong? Her master sat in the back row during the fashion week and was chased away on the red carpet. Is she venting her anger on the poor beauty Sunny who sat in the front row during the fashion week and walked the red carpet with the young QAQ? Jealous? Seeing Sunny getting more and more popular while her master is getting worse and worse, it's normal for her to feel unwell. I'm jealous? What a joke. Why would I be jealous of a C-list celebrity? I realized that it's not just her fans, but the entire entertainment industry has changed. Have they forgotten what Susani did in the past? Let's not talk about the past. Who doesn't know that she got the endorsement because she squeezed Xianxia out? Is Xianxia so outdated now? Does no one know that he's being bullied like this? Nonsense. Sunny snatched Xianxia's endorsement? What a joke. With Sunny's current status, how could she snatch Xianxia's endorsement? Forget it. How good is Xianxia? In the previous collaboration with Fashion Weekly, he didn't want to shoot the magazine with Susani, so he replaced her with Su Wei. In the end, the sales of that issue plummeted. So what if Susani snatched his endorsement this time? An eye for an eye. There's such a thing? Then I think Susani did a good job. Good job +1. It's disgusting to hit someone when they're down. The high post in the comments was enough to prove that bullying was not the original sin, but the original sin. When Susani came out of the studio, Anya showed her the comments under the Weibo post. It's okay. Let them be. Susani didn't care at all. If someone really exposed this, don't worry about it. Be strong. We have fans now. Anya laughed at her. She was starting to take advantage of her after being popular for 2 days. On the way back, Anya asked her, when do you plan to announce your relationship with Yang? Announce? Susani had a headache when she thought about it. I'll take it one step at a time. Yang hasn't taken the initiative to mention it to me yet. When he does, we'll decide on a time. I'll listen to Yang. Yang, your mind is full of Yang. Didn't I tell you? Yang has already started to like you. Can't you take the initiative? Why are you still so passive like before? Susani curled up in the back seat and didn't say anything. There's something I want to ask you, Anya said mysteriously. What is it? Have you and Yang done that? What? Slept with him. Why do you have to make me say it so clearly? Susani was stunned. She swallowed and said. Not yet. Not yet? Anya sounded surprised. What's going on? Don't you two look like you're getting along? Why haven't you slept with him? Was it because Yang was unwilling? Or are you too inexperienced? Slept with him? With Yang, that scene was too beautiful. Susani didn't even dare to think about it. Wait. Can we not talk about this? Let's change the topic. Okay, I know you're thin-skinned. Han Xiao. Susani's head hurt even more. Please, let's not talk about this anymore. Han Xiao probably already thinks of me as a married woman who flirts with men online. Then what do you plan to do? What else can I do? I'll keep a distance from him. After saying that, Susani asked Anya tentatively, Anya, if I announce my relationship with Yang, do you think I should keep a distance from the male celebrities in the entertainment industry in the future? You're a married woman now. You should keep a distance. Anya thought about it seriously. Yes, that's right. You have to keep a distance. But tomorrow, I'll contact a few young hunks who want to join our studio. Susani immediately woke up. She sat up straight and looked serious. Anya, that's that. This is my studio. I have to take a look at who I want to recruit personally. Anya was very pleased with her expression and tone. Separating work from family meant that she wouldn't be blinded by love. She would be able to survive in the entertainment industry by staying sober and rational. The next day, Susani dressed up carefully early in the morning. She sprayed a few drops of fragrant perfume and wore all her earrings and necklaces. She looked different from usual. At the dining table, Yang looked at her and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "To the company. There's something important today. Anya just sent me a message. The young hunks who want to sign the contract have all arrived. I'll be able to feast my eyes soon. I really didn't expect that Susini, would be able to choose a handsome guy one day. I heard that a young company has a lot of beautiful female assistants with good figures. They must be very happy at work, right? I'll be able to experience this happiness soon." The coffee in Yang's hand suddenly didn't smell good. "Susini, I heard that your studio is hiring? Your studio is so small. Can you afford it? How did you know?" "What don't I know? Your studio is just starting out. I personally suggest that you don't hire too many people for the time being. You want to run when you haven't learned how to walk? You can't afford it." "Can't afford it? Who are you looking down on? Even if I have to risk my life, I'll take care of them." Yang put down his chopsticks. Susini smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you, hubby. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Old Mystery said, "Yang, let Sini do it. Her studio will expand sooner or later." After saying that, he laughed and said, "Sini, don't worry. Grandpa will help you if anything happens." "Thank you, Grandpa." Yang's face fell instantly. At 10 o'clock, Susini arrived at the company. At this moment, there was already a celebrity in the reception room. It was one of the celebrities that Susini valued very much. He had been working in the entertainment industry for many years. The company did not have good resources, so he had not been popular. However, his acting skills were good and he was good-looking. He was in line with the current aesthetic standards. What he lacked was an opportunity. "Is Anya here?" Susini looked at the information and asked. "Xianxia is talking in the reception room." Susini nodded and got up to go to the reception room. Liang Chuan, 31 years old, graduated from a drama school. He was not a typical handsome guy at first glance, but the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. He was low-key and humble, and even a little shy. He gave people a very comfortable feeling. Susini chatted with him for more than an hour and analyzed his shortcomings and future development. In the end, they reached an agreement to sign a contract with the studio. However, they would talk about the specific details later. After Liang Chuan left, Anya asked her, "Are you sure you want to sign it?" "Of course. Do I go back on my words?" "Okay, I'll talk about the details. Thank you for your hard work." Susini got up. "What time is the next appointment?" 11 o'clock. "She should be here, right?" She opened the door to the reception room and saw Jiang Yan standing at the door. "Jiang Yan? What are you doing standing here?" Jiang Yan lowered his head and looked up at her as if he was embarrassed. He stammered and could not say a complete sentence for a long time. "I just want to apologize." Susini glanced at Anya. Anya gave her a "it's none of my business" expression. "Sini Jia, it was my fault for hiding my real age from you. I hope you don't mind." Jiang Yan seemed to have gathered his courage. He looked up at Susini and said, "After that, I went back and thought about it carefully. And Yejia was right. I'm still young and inexperienced. I did something wrong because I ran into a dead end. But now I know it's my fault. Please forgive me." Susini understood what Jiang Yan meant by doing something wrong. She did not want to embarrass the child. "Of course I'm happy that you can think it through. But you're still too young. I really suggest you consider studying." "I don't like studying." "Okay, but I have to talk to your guardian. Is that okay?" Jiang Yan was silent. "My mother passed away." "What about your father?" Jiang Yan asked, "Do we have to talk to him?" Susini's intuition told her that Jiang Yan was very resistant to this. But for an 18-year-old child to sign with her studio, she had to talk to his family, right? Jiang Yan's brother, Jiang Huai, was fine. She would avoid him if she could, but his father should dote on him. Seeing that Susini was in a difficult position, Jiang Yan nodded. "Okay, I'll ask him to come over." "Okay, then I'll get back to work. There might be a few artists signing with our studio today. But don't worry, the studio will not neglect you. With that said, she patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and turned to leave. The smile on Jiang Yan's face instantly disappeared. Looking at Susani's back, his deep brows were full of gloominess. On this day, Susani met 5 artists who had submitted their resumes. Liang Chuan was the only one who was confirmed on the spot. Susani still had to think carefully about the other 4. After returning home and taking a bath, Susani lay on the massage chair and looked at the resumes and photos of the 4 artists, recalling what they had talked about today. Who are these 4 candidates? They all look good. They're all good seedlings. This one looks the most handsome, but this one has long legs and this one has a sweet tongue. It's too hard to choose. Yang walked in from outside. Hubby, you're back? Yang's expression was ugly. Who provoked him again? He's wearing such a long face as soon as he comes home. I'm tired from work. I'm going to take a bath first. Yang took his clothes into the bathroom and washed for half an hour before the fire in his heart was extinguished. When he came out, Susani was not in the room. He wiped his hair with a towel as he sat on the sofa, wanting to take a look at the contract on the sofa. He picked it up and took a look. Susani's phone, which was under the contract, lit up with a ding. It was a few WeChat messages. Xianxia, I heard that your studio is recruiting artists? I don't know if I have a chance to enter Xianxia's studio. This is my resume and a few photos of my daily life. Yang did not have a hobby of snooping on her phone. He was about to put it down when a photo was sent over. Yang unlocked her phone with her birthday and clicked on WeChat. Someone named Xianxia had sent Susani a few photos. They were really photos of her daily life. One was half naked, one was half unbuttoned, and 2 were selfies. There were no blemishes at all. Susani's light footsteps came from outside the room. Yang put down his phone and got up expressionlessly. As he walked, his unbuttoned pajamas fell apart automatically. He had just taken a shower and the hot water was still warm. A few drops of water from his hair slid down his shoulders and onto his abdominal muscles. Bo. Susani and Yang bumped into each other at the door. She only felt that his chest was hot and his abdominal muscles were hard. Yang looked down at her. Susani's heart thumped. What are you doing? Yang, this bastard, is coveting my beauty and wants to be a hooligan? Susani, is he coveting my beauty and wants to be a hooligan? Yang. You worry too much. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, I'll explain that I'm wearing something below. The update will be combined into one chapter. Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you so much, thank you to the little angel who threw the deep water torpedo, Yi Wuji 1, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Summer Solstice Phonling, Vulgar 1, thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Tong Mu Xiangyang Kai, the tortoise does not turn over, no money passes 11, Luo Jin Qianhua 2, Lu Bu Mingyu, Achio, Air Rabbit, 266166602, 390229496, Q, Extraordinary Rose Plus, 12507, Fairy Monster 2, Shannon has cat, Goo Goo Goo, Yushan Ge, Sharon 1. There was silence in the air. Yang's face was expressionless as he tightened the belt of his pajamas. He coldly and emotionlessly said to Susani, "Get out of the way." Susani moved aside. When they passed each other, she asked, "Hubby, where are you going?" "It's none of your business." Baffling. Susani rolled her eyes at his back. "Why are you so bad-tempered? You just bumped into me, is there a need to be so angry?" Yang's back paused for a moment. His cold eyes looked back at Susani's back as he entered the room. He endured it again and again before he forced himself to quicken his pace and leave. Susani returned to his room and continued to look at the information of the artists who had been interviewed today. The phone beside his hand lit up and vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Xianxia. "Xianxia, are you not there?" Xianxia. Susani unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. Xianxia didn't just send her one WeChat message. He sent her a few more. "Xianxia, I heard that your studio is recruiting artists. Do I have a chance to enter Xianxia's studio? This is my resume and a few photos." He generously sent her a few side photos that showed off his good figure. But she had already checked these WeChat messages. Who read them? Yang, that D*MN man, actually went through my phone. Does he know about privacy? He even gave him a dirty look. If others saw it, they would think that she had done something wrong. Susani turned her gaze back to the phone screen and clicked on Big Chen's daily photos. The lines of his abs were clear and distinct. It should be as hard as Yang's abs when she bumped into him just now. This was Xianxia, the actor who worked with her during the filming of Phoenix Road at the film studio. At that time, he had sent her such photos, but at that time, he had pretended that his hand had slipped and immediately retracted them. Was he going all out now? He sent them to her openly and didn't even bother retracting them. Who didn't know what the hidden rules in the entertainment industry meant? Just to enter the studio, he seduced her with nude photos. If he really entered her studio, she didn't know what he would do for resources in the future. As the boss of this studio, she had to be able to control herself. She had to be fair in order to continue developing. Although Xianxia's abs and face were good, he wasn't irreplaceable. The other 4 artists who were about the same age as Xianxia were just as malleable as him. She couldn't hire such an opportunistic employee. And yeah, Yang went through my phone. Susani leaned against the office chair listlessly. So be it. Men are all like that. They're so controlling. Anya leaned against the sofa and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Susani had never seen Anya like this before. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? Why are you?" Anya sighed heavily. "I broke up. With your student council president? That's the one before that. I'm talking about this fresh meat who just graduated and entered the industry not long ago." Susani was shocked. "How long has it been?" "More than a month." Then from the frequency of changing fresh meat, "It's not strange that you broke up, right?" "Of course it's not strange that we broke up. The main thing is..." Anya Sini sighed. She held her forehead and looked like she didn't know what to say. "Can you not just say half of what you want to say? What's going on?" Anya gritted her teeth. "It's all that bastard Luo Jia's fault. My boyfriend called me today, crying and begging to break up with me. He said that after I sent him home last night, Luo Jia blocked him in the corridor and beat him up. His nose, which had just been done, was crooked. Luo Jia also threatened that if he didn't break up with me, he would ban him from the agent circle and no one would be his agent in the future." Susani digested it for a while and understood Anya's dilemma. "You don't have to look for a boyfriend, do you? Why did you make a nose?" "I just made a mistake, but is that the main point?" Seeing that Anya was about to get angry, Susani immediately went back to the topic. Okay, let's get to the point. How did you get together with Luo Jia?" Anya looked very irritable. "What do you mean by how I got together with him?" "It's this bastard who keeps pestering me. He follows me everywhere I go. I haven't heard that Han Xiao is free recently. How can he be so free as an agent? It's so annoying." "Then what are you going to do?" "What am I going to do?" Anya sneered. "Originally, I was going to give him some face because we were in the same industry. Now that he has reached out to my boyfriend, don't blame me for being rude." Anya had been able to live in the grass all these years without being stained by a single leaf. Susani believed that she would be able to solve this matter by herself. Someone knocked on the door. "Boss, there are 2 Mr. Jiangs in the lounge. They want to see you." "Mr. Jiangs?" Susani glanced at Anya and asked, "2 Mr. Jiangs? Who are they?" "They claim to be Jiang Yan's father and brother." Susani got up and walked out. "Where's Jiang Yan? Did he come to the company?" Jiang Yan's father and brother were both here. One was a ruthless character, and the other was a ruthless character's father. These 2 people were not easy to deal with. "Jiang Yan isn't in the company today. He's participating in a variety show." Susani stopped in her tracks. Anya followed closely behind. "I'll go with you to take a look." Susani shook her head. "No, I can solve it myself." In the novel, Jiang Huai was not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Huai's father was even more ruthless. If today's negotiation did not work out, she did not want Anya to be involved. Susanie's heart pounded as she stepped into the lounge. There were two men in suits sitting on the sofa in the lounge. One of them was Jiang Huai, whom she had seen at the auction. Sitting beside Jiang Huai was a man with a hunched figure and a haggard face. Susanie took a wrong look and thought that he was Jiang Yan's grandfather. His haggard appearance was almost comparable to old Mr. Yi's. But from his appearance, Jiang Yan's eyebrows and eyes were of the same origin as his father's. If Jiang Huai was a sharp blade, then Jiang Yan was a blunt weapon that was being polished. Susanie sat in front of the two men and pretended not to know Jiang Huai. "Are the two of you Jiang Yan's family?" The word family seemed to make Jiang Yan's father happy. He smiled at Susanie. "You're my youngest son's boss, Miss Susanie?" "Yes, how should I address you?" "I'm Jiang Yan's father, Jiang Qing." "Miss Su, I'm sorry to disturb you." Susanie listened to Jiang Qing's tone and felt that he was not as shrewd and heartless as what was written in the novel. His uneasy heart calmed down a lot. Jiang Huai sat at the side. "Miss Su, how have you been?" "Mr. Jiang Huai is Jiang Yan's brother." Susanie smiled. "No wonder Mr. Jiang Huai said those words to me the other day. I've also done some research during this period and found out that Jiang Yan changed his age to sign with my studio. His personal opinion is to continue working in the entertainment industry and he's very insistent on this opinion. So today, I'd like to ask for your parents' opinion." Jiang Qing was old, but his thoughts were not stubborn. "Miss Su, regarding Jiang Yan's matter, my position is actually very simple. He can do anything as long as he's happy." But obviously, Jiang Huai did not think so. "Dad, Jiang Yan is still young. At this age, he should continue to study. If he really likes the entertainment industry, he can still enter it after he finishes his studies. Why do you have to force him to do anything? You know your brother's temper. The more you force him, the more he will go against you. How big of a deal is it if you go along with his wishes?" Jiang Huai was still insistent. "No matter what you say, I don't agree with Jiang Yan entering the entertainment industry now." Susanie listened at the side. The more she listened, the more she felt that Jiang Qing was the kind of father who doted on his child unconditionally. This would not do. She could not blindly spoil a child. She used Jiang Qing as a warning. If she had a child in the future, she could not spoil him like this. She had to pay attention to the issue of education. If he was spoiled, it would be a waste. "Child," Susanie's mind went blank for 2 seconds. She closed her eyes. "What child? Why would I think of a child?" "Miss Su, what do you think?" Jiang Qing threw this question to Susanie. Susanie came back to her senses and smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I think that Mr. Jiang Huai is right. He is just 18 years old. At this age, he should be studying in school. I think that it should be up to you parents to persuade him," Jiang Qing sighed. "It would be great if he listened to you." After a pause, he continued, "All right, listen to me on this matter. He can do whatever he wants. If he doesn't study, then so be it. It's not like the family can't afford to raise him. It was the final decision of the head of the family." Susanie observed Jiang Huai's expression. Although she did not agree, she restrained herself and did not disagree. This child's mother passed away early. He suffered a little when he was young, so his character and temper are not very good. "Miss Su, please take care of Jiang Yan in the future." "Definitely." "Then that's it for today? If there's anything in the future, please call me personally." With that said, he handed over a business card. Susanie stood up and took it. From the moment she entered until now, the conversation had been quite pleasant. There was no tension like she had imagined. In fact, Jiang Yan's father looked kind and amiable. He was quite easy to get along with. Susanie stood up to send him off. Jiang Yan arrived at the elevator, panting. He stood there and scanned the few of them. Finally, his gaze fell on Jiang Huai. "Why are you here?" Jiang Huai was very tolerant of his questioning. "We're here to talk about your work." Jiang Yan looked at Susanie. Susanie smiled. "Your father and brother agree that you can continue to work in the entertainment industry." Jiang Yan was slightly stunned. He panted and did not speak. Shouldn't you be participating in a variety show now? Why are you back? It ended. So I came back. Jiang Yan lowered his head. In front of his family, his attitude was very cold. Sini Jia, if there's nothing else, I'll go practice first. Nian Yan, come home tonight and have dinner with Dad. Jiang Yan was silent and did not say a word. However, Jiangqing did not care about his attitude. Or rather, he was used to it. Dad will wait for you tonight. Dad is leaving. After that, he entered the elevator with Jiang Huai. The elevator door closed and the smile on Jiangqing's face gradually disappeared. All the warmth and kindness seemed to be an illusion. Under his sharp eyebrows, there was a deeper fierceness and steadiness than Jiang Huai's. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. This is the girl that Jiang Yan likes? Yes. She's quite good. But she's married. Jiangqing took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. He smiled and said, "It's just marriage. As an older brother, you should think of a way for your younger brother." Yes, I understand. The elevator slowly descended to the first floor. Jiang Yan apologized to Susini. Sini Jia, I'm sorry. I didn't know they would be here today. I'm sorry to disturb you. After sending away the two most ferocious big bosses in novels, Susini finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay. They're doing it for your own good. Jiang Yan hesitated. They didn't say anything? Susini asked, what did they say? Nothing. I'll go practice first. Susini patted his shoulder. Wipe the sweat off your head. You don't have to work so hard. I'll give you a day off. Have a good rest. Jiang Yan subconsciously raised his hand and wiped the sweat off his forehead and face. If possible, he didn't want to take a day off. He just wanted to stay here. Susini's new drama Bebe's promotion came to a perfect end after a month of continuous airing. This drama was Susini's first role as the female lead. It also let the audience see her acting skills. With the popularity, the investors' marketing, and Susini's gold-plated return from Fashion Week, her popularity soared and she received endless invitations. At the same time, the post-production of Phoenix Road was completed. They were only waiting for the final screening. From the edited trailer, the fans who had said they would boycott the drama were slapping themselves in the face and looking forward to the screening of the drama. Some investors thought that Susini and Han Xiao would perform well together and threw an olive branch to them. What? Are you interested in the movie? Luo Jia saw that Han Xiao had been reading the script for at least 3 hours. He couldn't help but ask, are you interested in the movie or the female lead? The script was sent by an investor who had worked with him before. He said that the female lead was dating Susini and wanted him to take a look at the script. If it was suitable, they could work together again. Susini was in the limelight and the next drama Phoenix Road was going to be a hit. Under such circumstances, he wanted to get as much as he could. Han Xiao put down the script. How's your investigation going? Don't tell me. It's basically clear. What do you mean? We guessed right. Susini and Yang basically didn't see each other in the first 2 years of their marriage. He put a document on the table. Look, this is Yang's business trip record for the past 2 years. He basically didn't return to City A and spent a lot of time in the US. He only came back for the New Year and festivals. With that, he put another document on the table. This is Susini's filming record for the past 2 years. When Yang was in City A, Susini was filming in other places. They basically didn't see each other. The divorce is also true. One of my friend's classmates' ex-boyfriend was the assistant of the lawyer who handled Yang's divorce agreement. He said that he saw the divorce agreement. Han Xiao frowned and didn't say anything. And do you know? Yang's business trip record in the US shows that he lived in the same district as Su Weiyin. Tell me, how can this be so coincidental? The US is so big. How can it be in one district? Then Su Weiyin's child, I don't dare to say that, but... Luo Jia sighed. Su Weiyin really didn't lie. Yang and Su Weiyin definitely had something going on in the past. I also found some information on their school forum. Also, we've all experienced the scandal between Su Weiyin and Yang. Although it was cleared in the end, I still feel that it's not that simple. Yang and Su Weiyin should have some feelings for each other. He probably married Susani because she looks like Su Weiyin. It's a pity that Susani is head over heels in love with him. She's so happy just because he gave her some benefits. She's so pitiful. Han Zhao's eyes were gloomy. Luo Jie sighed. I couldn't tell that Yi Yang actually likes to play the role of the overbearing CEO's substitute lover. Luo Jie, scumbag, Han Xiao, scumbag. Sini, scumbag, Yi Yang suddenly scumbag stunned innocent weak only knows how to get jealous. What did I do wrong? Yang? Thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade. Shannon has a cat, a warm little fox, and a not angry one. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmines, Empty Heart, Camus, Lucy, Ukrainian little suckling pig, Koizumi Honko, for 1128545, Vulgar, for 00275585, Poor People, 1008123, Susani, who was given the title of the domineering CEO's substitute lover, had no idea that she was so pitiful in other people's eyes. At the same time, Yi Yang, who had been labeled as a scumbag in the script, did not know that he was such a scumbag in the eyes of others. He was so busy with his work that his feet never touched the floor until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The lonely CEO always ate lunch alone. Zhao Bin, is this your girlfriend's bento for you? Does it look good? When did you get married? How many years have you known each other? Weren't you single when I joined the company last year? The voice was half joking. Sigh, I don't have a chance anymore. It's all my fault. I didn't seize the opportunity. Zhao Bin, is your girlfriend pretty? When do you plan to get married? Let's talk about it in 2 years. We're still young. There's no rush. Hey, do you think President Yi is married or not? I read online gossip that President Yi got married in secret. Zhao Bin, you've been by President Yi's side the longest, do you know that? Zhao Bin smiled bitterly. Stop teasing me. Even if I knew, I wouldn't dare to say it. Just say it. We won't tell anyone. That's right. Tell me, or, you can give me a hint. Ahem. Someone coughed and whispered, stop talking. President Yi is outside. The people in the pantry were all shocked. None of them dared to say anything. Those who were brewing coffee made coffee, and those who were making hot lunchboxes made hot lunchboxes. They all lowered their heads and busied themselves with their own things. President Yi, who suddenly fell silent halfway through the conversation, felt that Zhao Bin was too dutiful as an assistant. He was too tight-lipped, and it was perfectly fine for him to gossip and entertain his colleagues. He was not a petty person. Back in the office, President Yi, who had just finished his work, received a few updates about Susani on his phone. He said that Susani's popularity had been rising recently and she had signed a few young actors and actresses with potential. Thinking about the male celebrity who had sent a nude photo to Susani that night, he thought about it and called the company's internal line to ask Zhao Bin to come in. She looked at him calmly. Yi Yang's serious state made Zhao Bin uneasy. According to his experience, something big must have happened for Yi Yang to pull such a long face. Could it be that President Yi heard what I said in the pantry and wanted to settle the score with me? Zhao Bin felt uneasy and looked at Yi Yang nervously. President Yi, you were looking for me? Yes. Yi Yang looked at him calmly. His expression was the same as when he was thinking about important matters. Just as Zhao Bin was mentally preparing himself, he asked slowly, you have a girlfriend? Zhao Bin's hanging heart was like a volcano car, tossed up and then dropped down easily. The contrast was too big and he was in disbelief. He was stunned when he heard such a private topic. He could not figure out his boss's intentions, so he could only tell him the truth. Yes. Your girlfriend cooks lunch for you every day? Yes. Yi Yang did not quite understand. Is the food in the company's cafeteria not good? I remember that the company's cafeteria is free. The company's cafeteria is quite good. It's just that my girlfriend cooks more every night and brings the leftovers to the company for me to eat. Your girlfriend cooks for you every day? Yes, her company is close to mine and she gets off work early. She thinks that it's too expensive to eat outside, so she cooks every day. Yang nodded. President Yi, does Mrs. Yi cook for you? Yes, she cooks when she has time. Xiaobin smiled. Yang continued to ask, then, other than cooking for you every night, what else does she do? President Yi, this. Xiaobin didn't dare to say that this was his private matter and it had nothing to do with him. However, he had to tell his boss everything. Nothing much. She's just watching a drama and I'm reading a book. What about the weekends? On the weekends, we go to the movies and eat occasionally. I accompany her shopping or cook together. Movies, shopping, and cooking? These can promote the relationship between a man and a woman. Yang nodded thoughtfully. How long have you been together? Almost 2 years. 2 years? This was about the same time as when he and Susini got married. Then, did you chase her or did she chase you? He looked like he was going to get to the bottom of his private matter. Xiaobin smiled and said, I chased her. How long did you chase her? 1 month. What's the matter, President Yi? Yang wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled like a boss caring for his subordinate. Just showing some concern. Xiaobin smiled awkwardly and said, Thank you, President Yi, for your concern. You got her in 1 month. That's impressive. Yang cleared his throat and leaned back in his office chair. The process of you chasing your girlfriend. I mean, what do women like, how do you do it? Yang was silent. What I mean is, how did you manage to get her so quickly? Actually, it's not difficult. My girlfriend just told me recently that she liked me when I was chasing her. So, she agreed not long after I started chasing her. She likes you and you chased her for a month? Women are all like this. They say one thing and mean another. Actually, when I started chasing her, I felt that she liked me, but she refused to admit it. Now that we are together, she admitted that she just wanted to test me. Yang continued to ask, felt it? Then how do you know if someone likes you? Xiaobin finally understood that his boss was using his relationship experience as an excuse to learn how to woo a girl. However, wasn't President Yi and Mrs. Yi quite close? Could it be that their relationship had broken recently? He didn't dare to point it out blindly. After thinking carefully with his brain, he replied cautiously, You can ask her directly. Girls are thin-skinned and can't stand being asked. If she likes you, she will definitely blush. Ask her directly? What would happen then? Yang could almost imagine Susini looking at him affectionately and saying, Hubby, of course I love you. Not to mention blushing, Susini would be blushing all the way to her ears and even her toenails. Nothing else? There is another possibility. If a girl really likes you, even if she covers her mouth, you can tell from her eyes. For example, if she sees you with another woman, she will unconsciously throw a tantrum and get jealous. Yang nodded, as if he was looking at flowers in the fog. Okay, I got it. Work has been hard recently. Go to the finance department and ask for a 50% raise. Thank you, President Yi. After work, Yang came back early. It was not dinner time for the Yi family yet. Yang is back? Auntie Chen's family had something urgent recently, so I gave her a few days off. Let's go out for dinner tonight. The new chef will arrive tomorrow. The Yi family was very particular about their meals. For so many years, Auntie Chen had been in charge of cooking alone. As for cooking for the Yi family's workers and security guards, it was not her responsibility. Susini came downstairs. Grandpa, Mom, is Yang back? I have changed my clothes. Let's go. Yang recalled what Xiaobin had said today. He also remembered that when he and Susini had asked for a divorce, Susini had cooked a table full of seafood for him. Although he did not eat the food on the table, it looked good from afar. It looked, smelled, and looked delicious. Susini's cooking was not bad. Don't trouble yourself. Sini can cook tonight. I will help. Susini was stunned. She did not hear what Yang said and thought she was hearing things. What? Yang took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. I remember that you can cook and you are quite good at it. Why don't you take the opportunity tonight to show off your cooking to Grandpa and Mom? Really? Old Mystery asked in surprise. Sini can cook? Susini was speechless. Young interrupted. Yes. She even cooked a seafood feast for me before. Seafood feast? Lady Yi was also interested. Cindy, I didn't know you were so good at cooking if you didn't tell me. Why don't you show off your cooking skills tonight? Let Mom have a taste of your cooking. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. When have I ever cooked a seafood feast? If not, why would Yang do that to me? I will go and see what dishes are in the kitchen. Yang turned and went to the kitchen. Thank you for your hard work, Xine. Old Mr. E sighed and sat down comfortably. Just as well. I don't want to move my old bones. It is so troublesome to go out for a meal. But, my cooking is not very good. Old Mr. E and Lady E smiled awkwardly. In that case. It's okay. We can eat out. Susani felt a sense of distrust. You can cook, but you don't want to cook for me. Although she had not touched kitchen utensils for a long time, it was not like she had never cooked before. She should be good at cooking, right? Grandpa, sit down. I will cook. She chased into the kitchen and asked Yang, do you know how to cook? Yang rarely came to the kitchen. How could he know how to cook? However, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. He recalled the cooking plots he occasionally saw on TV and the eggs he boiled abroad. He said thoughtfully, I think I know how to cook. Susani automatically ignored the word probably. Okay, then take a look at what is in the fridge. Yang took out all the vegetables in the fridge. The beef and prawns were obviously bought today. Auntie Chen had not had time to cook them yet. The whole chicken had not been chopped. There were also all kinds of mushrooms that Susani and Yang did not recognize. There were also all kinds of meat and fish. Why did you take out all the vegetables? Yang said confidently, the food in the cafeteria is not good. I will bring it from home to the company tomorrow. What do you want to cook first? Susani looked at the pile of food in front of her and analyzed reasonably. Auntie Chen probably wants to make soup. Yang went to wash the chicken and all kinds of mushrooms. It was the first time the young master cooked. He grabbed the chicken's 2 claws and washed the chicken's body. The mushrooms were washed clean of the soil at the roots. And then? Susani took advantage of the time when Yang was washing the vegetables to search for the recipe of chicken soup on Baidu. She found the pot used to make soup and instructed Yang, put it in. Put it all in? Susani nodded. Yang stuffed the chicken and mushrooms into the pot. One dared to give orders, the other dared to listen to orders. Should we add water? Put it in. How much? Susani looked at her phone. It hasn't gone through the chicken's body. Should we add seasoning? No need. Let's put it in when it's ready. Okay. She pressed the button to make soup. Susani and Yang looked at the beef and shrimp. It was a little tricky. Should we steam the shrimp or stir-fry it? Steam it. It was better to make it simple. What about the beef? Stir-fry it. Okay. How do we cut the beef? I'll do it. Susani snatched the knife and cut it twice. It's better if you do it. How much oil? Yang asked back, don't you know how much oil to put? Hurry up and pour the oil. The pot is red from the heat. Sizzle, hiss, Susani hid behind Yang. I think I need to pour some seasoning wine to get rid of the smell. Splash, what are you doing? You're pouring so much that the pot is on fire. Put out the fire quickly. I'm cooking. Don't be noisy. If you can't do it yourself. Susani handed the spatula to him. You do it. Old Mr. E and Lady E walked to the dining room with a smile. They listened to the sounds coming from the kitchen and watched the two of them cooking together. They smiled but didn't say anything and left without disturbing them. How much salt? You're asking me how much salt? You're the one cooking. Susani tried putting a little bit. This should be enough, right? An hour later, the two of them looked at the pile of burnt beef, the salty and bitter chicken soup, the overcooked shrimp, and the stir-fried vegetables in silence. Yang said, don't you know how to cook? Didn't you say that you know how to cook? Didn't you cook a seafood feast for me before? Susani was too embarrassed to say that she had ordered takeout. After working in the kitchen for an hour, the two of them opened the takeout app. Susani lowered her voice. There's no takeout nearby. Do you know the number? Auntie Chen is usually in charge of this. How would I know? Then what should we do now? Yang was silent. It's all your fault. Isn't it good to eat out? Why did you have to cook by yourself? Lady E asked from the dining room. Cindy, is dinner ready? Cindy said loudly, Mom, it's almost ready. Lady E smiled. Okay, there's no hurry. Take your time. Yang lowered his voice. If there's no other way, let's eat out. Susani nodded. Okay, let's eat out. The two of them went to the living room. Grandpa, Mom, let's eat out. The two of them, who were waiting for dinner, looked at Yang in confusion. What's wrong? Susani smiled guiltily. I didn't do well. It's okay. This is your first time cooking. Even if it's not good, at least let me and your mom try it. No, it's terrible. The old man and Lady E became more interested when Susani said that. Whether it's terrible or not, we'll only know after we try it. It's okay. There's always a first time. Come, let me see what delicious food you've made. The two of them walked to the kitchen as they talked. The kitchen floor was full of water stains, and the stove was full of oil stains. The plates were dark, vegetables, prawns, and chicken soup. Lady E braced herself and praised. This prawn tastes good. Let me try it. She picked a prawn and tasted it. It was just peeled. Xianxia, don't you have a line for your shrimp? I forgot. Old Mystery tried to smooth things over. It's okay. I'll try this chicken soup. It looks good. Grandpa, Old Mister. He scooped a spoonful. As soon as it entered his mouth, his expression changed. Dad, what's wrong? Old Mystery swallowed with difficulty and waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. It's not bad. Next time. He choked for a moment. He really didn't dare to cook this way again. He whispered in Lady Yi's ear, that, give me 2 blood pressure pills. Lady Yi nodded and helped Old Mystery out. Cindy, change your clothes. Let's go out and eat. Susani hurriedly helped Old Mystery out of the kitchen. Yang looked at the mess in the kitchen and was unhappy. The gentleness he imagined was gone. There was only chaos and almost burned down the kitchen. He recalled what Zhao Ben said. Could cooking improve relationships? If he cooked a few more meals, he would want to get a divorce. Yang, find a chance to reduce Zhao Ben's salary. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, warm little fox 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmines, Guanji 10, Max 2, Solstice Phonling, Xian 1118, Ziyu, Love Shui Wuhan, Koizumi Honko, Surfer Love Xiaoyu, Fairy Monster 2, Thunder Guzzi. No money on 1111. The entertainment industry had been a little interesting recently. This industry had always been a place where fans were willing to explore and discuss. If there was any gossip, the fans would come after hearing about it. Recently, a post appeared on a famous forum, and within a few days, it became a trending topic. What was interesting was that this post was posted by someone who claimed to be working in the entertainment industry. It was about the emotional entanglement between a big shot in the industry and a small celebrity in the entertainment industry. It was extremely melodramatic. The onlookers originally thought that this post was just a story to pass time, but the more they followed the post, the more they felt that something was wrong. The content of the post could be summarized as follows: an industry tycoon in City A had a beautiful girlfriend, W, when he was in university. The two were very loving, but because of the huge family gap, W was pressured by the tycoon's family to break up. The tycoon thought that W had fallen in love with someone else, so he went abroad to further his studies. At the same time, W entered the entertainment industry. With his methods and looks, he gained a foothold in the entertainment industry within a few years. Later, the boss returned from his studies abroad and inherited the family business on his own. Although he hated W for being heartless to him all these years, he still loved her and missed her. After taking over the family business, he wanted to reconcile with W. However, W, who was like a fish in water in the entertainment industry, was involved in scandals with other celebrities. Not only that, he was also involved in the scandal of being kept as a mistress. The big shot misunderstood the rumors and had a relationship with W. After that, W left the country in despair and disappeared without a trace. From then on, the boss never trusted another woman. After so many years, he was still single until he met the girl who resembled W. When X first entered the entertainment industry, many people noticed that she looked like W. X's acting skills were indeed not bad. Although her reputation was not good these years, she had a foothold in the entertainment industry with her acting skills. By chance, X met the big boss at a banquet. He was attracted by the big boss's appearance and prominent family background. He began to pursue and seduce the big boss fiercely. The big boss also saw W's shadow in her. They hit it off immediately. Although X looked arrogant and domineering on the surface, he was very serious when it came to matters of the heart. He was touched by the big boss's deep affection and agreed to the big boss's proposal not long after. Unfortunately, a fake would always be a fake, and a substitute would always be a substitute. Not long after their marriage, Big Boss abandoned X and missed W day and night, who was nowhere to be found. X had also vaguely guessed that she was W's substitute, but she was deeply in love with the big boss and was unwilling to leave him. When the big boss proposed a divorce, she even cried and begged him not to divorce her. The big boss was moved for a moment and did not mention the divorce for the time being. At this moment, W, who had left his hometown, returned with a little boy who looked similar to the big boss. The big boss mistakenly thought that W's son was someone else's and felt that W had betrayed him. His yearning and love for W all these years turned into hatred. He flaunted his affection with X in front of W in public and even helped X suppress W. W shouldered all the pressure from the outside world and struggled bitterly in the entertainment industry. While the person who started the post was talking about the melodramatic love triangle, he also inserted a lot of entertainment industry events that were easy to decipher, making the whole post seem more convincing and realistic. Finally, the person who started the thread said, "Boss, wake up. Look at this child's eyes, nose, and mouth. They look exactly like you. This is your child." When the onlookers heard the OP say that W had brought the child back to China, they unlocked W's identity as Su Weiyin. As for the big boss and X mentioned, everyone had their own guesses. OP, are you still there? Continue, this plot is too melodramatic. I like it. Big Boss has always had W in his heart, right? He just thought that W had betrayed him? Ah, this is too cruel. QAQ for a moment, I can't tell if W is pitiful or X is pitiful, but Big Boss is really a scumbag. W is definitely Su Weiyin. I think X is Susani. She's as arrogant and despotic as the OP described. +1, I also think X is Susani. She's arrogant and despotic and looks like W. She's the only one. But who's Big Boss? I haven't heard that Susani is married. How many celebrities in the entertainment industry admit that they're married? Admitted equals ambiguous. Big Boss is the low-profile Big Boss J recently. Wasn't there a scandal between Big Boss J and W on Weibo? Both of their associations are bound. I don't think Big Boss is that Big Boss J. I think it should be Big Boss Y. Wasn't there a post before that Big Boss Y and a small celebrity in the entertainment industry had been secretly married for 2 years? It matches the OP's description. Big Boss Y +1, I really didn't expect him to be such a scumbag. W is really pitiful. Can you just type directly? What the hell is this phonetic substitution? I don't understand. Let me decode it. W is Su Weiyin, X is Susani, Big Boss J is Jiang Huai, and Big Boss Y is Yi Yang. According to the OP's judgment, I think Big Boss is Yi Yang. What kind of abusive relationship is this? Why didn't W say anything? Why didn't W say anything when he already had a child? And Big Boss, can't he tell that the child is his? I'm dying of anxiety. Since everyone is pitying W, I'll take pity on Y out of courtesy. He's trapped by love. He knows that he's a substitute, yet he's still hanging around Big Boss. Sigh. Upstairs, who knows if Y is hanging around Big Boss for love or money. An hour had passed by the time the post was finished. Cindy, if it weren't for the fact that you've been so busy these past few days under my watch, I would have thought that you were the one who posted this. Me? Anya pointed at the last sentence of the poster's reply. Look at this child's eyes, nose, and mouth. They look exactly like you. Didn't you think that the child looked exactly like Iyang? Susani wanted to say something but stopped herself. Anya sighed. This post is made up. Don't take it to heart. Iyang and Su Weiyin, she paused for a moment and became suspicious. She couldn't be blamed. The post seemed to have a nose and eyes. It even knew that Iyang and Xianxia had once mentioned divorce. She was afraid that it was someone who knew about it. After some consideration, she asked cautiously, the two of them have nothing to do with each other, right? Susani only knew that Iyang and Su Weiyin were university classmates and had a relationship after graduation. As for what happened, it was not written in the novel and she did not know. Looking at Susani's silent expression, Anya was shocked. Cindy, you have to ask Iyang about this when you go back. Although the things on the internet are most likely made up, you have to get to the bottom of Su Weiyin's matter. You two are now in a relationship. You can't hide a thorn in your heart because of this, okay? Susani nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. After work in the afternoon. At the entrance of the old mansion, she met a young man in a suit who was politely saying goodbye to Chen Bo, who saw her out. Susani got out of the car and walked over. Chen Bo, who is this? Chen Bo smiled and introduced him to Susani. This is the person sent by the Jiang family to deliver an invitation. The Jiang family? Invitation? The young man smiled at Susani and said, Hello, Mrs. E. Mr. Jiang sent me to deliver an invitation to old Mr. E to invite him to our master's birthday party in a week's time. Birthday party, Mr. Jiang, Jianghui or Jiangqing, inviting old Mr. E? It should be Jiangqing, right? Without much conversation, Susani walked in absent-mindedly. Old Mr. E and Lady E were discussing something in the living room. Cindy, you're back? Come. Grandpa has something to tell you. Cindy walked closer. Grandpa, what's the matter? It's like this. Old Mr. E held an invitation and said, the Jiang family used to have business dealings with our E family, but they stopped later. We haven't been in contact for the past few years. Today, the Jiang family sent an invitation to his birthday party. I haven't been feeling well recently, so I don't want to go. Do you have time next Thursday night? Accompany Iyang. Susani thought carefully. I don't think so. Then I'll have to trouble you. Keep the invitation and remember to tell Iyang about it tonight. Susani took the invitation. Okay, Grandpa. I'll remember. She took the invitation back to her room and opened it. It was for Jiangqing's 55th birthday party. 55 years old, Susani remembered the day when Xianxia came to her company. His black hair was mixed with white, and his old face looked like he was from the same generation as old Mr. E. He was only 55 years old. Forget it. She would wait for Iyang to come back. She put the invitation on the table and lay on the sofa. She took out her phone and opened the post from the day. She read it from beginning to end. She felt sorry for the post. The original poster was really talented. It was a pity that she didn't become a screenwriter. Ever since the original poster was decoded, the original poster hadn't come back. Susani glanced at the post and didn't pay attention to it. She put down her phone and went into the bathroom to take a bath. During this period, she had been busy signing contracts with young male idols, discussing endorsements and scripts with investors. She was so busy that she was exhausted. Now that she had gotten through it, she could finally rest comfortably. Susani soaked in the bathtub. Her sore muscles gradually relaxed in the warm water. Her head was dizzy and she was about to fall asleep. Clang, a sound came from the room and Susani was instantly awakened. Iyang? Are you back? Iyang's voice came from the room. It's me. Susani quickly got out of the bathtub. She washed up and put on a bathrobe. Hubby, you're back? Are you tired from work today? Yang took off his jacket and looked at Susini, who couldn't wait to welcome him. It's okay. I'm not tired. Should I ask about this? Yang raised his eyebrows and didn't make a move. He remembered that Zhaobin had said that the woman who liked you would unconsciously throw a tantrum and get jealous if you were with another woman or if there were rumors about you. She finally couldn't help but ask about him and Su Weiyin. Hubby, today should I ask? Yang asked her calmly, what's wrong? Do you have something to ask me? Susini swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. It's like this. Grandpa gave me an invitation just now. He said that it's Mr. Sejong's birthday party next week. He invited Grandpa to attend, but Grandpa hasn't been feeling well recently, so he asked us to go. Yang took the invitation and glanced at it. Okay, got it. Is there anything else? No. Yang sized it up and went into the cloakroom to change. Susini lay on the sofa paralyzed and continued to read the post on her phone. At the end, her eyes lit up. The owner of the post had sent a message. Latest news. W has decided to find the big boss and explain everything that has happened over the years and confess about the child. The comments were all filled with anticipation. Are you serious? So exciting? Su Weiyin is finally taking the initiative? Susini sat upright and still, and couldn't help but think about how much of this post was true and how much was false. He even knows that Yang and I have mentioned divorce. It seems that the person who posted it is not an ordinary person. He said that Su Weiyin and Yang had an affair. Is it true or not? Should I ask Yang? I keep feeling that something is wrong. After all, according to the plot of the novel, Yang should be obsessed with Su Weiyin. He shouldn't be so clear-headed. Novel? Yang, who was changing in the cloakroom, paused. What kind of novel had Susini been reading all day long? Actually, thinking about it, Yang started being nice to me after Su Weiyin returned to China. From the time he stood out for me at the auction and took me to the red carpet at the Paris Fashion Week, Su Weiyin was always there. The post said that Yang felt that Su Weiyin betrayed him, so he took revenge on Su Weiyin because of love? It seems to make sense. Is it true? Yang is using me as a shield to provoke Su Weiyin? No way? That man is so good at acting? Yang's heart was in his mouth. Wait, that's impossible. Yang doesn't seem to be acting. That day at the auction, the necklace that cost 90 million, and at the fashion week, Susini thought about it. If Yang's character was described in the post, what happened did make sense. Could it be that this man is more scheming than me? Even I was fooled by him? The auction was fake, and the fashion week was also to take revenge on Su Weiyin? Could it be that I'm really just a substitute? A substitute used to take revenge on Su Weiyin and make her regret. Susini frowned. Although I'm beautiful, I have a bad temper. Doesn't he hate arrogant and domineering? He said that he wanted to divorce, but now there's no sign of him. Yang is not a masochist. Why would he fall in love with me? Yes, that's right. I was wondering why Yang was suddenly so nice to me and so cold to Su Weiyin. So that's why. Oh my god, I'm so miserable. I'm actually a substitute destined to not be loved. Bang, a dull sound came from the cloakroom. Honey, what's wrong? Yang frowned and got up from the ground. He quickly put on the pants that tripped him and walked to Susini. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Susini looked at Yang as if he wanted to say something. To ask, or not to ask? If Yang is really the kind of person described in the post, he will definitely not admit it. But if Yang is not the kind of person described in the post, will you feel, even if you feel that I'm being unreasonable, isn't that good? That's exactly what I want. Yang waited for her to ask. I saw, Susini paused and thought about what to say next. Yang looked at her expectantly. I saw a post today, the post said what? Said. Susini hesitated. No, since the post said that Su Weiyin has decided to look for Yang, I might as well wait and see what trick Su Weiyin has up her sleeves. If Yang really uses me as a substitute, Su Weiyin will definitely divorce me after explaining things clearly. Bye. The next one will be even more obedient. But if Yang has nothing to do with her, Su Weiyin is just asking for humiliation. Then the question is, why does Yang like me? Does he think that I'm handsome when I hit people, or does he think that my voice is nice enough? Susani smiled and said, it's just a popular post. It says that you can't go to bed after 11 p.m. every night, otherwise it's not good for your health. Honey, sleep early. Good night. Yang watched as Susani went to bed without any hesitation. He stood there in a daze, gritting his teeth as he looked at the ball under the quilt. His whole person was gloomy and inexplicably anxious, testing back and forth on the edge of irritation. Susani. Ask. If you have the ability to doubt, why don't you have the ability to ask? How am I going to explain if you don't ask? I've reflected. I've updated too little in the past few days. So I'll update at 6 p.m. today. If I don't update, you can beat me to death. Thank you to the students who voted for me. I've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Hang Ji Lu 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Long and Long Road, Max 2, no money on Double 11, Koizumi Honko, Shinkai, 40512359, Bellyache, Sister Taro, Agil 1, Chapter 60 soon. The post about the thousands of comments was deleted, and the OP who started the post also deleted his account, leaving no trace behind. Even so, the post was still recorded by the onlookers in the form of a document and widely circulated on Weibo. The more Anya thought about the post for the past 2 days, the more she felt that something was wrong. On the way to meet Su Dao to discuss the script, she received a document from her new boyfriend, Big Boss White Moonlight and White Moonlight stand-in. TXT. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Susani, Sini, did you find out about the post? Susani's hand that was flipping through the contract froze. I believe in Yang. He wouldn't lie to me. Actually, she wasn't sure either. Su Weiyin was the main character. Yang's fate had always revolved around Su Weiyin. It was too fake for her to easily win over Yang. Moreover, Yang was usually a man of few words, so no one could see through his thoughts. Who knew what he was thinking all day long? Anya was exasperated. Sini, do you still remember why Yang is suddenly so nice to you? You're treating me so well? When, Susani herself didn't know. Anya said worriedly, Sini, I know I shouldn't be saying these things now, but you have to think for yourself. You can't be careless about this kind of thing. You have to get to the bottom of this. If it doesn't work, you have to get out of this situation as soon as possible. We're still young, what kind of man can we not find? Don't put yourself in danger, understand? I know what to do, don't worry. The car stopped at the entrance of Su Dao's company. Susani and Anya went upstairs and bumped into Han Xiao and his agent, Luo Jia, in Su Dao's office. The movie that she and Su Dao were going to discuss today was Su Dao's debut film after transitioning from television dramas to movies. Susani had also guessed who Su Dao was going to contact for the male lead. However, she never thought that Han Xiao would continue to work with Su Dao. Su Dao smiled and stood up. Sini is here? Have a seat. As Sini sat down, she looked at Han Xiao and asked, Mr. Han? Su Dao explained, it's only been a few days and you're already so distant? It just so happens that Han Xiao is here today to discuss the male lead with me. I was thinking that Phoenix Road is going to air next year, and with your performances in the show, the ratings will definitely not be bad. If you guys can work together again and let me pick up a popular movie, I won't flop too badly. Su Dao, you're too modest. Han Zhao's expression and attitude were the same as before. I've read your script and I think it's pretty good. The portrayal of the male lead is also a big challenge for me, so I'm really looking forward to working with you on this movie. With you saying that, what's there for me to worry about? Sini, take a look. Since we're old friends, you can ask me any questions. If I can satisfy you, I'll definitely satisfy you. I'm quite satisfied with the script, but I don't know how Su Dao's selection of supporting actors is going. I'm still slowly looking for supporting actors. The movie will start filming in a month, so there's no rush. Susani thought for a moment and said, Su Dao, if you believe me, my studio has a newly signed male artist. He's a professional and has been acting for 10 years. Needless to say, his acting skills are not bad and he's not bad looking. I want to recommend him to you, but I don't know if you can give him a chance to interview. I believe that as long as you meet him, you'll definitely like him. Who? Liang Chuan. Su Dao thought for a moment. I have some impression of this person. I've heard people say that his acting skills are not bad. He thought for a moment and said, all right, see when he's free. If he's really suitable, I'll definitely give you face. Susini smiled and said, then I'll thank Su Dao on his behalf. Sini, not bad. First, you went to Fashion Week, then you opened a studio, and now you're signing artists. You're much better than the first time I worked with you. People can't always stay in the same place, they have to move forward. I have to thank Su Dao for giving me this opportunity. The two of them joked for a while. During this time, Han Xiao sat in his chair in silence. He seemed to have returned to the early stages of filming Phoenix Road. Someone knocked on the office door. Su Dao, Director Zhen sent someone over. He said he's looking for you. All right, I got it. Su Dao stood up and said to Sini and Han Xiao, sorry, I have something to do. You guys go ahead, I'll be right back. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Only Susini, Anya, Han Xiao, and Luo Jia were left in the office. The entire office was silent. Click, Luo Jia unlocked his phone and broke the silence in the office. Missin, can I talk to you in private? Anya said without hesitation, no. But it's not appropriate to talk about what I want to talk about here. What can't be said here? Have you considered what you said at Fashion Week about playing with me? Susini looked at Anya in shock and asked her about Luo Jia with her eyes. Anya's face turned from white to red and then to green. Luo Jia, don't talk nonsense. When did I? She paused for a moment. All right, let's go out and talk in private. With that, Anya stood up first. Luo Jia followed behind Anya in high spirits. For a moment, only Susini and Han Xiao were left in the office. The sun shone on Han Xiao's shoulders through the blinds. Long time no see. Susini smiled and greeted him. Yes, it's been a long time. Mr. Han, why did you suddenly accept this movie? I read the script and thought it was good, so I accepted it. This movie is pretty good. The plot is good and the characters are outstanding. Susini felt a little awkward when facing Han Xiao. Ever since Fashion Week, she and Han Xiao had not contacted each other. The last time they chatted on WeChat, it was during Fashion Week. She was prepared to part ways with Han Xiao, but she did not expect to work together one day. But since he knew that she was married, it was better to keep a distance from him in the future. Sini, there's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? There's news about you and Yang online. Susini opened her mouth to refute, but before she could say anything, Han Xiao continued, I know you and Yang are married. I just want to know if the post is true. Susini frowned. She knew that the post had a lot of influence, but she did not expect that even Han Xiao would believe it. You've been in the entertainment industry for so long. Why do you believe all the rumors? Then do you know that during the 2 years you were married, Yang lived in the same district as Su Weiyin in the US? What? In the same district? Susini was dumbfounded. The B*** lived together at that time. Wait a minute, don't panic. Han Xiao only said that. How do you know if it's true or not? Besides, they lived in the same district. Nothing could happen. What if it was just a coincidence? How do you know? I found out. If you want to know the details, I can give you the information. You don't know about this? Han Xiao said sincerely, you said that the rumors on the internet can't be trusted. You've seen the post, right? As far as I know, most of what was said in the post is actually true. Xine, I don't know if Yang has mentioned Su Weiyin to you, but he did have a relationship with Su Weiyin, just like what the post said. I personally experienced it 4 years ago. Impossible. Yang is not that kind of person. He was busy with work before and might have neglected me, but now he treats me very well. Moreover, he has no contact with Su Weiyin. They had no contact, right? Susini thought for a moment. If Su Weiyin had really met Yang alone, Su Weiyin would definitely not let go of the opportunity to publicize it. Probably not. I know you love Yang. I don't want to interfere in your marriage with Yang, but I don't want to see you get hurt by a man. Susani was silent for a moment. He doesn't deserve you to treat him like this. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. Susani gradually wiped away her smile. Mr. Han, first of all, I want to thank you for reminding me that Yang and I are husband and wife. I will figure this out myself. If Yang really treated me as a substitute, I won't let him off. But before I figure it out, I don't want to hear anyone slandering him. That's all for today. Please tell Su Dao that I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. With that said, she got up and opened the office door. Anya, Luo Jia, and Su Dao were eavesdropping outside the door. When they saw Susani, they all smiled awkwardly. Susani took a step back. She sighed and said, Su Dao, that's all for today. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. I'll be leaving first too. Su Dao, let's talk another day. With that said, Anya quickly followed after her. On the way back, Susani's face was calm. Anya, help me check if Yang lived in the same district as Su Weiyin when he was in America. In the same district? Yes. Let me know as soon as you find out. Susani, don't be angry. Check it out first. You must keep your cool. In less than 2 days, Anya really did find out for her. Han Xiao was right. When Yang was on a business trip in America, he did live in the same district as Su Weiyin. In the same district, what a coincidence, Susani gnashed her teeth as she peeled the apple. She really underestimated Yang. He had such deep feelings for Su Weiyin. In the same district, how big was America? America was so big. What kind of fate did the two of you have to live in the same district? Did you go for a walk every night after dinner? Cheating couple. Susani's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he looked at the cold fruit knife tip. At 9 o'clock, Yang came home from the company. He looked around the room when he saw 7 or 8 apples peeled and oxidized by Susani on the bedroom table. Honey, you're back? Susani came out of the cloakroom with a smile and took off his coat from behind. Why are you peeling so many apples? Hiss, what's that? Yang felt something sharp poking his waist through his shirt. He looked back and found that Susani was holding the fruit knife. Why are you holding the knife? Put the knife down. Susani looked at the fruit knife in her hand and seemed to come to her senses. I was peeling the apple just now and forgot. Yang frowned and felt a sense of crisis. She sat on the sofa and continued peeling the apple. She casually said, Honey, I read a novel today. It's very interesting. What novel? Susani held the fruit knife and said, The Overbearing CEO's Substitute Lover. It's about a rich and powerful overbearing CEO who likes a woman but can't be with her, so he finds a substitute who looks similar to the woman to be his wife. After watching the movie, do you know what the end result of the overbearing CEO who plays with women is? Yang swallowed hard. What? After the CEO's wife found out that the CEO had been treating her as a substitute, she found someone to hit the CEO. The CEO is paralyzed and the CEO has to rely on his wife to take care of the rest of his body. He's so pitiful. Both his legs are broken. Susani continued peeling the apple with the fruit knife and smiled at Yang. This kind of man shouldn't only have his 2 legs broken. His 3rd leg should be broken as well. Don't you think so, honey? After that, she stabbed the fruit knife into the apple. Yang was silent for 2 seconds. Just tell me what you want to ask. What do I want to ask? I just want to share this story with you. Yang wanted to say something but stopped. Just ask if you want to. Susani's face suddenly turned cold. Okay, the first question. During the 2 years we were married, why did you live in the same district as Su Weiyin in the United States? Yang asked in return, I lived in the same district as Su Weiyin? Very well, the first leg is gone. Susani poked the fruit knife out of the apple and wiped the water stains on the fruit knife with a tissue. For years ago, you and Su Weiyin were involved in a scandal? There was, but the second leg is gone. Why didn't you divorce me? Very well, dog man. Your 3rd leg is gone too. Yang, Susani, say it, licking the knife. Yang, put the knife down first. Your knife is affecting my performance. There were more updates in the wee hours of the morning. Chapter 61. After the post came out, Susani still believed in Yang. He couldn't be that kind of person. Even if he was a bastard, he wouldn't do such a thing. However, she did not expect that during the 2 years of their marriage, he would live in the same district as Su Weiyin in America. During those 2 years, the B***starred was not around. No matter how good the opportunity was, I didn't have the guts to touch the actor's hands. Yang, on the other hand, abandoned his young and beautiful newlywed wife and went to America to have sex with his old lover. No, what kind of newlywed wife am I? That post was right. I'm just a pitiful person who was used as a substitute. Forget it, forget it. I thought that Yang had turned over a new leaf. I didn't expect that everything was just his disguise. I'm so pitiful. I was kept in the dark by him for so long and he played me like a monkey. A necklace worth 90 million at the auction? Susani, what are you dreaming about? Isn't it because Su Weiyin and Jiang Hui are together? Yang is jealous and used you as a shield. He only bought you a few clothes during Fashion Week and you're already so smug. Does he really think he bought them for you? I bought it for Su Weiyin. Susani, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Other than being prettier than Su Weiyin, having a better figure, fairer skin, and a bit thinner, what other advantages do you have? Do you deserve Yang's love? You. No. You deserve it. You're only fit to give up your position to Su Weiyin, and then take a huge amount of wealth and grow old alone with Anya. Yang was so angry that he laughed. Susani, why are you so dramatic every day? When Susani heard this, she looked at him in disbelief. Tears streamed down her face, and her voice trembled as she sobbed. You think I'm too dramatic? Alright, I've seen through you. Yang, I'll give up my seat. I admit defeat. I won't delay you and Su Weiyin. I'll leave. I'll explain it to Grandpa. Don't worry. The grief-stricken Susani stood up and was about to leave. Yang held her wrist and helplessly said, give me the knife first. Seeing that Susani didn't move, Yang reached out and grabbed her wrist with one hand and took the fruit knife from her hand with the other. Sit down. Susani remained motionless. Yang got up and sat her down on the sofa. Listen to my explanation. Don't speak until I'm done. Dog, listen to me carefully. First of all, you said that I stayed in the same district as Su Weiyin when I was on a business trip in America. I really didn't know about that. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Secondly, 4 years ago, I had a scandal with Su Weiyin, but those were just groundless rumors. After so many years, I don't think it's necessary to bring up the past. Yang paused for a moment before saying, lastly, don't use a knife for no reason. Who doesn't know how to talk when they open their mouths? You don't believe me? Susani remained silent. Dad bought the house in America when he was still alive. If you don't believe me, I can show you the certificate. As for Su Weiyin, to me, she's just a university classmate that I haven't contacted for a long time. I hope that you can trust me on this matter. Seeing that Susani didn't speak, Yang continued, I saw the post on the internet too. Can't you tell that someone has ulterior motives? That post is full of my private affairs. It's so many years ago. Even my assistant can't know so much about it, so it's impossible for an ordinary person to investigate so carefully. Since it's not an ordinary person, who do you think it is? Who? Su Weiyin. She's trying to sow discord between us. I've analyzed it with you at the auction before. Su Weiyin isn't as simple as she looks on the surface. She's much more scheming than you think. Didn't you ask me why I didn't divorce you? Susani was stunned for a moment and nodded. Because you're innocent. Yang acted as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't know what nonsense he had said. You're pretty, have a good figure, and are pure and kind. What advantages does Su Weiyin have that can compare to you? Susani nodded. You're right. All in all, the rumors on the internet are all rumors. We're husband and wife, and the most important thing between a husband and wife is trust. This matter ends here. Don't make any more trouble. By the way, remember to prepare tomorrow afternoon and accompany me to attend Mr. Zhang's birthday party. If I'm not wrong, Su Weiyin will be there tomorrow. She's not coming with good intentions. She'll definitely target you. Be prepared and be smart. Don't get bullied, okay? Susani looked at him without blinking. What else do you need me to explain? Susani shook her head. Rest early. Yang got up and went to the bathroom. The moment he got up, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Susani silently. Susani looked up at him. Did you forget something tonight? What? Yang raised an eyebrow. You didn't use this as an excuse to divorce me. Susani wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. She sat on the sofa for a long time and did not move. After a while, she muttered, Am I that unreasonable? So, Yang and Su Weiyin really have nothing to do with each other? Su Weiyin created all of this? Hearing Susani's explanation, Anya fell into deep thought. Susani seemed to be deep in thought. It should be fine, right? As an outsider, Anya was not in a position to say too much. By the way, I have to accompany Yang to attend the Jiang family's birthday party tomorrow. Su Weiyin will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Susani laughed. To be honest, I am looking forward to Su Weiyin's performance tomorrow. She must not let me down. The Jiang family. Will Jiang Yan be there? I have arranged a class for him tomorrow. Why didn't he tell me earlier? Cindy was slightly stunned. It's his father's birthday. He should be there, right? The birthday party in Jiangqing was not held in a hotel. Instead, it was held in his own home. The Jiang family's villa occupied a large area, which was beyond Susani's expectations. In City A, where every inch of land was worth gold, the Jiang family's villa was actually twice the size of the Yi family's villa. It was like a castle. Yang introduced it to her without batting an eyelid. Although the Jiang family has been keeping a low profile these years, their ancestors have a strong foundation. They are not to be underestimated. Just stay by my side later. Nothing will happen. In the corner of the living room, Jiang Huai held a glass of red wine and looked at the bustling guests in the living room. He said to the woman beside him ambiguously, Do you know what to do? Su Weiyin stood beside him. The guests who came to attend the party thought that she was Jiang Huai's girlfriend and smiled at her to express their goodwill. Yes. I hope you won't disappoint me. A bodyguard came over and whispered something in Jiang Huai's ear. Jiang Huai heard it and asked, Where? In your room. Jiang Huai smiled and then said to Su Weiyin, I have something to do. Don't mess it up. With that, he turned and left. Su Weiyin looked at Jiang Huai's back view and her originally calm expression turned serious. Jiang Huai's attitude towards her was getting worse by the day. When she had just returned to the country, she could feel that Jiang Huai was attracted to her. But gradually, the attraction in Jiang Huai's eyes became less and less. Now, he was actually pushing her into someone else's arms like a chess piece. Su Weiyin knew that Jiang Huai was going to give up on her completely. But why? She had thought about everything she had done since returning to the country more than once. There was no flaw at all. Why would Jiang Huai give up on her? Su Weiyin didn't understand. But she knew in her heart that if she didn't do as Jiang Huai said, she wouldn't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. Any Susani could crush her. Since Jiang Huai had already decided to give up on her, there was no need for her to continue hanging on to Jiang Huai. Su Weiyin swallowed the last mouthful of red wine in her glass and walked towards Yang. From afar, she could hear someone asking Yang about Susani's identity. Mr. Yi, this is? Susani held Yang's wrist. The two of them stood together, a talented man and a beautiful woman, just like a loving couple. Yang introduced her to the person who came to inquire. This is my wife, Susani. The few of them suddenly realized. Oh, it's Mrs. Yi. Susani smiled. She saw some pity and curiosity on their faces. It seemed that the post on the internet had spread quite widely. After the introduction, they heard a few words of ridicule. Mr. Yi has kept it a secret all these years. There's no news at all. Mr. Yi is really patient. I was going to introduce my sister to Mr. Yi. What a pity. Susani smiled and replied, fortunately, you didn't introduce her. Otherwise, wouldn't your sister be the third party who destroyed a family? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Yang said coldly, I'm sorry, everyone. My wife has a bad temper. They didn't hear any embarrassment, but they heard the subtext of my wife has a bad temper. Please mind your words. The person was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything because of Yang. He could only drink a mouthful of wine to cover it up. Mrs. E, you're joking. Eh? Isn't this Miss Su Weiyin? Someone with sharp eyes saw Su Weiyin chatting with someone on the other side of the long table. He didn't mind calling out to her. Su Weiyin turned around. The smile on her face gradually disappeared when she saw Yang. She walked around the long table and stood in front of him. Hello, Mr. Li, long time no see. Mr. Li, who didn't mind blowing things up, clinked glasses with her. I didn't expect to see you here. You're getting prettier. Su Weiyin smiled humbly. You're flattering me. Mr. E seems to be Miss Su's classmate? Su Weiyin's gaze landed on Yang, but she quickly looked away. She lowered her eyebrows and smiled awkwardly, trying to cover it up. Susani didn't have the gentleness of a man. She didn't hold back at all. Isn't Miss Su Mr. Jiang's girlfriend? Why aren't you with Mr. Jiang? Su Weiyin smiled gently. You've misunderstood. Mr. Jiang and I are just friends. Friends? Susani smiled. Boyfriend, normal person. Schrodinger's boyfriend? Facing Susani's rude words, Su Weiyin didn't take it to heart. She stood there alone and lowered her eyebrows in silence. Su Weiyin seemed to have lost a lot of weight recently. Her body was thin, and her palm-sized face was more pitiful. I heard that Miss Su has a 3-year-old child. It must be hard for you to raise the child all these years, right? Su Weiyin shook her head. The child is very obedient. He doesn't mess around. It's not hard. Miss Su, forgive me for being blunt. After so many years, haven't you thought of looking for the child's father? Su Weiyin was slightly startled. Her gaze slowly drifted to Yang. Susani snorted. I told you to look for the child's father. Why are you looking at my husband? Why? Do you want my husband to take over? Sorry, I'm not in a good state recently. I've been writing and deleting. In the end, I decided not to publish the last part. I feel that I haven't written the last part well. I don't want to be perfunctory. This chapter is a little short. Chapter 62. Susani did not hide her words at all. She did not give Su Weiyin any face in public. It was simply a slap to her face. Especially Susani's picky eyes. She sized up and guarded against Su Weiyin, as if she really thought that Su Weiyin was a scheming woman who would painstakingly take over for her own child. Susani retracted her gaze. Her originally thin face was a little pale. When the surrounding people saw this, they couldn't help but look at her with pity. Those who couldn't get into a conflict with Yang all looked at Susani with accusatory eyes, feeling indignant for Su Weiyin. Mrs. E, don't you think your words are too harsh? Miss Su is all alone with her child. She has never wanted to trouble anyone, let alone have any ideas about Mr. E. Why are you picking on her based on something that didn't happen? Today is Mr. Zhang's birthday party. There's no need for everyone to be unhappy because of me. Su Weiyin smiled as if she was enduring the humiliation. Everyone, have a good time. I'll leave first. Eh. Miss Su, Susani whispered in Yang's ear, will I cause you trouble? Yang said expressionlessly, no. That's good. I'll be happy if Su Weiyin is unhappy. Melodious music resounded in the living room as Jiang Hui came down from the second floor with a glass of red wine in his hand. He politely expressed his gratitude to the guests, and when he walked over to Yang, he smiled. Mr. E, long time no see. Today is Mr. Zhang's birthday. Why don't I see him? My father is still upstairs. He has something to do, but before that, I would like to introduce someone to Mr. E. A gentle-looking man beside Jiang Hui smiled. At Yang. The man extended his hand towards Yang and politely said, hello, Mr. E. My surname is Zhou, and I work at Soaring Dragon Real Estate. There's a project in the south of the city, and I'm looking for a real estate company to cooperate with. I wonder if Mr. E is interested. Susani listens in boredom. Although she doesn't know what the project in the south of the city is, from Yi Yang's reaction, it should be a big project. Mr. Zhou, you're so capable. You even managed to get the project in the south of the city. Mr. Zhou smiled and said, taking it down doesn't mean you're capable. Eating it is. Unfortunately, Soaring Dragon Real Estate can't eat it. I want to share this cake with Mr. E. If you're interested, let's go upstairs and have a chat. What do you think? Jiang Huai seemed to really be building bridges for the two of them. I can provide you with the location, the living room on the second floor. Mr. Zhou smiled and said, then I'll wait for Mr. E on the second floor. After that, the two of them left and went upstairs. Susani squinted her eyes. It's a trap. Yi Yang nodded. Yes. Are you going? Yes. Yi Yang smiled at her. There's nothing to be afraid of. After that, he handed the wine glass to Susani and walked up to the second floor calmly. Su Weiyin, who was hiding in the crowd, saw Yi Yang go up to the second floor and casually went up from the other side of the corridor. Susani's eyes were already on Su Weiyin. When she saw Su Weiyin go upstairs, she knew that this woman was up to no good. She avoided the crowd and sneaked up to the second floor when no one was paying attention to her. As soon as Yi Yang entered, Su Weiyin followed behind him and closed the door. There was indeed something fishy. Everyone was gathered on the first floor, and there was no one on the second floor. Susani pressed her ear against the door and held her breath to listen to what was going on inside. Why is there no sound at all? Why can't I hear anything? What are they doing inside if they're not talking? When old lovers meet, they're so lovey-dovey and reminiscing about what happened in school. Could it be that? Susani's mind was filled with thoughts. Susani, who was holding the door handle, took a deep breath and calmed herself down a second before she was about to rush in. No, I have to calm down. Yi Yang wouldn't do anything rash in such an occasion. But what if Yi Yang was drugged like what happened at Qin Yan's birthday party, drugged? Yes, with Su Weiyin's means and scheming, she would definitely do something like that. I don't know if Yi Yang has learned his lesson. What if Su Weiyin drugged him, and Su Weiyin got her way? Susani didn't even dare to think about what would happen after that. She had thought it through. If Yi Yang is really that stupid and does something with Su Weiyin, I'll divorce that B** starred Yi Yang. However, she had been listening at the door for so long, but she didn't hear anything. Yi Yang, who was in the room, frowned and looked coldly at Su Weiyin, who said that she had something important to talk to him about. You came to see me in the name of Jiang Huai. It's probably something shameful. Yi Yang looked at the time on his watch. I don't have much time. Speak. Su Weiyin gritted her teeth and seemed to have no choice but to go all out. Yi Yang, although we haven't seen each other for a few years, we've been classmates and friends for a few years. Can't we sit down and have a good chat? Yi Yang looked at her coldly and looked at her in a docile manner. His eyes were as gentle as water. If outsiders saw this, they would really think that he and Su Weiyin really had a relationship. In the past, he would probably have been deceived by Su Weiyin's face. Unfortunately, Su Weiyin's acting skills were far worse than Susani's. This was not how a gentle character should be acted. At least she should learn from Susani. When she looked at him, her eyes were full of righteousness and only him, unlike her, who was unconsciously guilty and her eyes were drifting. Yi Yang, who was used to seeing Susani's gentle character for 2 years, showed no mercy. If I remember correctly, we weren't close in university. We were just ordinary friends. What's there to talk about between us? Then do you remember what happened at the Hilton Hotel the night before I left City A 4 years ago? Yi Yang had stayed in many hotels. How could he remember what happened 4 years ago? He narrowed his eyes. 4 years ago? It's okay if you forget. She took out the paternity test report that she had prepared and placed it in front of Yi Yang. This is a paternity test report. Take a look. Yi Yang didn't need to look to know that the name on the paternity test report must be his and Su Weiyin's son. Seeing that Yi Yang didn't take it for a long time, Su Weiyin smiled bitterly. What's wrong? You had the guts to do it 4 years ago, but now you don't have the guts to admit that this child is yours? Yang glanced at her and didn't say anything. But even if you don't admit it, this child is indeed yours. Before I came back, I knew that you were married. I thought about it seriously. I wouldn't bring the child to you, but I really have no choice now. Yang, can you take a look at this paternity test report? He really is your son. Su Wei's eyes were filled with tears. There was a hint of pleading and expectation in her voice. It didn't seem to be an act. This was strange. Why did Su Wei insist that the child was his? I don't know why you're so sure that I had a night with you 4 years ago, but I can tell you that your son isn't mine. Su Wei's hand trembled as she held the paternity test report. She couldn't believe that Yang could be so cold and heartless. This is really your son. Why don't you believe me? Would the paternity test lie to you? 4 years ago, you were drunk, and I was drunk too. You don't remember, but I remember. Not long after I left the country, I found out that I was pregnant. I know very well whose child I'm carrying. She walked to Yang and placed the paternity test report in front of him. Look, the paternity test report says that the two of you are father and son. Yang glanced at the report. You were drunk, yet you're so sure that the child is yours? This report is fake. Fake? The paternity test report is just a lie. You should know that you've lost your value in Xianxia, so you came to me, right? It's not. The child is really yours. Yang, look carefully. It's really yours. Speaking of this, Su Wei became agitated and said with a face full of resentment, I don't understand. What's so good about Susani? She turned you into this person. In my memory, you shouldn't be like this. You can't possibly like a woman like her. Yang asked back, then what kind of woman should I like? Susani is arrogant, despotic, and bad-tempered. She doesn't look like me, and her figure isn't as good as mine. 4 years ago, you didn't like me. Why do you like Susani now? If you don't understand, I can tell you that liking someone doesn't depend on your eyes. It depends on your heart. It's true that you're beautiful and have a good figure, but the greed in your eyes makes me very uncomfortable. Su Wei sneered. Greed? Am I the only one with greed? Doesn't Susani have it too? You like her so much. Are you sure she likes you and not your money? That's why I'm testing it. Yang said, do you know how to tell if a girl likes you? If a girl sees me with another woman, she will unconsciously throw a tantrum and get jealous. I know she's at the door now, so I'm wasting time chatting with you. Su Wei looked at him in disbelief. You're using me to test if Susani has real feelings for you? Yang didn't deny it and looked at the time on his watch. I've never worked with Soaring Dragon Real Estate. Please tell Xianxia not to act smart next time. Alright, time's up. I don't think there's anything else to talk about between us. Don't try to pin the child's matter on me. I hope you know the authenticity of this paternity test. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Yang, if you don't acknowledge this child today, you'll regret it in the future. I'll admit to what I did, but I won't take responsibility for what I didn't do. I also advise you to find out who the father of your child is. With that, Yang opened the door. Caught off guard, Susani, who was eavesdropping on them, stumbled forward and fell into Yang's arms. Susani looked up at Yang with an awkward smile on her face. Yang helped her up with one hand and pulled her into his embrace before closing the door behind him. The moment Susani turned around, she saw Su Wei's resentful eyes through the gap of the gradually closing door. At a corner, Susani couldn't wait to grab Yang and ask, why are you with Su Wei? Shouldn't you be talking to Xianxia and that Mr. Zhou? What were you talking about in the room? It was Xianxia's idea. He wanted me to talk to Su Wei alone. Susani pretended to be calm and said, talk? What did you talk about? She said the child is mine. Do you believe her? Susani, who had already done a paternity test for the two of them, wouldn't believe him. She smiled and said, hubby, of course I believe you. What else? What else did you talk about? Nothing much. Susani thought about it and said seriously, but I'm curious. Wasn't Su Wei with Xianxia in the past? Why now? Jiang Huai gave up on her. That's why she came to me. Gave up? Why? Probably because he knows that Su Wei's child is neither mine nor his. Tell me, what reason does he have not to give up on Su Wei? That's true. After saying that, Susani looked at Yang's suit jacket and came up to him to take off his clothes. Yang easily caught both of her hands. What are you doing? Susani smiled triumphantly. I already expected this to happen, so to prevent that little b** tch Su Wei from playing tricks on you, I put a recording pen in your jacket. If she dares to frame you, there will be irrefutable evidence. Yang's expression froze. In the moment of shock, Susani broke free of his hand and took out a small recording pen from a hidden pocket in his suit jacket. The recording pen was still flashing red. I want to hear how that woman Su Wei framed me. Yang said. Susani, give me the recording pen. Who taught you this? Susani, although the soundproofing is good, I have a recording. Witty, Yang. I miscalculated. Chapter 63. The recording pen in his hand was still warm. Yang's abnormal attitude attracted Susani's attention, which made her less curious about the content of the recording pen. She looked at him calmly. Why are you so agitated? She was still fine just now, but when she heard that I had a recording pen, she immediately became agitated. Clearly, she has a guilty conscience. It seems that they really did say something in the room that I couldn't hear. Old lovers are whispering sweet nothings to each other when they meet. No wonder I didn't hear anything after standing at the door for so long. Bastard. After I finish listening to the recording, I'll deal with you. Yang, headache, it was really a headache. Yang felt that it was much easier to negotiate a deal worth hundreds of millions with someone at his desk than to deal with Susani. He stared at the recording pen in Susani's hand and tried not to look too excited. Susani, don't you know why I'm so agitated? Putting a recording pen on me without my permission? Who taught you that? What if I'm talking about an important matter and the recording gets leaked? That's right. The most important thing between a husband and wife is trust. I gave you enough trust, but what about you? Why didn't you tell me before you played the recorder? Don't be angry. Listen to me. No. Susani wanted to slap herself. Listen to me. I'm just worried about you. What if, I understand that you're worried about me, but I hope that you'll tell me in advance in the future. Do you understand? Susani wanted to say something but stopped. Now, give me the recorder. Looking at Susani hiding the recording pen, Yang reached out to her and said in a deep voice, even if you want to listen to it, now is not the time. We'll talk about it when we get home. Susani was stunned by his words. The doubts he had about Yang and Su Wei just now dissipated with Yang's righteous words. Then I'll take this recording pen. Are you sure you have room on you? Susani looked down at herself. She really didn't have anywhere to put her things. Her handbag was still in the car. Give it to me. You make it sound like it's true. Do you want to trust him this time? He shouldn't be that shameless, right? Besides, it hasn't been that long. What can he and Su Wei do? Forget it, I'll trust him this time. If he dares to lie to me and I find evidence, I'll divorce him. While hesitating, Susani reluctantly handed over the recording pen. In order to appease Susani, Yang took the recording pen and put it in his pocket, saying, Don't worry, I'll play it for you when we get home. All right. Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He had escaped disaster for the time being. The living room on the first floor was noisy. Jiang Huai and Mr. Zhou came out from another living room on the second floor. They looked at Yang and smiled. Mr. Zhou, and I have been waiting here for a long time. Did Mr. E come to the wrong room? Yang looked coldly at the two people who were pretending in front of him. Since you came to the wrong room, Mr. Zhou's project is not fated to be with me. Let's work together again if there's a chance. After that, he hugged Susani and went down to the first floor. Su Wei came out from another room with a bad expression. Jiang Huai knew that she had ruined it. Usually, Su Wei couldn't see Yang. Today, he created such a good opportunity for her to be alone with him, but she didn't seize it. Idiot, the host of the banquet came late. His face was glowing, and he was different from the old man Susani saw at the company. Today, he was obviously dressed specially. Perhaps it was because it was his 55th birthday, but he was much more energetic than before. Accompanied by Jiang Huai, Jiangqing said some polite words to welcome the guests. He was so low-key that he couldn't be any more low-key. How could the people present accept this gratitude? They all laughed and flattered him without leaving a trace. But what made Susani feel strange was that she hadn't seen Jiang Yan after being here for so long. Logically speaking, it was her father's birthday, so he should at least show up, right? Didn't Anya give him a day off? He didn't come, Jiangqing and his son toasted. Mr. Yi, long time no see. Thank you for coming to this banquet. Yang clinked his glass and said, Mr. Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. Originally, it was my grandfather who came, but he wasn't feeling well, so Sunny and I came on his behalf. It's good that Mr. Jiang doesn't mind. Of course. Jiangqing smiled and looked at Susani. The last time I saw Miss Su was 2 days ago. I didn't expect to see Miss Su again today. Happy birthday, Mr. Jiang. Thank you. Please help yourselves. I still have some things to do here. Please forgive me for not being a good host. Jiangqing and Jiang Huai walked past Susani and Yang and smiled as they chatted with the next guest. It was as if they were really treating them the same as the other guests, without any ulterior motives. Susani rarely attended such banquets, and she didn't have many female friends. She couldn't recognize any of them because of their fake sisterhood. She could only hold Yang's hand the whole time and smile as she listened to the men's topics, from venture capital to the stock market and the current economic situation. The heater in the room was strong, and Susani's eyelids were fighting to stay open. After Susani forced herself to yawn for the 4th time, she finally couldn't help but yawn. Someone laughed and said, Mrs. E isn't interested in what we're talking about. She's about to fall asleep. Yang lowered his head. Sleepy? A little. Susani let go of Yang's hand. You guys talk. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll accompany you, Yang said. People around them teased, Mr. E and Mrs. E have a good relationship. This group of people was much more likable than the group they met when they first arrived. Susani rejected Yang's company. It's okay. I'll be back soon. After asking the waiter where the bathroom was, she walked towards it. The Jiang family's villa was really luxurious. Susani guessed that even the sink in the bathroom was made of gold. Although the Yi family was luxurious, old Mr. Yi's philosophy was not to be too extravagant. Old Mr. Yi would definitely say something about such inhumane decorations. After touching up her makeup, Susani walked through the corridor to the living room. Through the corridor's glass, she saw the pool in the courtyard rippling. A small door to the courtyard was open, but she didn't feel cold at all. Susani stepped on the cobblestone path and wooden planks in the courtyard. She actually felt the heat coming from the ground. There must be a heater under the courtyard. Susani took a deep breath. There were too many men in the living room, and she almost suffocated. She vaguely heard the sound of high heels walking towards her. Susani looked towards the source of the sound. It was Su Weiyin. Su Weiyin seemed surprised to see Susani. Miss Su also came out to get some fresh air? No, I just came out to touch up my makeup. If there's nothing else, I'll go in first. Susani couldn't be bothered to talk to her. This woman didn't come with good intentions. According to the plot, Su Weiyin would definitely push her into the pool. Then, wouldn't her clothes and makeup be gone? She couldn't afford to embarrass herself in front of so many people. Miss Su, are you in such a hurry to leave because you don't want to face me? Susani didn't want to pay attention to her and walked into the house. I wonder if Miss Su has seen the post on the internet. Susani stood still and turned to look at her. You posted it? No, but I'm very troubled. I want to know who posted it. Otherwise, how could the person who posted it know everything that happened to me all these years? Inside the house, there was a group of men talking about the stock market economy. She was confused. Outside the house, there was a woman acting in front of her. In comparison, it was much more interesting outside. Su Weiyin smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have left 4 years ago. Susani looked at her acting. How did things turn out? Cindy, I don't mean to get between you and Yang, but my child can't live without a father. Can you understand how a single mother feels? Susani was a little stunned by Su Wei's words. What do you mean? Your child's father is Yang? You should have seen it just now. I talked to Yang and showed him the paternity test report. My child's father is Yang. Su Wei knew that Susani and Yang's relationship couldn't be as deep as she thought. For the past 2 years, Susani and Yang were like strangers. Yang really hated her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for a divorce. But even if they didn't get a divorce, how good could their relationship be after just a few months? Susani knew that her child's father was Yang. Would she trust Yang unconditionally and not be suspicious? As long as the two of them quarreled, she would have an opportunity. Miss Su, after I came back to China, I actually didn't want to look for Yang. But when I found out that your marriage with Yang was against Yang's wishes, I knew that I misunderstood Yang back then. 4 years ago, I shouldn't have gone abroad. Su Wei's words kept implicating her and Yang. She was hinting that she and Yang had an affair 4 years ago. I didn't expect Yang to love me so deeply. Su Wei looked at Susani apologetically. Cindy, I'm sorry that Yang hurt you. Hurt me? Susani remembered the post about how Yang treated her as Su Wei's substitute. She suddenly understood. She clutched her chest and said in pain, so, I was really your substitute? Cindy, if I were you, I would take my dignity and leave Yang now. I wouldn't throw away my dignity and let others trample on it. Susani shook her head and said in pain, no, I can't leave Yang. I love him. I will never leave him. Even if he treats you like this now, you still want to stay by Yang's side? Susani wiped her tears and said in a choked voice, yes. Even so, I want to stay by his side. I'm his wife. Why can't I stay by his side? I love him. Even if he doesn't love me, I'll accept it. As long as I don't leave, you and Yang will never be together in this lifetime. Su Wei frowned, but she also expected Susani's reaction. She immediately said, Susani, don't you mind the existence of my child? If it's really Yang's child, I don't mind. Susani endured the humiliation and said with a happy face, I love him. I don't ask for anything. I don't want anything. As long as I stay by Yang's side, I'll be happy every day. Even if he doesn't love me, it's fine. Susani, you. Susani stepped forward and held Su Wei's hand that was pointing at her. She said sincerely, how about this? You call me sister in the future. I'll be the older sister and you'll be the younger sister. We'll serve Yang together, okay? Su Wei suddenly pulled her hand out of her hand. Susani smiled and winked at her. How is it? My acting is okay, right? Su Wei instantly understood and said angrily, you're playing with me? Of course I'm playing with you. I've never seen someone like you who's so eager to be a third party. Okay, Miss Su, thank you for acting out this tragic drama. It's quite interesting and I enjoyed watching it. If there's a chance next time, let's rehearse again. Susani. Su Wei failed again and again. Anger rose in her heart, but she forced it down. Say, if you and I fall at the same time, will Yang save you or me first? Susani turned around. What the hell, she really wanted to drag her down with her, she waved her hand. No, no, the water is too cold. If you want to play, play by yourself. I'm not playing with you. How could Yang be worthy of her sacrifice so much? At the same time, a waiter in the living room walked quickly to Yang's side and whispered urgently, Mr. E, Miss Su has fallen into the water. I hope everyone is safe and sound. Chapter 64. Susani had expected that Su Wei would do this to her. There was such a plot in the novel as well. However, it was Susani who pushed Su Wei down. Susani lost her balance and fell down as well. After climbing up to the shore, she stood on the shore and scolded Susani arrogantly. Su Wei's face was pale as she leaned against Jiang Huai's chest. When Jiang Huai was criticizing Susani, she pulled on his sleeve and shook her head at him. She even tried to help Susani under Yang's worried gaze. It's not Mrs. Yi's fault. I accidentally fell down. Compared to the arrogance and despotism of Susani, she was even more pitiful. It was clear who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Although there was floor heating under her feet and the water in the swimming pool was probably warm, Susani had no intention of acting out a scene of falling into the water with Su Weiyin. Just to know who Yang would choose between her and Su Weiyin, unworthy. What's more, the weather was so cold. Not only was she soaking wet from the fall, but she had also spent a lot of time on her makeup and hairstyle. She still wanted to dance beautifully later. Yang wasn't worthy of me fighting with another woman over him. I fell into the pool and went home in a sorry state. Susani, you don't dare? Yes, I wouldn't dare. I know that the person Yang loves the most is you. You even have a child with him. If I fell down with you, the person he saved would definitely be you. I know this. I'm really sad, so can you let go of my hand? She was wearing high heels and there was a swimming pool next to her. How could Susani dare to go all out with her? Su Weiyin dared to jump down, but she didn't. Are you still toying with me? I didn't. It's true. Yang likes you. I knew it from the beginning. And think about it. Even if we fall into the water, Yang and the others won't come to save us. There are security guards around. They won't be able to save us. It's too cold today. Shall we go in and tear them apart? Susani, you don't have the guts to test me, do you? Are you afraid of seeing Yang's sincerity? Su Weiyin glanced at the small door leading into the courtyard and smiled. Tell me, what would they think if I was pushed into the water by you? Before Susani could react, Su Weiyin tripped and grabbed Susani's hand. She fell backward in a panic. Susani was caught off guard and was pulled backward by Su Weiyin's strength. She fell forward and splashed the water in the swimming pool. Susani almost fell into a daze. He held his breath as the water was above his head. He could only hear the sound of water splashing in his ears. After a short moment of panic, he calmed down. His calves kicked up, and his head jumped out of the water. He took 2 deep breaths, and everything in front of him was blue. Eh? The water in the swimming pool was quite warm, like a hot spring. Susani swam toward the shore and saw someone running toward her through the small door leading into the courtyard. It was too far away and she couldn't see clearly who it was through the splashing water. On her other side, Su Weiyin was still crying for help. She didn't seem to know how to swim. She was about to fall and go into shock. With a splash, someone jumped into the water and swam towards Su Weiyin. Why are you pretending? You obviously know how to swim and you're still pretending. Wait, who was the one who saved her? Yang, that D*MN man, didn't really go to save her, did he? If he really dares to save her, I'll smash his head. Divorce. Susani swam angrily in the water and splashed the water. Su Weiyin was rescued by a security guard on the shore. It's not Yang? Where's Yang? Yang was standing on the shore and looking at her with furrowed brows. 5 minutes ago, Yang heard a waiter in the living room tell him that Miss Su had fallen into the water. His hand that was about to put down the wine glass subconsciously paused. He could see that something was wrong from the waiter's eyes. Miss Su, there was no other Miss Su tonight, only Miss Su and Mrs. E. If Susani had fallen into the water, why didn't the waiter call her Mrs. E but Miss Su in front of him? Wasn't he deliberately misleading him? Su Weiyin was probably the one who had fallen into the water. How could Susani let herself be taken advantage of? With that thought, Yang calmly walked from the living room to the courtyard. Susani was nowhere to be seen around the pool. There were only 2 splashes. Yang hurried toward her. As soon as he reached the pool, he heard Susani's angry complaints. Hurry up and come up. Susani reluctantly paddled and climbed ashore. That D*MN man is so unromantic. Shouldn't you be the hero saving the damsel in distress and diving into the water to save me? Hurry up and come up? You're standing on the shore and watching her paddle? Is this something a man would say? I'm just unlucky to be married to this D*MN man. Other than me, who can stand this D*MN man who has no romantic cells? I'm so angry. Forget it. He knew his wife's character very well. He would just bear with it. Yang supported her with both hands. Are you okay? She didn't feel anything in the water, but once she climbed ashore, Susani shivered and couldn't help but yawn. Yawn? Susani sneezed and shook her head. I'm fine. It's just a little cold. Yang took off his jacket and put it on Susani. At this moment, there were many people around the pool. There were security guards who came to save her, Jiang Huai who came to preside over the situation, and a few guests who came in the cold to watch the show. What happened? As the host, Jiang Huai couldn't help but ask. Su Weiyin was also wearing a suit. A man took it off and handed it to her. She was a beautiful woman. No matter where she went, there would be people protecting her. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman. Of course, she had to show off when she was in such dire straits. Mr. Jiang, I was careless. Careless? You obviously pulled me down on purpose. Susani pointed at her angrily. You obviously know how to swim. Why are you pretending? After saying that, she didn't give Su Weiyin a chance to speak. She imitated Su Weiyin and leaned on Yang weakly. Her eyes were red as she sobbed. She bullied me. I know. Yang cooperated with Susani and looked at Jiang Huai. Mr. Jiang, I need an explanation for what happened just now. Jiang Huai frowned, obviously unhappy. Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'll give you and Mrs. Yi an explanation. Su Weiyin looked as if she had been wronged and couldn't defend herself. I didn't. If you didn't, then how did I fall? I know you like Yang. Even if you want to be Yang's wife, you don't have to hurt me like this. I'll let you have me. Then, she tried to push Yang away. Someone couldn't stand Susani's arrogant and domineering appearance and couldn't help but exculpate Su Weiyin. Mrs. Yi, Miss Su definitely didn't do it on purpose. Don't accuse her. I accuse her? Why would I accuse her? Why don't you ask Mr. Jiang to check the surveillance cameras and see if she pulled me down? That person wanted to say something, but Su Weiyin tugged at his sleeve and shook her head sincerely. I'm sorry, Mrs. Yi. I was careless and pulled you into the water. I'm very sorry. Although she said that, there was no apology in her words. She clearly meant that she was forced to do it. Yang hugged her waist and said in a low voice, Go in and change your clothes first. Susani, who shivered when the wind blew, nodded. Then you carry me. Yang carried her horizontally and followed the waiter into the villa. The waiter brought them to a room on the second floor. Susani went into the bathroom to change her clothes and took a hot shower. She put on the prepared bathrobe and sat in front of the mirror to look at her soaked self. Ah. I'm so angry. I, Susani, have been in the underworld for so many years. How could I be schemed against by Su Weiyin? It was all Yang's fault. The recording pen was with him. Otherwise, it would have been wonderful to record Su Weiyin's words by the pool. Now, all the evidence was gone. No. I can't stand this injustice. Susani turned on the hairdryer to dry her hair and yawned a few times. There was a knock on the door. A servant came to bring Susani a freshly ironed dress. It was the dress she wore today. It was quite fast. After thanking Susani, she put on the dress and a makeup artist came to put on her makeup. The whole process took less than 20 minutes. It was really fast. In the room next to Susani's, Jiang Huai narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Weiyin. What's wrong with you? You can't even do such a small thing? Su Weiyin shivered. She didn't know if it was because she fell into the water or because Jiang Huai's tone was too cold. I don't know why either. Yang didn't have any reaction when he saw my DNA test results. And Susani, enough. Jiang Huai was obviously impatient with her. Su Weiyin, there's no need to talk about this anymore. Go apologize to Susani later and this matter will be over. I already gave Yang the best chance tonight, but you still didn't grasp it. When will you have another chance? Su Weiyin gritted her teeth. I'll find another chance. You won't have another chance. Yang won't see you. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Huai said, Find a chance to send the DNA test results to old Mr. Yi and Lady Yi. They're soft-hearted and have always wanted a grandson. I can understand how they feel. That's your only chance, so seize it. Otherwise, I really don't know how to help you. Su Weiyin trembled. It was as if she had never seen the man in front of her clearly. She was once proud of herself and thought that she had Jiang Huai firmly in her hands. She tested him step by step but never stepped on Jiang Huai's bottom line. She didn't know which part of the problem caused Jiang Huai to doubt and abandon her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken out her child's last bargaining chip to look for Yang. Can I ask why you want to send me to Yang's side? Jiang Huai looked up at the self-righteous woman in front of him. You're very interesting. When I first came back to China, I did have a feeling. But one shouldn't be too self-righteous. Otherwise, you won't know why people see through you. Jiang Huai got up. Okay, don't say anything. Su Weiyin, if you're really smart, you should know what to ask and what not to ask. Work hard and become Lady Yi as soon as possible. Let Yi Yang and Susani divorce. Only when they divorce and you get what you want will others have a chance, right? Su Weiyin was puzzled and asked, a chance? Jiang Huai sighed and rubbed the space between his eyebrows helplessly. I can't help it. Who asked the child to like me? I have to find a way to help him. It's cold, everyone wear more clothes. Don't catch a cold. Thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent a lot of money, thank you to Wushan is not a cloud, JQY 10081123x10, Sal. Chero, Guanji x2, no money passes double 11x3, 40912824x2, XIN 1118, Solstice wind chimes x2, Rice, 32531787, I really can't be a noob x3, Z is not a fish, stop nagging shark, stomachache, Situ Liuli, Koizumi Honko, Shaodong Dongran, Chu. Aglayu, Fanfan FRGX2, 390224996 landmines thank you to Qingchen, Nuanuan's Little Fox X3, Yao Shaoxi, Xing Xing, Gu Yunwan, Hui Yenyi for the grenades. Chapter 65 inches the guest room, the makeup artist gave Susani a message. In front of the makeup artist, Susani sent Anya everything that happened tonight. Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The makeup artist politely left after touching up her makeup. The whole process took less than 20 minutes, which was quite fast. Can you get me a cup of hot water? The makeup artist politely replied, of course, please wait a moment. After a while, the makeup artist came in with a cup of hot water. Thank you. You're welcome. Is there anything else you need me to do? Susani smiled and shook her head. Have a good rest then. I'll take my leave first. As soon as the makeup artist left, Anya called. Aren't you angry at Su Weiyin for messing with you? On the other end of the phone, Anya felt indignant after listening to Susani's explanation. Susani stood by the window with a cup of hot water in her hand. She watched as the security guards quarantined the area around the pool. She replied to Anya, of course I'm angry. Su Weiyin is such a pretentious woman. I'm just an innocent woman. How can I be her opponent? That's why I can't do it myself. Anya exposed her. How do you want to get someone else to do the dirty work? Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by borrowing a knife to kill someone? I'm just, alright, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Susani smiled and said, although I don't understand why Su Weiyin has to use a fake paternity test to squeeze between me and Yi Yang, since she likes Yi Yang, this kind of thing should be solved by Yi Yang himself. I'm just an innocent and weak little wife who doesn't know anything. What's more, didn't you suspect that Yi Yang was being insincere towards me? From the way he dealt with Su Weiyin, I can tell whether Yi Yang's feelings for me are fake or not. What if? There's no what if. There was a knock on the door. Susani placed the cup of hot water on his cheek and forehead, then drank the hot water in one gulp. He leaned against the sofa beside the bed and said, I'll hang up now. I'm hanging up. After saying that, she put her phone down and threw the glass of water on the small table next to the sofa. She lay down on the sofa weakly and said, come in. Yi Yang walked in and saw her lying on the sofa. What's wrong? Susani shook her head. I feel a little dizzy. She sat up and clutched her chest. I feel like vomiting. Have you caught a cold? Yi Yang's brows were tightly knitted together. He immediately pressed his forehead against Susani's. Is it hot? I'm just asking you if it's hot. You're not a man if you're still so indifferent to my condition. Yang raised his eyebrows. Fever? Susani covered the back of his hand. What? I have a fever? It's okay. I think I just fell into the pool and caught a cold. Don't worry, I'll be fine tomorrow. Yang's gaze fell on the cup on the table. He held it without batting an eyelid. It was still warm. Yang, how's Su Weiyin? I'm not sure, but she should be fine. Thinking of Susani drinking hot water and pretending to have a fever, Yang continued her act. Tell me, what happened just now? Susani hugged Yang's waist and buried her face in his waist. She cried, hubby, I was really scared just now. Su Weiyin did it on purpose. She said that you're the father of her child and she wants me to divorce you. She also said that if I don't divorce you, she'll teach me a lesson. I didn't agree, so she pushed me into the pool and I almost died. As long as this bastard dares to speak up for Su Weiyin, we'll divorce. You can't judge a book by its cover. I told you before that Su Weiyin is not as kind as she looks. Did you suffer? Susani looked up at him with tears in her eyes and nodded sadly. I know she's not that good, but I didn't expect her to be so bad. She kept threatening me and even said that you had a relationship with her in the past. She said that you loved her deeply and only used me as her substitute. Yang, is what she said true? Yang's expression was cold and ugly. Of course it's not true. What about the child? Of course it's not mine. Then I'm relieved. With that, Susani cried again and hugged Yang tightly. But I'm still so scared. Yang, do you know? She seemed to have gone crazy just now. I'm really afraid that she'll continue to target me and do something even crazier. It's okay that I had a fever and a cold after being pushed into the pool by her. What if she hates you because of love and does something to you? What will you do then? Yang nodded. You're right. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation for this. Really? Susani looked up and asked him in a choked voice, what are you going to do? Quick. Bring out your domineering CEO boldness and tell Su Weiyin and Jiang Huai righteously that even if the Heavenly King comes, Su Weiyin will never show her face in front of the public again. If this bastard just casually asks Su Weiyin to apologize to me, then in the entertainment industry, it's either her or me. I'll find a chance to play her to death. Yang said calmly, ban her. Ban her? Yang looked down at her and said, even if the Heavenly King comes today, Su Weiyin will never show her face in front of the public again. With that, he turned and left. Susani looked at Yang's back and was stunned for 3 seconds. She frowned and said in confusion. In the other room, Jiang Huai and Su Weiyin had just finished talking when someone knocked on the door. Come in. A servant opened the door and said, young master, Mr. Yi wants to see you. Jiang Huai glanced at Su Weiyin and motioned for her to hide behind the partition in the bedroom. After Su Weiyin went in, the servant brought Yang in. Mr. Yi, how's Mrs. Yi? As the host, Jiang Huai asked worriedly. Yang's eyes were cold. Mr. Jiang, I brought Sunny to the banquet because of the Jiang family's invitation. However, something like this happened at the banquet. I hope Mr. Jiang can give me an explanation. Jiang Huai smiled. Of course, this is our fault. We should give Mr. Yi an explanation. What about Su Weiyin? I heard that Su Weiyin used to have a good relationship with Mr. Jiang and thought that they were a couple. Jiang Huai smiled calmly. It's just a rumor. Mr. Yi misunderstood. Misunderstood? Yang narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Jiang Huai, as if he was in a negotiation. Miss Su has been in contact with Mr. Jiang since she came back. Mr. Jiang, you can lie to others, but you don't have to talk nonsense in front of me. Jiang Huai raised his eyebrows. Miss Su and I used to be together, but we broke it off recently. I really don't have anything to do with her. Then I wonder whose female companion Miss Su was at the banquet. Jiang Huai was silent for a moment and smiled. Mr. Yi, just tell me what you want. I think Mr. Jiang knows what happened to my wife. There's no need to check the CCTV. First, let Su Weiyin apologize to my wife. That's what I should do. Second, I don't want to see Su Weiyin on any TV screen in the future. Mr. Jiang, do you understand? Jiang Huai looked at him coldly. It's rumored that Mr. E is tight-lipped about Mrs. E. Everyone says that their relationship is just SOSO. But today, I saw that Mr. E is very protective of Mrs. E. It's not like what the rumors say. They really have a deep relationship. It's really enviable. So what do you mean, Mr. Jiang? Yang looked at him coldly and waited for him to say something. The reason why Su Weiyin was able to provoke him and Xianxia repeatedly at the banquet was because of Jiang Huai behind her. Mr. E, I think we should let Miss Su apologize. She didn't do it on purpose. Besides, Mrs. E didn't. My wife was frightened and has a high fever. She's starting to talk nonsense. She likes swimming so much. I don't think she'll go swimming again in the future. Does Mr. Jiang think that this is nothing? Jiang Huai frowned and sighed. Or does Mr. Jiang still have feelings for Miss Su Weiyin? If that's the case, we have nothing to talk about. I'll leave first. Wait, Jiang Huai stopped him. The Yi family and the Jiang family had cooperated many years ago. But after old Master Jiang's death, the cooperation stopped. They hadn't contacted each other for so many years. This time, Jiang Huai invited the Yi family to Jiang Cheng's birthday party. Not only did he want to mend their old relationship, but he also wanted to continue their cooperation when old Master Jiang was alive. Yang should know very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him for an explanation so boldly. Jiang Huai clenched his fists. He was thinking about the trouble and benefits it would bring him if he took a step back. After weighing the pros and cons, he smiled and said to Yang, since Mrs. E is frightened and has a high fever, I'll get my private doctor to take a look at her. No need. I'll send my wife to the hospital later. It's best if you send her to the hospital. Su Weiyin's actions were indeed inappropriate. Since Mr. E doesn't want to see her on the screen anymore, she won't appear on any TV screens in the future. Yang nodded. That's for the best. I'll take my wife back tonight. Thank you for your hospitality. Take care. Yang turned and left the room. As soon as the door closed, Su Weiyin came out from behind the partition screen with a pale face. What do you mean? Jiang Huai poured himself a glass of wine. His expression was unreadable. You still have one last chance. Old Mr. E and Lady E should like your child. Su Weiyin asked him with a trembling voice, you're abandoning me just like that? Jiang Huai wasn't a good-tempered person. When he wanted to coax you, he would coax you. When he didn't, his impatient tone could send you to hell. He put down the wine glass heavily. Su Weiyin, we each took what we needed. I don't need you now. How can you say that I'm abandoning you? It can be considered as ending our cooperation. But you said, Jiang Huai glanced at her coldly. What did I say? Su Weiyin, you have to know your place. Blindly taking things will make people hate you. Su Weiyin trembled and looked at Jiang Huai without saying a word. Yang left Jiang Huai's place and entered Susani's room. The moment he entered, he saw Susani lying on the sofa like before. Wake up. Let's go home. Susani looked at Yang listlessly and got up. Susani staggered due to the lack of energy. Fortunately, Yang was quick enough to support her. What's wrong? I feel a little uncomfortable. Yang reached out and touched her forehead. It was very hot. He looked at the empty glass on the table and touched it. It was cold. Susani, where do you feel uncomfortable? Susani tilted her head and rubbed the back of Yang's hand that was touching her cheek. I feel dizzy. The cheek that the back of his hand touched was boiling hot. Yang touched her neck. Wherever his hand touched, it was very hot. Yang took off his jacket and covered Susani with it. He carried her out without saying a word. His expression was solemn. What are you doing? You have a fever. I'm taking you to the hospital. Susani leaned her head on Yang's shoulder. She was very dizzy. The discomfort in her body made her very frustrated, but she felt very comfortable against Yang's shirt. Just as they stepped out of the door, Su Weiyin walked towards them. Mr. E, I'm here too, get out of my way. Yang brushed past her expressionlessly. Wait. Susani, who was on the verge of death, suddenly sat up. Is she here to apologize? You have a fever, Susani. Even if I'm dying, I want to hear her apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. Put me down. Hurry up. Yang had no choice but to put Susani down. Susani leaned against Yang and looked at Su Weiyin. Say it. I'm listening. Su Weiyi's face was pale. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. I'm sorry. That's it? It's my fault. I caused Mrs. E to fall into the water. You didn't cause any trouble. You pushed me on purpose. Susani corrected her. Su Weiyin tried her best not to say anything. After a long while, she said, I'm sorry. It's my fault that caused Mrs. E to fall into the water today. I'm very sorry. That's more like it. Alright, I'll let it go this time. Don't appear in front of me again, okay? Go, go, go. Susani waved her hand. Su Weiyin glanced at Yang. Seeing that he had not looked at her from the beginning to the end, she gritted her teeth, suppressed all her unwillingness and anger, and left angrily. As soon as Su Weiyin left, Susani hurriedly grabbed Yang. She took a few deep breaths and said weakly, Quick, send me to the hospital. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die, thank you for your support. Chapter 66. Susani had used up all her strength and energy in front of Su Weiyin. When she was carried into the car by Yang, she was in a daze. The heater in the car was on full blast. Fortunately, the back seat was spacious. Susani's head rested on Yang's thighs. Yang sat in the back seat and hugged her. From time to time, he would check the temperature of her forehead and neck to take care of her. Susani's body felt like it was on fire, but from time to time she shivered and kept snuggling into Yang's arms. Yang did not mind. He took a blanket and covered her with it, but things gradually got out of control. The places where their skin touched were warmer. Susani tasted the sweetness of Yang's abdominal muscles through the buttons of his shirt, but it was not enough. She unbuttoned Yang's shirt one by one. When Yang realized that 2 or 3 buttons had popped open, he hurriedly grabbed Susani's hand. Susani, behave yourself. It's cold. Susani didn't know what she was doing. She just kept trying to crawl into the area where the button had burst open. Her palms and cheeks were pressed against it, and it felt like boiling hot lava. Yang was silent for a moment. He grabbed Susani's hand, took a deep breath, and ordered the driver, drive faster. The driver rushed to the hospital as fast as he could. They arrived at the nearest hospital half an hour later. He was admitted to the emergency department and was admitted to the ward. The doctor took the patient's temperature. It was 39.7 degrees Celsius. He prescribed medicine and an infusion. The whole process took another half an hour. During the whole process, Yang accompanied him closely. Sir, can you wait outside? We may need to. The medical staff looked at Yang and braced himself to suggest to him. Yang's expression was somewhat subtle. It wasn't that he wanted to delay the medical staff's work, but Susani's hand was grabbing onto his shirt and wouldn't let go. He reached in and tried to pull Susani's hand away, but the moment he pulled, Susani's hand tightened. She frowned and muttered something, refusing to let go no matter what. He had no choice but to delay his work. Yang looked at the nurse calmly. I'll stay here with her. Although the nurse didn't know Yang, she knew Susani. She immediately gave Susani an injection with a smile. After the nurse left, Yang let out a sigh of relief. Susani, let go of me. After the injection, Susani fell asleep. Her hand that was tightly holding onto Yang loosened weakly. Yang got up and tidied up his shirt. Only then did he realize that several buttons on his shirt had fallen off. He couldn't wear it anymore. Susani was really sent by God to go against him. With a sigh, Yang called old Mr. E. He didn't tell him about the hospital. He said that he had something to do at Pin Lan Ting tonight and wouldn't be going back. Old Mr. E and Lady E didn't suspect anything. They just asked him to take good care of Sunny. Susani slept soundly on the hospital bed. Her cheeks were abnormally red. Yang replied, I'll take good care of her. After hanging up the phone, Yang touched Susani's forehead. It was still as hot as before. I told you to be careful of Su Weiyin before, but you still fell for her trick. Aren't you usually very arrogant and powerful? You're the only one who's thick-skinned enough to cry in front of me after such a big loss. Yang looked at her blushing cheeks and couldn't help but pinch them. They were warmer than normal temperature and soft to the touch. It was quite interesting to touch them. Bastard, Yang's hand paused, and Susani's mumbling could be heard. His eyes were closed, and it was obvious that he was talking nonsense. You bastard. You actually hit me, scolded me, and bullied me because of Su Weiyin. Divorce me if you dare. I'm going to divorce you. First it was Qin Yan, and now it's Su Weiyin. I'm really the most miserable woman in the world. Yang listened to her intermittent voice and frowned. Susani, don't talk nonsense. I haven't said anything about you. First it was Jiang Yan, and now it's Han Xiao. Why did your studio sign so many male artists for no reason? Can you even support them? You ignored me for 2 years. You said you wanted to divorce me, but you didn't. Yang kept quiet. Go and be lovey-dovey with your Su Weiyin. I have Anya and her 100 young hunks. I don't want to. Since she was a patient, Yang decided not to be calculative with her. Susani? Susani answered his question in a daze. What's 1 plus 1? It's 2. How many boyfriends does Anya have? 100, she has 100 boyfriends. I'm so envious. Yang continued to ask her, do you have someone you like? There was no response. Do you like Yang? Susani scolded, bastard. 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 He shouldn't have asked, the heater in the hospital ward was very strong. Susani finally felt the warmth and lifted the blanket covering her body. Yang pulled the blanket down slightly and tucked it in, looking at her silently. The whole hospital was eerily quiet. They could almost hear the sound of the drip. Do you know why I didn't divorce you? Yang rubbed the wedding ring on his ring finger and said, at first, I found it interesting. Later on, I found it really interesting. Man had a perverted possessiveness. The more difficult it was to conquer a woman, the more it could arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Yang had never used this saying on himself. He just felt that since Susani was deeply in love with him, he shouldn't let her down. As for people like Jiang Yan and Han Xiao, they were all mistresses who ruined their marriage. He didn't care at all. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone in from the window of the hospital. When it shone on Susani's face, Susani frowned slightly and gradually woke up. The first reaction she had when she regained consciousness was to smell the strong smell of disinfectant in the air. When she opened her eyes, she saw a large patch of white. Then, her whole body was sore and her throat was stinging. She couldn't say a word. Hospital? Susani came back to her senses and slowly sat up. She looked at everything in front of her blankly. In the hospital, she only remembered that after Su Weiyin pulled her into the pool last night, she pretended to be sick and looked at Yang's attitude. Later, she did feel a little dizzy. Then, Su Weiyin apologized to her, and then, Susani's mind was blank. She looked down at the hospital gown she had changed into. Yang sent her to the hospital. The door of the ward opened. Yang pushed the door open and walked in. His assistant, Zhao Bin, followed behind him. You're awake? Are you feeling unwell? Susani hugged the blanket and looked at him. She wanted to say something, but her mouth was stuck. Zhao Bin handed a glass of warm water to Susani. Mrs. E, have some water. You had a high fever last night. Mr. E stayed in the hospital for the whole night. Susani hadn't swallowed a mouthful of water. She stared at Yang and asked in a hoarse voice, Did you send me to the hospital? Yang said casually, Yes. You took care of me for the whole night? Yang nodded. Susani was touched. She sniffed and said, Honey, I'm so touched that you did this for me. Zhao Bin put the breakfast he bought beside Susani and left the ward quietly. Eat your breakfast first. Susani nodded. She asked him nervously while eating breakfast, Honey, I didn't do anything to you last night, right? Yang raised his eyebrows. No. Then I didn't say anything, right? Yang looked at her. Susani quickly tried to salvage the situation. She said in a hoarse voice, if I said anything, please don't take it to heart. I was just talking nonsense. You did say a lot of nonsense last night, especially when you were hugging me. Susani's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him nervously. What did you say? Oh no, Anya said that I like to talk nonsense when I'm drunk. Did I talk nonsense in front of Yang last night? I didn't expose myself, right? Yang said seriously, you hugged me and cried the whole night. You said that you loved me and didn't want to divorce me. You also said that you wanted to give me 2 daughters and 3 sons. It was hard to explain. However, looking at Yang's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking with her. Susani started to doubt her life. Am I a pig to give birth to so many sons? Could it be that I've been too immersed in my acting that I'm talking nonsense when I'm having a fever? Susani smiled awkwardly. Hubby, don't take it to heart. I was just talking nonsense. After that, she lowered her head and drank the warm porridge in her bowl to ease the awkwardness. Yang thought about it seriously and nodded in agreement with Susani. I also think that 2 daughters and 3 sons are a little too much. 1 son and 1 daughter is enough. But you cried and begged me to agree. Susani choked and the porridge almost went into her throat. She interrupted him and changed the topic. By the way, what did you say to Jiang Huai after Su Weiyin treated me like that last night? Yang looked at her. Susani blinked. Actually, I'm not the kind of person who's unreasonable. Although Su Weiyin apologized, but, don't worry, Su Weiyin won't appear on the screen in the future. Banned? Yes. Bastard. No, Yang did a good job this time. For the time being, I'll believe that you and Su Weiyin don't have anything to do with each other. Hubby, you're so good to me. You're the person who loves me the most in the world. I love you so much. Yang once again humbled himself and uttered a sound from his throat, yes. Although Su Weiyin ban wasn't announced publicly, her fans still found out about it secretly. It was mainly reflected in the change of spokesperson for the products that Su Weiyin was endorsing. Su Weiyin's name was suddenly removed from several official scripts. Several programs that had announced Su Weiyin's appearance in advance were also removed from their announcements. Almost everyone in the entertainment industry received the news that Su Weiyin had offended someone and was banned. Her only fans felt indignant for her and scolded her in front of the entertainment company. However, it was just a small matter and didn't cause much trouble. Su Weiyin, who had returned with a strong momentum, disappeared after a few months. Anya, who knew the whole process, sighed. I didn't expect Yang to be so swift and decisive. He banned Su Weiyin so quickly. I've asked around in the industry now and no one dares to take Su Weiyin's plate. Susani, who had been resting at home for a few days, recovered in the blink of an eye. She was in a good mood without a strong rival like Su Weiyin. I've explained to you before that Yang and Su Weiyin have nothing to do with each other. Alright, just consider me as being blind as a bat. I've been in love for so many years and I've actually been wrong. Tell me, what does Yang like about you? Susani thought about it seriously and said seriously, probably because he likes my beautiful face. And her confidence when she hit people and her elegance when she scolded people. It's December. The serial update has been updated for a full 2 months. Thank you for your company. Love you all. Thank you to the students who voted for me. You've spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angels who threw the landmines. Max, 2 summer solstice wind chimes, 27970-218, for whom angels cry, no money for 2011, don't be polite, Dandan has no balls, Xianxia who dropped out of school, Kai Xiao Kai, 367272211, Qingchen, one little grass on 11. Chapter 67. It didn't matter why Yang liked her. Susani only had one thought now. Yang, this dog of a man, had finally fallen into her hands. How did he treat her back then? It was one thing to be sarcastic, but to roll her eyes and say, I will never like you in this lifetime, please show some respect. Who was she trying to slap in the face? Do you have any jobs recently? Anya looked at the schedule and said, you said that you don't want to be too busy, so I didn't arrange too many events for you. You'll be free tomorrow, but you'll be doing a commercial the day after tomorrow. and a talk show the day after tomorrow. Oh right, there'll be an awards ceremony on Thursday. You'll be there for the rest of the week. Award ceremony? Do I have a share? It's all decided internally. Do you think you're included? Then why should I go? Show your face. Susani rolled her eyes. I'm not going. Anya did not force her. She could do whatever she wanted. Alright, I'll reject it for you. I remember that I have a film meeting to attend on this day. Do you want to go with me? Sure. Suddenly remembering something, Susani asked her, where did Xianxia go on his father's birthday? I gave him a day off that day. He didn't attend his father's birthday? No, I didn't see him the whole night. I thought you kept him in the company to study. Anya rolled her eyes at her. Am I that kind of cold-blooded person? Susani muttered, then why didn't he show up for his father's birthday? It seemed that Xianxia didn't have a good relationship with his family. By the way, there's something about Xianxia. You went to the banquet 2 days ago and had a fever. I didn't tell you. What happened? Xianxia, didn't you have a variety show 2 days ago? During the recording, I don't know what the host said, but he left on the spot. There were so many people watching, and it didn't take long for the news to spread online, saying that he was acting like a big shot. The producer of the show called me and said that if Xianxia didn't come forward and apologize, they wouldn't cooperate anymore. Susani was curious. Which show? Which host? It's the host of Extraordinary Challenge, Zhou Kai. Him? Susani frowned. Do you know what he said? Anya shook her head. I don't know. Xianxia didn't say anything. Susani sighed. She could understand that at the age of 10, he was young and hot-blooded. He had a temper that could cause a fight at the slightest disagreement. Alright, I'll talk about it after I understand the situation. Where is he now? He should be at the company. He has been going to the company without any work for the past few days. Susani frowned. Why is he going to the company? He asked me to hire a few teachers for him. When there are no classes, he will hide in the practice room. Teachers? A physique teacher, a dance teacher, and a performance teacher that I spent a lot of money to hire. Anya added, he paid for all of them himself. Alright, I'll talk to him. She got up and walked towards the dance studio. The dance studio was where Xianxia often stayed. Through the glass on the door of the dance studio, Susani saw Xianxia dancing with the dance teacher. She silently watched from outside for a while. When the two inside stopped moving, the teacher turned off the music and said a few words to Xianxia before walking towards the door. The door opened from the inside. The dance teacher saw Susani standing at the door and smiled. Miss Su, hello. Susani looked at her and asked, is today's class over? Yes. Thank you for your hard work. No problem. The dance teacher smiled and said, Xianxia is very talented in dancing. He can understand it with just a little guidance. It's not difficult for me to teach him at all. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the dance teacher said goodbye and left. Susani pushed the door open and entered. She stood in the corner and watched Xianxia practice in the middle of the dance studio. Xianxia danced 2 moves and stopped. He looked at Susani, who was wiping the sweat on her head with a towel, and hesitantly approached her step by step. Perhaps he guessed the reason why Susani came. Xianxia lowered his head and asked, what's the matter? Nothing. I just wanted to see what you've been up to recently. Xianxia said that she wants to prepare an album for me. I've been practicing hard these days. Susani nodded. You're practicing well. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Don't you have anything to ask me? I'm done. I offended the host of Extraordinary Challenge. Don't you know? Susani nodded. I know. Then why did you? It's just a host. I won't go on the show. Xianxia looked at her silently. Anya has already told me about this. I'll let it go this time. Just be careful next time. But I'm quite curious. What did the host say that made you so angry that you left on the spot? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, he said that he wants to poach me to another company. That's all? that's all. Susani really thought that he was so stubborn that he was adorable. You're so angry over such a small matter? Jiang Yan did not say a word. Little Jiang Yan, you're an adult now. I have to remind you that you can't be so magnanimous in the entertainment industry in the future, okay? You'll hear a lot of things in the future. What will happen in the future if you can't hold it in after a few words? Jiang Yan thought to himself. He still felt that he should not tell Susani what the host said later, lest it dirted her ears. Okay, I'll remember. Okay, as long as you remember. Don't be so rash next time. Continue with your practice. I'll leave first. Wait, Jiang Yan stopped her. He seemed to have something to say in his heart for a long time but did not say it. He was weighing whether he should say it or not. What's the matter? You really don't remember me? Jiang Yan reminded her, 2 years ago, under the Jinshan Bridge. Susani frowned slightly and carefully looked at Jiang Yan's face. 2 years ago, under the Jinshan Bridge, she searched her memory from 2 years ago. 3 seconds later, she suddenly realized. It's you, 2 years ago, when Susani had just arrived in this world, she had just married Yang. Yang, who had just gotten married, had returned to China on the day she transmigrated. He brought her back to the old mansion to meet old Mr. Yi. On the way back, Yang had something to do at the last minute and could not go back to Yipin Lanting. So, he dropped her on the way back and asked her to take a taxi home by herself. She was annoyed by Yang's cold attitude. After Yang's car left, she went for a walk by the river to get some fresh air. Coincidentally, she met Jiang Yan. After that, she did something stupid. She gave him all her cash. Her phone ran out of battery, so she could not take a taxi home. She walked for 2 hours in her high heels and scolded Yang passionately for 2 hours. I remember you. You don't remember at all. Jiang Yan coldly exposed her. I didn't recognize you at first because you were thin and small at that time, and you were dressed. You look completely different from now. Susani was really puzzled. Why were you there at that time? Jiang Yan lowered his head. It's not important. He knew that Susani did not remember him at all. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned him after being in front of her for so long. I'll handle Zhou Kai's matter myself. I apologize to him. Don't be stubborn. Susani patted him on the shoulder. It's not your fault. I'll handle it. You don't have to worry about it. But next time, you have to be careful and not be so impulsive. Remember? After that, she smiled and left. She had to think about Zhou Kai's matter carefully. Should she completely give up or ease their relationship? Although he was just a host, Zhou Kai had quite a lot of good friends in the entertainment industry. If she really offended him, she did not know who would cause trouble for her in the future. In this day and age, having more friends meant more options, and having more enemies meant more walls. Even in the past, when she offended people, she would treat them differently. She would not offend those with potential, and she would not offend those with a popular background. This Zhou Kai, Susani looked at the information about Zhou Kai that Anya had given her. Although Zhou Kai was just a small-time host and was not very popular, his uncle was a director in the station and had quite a lot of power. If she became enemies with Zhou Kai, it might really be a little troublesome in the future. After thinking about it again and again, Susani finally decided to meet with Zhou Kai and clarify the matter. Susani asked Anya to make an appointment with Zhou Kai, but Zhou Kai deliberately pretended to be pretentious. He said tomorrow, then changed his mind and said he did not have time. Finally, after changing his mind for the 3rd time, they agreed to meet 3 days later at the Yangfu Club. Zhou Kai relied on his uncle's background to enter the station and become a host. He did not discriminate between men and women and had harmed countless young graduates in the station. No one dared to provoke him, and he became more and more daring. On the show, he took a liking to Jiang Yan and spoke a few words to him. In the end, this Jiang Yan did not know what was good for him and did not know what was good for him, so he had to vent his anger. He also guessed that Susani asked him out because of Jiang Yan. He changed the time several times just to vent his anger on her. Originally, he did not want to work with Susani's studio anymore, but seeing that Jiang Yan took the initiative to ask him out, he still gave Susani a chance. They agreed to meet 3 days later at the Young Fu Club. And the time for him to meet with Jiang Yan was the day before his meeting with Susini. The meeting location was still at the Young Fu Club. He sat in the middle of the private room, hugging women on his left and right, waiting for Jiang Yan to come to his door. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Yan finally came to his door. Zhou Kai sat on the sofa and looked up at him with a smile. "Say it. Why are you looking for me today?" The lights in the room were dim, and the atmosphere was good. Jiang Yan had his head down, so Zhou Kai could not see his face clearly. "I apologize for what happened on the show that day." Zhou Kai laughed. "Jiang Yan, you haven't been in the entertainment industry for long, right? You left a good show just like that. You really don't give our station any face. How are we going to work together in the future? I was too impulsive at that time. I'm sorry." Jiang Yan's voice was unclear. "You think you can settle it with just an apology?" Zhou Kai looked at him unscrupulously. "How about this? I'll give you a chance. You can consider what I said on the show that day, and I'll pretend it never happened. How about it?" Seeing that Jiang Yan did not respond, Zhou Kai continued, "It's okay if you don't agree. The day after tomorrow, I'll meet with your boss, Susini. If you don't agree, I'll ask her." Before Zhou Kai could finish speaking, there was a crisp sound, followed by warm liquid flowing down from his head. He heard screams around him, followed by a sharp pain on his forehead. He held his forehead and looked at Jiang Yan, who was smashing his head with an empty beer bottle. You dare hit me." Zhou Kai was angry. He looked at Jiang Yan's gloomy eyes, and his heart inexplicably trembled. Jiang Yan expressionlessly picked him up, flipped him to the ground, and kicked him firmly. Zhou Kai fell and rolled to the corner, lying on his back. He gasped for air, but could not cry out in pain. His abdomen was burning. "How dare you hit me?" Zhou Kai panted for a long time, then staggered to his feet and looked at him. Okay. Just you wait. I'm telling you, any artist from your studio can forget about going on any of our shows, and you too. If I don't get you in, I'll write my name backwards." Jiang Yan squatted down in front of him, grabbed his collar, and punched him. Blood spurted out from his nose. "If you have any problems, come at me. Don't involve my boss." The two of them were only separated by a fist. Maybe it was because Jiang Yan's expression was too gloomy and his eyes were too frightening, but Zhou Kai actually held his breath and did not dare to provoke him again. Jiang Yan's gaze was fixed on his face. It was a ruthlessness that even he himself did not know about. After staring at each other for a long time, Jiang Yan let go of him and slowly walked out of the room. Leaning against the door, Jiang Yan hung his head in a daze. He came to apologize, but things turned out like this. He took out his phone and hesitated on his contact list. He scrolled down several times, but in the end, he did not make a single call. He turned off his phone and left silently. 5 minutes later, the staff of the Young Fu Club arrived. Seeing the mess in the room and the bloodstains on Zhou Kai's face, they hurriedly called the police. "Call the police. Call the police immediately. Where's Jiang Yan? Are all the people in the clubhouse incompetent? Can't you stop him? Let me tell you, he beat me up in your Young Fu Club and made me bleed. Your club has to give me an explanation." The people passing by the door stopped in their tracks. The club staff explained, "Mr. Zhou, I'm very sorry. We've already called the police, but the Jiang Yan you're talking about has already left our club, so," Zhou Kai shouted, "I don't care. Where's your security? Bring Jiang Yan to me immediately. How dare he beat me up? Today, I'll make sure he gets what he wants." Jiang Huai, who was standing outside the door and listening to Zhou Kai's cursing, was silent. Then he smiled and said to Yang beside him, "Mr. Yi, do you mind if I handle a private matter?" Jiang Huai and Yang came to the Young Fu Club to discuss a collaboration. The Yi and Jiang families had not worked together for many years, so this collaboration was very important. Yang looked at him coldly. "If Mr. Jiang wants to handle a private matter, then we can talk about business later." The exasperated yelling came from the room again. "Jiang Yan, that little bastard, actually dared to beat me up. If he doesn't get locked up for at least 8 to 10 years, I'll write my name backwards. And Susani, I want to see how she's going to explain herself to me tomorrow. If she can't even keep an eye on her own artist, then she can forget about running her own studio. Jiang Hui raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, I think we can handle a private matter together now. The two of them pushed the door open expressionlessly. The club staff was treating the wound on Zhou Kai's head. When Zhou Kai saw several men in suits walk into the room, he suddenly stood up. Who are you? Jiang Hui took a step forward and kicked him back onto the sofa. He gave the club staff a look that said, "Get lost." The club staff hurriedly left under the gaze of the manager at the door. Zhou Kai's abdomen was kicked several times, and a layer of sweat appeared on his head. He collapsed on the sofa and narrowed his eyes as he pointed at Jiang Hui. You hit me. Do you know who I am? Then do you know who I am? When he got closer, Zhou Kai saw that the pain and panic on his body had lessened by half. Mr. Jiang? No, I'm Jiang Yan's brother. I just heard you say that you want to lock up Jiang Yan for at least 8 to 10 years. Zhou Kai looked at Jiang Yan's gloomy eyes and pursed his lips. Mr. Jiang, Let me explain. He endured the pain and got up to explain to Jiang Hui. I just heard you say that you want Susani's studio to close down? Yi Yang stood in front of Zhou Kai and looked at him solemnly. Zhou Kai's voice trembled slightly. Mr. Yi? No, I'm Susani's husband. A little late, sorry, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much money, thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Yunanyu, the name I think of will be censored. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 2RT, Sha Luo, Lord of the Mythical Beast, Lei Guzi, Xianxia, Fairy Ben Xian, Ying Monster, Sima Tsueju who loves crabs, He She, Cherry Fish Row, Hulu, OK, Penniless 11, Huna 1128, AO1. Chapter 68. That night, Zhou Kai was carried to the hospital in an ambulance. No one was surprised to see an ambulance parked outside the Young Fu Club. Most of the people who came to this kind of place were either rich or respectable. It was very common to accidentally offend someone. It was just that no one knew which idiot was so blind as to offend someone who was not to be trifled with tonight. Neither Jiang Yan nor Susani knew about this. Jiang Yan was thinking about how to explain to Susani that he had screwed up the plan. Susani was also hesitating on how to communicate with that bastard Zhou Kai tomorrow. According to her understanding of Zhou Kai's character, he would definitely not let this matter go. If she really wanted to resolve it peacefully, that bastard would definitely put on airs in front of her. The actions of a villain. No, she couldn't bear this grievance. If that bastard Zhou Kai really shouted in front of her, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to restrain herself from smashing his dog head with a wine bottle. At worst, they could just break up. Zhou Kai was just a host. There was nothing they couldn't afford to offend. With this idea in mind, Susani was no longer worried or hesitant. Jiang Yan stood at the door of her office, not daring to enter. He didn't want to cause trouble for Susani, but if he didn't say anything, Zhou Kai, that bastard, would come to the company to cause trouble. He squatted on the ground and scratched his head in frustration. Now that things had come to this, it was all because he was too impulsive and didn't have the ability to deal with things cleanly. Anya was delivering the script to Susani. When she saw Jiang Yan, she curiously asked, "Why are you looking for Sini? Why aren't you going in?" "Something came up." "Then come in with me." Anya pushed the door open and Jiang Yan followed her in. "Here, take a look at the script. It's a drama from the Republic of China. I've checked the crew for you. It's not bad. It's not a shoddy production crew. Now, let's see if you like the script and the main character." Anya looked at Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan wants to talk to you about something." Susani temporarily put down the script and looked at Jiang Yan. "What's the matter?" "Last night, I went to find Zhou Kai." "What?" Susani suddenly stood up and looked at him from behind the desk. "You know he's a jerk and a scumbag. Why are you looking for him?" "I've already said that I'll handle this matter. If you go to him, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage." "Did he say anything to insult you last night?" Anya looked at him in disappointment. Jiang Yan, why did you go look for him? You think he'll accept your apology? This kind of person will only get worse. Did you suffer any losses or agree to any conditions? Jiang Yan shook his head. I kicked him twice last night and even broke a bottle of wine. Susani, Anya, ? The two of them looked at each other. I'm sorry, Xianxia. I didn't control my emotions last night. Susani was the first to react. You hit him? Did he say something? Did he bully you? Jiang Yan remained silent, implying that he admitted it. Susani instantly understood. People like Zhou Kai had a reputation in the industry. This reputation was not a good word. Relying on his uncle's background as the station director, as a host, he was domineering in the station and had unspoken rules with who knew how many interns who had just entered the industry. Last night, he must have said something to Jiang Yan. Otherwise, why would Jiang Yan hit him? It's okay. I thought it was something serious. It's just a hit. So be it. As long as you didn't suffer any losses. Anya whispered in her ear, what do you mean by so be it? Xianxia, I was the one who hit him. If Zhou Kai comes looking for trouble, you can just hand me over. I won't implicate the company or you. Susani didn't seem to care at all. She waved her hand generously and said, it's okay. It's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart. Go do your own things. I still have something to do here. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Xianxia, I hit Zhou Kai. I know. It's okay. Don't worry. With me around, Zhou Kai won't dare to touch you. Anya felt that this was Susani trying to save face in front of the employees. She didn't expose her. She only waited for Jiang Yan to leave before asking her, I say, Miss Su, hitting someone is just a small matter. The person you hit isn't just anyone. He's the station director's nephew, a host who has been in the hosting industry for 10 years. Come, tell me. How can you resolve this matter so that the law will show mercy to Jiang Yan? Hitting someone was actually a little tricky. Previously, when Jiang Yan refused to perform on the show, it was just a matter of face. Now that he had hit someone and Zhou Kai wanted to pursue the matter, she really couldn't protect Jiang Yan in terms of legal matters. However, Jiang Yan's father wasn't the kind of person who would allow his son to be bullied. And there was also that arrogant and lawless Jiang Huai. How could he stand by and watch as his younger brother was bullied and thrown into jail? Hence, she didn't have to worry about this matter at all. This was great. She couldn't be bothered to deal with Zhou Kai tomorrow. There was a knock on the office door. The junior assistant pushed the door open. Xianxia, Zhou Kai came to our studio. He said he's looking for you and Jiang Yan. I asked someone to bring him to the lounge. Are you going to meet him now? Susani and Anya looked at each other. So fast? How many people did he bring with him? He only brought one person with him. Only one person? Susani stood up. Okay, I'll be right there. Susani wasn't afraid at all. She walked in front and pushed open the door to the lounge. Zhou. The word Kai was still in her throat. When Susani saw Zhou Kai, she forced herself to swallow it. The main thing was that Zhou Kai, who was in the lounge, was too pitiful. His head was wrapped in bandages, his face was bruised and swollen, and his mouth was crooked. His left hand was in a cast, and his right hand was wrapped in bandages. His injuries didn't seem to be lighter than his left hand. His eyes were staring blankly in front of him, and he looked like a fool. Susani sucked in a breath of cold air. Why did Jiang Yan hit him so hard? Didn't he say that he only kicked him twice and broke a bottle of wine? Why did Zhou Kai look like he had failed a bungee jump? Seeing someone blocking the door, the man who came with Zhou Kai quickly stood up to greet her. Hello, Miss Su. I'm Zhou Kai's manager, Li Chen. Susani hesitantly reached out to shake his hand and gave Anya a puzzled look. Wasn't he beaten up? Why did the manager's attitude make it seem like he had beaten someone up? Anya gave her a look that said, don't ask me, I don't know either. The two of them entered the lounge. When he saw Susani, Zhou Kai's dazed expression immediately became excited. He couldn't seem to speak, but he kept whining at Susani. Mr. Zhou, this is. Susani saw that Zhou Kai couldn't speak, so she looked at Li Chen in confusion. It's like this. Zhou Kai and I are here to apologize to you and Jiang Yan. Susani was shocked. Apologize? What was he playing at? Li Chen's attitude was humble and polite. Zhou Kai was in the wrong for what happened on the show. We have the responsibility to apologize to you. Apologize? Susani had an awkward smile on his face. Did the sun rise from the west, but one shouldn't hit a smiling person. Since Zhou Kai was here to apologize, she couldn't go overboard. She smiled and said, I heard from Jiang Yan about what happened on the show. Actually, he was also in the wrong. Before Susani could finish, Zhou Kai shook his head agitatedly. His whining grew louder, and he looked anxiously at Li Chen. Li Chen understood and took out his phone. Zhou Kai poked the screen with the only finger on his right hand that wasn't wrapped in gauze. Not long after, he sent a message to Susani. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said those words to Jiang Yan on the show that day. Those words? Zhou Kai poked the screen again. I shouldn't have told Jiang Yan to change jobs and keep him. Keep him? Susani hadn't heard Jiang Yan mention this before. No wonder Jiang Yan left without saying anything on the show that day. It would be strange if Jiang Yan could tolerate this kind of thing. In that case, you wait for a while. Susani's expression turned cold. She tilted her head and said to Anya, go and call Jiang Yan over. Anya nodded and left. Zhou Kai continued to poke the screen. I shouldn't have said yesterday that I would send Jiang Yan to prison for 8 to 10 years, and I shouldn't have said that you would close down your studio. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me and Jiang Yan. I won't say such things again. Susani looked at the injuries on his body and roughly understood what had happened. Who did this to him? Mr. Zhou, the injuries on your body, Li Chen replied on his behalf. Last night at Yonghe Club, Zhou Kai had an appointment with Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan's brother bumped into him, and we chatted for a bit. Chatted for a bit? It didn't seem like they had chatted for a bit. There must have been some intense intimate contact, right? Zhou Kai poked the screen excitedly. And Mr. E. Susani raised her eyebrows. Yang? Li Chen smiled politely. Although you and Mr. E haven't made your relationship public yet, Mr. E admitted your relationship last night. But don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Zhou Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang also. Susani looked at the injuries on Zhou Kai's body. Yang was so ruthless, that was impossible, right? The door to the lounge was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Yan walked in, panting. He looked at Zhou Kai warily. Why are you here? Anya also rushed over. I'm not done talking. Why are you running so fast? Seeing Jiang Yan, Zhou Kai quickly stood up and used his bruised body to express his most sincere apology to Jiang Yan. He bowed 90 degrees. Jiang Yan suddenly took a step back. Li Chen smiled. Zhou Kai is apologizing to you. He shouldn't have spoken to you like that on the show that day. The wariness in Jiang Yan's eyes disappeared. He looked at Susani blankly. Don't look at me. It's your brother. My brother? Yesterday at the Young Fu Club, your brother happened to meet you. He might have chatted with Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou deeply felt that he shouldn't have treated you like that, so he came to apologize to you. Mr. Zhou, am I right? Zhou Kai nodded repeatedly. His crooked mouth kept whimpering. But I'm curious. Mr. Zhou's injuries, were they caused by Jiang Hui or Yang? In that situation, how could Zhou Kai see clearly who kicked him and who hit him? He only remembered that a group of bodyguards pressed him to the ground and beat him to death. The two big shots watched from the side. It was a one-sided beating, but the scene was not chaotic at all. He struggled to poke a few words on the screen. Mr. E and Mr. Jiang did not hit me. Susani nodded. This person was quite tactful. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Do you want to forgive him? Jiang Yan glanced at the injuries on Zhou Kai's body and said coldly, forget it. Zhou Kai stood up and was about to give him a 90-degree bow again. Jiang Yan ignored him. Since this matter was over, he would not cause trouble again. He was too lazy to care about it. Xianxia, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Go ahead. Jiang Yan left the lounge and took out his phone. He hesitated for a while on the contact list, then clicked on Jiang Huai's number and sent a message. Soon, the message came back. Thank you so much. Let's go home and have dinner together tonight. Jiang Yan looked at the message. After a long time, he replied, okay. In the lounge, Susani asked about everything that had happened last night. After understanding everything, she had a rough idea of what had happened. Zhou Kai wanted to humiliate Jiang Yan, but he ended up being kicked twice by Jiang Yan and broke a bottle of wine. If things had ended there, Zhou Kai would have been the one to denounce him. Unfortunately, he was lucky. Jiang Huai and Yang happened to pass by and hurt him, so he was taught a lesson. After sending off the submissive Zhou Kai, Anya stood behind her and sighed. This group of evil capitalists, damn rich people. Susani thought about it. Do you think I should thank Yang properly tonight? Anya smiled with an ambiguous expression. He did you such a big favor. Of course, you have to thank him properly. Don't misunderstand, okay? Okay. I understand. After returning home in the evening, Susani saw Chenbo in the living room. She asked him if Yang was back. Chenbo smiled and pointed upstairs. Young master is in the study. As soon as he finished speaking, Susani disappeared. Just as she reached the third floor, she saw Yang coming out of the study. She took a big step forward and sat on top of Yang. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wrapped her legs around his waist. Hubby, thank you. Yang was shocked by Susani's enthusiasm. He hugged her waist and asked, what are you doing? I know all about it. Did you beat up Zhou Kai at the Young Fu Club yesterday? Zhou Kai, that bastard, deserved it. He came to my company today to apologize to me and told me in detail how you did it to him last night. Did you really let the bodyguards beat him up? Susani was quick with her words. Before Yang could cover her mouth, she said everything. He glanced at the study and frowned. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by that? I know all about it. Don't hide it anymore. Zhou Kai also said that you said that if he finds trouble with me again, you'll break his legs. Get him out of Tomato TV. Last time, you banned Su Weiyin for me. This time, you dealt with Zhou Kai for me. I don't know what to do. Yang covered Susani's mouth and looked behind her with a serious expression. Grandpa, don't listen to Susani's nonsense. There's no such thing. Susani slowly turned to look at the study and saw Lady E supporting old Mr. E. They stood 2 meters away from her and looked at her with an indescribable expression. The four of them froze for 5 seconds. Grandpa, Mom. Susani slowly slid down from Yang's body and stood behind Yang. She gulped and smiled weakly. What I said just now. Seeing old Mr. E raise his cane, Susani slowly took 2 steps back. Her mind was filled with the thought, I have to think of a way to push the blame to Yang. She frowned and said righteously, Grandpa, what I said just now was all Yang's doing. I also think that he went overboard. How can he do this? How can he ban people and beat them up so casually? Although we have money and power, we can't do whatever we want. You have to teach him a lesson. Oh right, you're hungry, right? I'll go see if Auntie Chen has finished cooking. With that, she turned and slipped away quickly. When she reached the living room on the 1st floor, she could still hear Yang's voice from the 3rd floor. Grandpa, listen to me, don't. Hiss, Susani. Su pushed the blame Xianxia, it's your fault. Carry it well. Scapegoat very angry Yang. Fine, thank you to the students who voted for me. They spent a lot of money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, Dream 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, Warm Little Fox 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmines, Gu Anji, Vivian 2, 32531787, Lu Jialafeng, Yun Lan, Xia Jin, La La, Mr. Bonus, Nico, Nagging Shark Again, Sinew. I'm a supporting character complex 1. Chapter 69. As a 30-year-old man, old Mr. E gave Yang a lot of face at the dinner table. He didn't fight or make a fuss. In addition to being warm and harmonious, he didn't forget to put food on Susani's plate. Susani was grinning from ear to ear at the dinner table. She repeatedly tried to curry favor with Yang to express her apologies, but was ruthlessly rejected by him. "Hubby, try this red braised pork. It melts in your mouth and tastes really good." Yang returned it to her expressionlessly. "It's too oily. I don't want it." "Hubby, you should eat more vegetables." "Too bitter. I don't like it." "Then I'll get you a bowl of soup." "It's too greasy. I'm not eating it." Susani really wanted to cover his head with the bowl of rice. "If you don't eat this or that, you might as well starve to death." "Hubby, don't be like this. Aunt Chen worked hard to cook this meal. How can you not eat it?" Just then, Auntie Chen came out of the kitchen with the last dish. She asked with a smile, "Madam, what's wrong? Not to your liking?" Susani said, "Yang said that the braised pork is too oily, the vegetables are too bitter, and the soup is too greasy. He doesn't like it." Auntie Chen had been with the Yi family for so many years and had cooked for the Yi family for so many years. She was considered a veteran and had never complained about the food she cooked. She immediately asked in a panic, "Young master, do you think these 3 dishes are not good?" "No, Auntie Chen, don't think too much. It's just that I don't have an appetite today. Your cooking is very delicious." After that, Yang glared at Susani. "If that's the case, then I'll make some appetizers tomorrow." "Aunt Chen, don't worry about it. These are very good." Yang picked up a piece of braised pork with soy sauce with his chopsticks. Susani saw this and put a piece of braised pork into his bowl. "Eat my red braised pork and today's incident will be over." Yang put down his chopsticks. "Grandpa, Mom, I'm full. I'll go up first." "Take your time." After saying that, he got up and left the table. Looking at the piece of red braised pork that Yang hadn't touched, Susani poked at the rice in her bowl. "You're so petty. Didn't I just make you a scapegoat? Is there a need to be so petty?" Old Mr. E and Lady E looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. They didn't say anything. It was common for couples to quarrel. Quarreling at the head of the bed and reconciling at the end of the bed was not a big deal. After dinner, Susani sneaked into the kitchen. "Aunt Chen, what are you doing?" Auntie Chen looked up at her and smiled. "I'm preparing some fruits." "Madam, do you want to eat something first?" Susani glanced at her and said, "I don't need it, but Yang didn't eat much tonight. Can you help me make a plate? I'll send it to him." "Okay." Auntie Chen was quick and immediately prepared a plate of fruits for Susani. The red plate of cherries, strawberries, and dragon fruits represented her sincerity. Susani went upstairs with her sincerity and knocked on Yang's study door. "Honey, you've worked hard. What are you busy with?" "I brought you some fruits." Yang didn't even look at her. His eyes were all on the computer screen. "Okay, put it down." Susani put him down by his side and did not leave. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing, it's just, if there's nothing else, go out. Don't disturb my work. If it weren't for the fact that you helped me, I wouldn't be here being bullied by you." She smiled and said, "Honey, didn't you do me a big favor yesterday?" "No. Don't be so petty. I was just worried that Grandpa would blame me for leading his grandson astray." "Your grandpa's grandson? How could he bear to do anything to you?" Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at her expressionlessly. Susani smiled and put a piece of dragon fruit to his mouth with a fork. "Apologize?" "Sort of." Yang opened his mouth and ate it. Susani gave him another cherry. "Thank me?" "Yes." Yang looked at the cherry. "You're thanking me like this? This is the biggest and sweetest one I carefully picked for you. I washed it for you personally. Although it's not a big deal, you're just giving me a cherry?" Susani blinked. "Honey, how do you want me to thank you? What do you think?" It was annoying that he didn't want her to say it. Susani hated how to thank others the most. "I'm not a roundworm in your stomach. How would I know what you like? I'll buy you a gift to thank you." "A suit?" Don't I have many suits in my wardrobe? A belt? I don't lack a 500 yuan belt. Susani rolled her eyes at him. Then what do you want? Yang leaned back and frowned slightly. I don't want anything. I'm giving you face, aren't I? Time and time again, you've challenged my limits of patience. Yang cleared his throat. The food in the company cafeteria is not good recently. And then? Does the food in the cafeteria have anything to do with you? Do you eat in the cafeteria? Make me a lunchbox tonight. I'll bring it to the office tomorrow. Susani wanted to say something. Auntie Chen is here. You can take this opportunity to ask her to guide you. Susani shut her mouth. That was true. The last time she failed to cook, it was because Auntie Chen wasn't around. This time Auntie Chen was watching from the side. Would she fail again? Forget it. Zhou Kai is quite difficult to deal with. If it weren't for Yang, I'm afraid I would still be arguing with Zhou Kai. One meal it is. Okay, then I'll make it for you now. You can bring it to the office tomorrow. Yang nodded and reached out to take the cherries from Susani's fruit platter, but he grabbed nothing. Susani turned around and left the study with the fruit platter. Yang. In the kitchen, Auntie Chen was finishing the last touches. Susani slipped in and presented the fruit platter to Auntie Chen. Auntie Chen, can I ask you for a favor? Yes, madam. I want to make a lunchbox for Yang tomorrow. Can you give me some advice? Auntie Chen suddenly understood and showed a meaningful smile. Of course, madam. What do you want to make? Susani thought about it. The home-cooked dishes that Auntie Chen usually made were too difficult. If she wanted to make something, she would make something easy. Stir-fried prawns. Wasn't it easy to fry prawns? Stewed beef brisket with tomatoes. She just needed to put tomatoes and beef in a pot. Make soup. She just needed to put all the soup ingredients in a casserole pot and simmer them for a few hours. Easy, Auntie Chen smiled. Okay. The clean stove was lit again, and the smell of food wafted out of the kitchen. Old Mystery strolled into the kitchen slowly. Looking at the busy Sunny, he asked curiously, Sunny, what are you doing? Susani raised the spatula and smiled. Grandpa, I'm making a lunchbox for Yang to bring to the office tomorrow. Do you want to try it? Old Mr. E remembered that after eating Susani's food last time, he took the antihypertensive medicine and quickly waved his hand. No, I'm full. Make more for Yang. Okay. Auntie Chen exclaimed, Madam, hurry up, it's going to burn. Susani hurriedly turned around and continued to fry the prawns. Madam, you can turn off the heat when the water in the tomato brisket runs out. Sprinkle some chopped green onions and add some salt. I've also added some seasoning for the soup. Thank you, Auntie Chen. Thank you so much for tonight. Okay, madam, I'll take my leave first. Rest early. After Auntie Chen left, Susani stared at the tomato brisket in the pot. This time, she had to make Yang look at her in a different light. The brisket in the pot gradually lost its juice. The soup had the bright red color of tomatoes and was bubbling. Susani couldn't wait to put a piece in her mouth and chew twice. Why was it so different from what Auntie Chen usually made? It was so hard to chew. Did she add too little water? Did she not simmer it enough? After thinking about it, Susani added more water and continued to simmer. Even after adding water twice in a row, the beef brisket still wasn't soft and tender. Susani didn't know which part of the problem was. But it tasted okay. Forget it. That's it. After the brisket was sucked in the juice for the last time, Susani turned off the heat. When she put the brisket into the lunchbox, she realized that the layer of brisket under the pot was burnt. Susani looked at the half-black and half-red tomato brisket in the lunchbox and felt a headache coming on. Why was it so difficult to cook? Yang might find trouble for her again. No, I cooked according to his request. I didn't promise that I could cook well. Besides, it just didn't look good. It tasted pretty good. Eat it if you want. Forget it if you don't. Susani closed the lunchbox and put it in the fridge. When she went upstairs to her room, Yang asked her, Is it done? It's done. I put it in the fridge. You can bring it directly to the company tomorrow. Seeing Susani's confident smile, Yang was puzzled. Did she improve her cooking skills? As he thought about it, Yang was looking forward to the food Susani cooked for him. The next morning, when the whole family was eating breakfast at the dining table, Susani took out the lunchbox she prepared for Yang from the fridge. "Sini, what's this?" Lady Yi asked. "This is the lunchbox I prepared for Yang last night. There's soup, shrimp, and tomato brisket at the bottom." Yang glanced at it casually. The soup and shrimp looked quite normal. Lady Yi smiled and said, "Looks like Sini's cooking has improved a lot. Mom, I'm off today. I'll cook for you at noon." Lady Yi was stunned. No. I have to go to the hospital with Dad for a checkup. I'll leave right away." "Checkup? I'll go too." "It's okay. I'll go with Dad. Have a good rest at home." After saying that, she left the table and went upstairs to ask the old man. Susani smiled and handed the lunchbox to Yang. "Bye, honey." Fortunately, he didn't look at the brisket. Yang frowned. He took Susani's lunchbox and opened it in front of her. "Honey, you..." Yang looked at the half-black and half-red tomato brisket at the bottom of the lunchbox. He didn't know what it was. He looked at Susani and said, "Susani, do you want to change your husband? You're lucky that I made you a lunchbox. It's good enough that you can eat it. Don't be so picky." "Honey, what are you talking about? I worked hard to make it last night. Although it doesn't look good, it definitely tastes good. Go to the company and heat it up. It'll be delicious." Yang wanted to say something, but he stopped. Susani repacked the lunchbox and forced it into Yang's hands. She gave him a big smile. "Okay, go to work. Take care, honey." Yang walked to the door with the lunchbox. He had been looking forward to thanking him all night, and it was just a lunchbox of unknown food. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He walked behind Susani and patted her on the shoulder. Susani didn't stop smiling. She turned around with a smile. Yang pinched her chin and kissed her. Susani's eyes widened and his pupils dilated. Their eyes met, the tips of their noses touched, and their lips were intimate. The whole thing was as smooth as flowing water. Susani subconsciously held his breath when he felt a warm and soft touch on his lips. A touch of crimson involuntarily spread from his neck to the tip of his ears. The boiling blood in his body surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The tingling sensation spread from his lips to his limbs like an electric current. Even after Yang left her lips, Susani still hadn't recovered from the smile on her face. Yang was very satisfied with Susani's dazed state. He felt refreshed and wrote off the lunchbox incident. "Okay, now that I've thanked you, I'm going to work." After that, he took the lunchbox and went out. Susani stood there in a daze. She turned around and saw old Mr. E and Lady E standing at the stairs. They stood there carefully and kept quiet. Lady E didn't know where to look. She smiled and said, "Sini, don't misunderstand. We didn't see anything." "Well, the car is ready, right?" "Dad, it's ready. Let's go quickly. The doctor is waiting for us." After that, old Mr. E walked out of the door with Lady Yi's help at 3 times his usual walking speed. Susani's face turned even redder. Son of a bitch, how dare he kiss her when she wasn't paying attention? Just you wait. Xiaobin realized that his boss was in a particularly good mood today. Although he didn't smile much, it was obvious from his expression that he was happy. Not only did he not scold anyone in the morning, but he also didn't pursue the matter of a few mistakes in the meeting notes. Xiaobin was busy until noon. When he asked Yang which restaurant he wanted to book, Yang said, "I'm busy with work in the afternoon. I can't eat out. There's a lunchbox in the fridge. Take it out and heat it up for me." Although there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Xiaobin immediately took back his phone. "I'll heat it up for you right away." He took out the lunchbox from the fridge in Yang's office and took it to the pantry to heat it up. "Xiaobin, are you here to heat up your girlfriend's love lunchbox again?" Xiaobin cut the line in front of the staff in the pantry who were waiting to heat up their lunchboxes. "Don't talk nonsense. This is President Yi's lunchbox. it's President Yi's? With a cry of surprise, the staff in the pantry all leaned over. Is it made by the legendary Mrs. Yi? Of course. When did President Yi not have his lunch at a star-rated restaurant? Other than Mrs. Yi's lunchbox, who else could make President Yi eat a lunchbox? Zhao Ben, open it and see what Mrs. Yi made for President Yi. Zhao Ben opened the lunchbox. Shrimp, soup, and there was silence. Ding, the food in the microwave was ready. An employee hurriedly took out the food he heated up. I'll go eat first. Zhao Ben hurriedly put Yang's lunchbox in. After waiting for 3 long minutes, he took it out and sent it to President Yi's office amidst the awkward smiles of the colleagues around him. President Yi, your food is ready. Put it on the table. Zhao Ben put the food on the table. Adhering to the 3-nose principle of don't ask, don't look, don't talk, he silently left the office. He hoped that President Yi would be fine after eating that black lump. After closing the office door, Yang got up and went to the table to eat. The soup was okay. The shrimp was also good. Yang was silent for a long time about the black tomato beef brisket. Between eating it and throwing it in the trash, he chose to give Susani a chance. Frowning, he picked up a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth as if he was sacrificing himself. He was ready to throw up, but unexpectedly found that it tasted good. Susani's cooking skills had improved. Half an hour later, Zhao Ben came in and looked at the empty lunchbox on the table. He looked worriedly at the boss who gave him the food. It seemed that President Yi really loved Mrs. Yi. Should I prepare some gastrointestinal medicine, Zhao Ben? President Yi will be okay, right? I'm suddenly worried that I won't have food to eat in the future. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, light dust 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, 4091490002, 244423363, Ding Dong, Max, Q, Tesco, Kizaru's little wife, solstice wind chimes? Can I, not brave, not dark one, old people tend to have health problems more or less. Old Mystery had suffered a lot when he was young. Now that he was old, his health problems were exposed as well. 2 years ago, he was hospitalized, and 1 year ago, he was in a nursing home. Monthly checkups were essential. However, recently, old Mr. Yi's physical examination report showed that he was gradually getting better, and the doctor's report on old Mr. Yi's physical condition was becoming clearer. Sir, your health has improved a lot recently. This is related to your usual active treatment and your mood. Please keep it up. Lady Yi smiled in relief. I'm relieved to hear that, Director Zhao. Lady Yi, don't worry. Old Mister's body is recovering well. As long as his body and mind remain happy, he will definitely live a long life. Old Mystery smiled and said, living a long life is not an extravagant hope. Now, I just want to see Yang and Cindy have children as soon as possible so that I can hold a great-grandson. Their relationship is getting better and better. It won't be long before you have a great-grandchild. I hope so. Director Zhao sent Lady Yi, old Mr. Yi, and the 2 assistants out of the office. At the elevator door, he gave old Mr. Yi some instructions. Alright, Director Zhao, I've roughly memorized everything. You don't have to send me off. Chief Zhao smiled and left. Old Mr. Yi smiled and sighed. Thanks to you and Cindy, I've recovered so quickly. You didn't want Yang and Cindy to get married. How are you now? Look at you, why do you always like to bring up old scores? Cindy is indeed a good child. I misjudged her before. Don't worry, I will treat her well in the future. With me around, no one can bully her. Ding, the elevator door opened. In the elevator, a 3 or 4-year-old child stood in the corner with his head lowered. Lady E and old Mystery were stunned. They looked at the little boy in the elevator and looked at each other. Whose child is this? Why is he here alone? The child in the elevator slowly raised his head and stared at the 4 of them with a pair of round and dark eyes. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. They stepped into the elevator. It had been a long time since she had seen such a young child who was so cute and beautiful. She smiled curiously and asked, "Little friend, why are you here alone?" The child didn't speak at first. Lady asked again, "Where are your parents?" My mother is upstairs. The child's voice was tender and crisp, but his attitude was not good. He was fierce and did not look at anyone, which made him look less cute. One look and one could tell that he was spoiled. I'm going to find my father now. Then where is your father? My father works at the company. I'm going to find him now and ask him to be responsible for my mother. Lady E glanced at old Mr. E. You're such a young child, do you know what it means to be responsible? Hurry up and go to your mother's place. She must be looking for you like crazy. I'm not going up. I'm going to find my father. I want to ask him why he abandoned my mother all these years. Ding, the elevator stopped on the first floor. Lady E supported the old man and said to one of the assistants, take this child to the reception desk and ask the nurse there to help find his mother. The assistant held the little boy's hand and said softly, yes, madam. However, the little boy was unwilling. He grabbed the handrail of the elevator and refused to go to the reception desk with the assistant. Let go of me. I want to find my father. I want to find Young and ask him why he abandoned my mother. Lady E and old Mr. E, who had just stepped out of the elevator, stopped in their tracks. Young? Old Mr. E was the first to react. He asked the little boy, your father is Young? Lady E frowned. Dad, it should be the same name, right? Yes. My father is Young. He's the boss of the E clan group. Although this child was only 3 or 4 years old, his words were not ambiguous at all. Every word was spoken clearly and clearly. The two assistants were stunned and looked at old Mr. E. Old Mr. Yi's face darkened. He looked at the child with less kindness and more sternness. Little boy, who told you that your father is Young? I heard it from upstairs just now. My mother brought me to the hospital for a paternity test. The doctor said that Young is my father. Old Master Yi's brows furrowed as he tightened his grip on his cane. Lady Yi looked at old Mr. Yi worriedly and asked the little boy, where did you come from? Can we send you up? No, I'm going to find my father. Don't stop me. The little boy made threatening gestures and was about to rush out. Let's go up and find your mother first. I'll take you to your father later. Old Mr. Yi's face darkened and walked into the elevator. The child was still young and scared. He hesitated and told them the floor his mother was on. Lady E didn't dare to say anything when she saw that old Mr. E wasn't joking. The elevator went up slowly and reached the floor where the paternity test was being done. When the elevator door opened, a panicked woman standing at the door saw the little boy in the elevator. She pulled him out of the elevator with tears streaming down her face and squatted down to hug him. Tong Tong. Where have you been? Are you trying to scare your mother to death? Tong Tong was still stubborn in his mother's arms. I'm going to find my father and ask him why he abandoned you all these years. What nonsense are you talking about? I heard it from the door. Don't think that I'm a child who doesn't know anything. The doctor said that the paternity test report is between me and my father. I'm my father's son, right? The woman was panting and silent for a moment. When she noticed the people coming out of the elevator, she raised her head and wiped away her tears. She held Tong Tong's hand and thanked old Mr. E and the others. The child is young and naughty. Thank you for bringing him back. Old Mr. Yi's frown deepened. Are you Su Weiyin? Su Weiyin lowered her head and smiled. I am. The child said that his father is Yang? Su Weiyin was slightly stunned. She looked at Tong Tong and gave him a warning look. Then, she smiled and said, don't listen to the child's nonsense. Mom, I'm not talking nonsense. Tong Tong couldn't hold back when his mother said that to him. I'm not a child anymore. I heard it clearly. Yang is my father. And the paternity test report is in your bag. I saw it. Su Weiyin gave him a stern look. Tong Tong shrunk his neck and shut his mouth unwillingly. Old Mr. E and Lady E finally understood. Su Weiyin had brought the child to the hospital for a paternity test, and the subject of the paternity test was Yang. Old Mr. E reached out to her. Let me see the paternity test report. Old Mr. E, I'm Yang's grandfather. I'm Yang's mother. Su Weiyin was shocked and hurriedly stood in front of Tong Tong. So it's Lady E and old Mr. E. Don't take the child's words seriously. I haven't reached the age where my eyes are dim and my mind is muddled. Whether I take it seriously or not, I know in my heart. Old Mr. E had seen the E clan group grow in power in the early years. There was a sharpness in his eyes that made it difficult for people to look at him directly. Give me the paternity test report. Suwain hesitated and remained silent. You have to know that I don't have to go through you to get the paternity test report from you. Suwain bit her lower lip, took out the paternity test report from her bag, and handed it to old Mr. E obediently. For years ago, when I went abroad, I was sent to the Hilton Hotel. The person who sent me might have sent me to the wrong room and sent me to Yang's room. I drank too much, and so did Yang. I don't know what happened that night, but the next morning, I found out. Suwain didn't finish her sentence. She seemed to be too embarrassed to say it. Not long after I went abroad, I found out that I was pregnant. Old Mr. E glanced at it casually. I have a rough idea of what happened. Leave this report with me for now. There are doctors who did the paternity test for you on it. If it's fake, you and those doctors are on your own. With that, he turned to leave. Suwain called out to him anxiously. What if Tong Tong is really Yang's child? Old Mr. E turned around and looked at her from the side. The sharpness in his eyes was unmistakable, revealing a strong warning. I will contact you again, but before that, you and the child are not allowed to appear in front of Yang and Sini. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lady Yi looked at Suwain gloomily, then helped old Mr. E away. The elevator door closed slowly. Tong Tong looked up at Suwain. Mom, are they Dad's family? Suwain stared at the elevator door without blinking and said, yes, they are Dad's family. But there is a woman. Otherwise, we would have walked into Dad's house. Who is that woman? Why didn't she let me go to Dad? Why is she so hateful? Suwain squatted down and touched Tong Tong's tender face. Tong Tong, don't ask. Mom will tell you in the future. Tong Tong looked at Suwain and nodded solemnly. No one spoke in the elevator. It was not until they got into the car that old Mr. E said in a deep voice, call Yang back. Dad, about this, I said, call Yang back. Lady Yi had no choice but to call Yang and ask him to come home. Yang, who received Lady Yi's call, did not know what had happened, but he knew that his grandpa must have asked him to come home for something urgent. He hurried home. As soon as he entered the house, he sensed that the atmosphere in the house was not right. Chen Bo told him that old Mr. E was waiting for him in the study upstairs. He gave him a look and told him to be careful. Yang went upstairs in silence. He wondered why old Mr. E was looking for him. When he arrived at the study, old Mr. E and Lady E were sitting on the sofa with serious expressions. When they saw him enter, they put a paternity test report in front of Yang. Old Mr. E gripped his cane tightly and looked at Yang sternly. Take a look. Explain to me what's going on after you read it. Old Mr. E had always disliked the behavior of those rich kids from rich families. When he was young, he often saw those young masters who did whatever they wanted just because their families were rich. He had seen with his own eyes what happened to them. None of them had a good ending. They either fell from grace or were at the end of their road. If a family wanted to prosper and continue, it could not have a playboy. Therefore, old Mr. E had been very strict with Yang's father and Yang since they were young. Yang glanced at the paternity test report that was handed to him. His eyes stopped at the bright red words, confirmed biological relationship. Today, when I accompanied Dad to the hospital for a checkup, we happened to meet a child named Tong Tong. He said that his mother took him to the hospital for a paternity test. We met the child's mother. You know her, Suwain. She said that the child was yours and that you had one night with her 4 years ago. This paternity test report was also obtained from her. Yang put down the paternity test report. His tone was as calm as ever. There was no fluctuation in his tone. Is it really a coincidence? What do you mean? The hospital is so big. How could it be so coincidental that the child came to you? What do you mean? Yang explained, Mom, this paternity test report is fake. The whole thing was premeditated by Suwain. Lady E and old Mystery looked at each other. How do you know that it's fake? Previously, at Mr. Zhang's banquet, Su Weiyin gave me the same paternity test report. I checked it and it was fake. Also, at the banquet, she plotted to push Cindy into the pool. This Su Weiyin is vicious and not a good person. Push Cindy into the pool? At the banquet in Jiangqing? Yes. Old Mr. E slammed the table and said angrily, "This woman is so hateful." You did the right thing. You should ban her. Then why did she make up such a story? Maybe she thought that you and Grandpa were anxious to have a grandson, so she used the paternity test to make you and Grandpa. Forget it. Old Mr. E had already determined who was right and who was wrong from Yi Yang's words. He knew very well how his grandson, whom he had brought up, lied. Whether this paternity test report is real or not, we can't let Cindy know. Yes, yes, yes. Lady Yi hurriedly said, we can't let Cindy know about this. That child is strong and meticulous. If you let her know about this, who knows what she'll think. Old Mr. E frowned and sighed deeply. Then this matter is settled. Don't let Cindy know about this. Yi Yang, you're busy with work. Your grandpa and mom will settle this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Lady Yi felt that it made sense. Yes, you don't have to worry about this matter. I've seen many girls like Su Weiyin over the years. Mom will help you settle it. After hearing what old Mr. E and Lady Yi said, Yi Yang nodded and agreed. Old Mr. E didn't delay this matter for too long. He didn't want to cause more trouble if he delayed it too long. The next day, he brought Yi Yang's blood sample to a trustworthy hospital. Su Weiyin and her son were also brought to the hospital. It was inappropriate for the child to be present at such a scene. After the nurse drew the blood sample, she was brought to the restroom next door. Old Mr. E, since I know about this matter, I will get to the bottom of it. You said that this child is Yi Yang's, then do another paternity test under my nose today. Su Weiyin knew that this was a critical moment. She wasn't afraid of a paternity test as long as old Mr. E was willing to give the child a status after the test. What if Tong Tong is really your great-grandson? Will you allow him to enter the Yi family? Old Mr. E glanced at her. Unless I die, the only great-grandson who can enter the Yi family is Su Cindy's child, my grandson's wife. I will only recognize Cindy's child. Of course, if the test results are out and he is really Yi Yang's child, I will treat you well. The Yi family has many properties outside. You and your son can choose one to live in. In other words, regardless of whether the child was Yi Yang's or not, he was an illegitimate child and would not be allowed to enter the Yi family. However, he would find a house for them to live in. Su Weiyin's face turned pale and her hands trembled uncontrollably. She had never expected that a white-haired old man would be so impatient and kind to a child. Why would the Yi family raise a child outside? Was a house enough to satisfy him? Old Mr. E, if it's because of me, I can promise you that as long as you allow Tong Tong to enter the Yi family, I will not contact him in the future. Mrs. E laughed from the side. I've always heard that when couples get divorced, the woman would want the child even if she doesn't want the family assets. So many women fight for custody of their children. Why is it that Miss Su would rather sever all ties with her son and send the child to the Yi family? Moreover, this is a child that she has raised alone for 3 to 4 years. Can Miss Su bear to do that? Su Weiyin bit her lower lip. That was a piece of flesh that had fallen from her body. How could she bear to sever their relationship as mother and son and become strangers from then on? However, old Mr. Yi's attitude was stiff and he had made it very clear. She could only use this as a bargaining chip to try to melt old Mr. Yi's heart of stone. I can't bear to do that. However, ever since Tong Tong could remember, he has been asking me where his father is. He was bullied by his peers in kindergarten. They said that he was a wild child without a father. Every time I went to pick him up, he would. Su Weiyin fell silent. After sorting out her emotions, she took a deep breath and said, so no matter what, I can't let him lose any part of his childhood. I must find his father for him. I see. Lady Yi smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Then I have wronged Miss Su. Su Weiyin choked and did not say anything. After a long while, she looked at old Mr. E and said, Old Mr. E, I really want Tong Tong to have a family. I don't care. I just want Tong Tong to be happy. If it's because of Mrs. E, I can beg her. I can also explain to her that it was really Yang's fault when he was drunk. I can accept any request she makes. The old man slowly opened his eyes. Miss Su, please understand that this has nothing to do with Cindy. Don't put everything on her. Besides, I was the one who didn't want Tong Tong to marry into our family. Why are you begging her? Alright, I understand what you mean. If you want Tong Tong to marry into our family, you have to wait for the DNA test results. Before that, I hope you can keep quiet and not disturb others. Su Weiyin was interrupted, and her face turned pale. However, under old Mr. Yi's authority, she could only shut up and wait for the DNA test results. Normally, the DNA test results would take 7 to 10 days, but old Mr. Yi wanted to get the results in 3 hours. Therefore, the hospital rushed to process it. After sitting there for 3 hours, no one spoke a word in the lounge. The results of the paternity test were delivered to old Mr. Yi 3 hours later. There was no sign of panic on Su Weiyin's face. The DNA test had been done twice. Tong Tong was Yang's child. There was no mistake. Mr. Yi glanced at the results of the paternity test and showed Su Weiyin the 5 red letters stamped with the words, confirmed non-biological. Miss Su, I don't know why you showed me the fake DNA test results yesterday, but now I think you should know that Tong Tong is not Yang's biological son, right? The words not biological were like 5 sharp knives that stabbed Su Weiyin's heart. She shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I took Tong Tong to the DNA test twice. Both times, the results showed that Tong Tong is Yang's. How can the child not be Yang's when he came to this hospital? Lady Yi smiled and said, Miss Su, this is also what we want to ask you. Why are the results different between the 2 hospitals? But it doesn't matter. We have the DNA test results from the other hospital. If we call the police, I think the police will find out which one is real and which one is fake. Old Mr. Yi and Lady Yi's words did not enter Su Weiyin's ears. Her eyes were only fixed on the DNA test results in old Mr. Yi's hands and the red words. Not biological. Impossible. Tong Tong is Yang's child. Tong Tong is Yang's child. That night, I had a feeling. When I woke up the next day, I was indeed in Yang's room. I asked the hotel staff, and they said that Yang was indeed in that room. She shook her head slowly. No, the child is Yang's. This DNA test is fake. Su Weiyin looked at old Mr. Yi, and her eyes were almost red. You must be lying to me. You don't want Tong Tong to be part of the Yi family, so you asked the doctor to do a fake DNA test to deceive me. Okay, since you think that the DNA test is fake, it's okay. Old Mr. Yi looked at Lady Yi and said, call the police. Lady Yi nodded and went out to ask her assistant to call the police. Soon, the police arrived. After understanding the whole story, old Mr. Yi asked the police to do a fair DNA test. The police agreed and took Yang's blood sample and Su Weiyin's son's blood sample back to the police station. Miss Su, I think you should be satisfied with the results of the police station. Su Weiyin still tried to stay calm. Of course I trust the police. That's good. Then let's wait for the results of the DNA test. That night, Su Weiyin couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with the words in bright red. Not biological. After leaving the hospital, she tried to call Jiang Huai to ask him what was going on. However, ever since she messed things up at the Jiang family's house, Jiang Huai hadn't contacted her. He didn't even pick up her phone. At this moment, Su Weiyin seemed to understand something. The person that he thought he had a tight grip on and was playing with in the palm of his hand was actually just playing with her. Now, he was tired and didn't want to play anymore. He felt that she was no longer useful to him, so he kicked her away. True love for true love. This was what she had said to Jiang Huai, who had mistakenly thought that he had feelings for her. That was right. It was indeed true love for true love. If she wasn't moved, how could she exchange for Jiang Huai's heart? She thought too highly of herself. She deserved to be played in circles. The next evening, the police station's DNA test report was released. In the presence of several people, the results of the DNA test were announced. Old Mr. E, the results of the DNA test show that your grandson, E Yang, and Miss Su Wei's son, Tong Tong, are not father and son. Old Mr. E nodded and thanked him. However, Miss Su said that 2 DNA tests done at another house previously showed that my grandson and Miss Su's son are father and son. I have reason to believe that this is not a coincidence. I hope that the police can help me solve this mystery. We will investigate as soon as possible. Thank you. Lady E helped old Mr. E up. Su Weiyin held the DNA test report and sat there alone in a daze. Her hands trembled and her eyes were red. She seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. Miss Su, since you are not related to Yang, please don't appear in front of Yang and Cindy in the future. Also, don't think of ways to hurt Cindy and destroy their relationship just to enter the E family. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just banning you. The child went offline. Su Cindy, What? What happened? Thank you for your support, thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much money, thank you to the little angel who threw the rocket launcher, Max 1, thank you to the little angel who threw out the landmines, 2 second-generation sheep, cover up, summertime, stop nagging shark, 25918467384797777, 251035152, have no money to pass 11 1. Chapter 71. After leaving the police station, Su Weiyin went home in a daze. The nanny who took care of Tong Tong was playing with him in the living room. Seeing Su Weiyin coming home, Tong Tong threw away the toy in his hand and ran into Su Weiyin's arms. Mom, you're back? With Tong Tong holding her calf, Su Weiyin suddenly came back to her senses. She lowered her head and saw Tong Tong looking up at her with his dark and bright eyes. Her eyes were really beautiful, as if there were stars hidden in her eyes. Mom, what's wrong? Su Weiyin came back to her senses and wiped the tears off her face. She squatted down and hugged him. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Did someone bully you? No, who dares to bully Mom? Mommy has Tong Tong to protect her. Yes. Mommy, no one is bullying you. Tong Tong will protect you. Su Weiyin touched Tong Tong's tender little face and said with a bitter smile, you play with me first. I'll come and play with you after I'm done with my business, okay? Tong Tong nodded sensibly. Okay. After saying that, she ran to the living room and continued to play with her aunt. Su Weiyin took a deep breath, changed her shoes, and entered her room. She locked the door. She didn't know why the results of the paternity test at the police station were like this, but Jiang Huai had promised to give her the paternity test report. In order to prevent Jiang Huai from lying to her, she had also gone to the hospital for a paternity test. Why was the result like this? Was Jiang Huai lying to her? If Tong Tong was not Yang's child, then that night 4 years ago, Su Weiyin could not accept this fact. She tried calling Jiang Huai again. She had called Jiang Huai 53 times recently, but there was still no answer. Jiang Huai didn't want to pick up her call. Opening his address book, he scrolled down, and his finger paused at the Jiang Huai residence number. She had taken the opportunity to save it during the birthday banquet in Jiang City. Since Jiang Huai had found her back then, it was impossible for him to sever all ties with her so easily. She dialed the number of the Jiang family's residence. When Su Weiyin made the call, the father and son of the Jiang family were sitting around the dining table and eating happily. Of course, this happiness was relative to Jiang City and Jiang Huai. Nian Nian, come. You haven't been back for a long time. Let's eat Auntie Zhao's cooking. Try this Westlake vinegar fish. Is it still the same taste as before? Her tone was flattering. However, Jiang Yan didn't appreciate it at all. He sat at the seat below Jiangqing and lowered his head to eat seriously. He turned a deaf ear to the fish that Jiangqing picked up and placed it on the plate in front of him. He didn't touch it and only focused on the diced chicken in front of him. Jiangqing wasn't annoyed. Instead, he asked with a smile, has your taste changed? You don't like jealous fish anymore? Jiang Yan picked up the vinegar fish with his chopsticks and placed it in Jiang Yan's bowl. I've had a taste. It still tastes the same. You'll definitely like it. Jiang Yan didn't like it when other people put food in his bowl. He always felt that it wasn't clean. Just as he was about to take the food with a frown, Xianxia coughed threateningly. After a moment of silence, Xianxia stuffed the fish into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Jiangqing glared at Xianxia. Xianxia was rendered helpless by this glare and could only raise his hands in surrender. The old man could do whatever he wanted. Jiangqing didn't eat a single bite at the main seat. His eyes were glued to Jiang Yan and didn't move away at all. Looking at Jiang Yan's sharp chin, he frowned slightly. Jianxia, do you think Nian Yan has lost weight? Is it because of the heavy workload recently that she hasn't eaten much? You're wrong. She hasn't lost weight. I think she's grown taller and gained weight. She has to eat more when she's still growing. Jiang Yan lowered his head and ate. He didn't participate in the conversation and didn't speak. It was as if eating was his mission. A servant came to the dining room and said that someone called to look for Jianxia. Jianxia didn't put down his chopsticks and only asked, "Who is it?" That lady didn't say. She only said that it was urgent. I'm hanging up. Okay. The servant returned to the living room and told Su Weiyin that it was a call. I'm sorry, Mississippi. Our young master is not free now. Please call back later. With that, she hung up the phone. Jiang Yan finished the last mouthful of rice in his bowl and said, I'm full. You're full after just one bowl of rice? I'll get Auntie Zhao to get you another bowl. Jiang Yan put down his chopsticks and stood up. The stool made a sharp screeching sound on the marble floor as he walked to the door without saying a word. Jiang Yan. Jiangqing stood up and called out. Jianxia hurriedly put down his chopsticks and stood up. Dad, don't worry. I'll go. He stopped Jiang Yan at the door and frowned. What's the matter? Didn't you agree to come home for a meal? Don't throw a tantrum. But I'm done. He looked at Jianxia coldly. I'll go back first. You're not allowed to leave. How can you be so unruly? The elders haven't finished eating. Let him go. Jiangqing appeared behind him and shook his head at Jianxia. Jiang Yan didn't look at him and walked around Jianxia. It started to drizzle outside. A servant opened an umbrella for Jiang Yan, but he didn't take it. He rushed into the rain and quickly disappeared into the dark courtyard. Jiangqing looked at the courtyard in silence. Jianxia looked at him worriedly. Dad, it's cold outside. Come in. A cold wind blew in. Jiangqing bent his body and turned to go upstairs like an old man. Don't follow me. I want to be alone. Jianxia stopped a meter behind him and stood still. The servant came forward. Young master, it's that young lady again. She asked if you have. Jianxia looked at the servant impatiently, the gloom in his eyes clear. You don't have to tell me her number in the future. The servant bowed her head and replied, yes. Jiangqing went upstairs and entered his room. He picked up a family photo from the table. In the photo, Jiang Yan was still young. She was in his arms, smiling innocently and adorably. Beside him was a gentle and beautiful woman. Jianxia was already an adult. He stood tall and straight beside the woman. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the pad of his thumb stroked the photo of the woman who was smiling brightly beside him. I had dinner with Nian Yan today. I know my body can't hold on for much longer. I don't think there will be another meal. It's been 2 or 3 years and that child still hasn't forgiven me. I don't know if I can get his forgiveness before I die. Don't worry, I'll go and see you soon. Wait for me, I'll apologize to you personally. A sharp pain came from his heart and the smell of blood rushed up his throat. Jiangqing bent over and coughed violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the dark carpet and disappeared quickly. Jiangqing silently looked at the carpet that was stained with blood. He held the family portrait tightly in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Susini did not receive any news about what had happened in the past few days. She had been busy with work recently and was so busy that she wished she could split herself into 2 people. After filming an advertisement, Anya gave her a big piece of news as soon as she got into the car. What good news! Bebe's promotion has been nominated for this year's TV festival. You're nominated for Best Actress. Susini was stunned. She obviously didn't expect it. Me? Best Actress? Are you sure? Although the TV festival wasn't as important as the various film festivals, it was a pleasant surprise for Susini, who was nominated for Best Actress in her first leading role. Of course I'm sure about the insider information. If I wasn't sure, would I tell you and make you happy for nothing? You acted so well in Bebe's promotion and the ratings were so high. If you weren't nominated, the judges would have bad taste. Susini felt that it made sense. There's another piece of news. Phoenix Road will be broadcast exclusively on Mango TV's Golden Theater on the 3rd of next month. Susini, you've been waiting for a long time now. I'm counting on you to become famous this year. Anya took out the work log that she had prepared for Susini. In order for me to chase after more young men, you'll have to work harder this year. Let me tell you about your upcoming work arrangements. Su Dao's movie will start filming on the 3rd of next month. We still need to confirm the filming schedule with Su Dao. Also, I've asked the investors about a Chinese drama that we were talking about before. They have a pretty good production team and have produced a few popular dramas. However, they don't accept actors and actresses and they need to film all day long. But they gave us 3 months. Firstly, we haven't settled on the cast yet. Secondly, there are some problems with the film studio. I'll find time to talk to Su Dao and ask how long the filming will take. Anya closed the work arrangements and looked at her with a smile. There's one more thing. In order to promote Phoenix Road next Wednesday, you and Han Xiao will be appearing on a variety show together. Me and Han Xiao? But since we've set up an agency, we can't forget about our own people when it comes to things like exposure on variety shows. I've discussed it with the production team. You and Jiang Yan will be appearing on the show together. At the mention of Jiang Yan, Susini realized that she hadn't seen him in the past few days. What has Jiang Yan been doing recently? I don't know. He disappeared without a trace after I gave him some time off. Let me tell you, Jiang Yan is really popular now. He has tens of millions of fans on Weibo. You don't even know how many endorsement deals there are with Jiang Yan. Susini was deep in thought. It's a pity that he hasn't studied acting before. His acting skills aren't good. Otherwise, he would be even more popular if he went to acting. Who says that you can't act just because your acting skills aren't good? Susini didn't think that acting was a good thing. Forget it. I don't want the popularity he just accumulated to be wasted just like that. Let him learn more. Once his acting skills are passable, we'll talk about acting. Okay. Susini's Phoenix Road was broadcast on Mango TV. Naturally, it was a variety show with high viewership ratings. There was a script, and the questions would be answered in advance. Generally speaking, other than a segment in the script where she had to make a call, there wasn't anything else that Susini had to pay special attention to. After booking the plane tickets, Susini and Jiang Yan arrived at the city where Mango TV was a day in advance. When Anya said that Jiang Yan was very popular, Susini didn't think much of it. It wasn't until they got off the plane and looked up to see that the entire terminal was filled with Jiang Yan's fans. The two of them were surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Only then did she realize that Anya wasn't wrong at all. All she heard was Jiang Yan's name. Susini thought that her ears were probably deaf. However, when she looked at Jiang Yan, there was still a smile on his face. It was as if he wasn't scared by the fans in front of him at all. He was quite a calm child. After much difficulty, the airport security arranged for them to get into the car. Susini sighed. I knew you were popular, but I didn't expect you to be this popular. Jiang Yan smiled and said, Sini Jia, don't joke with me. Susini was quite proud of her discerning eyes. I'm not joking with you. What did I say back then? You'll definitely be popular. The car slowly started moving and they arrived at the filming location an hour later. Outside the filming location, the crowd had already fallen. However, other than Jiang Yan's fans, more than half of them were Han Zhao's fans. The two of them were shouting their names deafeningly. Susini was the only one who couldn't hear her name. After entering the station to record the show, in the guest lounge, the director gave Susini and Jiang Yan a script. The rest of the variety show's recording would be done according to the script. Susini glanced at it. It wasn't much different from what Anya had shown her previously. Jiang Yan couldn't be more familiar with the process of variety shows. Very quickly, he explained the process and each segment to the director. He even pointed out some things that Susani should take note of. Why don't I see Han Xiao? Teacher Han is in the other lounge. Shall I take you there? Susani smiled and shook her head. No need. Just as she said that, the door to the lounge opened. Han Xiao and the show's host appeared at the door. The show's host had a wealth of experience. He was experienced, talkative, friendly, and knew how to get close to people. The moment he entered the lounge, he smiled and greeted Susani, familiarizing himself with the script and the process. On the other hand, Han Xiao only greeted her when he entered the room. There wasn't much interaction between them. Susani heaved a sigh of relief. This was pretty good too. There were only 10 minutes before the show's recording started. With the director rushing them, the few of them went to the filming location together. With Han Xiao and Jiang Yan around, the audience's enthusiasm was simply fiery. From the beginning of the introduction, the screams didn't stop. As the representatives of the production team of Path to Glory, the production team gave Susani and Han Xiao plenty of screen time. However, Jiang Yan was a person with a strong sense of variety. Standing beside Susani, he was always able to speak up when Susani was at a loss for words to ease her awkwardness. I heard that Sunny's first on-screen kiss was given to Han Xiao in the show? The audience screamed. Susani held the microphone and smiled at the fans. Why is everyone so agitated? Of course not. Have you all forgotten that during the filming, it was trending online that a stunt double was used for the kissing scene? Susani's words eased the anger of Han Xiao's girlfriend fans. Stunt double? Han Xiao continued, that was my first time filming a kissing scene. I wasn't feeling well at the time, so I asked the director to find a stunt double. These words could be considered as taking over the entire matter. After chatting for a while about the interesting things that happened on the set of Path to Glory, the show entered the game segment. The guests and hosts were divided into two groups. They listened to the songs and guessed the names of the songs. The loser would be punished. It was considered a very mild game show. Susani had seen this variety show before. In the past, it was always some intense and exciting games. However, this time, the games were unexpectedly mild and harmless. Susani and Jiang Yan were in one group with two other hosts. Han Xiao was in the other group with a few other hosts. Susani thought that their group had the advantage. After all, they were all young people and listened to more songs. Han Xiao's group of older singles didn't react as quickly as the young people. However, she never expected that the songs that the production team played were all songs that Susani had never heard of before. Not only had she never heard of them, but Jiang Yan had never stopped either. The two of them pricked up their ears and listened. They watched as Han Xiao's team fought to answer the questions. In the end, they even stopped fighting and let Susani's team go first. If no one answered, they would wait until they got it wrong before slowly going up to answer the questions. Later on, the production team added a dumbfounded emoji for Susani and Jiang Yan. They were really dumbfounded the whole time and didn't say a word. Han Xiao's team won with an absolute advantage. Susani's team lost. The punishment they received was to take out the items in the hidden box. The production team had previously made it clear that there wouldn't be any dangerous items in the hidden box, but they still had to pretend to be afraid. The props didn't come for a long time. After the hosts asked, they found out that there was a problem with the props. They had no choice but to change the punishment at the last minute. This time, Sunny's team lost. The punishment you received is to tell the person who called you recently that you are in trouble and need to borrow money. Then, listen to the other party's reaction. Susani was stunned. They knew to change the punishment. Why did they change it at the last minute? Before she could say anything, she saw the production crew bring their cell phones to them. The host took Susani's cell phone and handed it to her. The first one, Sunny, open your phone's contact list and call the person who called you recently. Everyone, how much money do you want to borrow? The audience cheered. 1 yuan, 10,000 yuan, 1 million yuan, and even 100 million yuan. Susani opened the call log with trembling hands. She remembered that before she got off the plane, Anya called her. Then she called Yang to let him know that she was safe. Susini, hello, are you there? Can you lend me 100 million yuan? Okay, I'm hanging up. Yang, dialing back, what do you want to buy? Isn't my supplementary card with you? Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, warm little fox one. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, Max, for 1256746, Inging monster, solstice wind chime, Inging pie, for 02427797, flower porridge, for 03092218, Li Xiang, exercise book eaten by dog, sinew, stop nagging shark you, Ming Yu 1. Chapter 72. Countless pairs of eyes were watching from below the stage. The host was urging her on from the side. Susini had no choice but to bite the bullet and unlock her phone. She opened the call history. This punishment segment was actually not a big deal, because before the show, it was already written in the script that all the guests would participate in. However, it was now a punishment segment, and some details had been changed. It was changed from calling the 10th friend on the contact list to borrow money to calling the most recent person to borrow money. Before going on the show, Susini took a look at the number 10 on her phone. It was the number of Liang Chuan, an artist who had just signed a contract with her studio. Calling Liang Chuan on the show was also a way for him to show his face, so why not? Who knew that the game segment would be changed just like that? The host joked. I'm really curious about who Sini has been talking to recently. Han Zhao's gaze swept over and landed on her phone. The other hosts also began to chime in. Your manager, right? I'm guessing it's a director or an artist, the host exclaimed. Are we really going to get something out of Sini today? Then prepare for the trending searches. Shock. Celebrity Susini's XX that had been hidden for so many years had finally surfaced. Ha 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 ha. Alright, stop fooling around. Sini, can you tell me who you've been talking to recently? Susini really didn't know how to describe Yang. Although they were friends, they were husband and wife after all. Although he was her husband, they had not made it public yet. It didn't seem right no matter what he said. But Susini understood that when she didn't know what to say, she just had to pretend to be mysterious. Everyone will know soon enough. Okay, let's wait and see. Are you ready? Susini thought about it seriously. It was 4:30 now, and Yang was still in the company. If she called him, he would probably be busy. When he was busy, he would probably not answer her call. Even if he did, he would probably just say a few perfunctory words and hang up. Thus, he nodded. Jiang Yan, who was beside her, asked her in a low voice, Sini Jia, is it really okay? I'm fine. The phone was on speakerphone and the sound could be heard by everyone in the audience. The moment the beeping sound rang, the host shushed the audience and signaled for everyone to keep quiet. Although Susini was smiling indifferently, in fact, her palms were sweaty. Her heart suddenly tightened as the phone beeped. All the calmness and composure he had just displayed instantly vanished like the collapse of a tall building. She regretted it. She shouldn't have called Yang when she got off the plane. Or she should have called Yang before Anya called her. If it was Anya, she would know what was going on as soon as she opened her mouth. She would definitely be able to cooperate with her seamlessly. The whole room was silent, as if everyone was holding their breaths. They looked at the phone in Susini's hand, waiting for the call to be connected. Only the beeping sound could be heard in the entire venue. Don't pick up the phone, don't pick up the phone. Susini muttered to herself. But on second thought, the phone was in her hands. What was there to be afraid of? If it wasn't good, she could just hang up. Moreover, the show wasn't a live broadcast. If she really couldn't do it, she could just discuss with the production team to cut out the content of her call. The beeping sound suddenly stopped. The call was connected. Susini's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. A male voice came from the phone after a long time. It had a deep tone that made people's imaginations run wild. There was a small burst of exclamations in the venue. Shoo, the host turned to the audience below the stage and booed. Only then did he manage to suppress the exclamation. The phone was silent for a moment. What's going on over there? Why is it so noisy? Susani hurriedly said, I'm still outside, so it's a little noisy. Outside? Aren't you recording the show now? It's not time to record the show yet. Are you busy now? Yang looked up at the few people in the office who were waiting to report to him. He waved at them, indicating for them to leave first. It's nothing. You called me because you need something from me? Susani looked at the host. The host gave her a colloquial borrow money. Borrow money from Yang, that was really a lousy excuse. Susani braced herself and said, It's like this. I'm in a bit of trouble now, and I want to ask for your help. Can you lend me trouble? On the other end of the line, Yang was stunned. He looked at Zhao Ben, who was walking toward him, and motioned for him to stop talking. What happened? What kind of trouble can you get into when you're recording the show? Where are the people around you? Where's your assistant? Anya didn't go with you? Where are you now? Susani couldn't interrupt the series of questions even though she tried several times. The host's expressions were very interesting. They were as excited as if they had discovered a new continent. The audience was even more so. Even with the host's gestures, they still made quite a bit of noise. Susani, where exactly are you? Speak. I'm fine. I just want to borrow some money from you to buy something. Susani had nothing to lose. If she continued to stutter, who knew what Yang would say? There was silence on the phone. You want to borrow money from me? Yes. How much? The host made a gesture of 100,000 yuan to her. 100,000 yuan. What do you want 100,000 yuan to buy? I just want to buy something. Are you going to lend it to me? Yang was curious. Didn't Susani have his card? If she really wanted to buy something, couldn't she just use his card, borrow money? What kind of trick was she playing now? Isn't my card with you? Use my card if you want anything. I still have something to do. I'll hang up first. The phone call ended abruptly. Susani only had one word in her heart, it's over. Everything was exposed. She could almost imagine how the audience would spread the news online after the show ended. The entire scene was filled with cries of alarm, but the people on the stage all kept silent without any prior agreement. Han Xiao frowned. He knew about the relationship between Yang and Susani, but in his opinion, Yang didn't take up the responsibility of a husband at all if he used his card to solve everything. The hosts looked embarrassed. After all, Susani was still unmarried in the industry. The man on the phone had blatantly asked Susani to use his card. If that wasn't a mistress, then what was? Ding, Susani's phone received a text message. China XX Bank, your account ending with 2411 has completed an online transaction of 1 million renminbi. 00 at 1642 on March 20th. The balance is 1,280,460. 00. The host, who was standing next to her, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the text message. Her mouth was wide open as she looked at Susani with an exaggerated expression. Does everyone know what kind of text message Susani just received? Before the other hosts could respond, Susani's phone rang. It was Yang calling. Hello? I just transferred 1 million to you. Use it first. Call me if it's not enough. Before the speakers in the studio could be turned off, Yang's voice sounded from the phone. Don't spend it all in one night like before. I still have something to do. I'll hang up first. Wait, just a second. Before Yang hung up the phone, the host smiled and said, Hello, sir. We're at the recording location of 100% Happy. Yang was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. In an instant, he went through the ins and outs of the whole thing in his mind. Recording the show? Yes, Susani lost in our game just now. Her punishment is to call the people in her contact list to borrow money. After a short silence, Yang on the other end of the phone recalled his words and laughed. If he guessed correctly, Susani should be burning with anxiety now. So that's how it is. After all, what he said just now exposed their relationship. How could he not know Susani? She was probably scolding him in her heart now, right? I'm Susani's friend. Friend? Susani was slightly stunned. Yes, a friend. She helped me a lot before, and I'm very grateful to her. However, she's always been unwilling to accept my gratitude, so I gave her a supplementary card. If she needs it, she can use my card. Some time ago, I asked her to help me buy some gifts for my family, and I spent 1 million in one night. The host suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I almost misunderstood. Susani's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back in her heart. Yang continued to lie. Take the 1 million. If you really don't want to accept it, transfer it back to me. I still have things to do. Let's contact each other again when we have time. Susani bit her lip and replied with a low voice, okay. The phone was then hung up. Han Xiao and Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Obviously, they did not expect Yang to say something like that. The moment the phone was hung up, the audience screamed louder and louder. The entire studio was almost turned upside down. 1 million. Oh my god, did I hear wrongly just now? Cindy, did you really spend 1 million in one night? Is it like on TV, where you don't look at the price when you buy things? Otherwise, how can you buy 1 million worth of things in one night? Seeing that the host was leading the conversation in this direction, Susani also played along. Just buy a whole store. For example, other than that one item, buy everything else. 1 million will be gone very quickly. The host was amazed. You're really the most spendthrift artist I've ever seen. After changing the topic, the host stopped while he was ahead and looked at Jiang Yan. Okay, let's continue the program. Cindy has just received her punishment. Next, it's Jiang Yan's turn. The staff member took out Jiang Yan's cell phone number. Jiang Yan did not panic at all. His latest calls were all work-related. Basically, they were all about Susani and Anya. A staff member reminded the host. The host reacted and smiled. I remembered wrongly just now. I thought that he was calling the most recent person, but I saw that the script said that he was calling the 10th person in his contact list to borrow money. Susani, come, let's see who's the 10th person in Jiang Yan's contact list. Jiang Yan's contact list did not have many numbers. Opening the contact list, the 10th person was Susani's. The host looked at his contact list. The 10th person in Jiang Yan's contact list is Cindy. That doesn't count. How about this, I'll ask Jiang Yan's fans to pick one. Everyone, which number do you want to call? There were many people shouting in the audience. In the end, the host chose the 7th person. Jiang Yan's hand paused. He looked at the 7th person and pursed his lips slightly. He was not very willing. Jiang Yan, are you ready? Jiang Yan looked up. With a flick of his thumb, the call was suddenly dialed. The beeping sound rang out in the studio. Jiang Yan was shocked. By the time he reacted and wanted to hang up, the call had already been connected. Huh? You're looking for me? The person on the other end of the line was obviously in disbelief. What's the matter? Jiang Yan said slowly under the urging of his supporters, can you lend me some money? Borrow money? What happened? Where are you now? Is there anyone with you? I'm fine. I just want to borrow 100,000 yuan from you. Are you really fine? I'm fine. The person on the other end of the line did not ask why Jiang Yan wanted to borrow 100,000 yuan. He agreed immediately. Okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. Is there anything else? No, thank you. Jiang Yan hung up first. The host joked, it seems that Jiang Yan has a good relationship with the person on the phone. He borrowed 100,000 yuan in a minute. Ding, Jiang Yan's phone received a message. China XX Bank, your account ending with 2190 has completed an online transaction of 1,000,000. 00 yuan at 1719 on March 20th. The balance is 1,054,000. 00. The host picked up Jiang Yan's phone and showed the screen to everyone. His face was extremely exaggerated. The camera even gave the screen a close-up. 1 million. He borrowed 1 million yuan in a minute? Am I seeing this right? Look at Jiang Yan and Cindy. They can borrow 1 million yuan in a minute. If you call to borrow money, I think they will hang up in a minute. The host laughed self-deprecatingly. They will only say the number you have dialed is not in the service area. After saying that, he burst into laughter. I find it strange. They are all humans. Why is their friend so generous? My friend. That host looked at the other hosts on the stage with disdain. How do you know that the person Jiang Yan called is his friend? Okay, let's make a bet. Jiang Yan, was the person on the phone your friend? Let's not beat around the bush. I want to be friends with your friend. Jiang Yan's expression was not too good. After all, he never thought that he would call Jiang Hui today. The host cheered, count me in. Money is not important. I just want to have more friends. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Jiang Yan, who was the person on the phone just now? Can you tell me? If you can't tell me, just pretend I didn't ask. Jiang Yan looked at the absent-minded Susini. After a moment of silence, he said, it was my brother. Screams came from the audience. Jiang Yan's phone call and his personal admission actually took a lot of pressure off Susini. At least after today, he would take most of the heat off Susini. At this point, the recording of the show was considered the second half. After removing the phone call segment and talking about some interesting things during the filming of Phoenix Road, the entire show was about to end. The guests and hosts left the stage. The audience exclaimed excitedly. I almost thought that the man Susini called was her sugar daddy. I saw the news that Susini has a sugar daddy. This should be considered a backer, right? I said before that Susini must have a backer to be able to stand firm in the entertainment industry. Who do you think Susini called? Jiang Yan actually has such a rich brother. A rich second-generation heir? Why haven't I heard of him? He's a rich second-generation heir, but he's working in the entertainment industry in secret? That's too inspiring. This is really explosive news. No, I have to post it on Weibo. I didn't spend so much money to watch this show live in vain. Today's show really shocked me. In the backstage lounge, the hosts apologized to the audience for what happened on stage. I'm really sorry about the show just now. The props team said that there was a problem and we couldn't go on stage, so we changed the show at the last minute. One of the more experienced hosts asked Susini, Sini, what happened just now didn't bother you, right? Susini shook her head. She was clearly a little absent-minded. She sat on the side silently with something on her mind. She found an excuse to avoid people and called Yang. The call was picked up in less than 2 rings. What is it? Susini hesitated and asked him in a low voice, what happened just now, what's wrong? Did I say something bad? Did I expose myself? No, you said it very well. I just don't understand why you're covering up for me. Is it because you don't want to disclose our relationship? Yang stood up and left his desk with his phone. He looked out the window at the building across from him. The floor opposite him was the floor of Susini's studio. He had always known. You don't have to explain to me. I know you don't want to disclose it for the time being. Since you don't want to, I respect your decision and won't force you. Yang's low voice slowly entered Susini's ears. Every word was very heavy. Before the call on the show, she had imagined a lot of Yang's impatient and perfunctory words. The bigger possibility was that Yang wouldn't pick up her call at all. However, every word that Yang said later was something she had never imagined. Susini couldn't connect the Yang of this moment with the Yang of the past. It was as if they had become 2 different people. She didn't know when they had completely separated. Have you finished recording the show? I've finished recording. When are you coming back? The flight is at 9 o'clock. I'll wait for you at home. Okay. Sorry, it's a lot late. This chapter was supposed to be finished at 11 o'clock. However, after thinking about it for a long time, she finally reluctantly gave up on rewriting it. Thank you to the students who voted for me. Thank you for spending so much money. Thank you to the little angel who threw the grenade, warm little fox, Max 1. Thank you to the little angel who threw the landmine, picked up a treasure too, meow, ttttheo, Kizaru's little wife, old use Miss Lou, TW1NKL1ing, Cherry Little Fish Row, No Money Past 11, Mountain Hunting Tiger, Chew, Huna 1128-1, Chapter 73 Xianxia. Xianxia, who had just hung up the phone, was shocked by the sound. She quickly turned around and took a step back to keep a distance. It was Han Xiao. "Teacher Han, are you looking for me?" Han Xiao listened to her distant words and guarded expression. He smiled bitterly. "We've known each other for so long, and we still have to work together. Do you really want to be so distant with me?" Xianxia had a smile on her face, but she couldn't help cursing in her heart. "That was because I mistakenly thought that you liked men, so I didn't avoid too much from you. Now that I know that you like women and that you are interested in a married woman like me, how can I not avoid you?" "The person who called you on the show was Yang?" "Yes." "Why did he say that on the show?" "He and I haven't announced it yet. The team isn't ready yet. He's just thinking about me." Han Xiao frowned. "Do you like him that much?" "Teacher Han, I know what you mean, but I feel that Yang handled this matter very well. He was thinking for me. Xianxia, you may not understand men, but I do. Let me remind you that if a man truly loves a woman, his possessiveness will be beyond your imagination. Yang doesn't love you as much as you think." Xianxia looked at Han Xiao solemnly. Towards Han Xiao, who could be said to be a top figure in the entertainment industry, she had always maintained absolute clarity. She was more willing to admire Han Xiao from afar, like a fan chasing after a celebrity, retaining all the freshness and enthusiasm in her heart. At first, he worshipped Han Xiao even more. She didn't want to get too close to Han Xiao or understand too much about him. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't have any designs on Han Xiao. Even though she had planned to divorce Yang and get drunk with the young hunks, she didn't dare to touch Han Xiao. Such a person could only be admired from afar, but could not be disrespected. Therefore, since he didn't plan to do so, he shouldn't give her hope. It was better to draw a clear line early and not delay her. "Thank you for your reminder, Teacher Han. I am very clear about Yang's feelings for me, and I am also very clear about my own feelings." After saying that, she smiled. "I'm very happy to be able to share the stage with Teacher Han today. I'm looking forward to working with Teacher Han next time. I'll leave first." Xianxia walked away in her high heels. Han Xiao stood in place with an unreadable expression. Looking at Xianxia's back, a trace of deep worry flashed through his eyes. The publicity for Phoenix Road came to an end. The fans waiting outside the recording studio were still holding up signs and banners. Xianxia and the others came out of the recording studio, waved to the fans, and left in a car. They were all heading back to City A. Their destination was the airport. On the way back, Anya sent a video call. Ignoring Xianxia, the topic went straight to Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, there are already topics about you online. We've discussed it. If you agree, we'll use this show to create a rich second-generation heir persona for you. Of course, if you don't agree, we can communicate with the production team and cut out the part where you borrow money. We'll suppress the comments online. It's not very popular now, so we'll see what you think." Jiang Yan was slightly dazed. The silence said everything. Xianxia didn't know what was wrong between Jiang Yan and the Jiang family, but Jiang Yan's existence was indeed a bug. In the novel, Jiang Yan should have died 2 years ago. According to the plot's development, Jiang Yan would only live in Jiang Huai's memories and wouldn't have anything to do with her. Alright, I think Jiang Yan is quite popular now. He can continue to be popular. There's no need to create a persona. "No, I agree," Jiang Yan said. Xianxia looked at him. "Didn't you have a bad relationship with your family?" Jiang Yan lowered his eyebrows. She couldn't see the emotions in his eyes. "It's already recorded. It's just a persona." On the other end of the video call, Anya replied, "Alright, that's all for now. Be careful on your way back. I'll hang up first." After the video call ended, Jiang Yan leaned back. Fatigue could be seen in his eyes. Xianxia was so curious about Jiang Yan's family background that she wished she could strangle him and force him to confess. How old was this little rascal? He had so many things on his mind and was so depressed every day. "Xianxia, on the show today, Yang didn't acknowledge you. Instead, he lied and said that you're just friends. Aren't you sad that you've liked him for so many years?" Jiang Yan opened his eyes and tilted his head to look at her. The hair on his forehead drooped down. Under the dim lighting, his eyes were bright, and he looked like a young man who didn't know much about the world. Looking at this matter from Jiang Yan's point of view, it seemed to be true. The person she had liked for so many years denied their relationship and even said that they were just friends. Susani tried her best to sound natural. You can't blame him for this. I'm in the entertainment industry now and I'm not ready to go public yet. He's just cooperating with me. Jiang Yan sneered. You're so similar to my mother. Your mother? My mother was a woman with no opinions of her own. She was very thin, not tall, and had very white skin. She was timid, and her voice was even softer. Sometimes, you had to get close to her to hear what she was saying to you. My impression of her was only gentleness. She fell in love with a man, and he was the only one in her heart. Her entire life revolved around him, and she gave birth to 2 sons for that man. However, that man said that he didn't want her, and he didn't want her. She suffered twice as much in those 3 years. I don't understand why you have to like someone so much that you can't live without him. He looked at Susani and repeated, that's why I said, Xianxia, you're so similar to my mother. This was the first time she heard Jiang Yan talk about his family. From his words, she roughly understood why he didn't have a good relationship with the Jiang family. She also felt the same about Jiang Yan's words. Why do you have to like someone so much that you can't live without him? It would be foolish to bet her entire life on a man. The flight at 9 o'clock was 2 hours late. They arrived in City A after midnight. There were still fans waiting at the airport. Susani and Jiang Yan didn't want to cause too much of a stir, so they took the VIP seats and didn't show up. At the moment, Jiang Yan and Susani took a car to the airport from the company. It was already so late. Susani didn't plan to go back to the old mansion. She wanted to spend the night at Yipin Lan Ting. She could give Jiang Yan a ride back. Take my car. I'll take you back. Jiang Yan didn't refuse. He walked silently beside Susani to the garage. At this time of the morning, there weren't many people in the garage. Susani's car was parked not far away and the headlights were on. Susani and the others approached. Just as they were about to get into the car, someone got out of the driver's seat of the Bentley parked next to them and walked straight to Susani. Madam, please get in the car. You. Susani was in a daze. The driver had already opened the car door. In the spacious back seat, Yang was sitting in a suit. The lights in the car were dim and only a beam of light shone on his side. Perhaps he was tired from waiting for a long time. At this moment, he was leaning against the back seat with his eyes closed. However, his eyes were calm and gentle. There was no trace of impatience from waiting for a long time. Seeing that she didn't get into the car, Yang lifted his eyelids. You're not getting in? Sorry, the recent updates are really hard to explain in a few words. Maybe because my period is coming, I'm not in the right mood. I'm always not satisfied with the things I write. Smiley face, angle, I'll adjust as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Susani was surprised that Yang came to pick her up. He lowered his head to look at the time. 1:45. Yang actually came to pick her up at this late hour. She forcefully suppressed the strange joy that rose from the bottom of her heart. Susani coughed and said to the 2 assistants behind her, whose eyes were wandering somewhere, take my car back. You've worked hard for the past 2 days. You 2 can have a day off tomorrow. Then, he said to Jiang Yan, let the chauffeur send you home first. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Yan stared at the man in the car, his brows furrowed with immature hostility and wariness. Yang looked up and saw it, but he pretended not to see it and didn't take it to heart. At Jiang Yan's age, his ability and experience were nothing in front of him. Mr. Yi's performance on the phone today really surprised me. Jiang Yan was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. His words did not sound like he was surprised or impressed. Instead, there was a hint of mockery and ridicule. This kid, who had never interacted with him, did not come with good intentions, but Yang did not want to have any verbal conflict with him. He looked at Susani and said, come up. Susani got into the car with the intention of making peace. Before she could close the door, her waist was hooked by Yang. Susani lost her balance and fell into Yang's arms. Inside the slightly opened suit jacket, a thin layer of a suit shirt seeped through the warmth of his body. His extremely reliable body caught her firmly. His arms wrapped around her, and Susani happily jumped into his embrace like a little bird that was relying on its master. Jiang Yan's face was gloomy as he met Yang's unreadable eyes. There was no need for a verbal dispute. There was no need to be so serious with a child. The Bentley slowly drove out of the underground garage. Is that really President E? Of course. President E is so cool. He's much more handsome than the photos posted on the company's official website. President E and Xianxia are such a good match. I really don't understand how Xianxia endured all these years. She has such a handsome and rich husband. If it were me, I would have already bragged about it. Jiang Yan listened to the whispers of the two assistants, and his face became more and more gloomy. The Bentley's soundproofing had always been very good. The car was smooth and steady on the road, and not a single noise could be heard from the back seat. In this extremely quiet atmosphere, Susani had the illusion that she could hear her own breathing and heartbeat. Shouldn't you say something now? Why did you get off the plane so late? Yang asked casually. The flight was delayed by 2 hours, so I'm late. Susani looked at him and tried to strike up a conversation. When did you arrive? Have you been waiting for a long time? Why didn't you tell me in advance? 11 o'clock. You specially came to pick me up? Yang nodded. Thank you for what happened on the show. You're welcome. It's nothing. Both of them fell silent. Yang did not talk much in front of others. At the end of the day, his EQ was higher than his IQ. However, at his position, his EQ was not important. Even if he did not say anything, the people around him would be able to help him out. Susani was a chatterbox. She could talk endlessly in front of Anya. You were just recording the show yesterday. All the segments should have been rehearsed in advance. How could something like this happen that caught you off guard? There was a script for the show, but the props were broken, so they rushed it and brought the content of the show forward. I didn't expect it either. Susani thought about it seriously. She had to thank him seriously. Honey, thank you very much for this. If it weren't for you, I don't know what the internet would say tomorrow. Be careful next time. Susani nodded. What's your work schedule recently? There doesn't seem to be anything. Next, there's a movie and a TV series. A movie and a TV series? Yang frowned slightly. How long will it take? I'm not sure. The specific time needs to be discussed. It's a conservative estimate. Susani secretly calculated. It'll take at least 5 or 6 months. Yang rubbed his eyebrows. His eyebrows were slightly sunken. He heard from Xiaobin that couples couldn't spend less time together and more time apart. Many long-distance couples couldn't get rid of the bitterness of being in a long-distance relationship. Their relationship became weaker and finally broke up. Long-term separation was not conducive to the stability of the relationship. Yang thought about it seriously. When the company's affairs gradually stabilized, he would have more time to stay in City A and didn't have to fly around the world. But Susani ran around the world like this, forget it. He would think about it later. Bentley passed by a red light and finally entered the city from the highway. Looking at the row of bright street lights along the road, Susani realized that this was not the way back to the old house. Not going home? Going home. Bentley turned another corner and turned into Yipin Lanting. When the car stopped, Susani moved his curled-up legs and sucked in a breath of cold air. After standing on the show for most of the day, her calves were swollen and her heels were tingling. She guessed that they had been broken long ago. Now she didn't feel pain when she moved, but her front legs were numb. Countless needle-like swelling made her scalp numb. She didn't dare to move for a long time. Hiss. It's numb, ouch, ouch, ouch. Yang got out of the car from the left side, went around to the right side, and bent down to pick her up without saying a word. Susani was in the air. She was shocked and subconsciously hugged Yang's neck. However, because her legs moved, the fine needle-like feeling became more and more clear. Her mind was full of, what the F asterisk CK, what the F asterisk CK, Yang is carrying me. Then it was replaced by the numbness of the needles. Slow down, slow down. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Susani froze in his arms and didn't move. Yang had to slow down and walk steadily into the elevator. They went upstairs and entered the house. Susani sat on the sofa and rubbed her swollen calves. It took a long time for her to recover. Does it still hurt? Susani took off her high heels and looked at the abrasions on her heels. She nodded bitterly. Yang took a few band-aids from the room and put them on the abrasions on her heels. He glanced at her swollen calves and sat beside her. Susani looked confused. He held her calves, put them on his lap, and carefully massaged them for her. Susani was shocked. She subconsciously pulled her feet back, but Yang clamped her ankle. Don't move. I'll help you massage them. They'll be much better. It's okay. I'll be fine later. However, Susani didn't have the final say. Her feet were still clamped and she couldn't move. Yang was only wearing a shirt. His white sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. From the side, he didn't look as arrogant as he did in his suit during the day. Instead, he looked more like a young man. Actually, 30 years old was still very young. Putting aside all external factors and not including any emotional factors, in all fairness, Yang's appearance could be ranked third among Susani's. Now that the two of them were so close, Susani could even see Yang's thick black eyelashes clearly. I have reason to suspect that Yang is seducing me, and I already have the evidence. Otherwise, why would he rub my feet for no reason? No, Susani, you have to calm down and stay awake. It's just a foot massage. How can such a small thing move you? Can you be a little more mature? Don't be so easily captured by Yang's sugar-coated bullets. When he rubbed her knees, Susani's calf stiffened. The numbness seemed to worsen. It was as if a nameless fire was burning from her calves to her heart, burning her heart so intensely that it was beating like a war drum. Should I ask Yang if what he said on the show yesterday was really because he respects my opinion, or if he wants to distance himself from me? Thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't appropriate. Is it okay for me to ask this? Don't we have this little bit of trust between husband and wife? It's better to ask clearly. What if he's just lying to me over the phone? Yang's eyes, which were hidden deep in the shadows, were filled with unreadable emotions. Regarding our marriage, I'll leave the decision to you. You can announce it whenever you think it's appropriate. I can cooperate with you. Susani blinked and looked touched. Really? Hubby, you're so considerate. Thank you. Yang was silent. He didn't hear anything else. After a while, he only replied with 2 words. You're welcome. Perhaps it was because she was too tired from running back and forth, but Susani slept exceptionally well that night. When she was woken up by the sound of her phone vibrating early in the morning, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Groping for her phone in a daze, she opened the messages and saw that they were all messages about Jiang Yan from Anya. There was a reason for this. After Jiang Yan's identity as a rich second-generation heir was exposed on the show, the studio took advantage of the situation and pushed the topic #Jiang Yan rich second-generation heir hashtag to the hot search list. Many fans speculated on which family Jiang Yan was a low-key rich second-generation heir who came out to experience life. Oh my god. My Jiang Yan is actually a rich second-generation heir who came out to experience life. Do any of you know which family he is from? It really shocked my whole family. I became a fan of Jiang Yan when the group Big Five debuted. At that time, Jiang Yan was just a small member of the group. He suffered a lot while practicing his dancing and singing. I thought he was just a normal person with no background who was discovered by the company. Turns out he's actually a rich second-generation heir? I became a fan of Big Five as well. At that time, Jiang Yan suffered a lot. Just thinking about it makes me sad QAQ. I heard from the sisters who were at the show yesterday that Jiang Yan's phone call made that person transfer 1 million yuan to him. What kind of family is he from? His family owns a mine, right? The image of a rich second-generation heir was quite suitable for Jiang Yan. However, What followed was that those who were envious of Jiang Yan's exploding popularity couldn't sit still anymore. They kept exposing the past scandals about Jiang Yan. The first was his education. Jiang Yan? You don't know, right? He changed his ID card and just became an adult. He's only 18 years old now. When he entered Big Five, he was only 16 years old. Shouldn't he be in high school at 16 years old? Jiang Yan didn't even finish high school. Which rich second-generation heir doesn't even study? The second was the scandal. Don't brag. What rich second-generation heir? If he really is a rich second-generation heir, would he have gone to the Young Fu Club to drink with the big boss? What brother? He's probably a sugar daddy who can't say it out loud, right? The third was scheming. After Jiang Yan was kicked out of Big Five, he went to Film City to stick to Susani. He played some tricks and scheming. He was by Susani's side for a few months as an assistant. Only then did he sign with Susani's studio. Have you ever seen such a lowly rich second-generation heir? Not really. Susani woke up early in the morning and saw these messages sent by Anya. She was awake and didn't feel sleepy at all. Did they really think she was a pushover by defaming her artists? Susani couldn't sit still and couldn't sleep. She got up and got ready to go to the studio. Where are you going? Yang intercepted her in the living room. The company. What's the hurry? Susani complained as she changed her shoes. Something happened to Jiang Yan. I have to go back and see how to solve it. Yang frowned slightly. Don't you have any employees in your company? Do you have to deal with everything as the boss? Susani changed her shoes and turned to ask him, why didn't you go to the company? It's the weekend. You still have to work at the company? Susani laughed. Didn't you work all weekend in the past? You used to run all over the world and you still talk about me. Have a good rest at home. I'm leaving. Bang, the door closed. Yang sat on the sofa with the cold air around him. He looked at the huge living room and the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of him and felt the silence of the spacious room. It was only today that he fully felt the truth of the words, karma goes round and retribution goes round. You can see that I'm working very hard when you see my update time. Chapter 75. On the way to the studio, Susani had already learned about what happened last night. Fortunately, Anya and the staff in the studio were all experienced people, and they quickly smelled that Jiang Yan's trending news was unusual. Anya was considered a veteran in the industry. She had a good relationship with the major media and marketing companies. In one night, she found out the marketing company behind the blackmail, but she still couldn't find out who was behind it. Receiving the name of the marketing company sent by Anya, Susani was puzzled. It was a very powerful company. As far as she knew, the price was not low. Who had a deep grudge against her? Or who had a deep grudge against Jiang Yan? Why would they spend so much money to slander her? Anya, what's the matter? As soon as she arrived at the studio, Susani couldn't wait to go to Anya's office. Anya had just hung up a phone call and frowned. I haven't found out who the mastermind is, but don't worry, this kind of groundless evidence won't cause any trouble. Susani heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Anya's words. Where's Jiang Yan? He came early in the morning. He should be in the practice room now. Wait. Anya's phone vibrated. She was shocked when she saw the screen. She quickly stood up and walked out angrily. Susani was confused. What's wrong? I told Jiang Yan 800 times this morning not to read the comments online and not to pay attention to this matter. What's wrong with him? The studio was not big. Walking down one floor, Anya's scolding echoed. When Anya got angry, Susani didn't dare to say anything. She just stayed by Anya's side, fearing that Anya would be ruthless and eat Jiang Yan alive. The door of the practice room was pushed open. Jiang Yan was sitting on the ground with his phone in his hand. Seeing this scene, Anya was furious. She quickly stepped forward and snatched Jiang Yan's phone. The screen was still stuck on the Weibo reply page. Jiang Yan, how many times have I told you? What's wrong with you? Anya was a person who had a tender heart for the fairer sex. She was extremely tolerant of young and handsome men who caught her eye. However, Susani really didn't understand what was going on with her attitude towards Jiang Yan. Anya, let's talk things out. Talk nicely? Anya handed the phone to Susini and said, look at his replies. We're trying to refute the rumors, but he's just sending one person after another. Isn't he just sending himself into the hands of others? I'm confiscating your phone. Don't use Weibo for the time being. We'll talk about it after this matter is over. Susini took the phone and looked at it. Her brows furrowed slightly. As everyone knew, those who took money had to do things for them. Those marketing companies who took money had to do things for them. Of course, those rumors on the internet were as bad as they could get. Jiang Yan was just an adult and could only be considered to have just made a name for himself in the entertainment industry. He was young and impetuous, so she could understand. Forget it. Susini shook her head at Anya. Go do what you need to do. I'll take care of it. Anya glared at Jiang Yan in exasperation and left in a huff. Jiang Yan slowly lowered his head and didn't say a word. Susini sat down next to him. She looked at his recent replies on Weibo. They were all scolding some unsightly comments. Of course, Jiang Yan's replies weren't necessarily pleasant to hear either. Probably knowing that he had caused trouble in a moment of impulse, Jiang Yan apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble again. Susini smiled. It's okay. I can understand. Their words are really unpleasant. When I first entered the industry, I also received a lot of personal attacks like this. They were even worse than yours. Jiang Yan raised his head and looked at her. You also know that my reputation wasn't very good before. Many fans didn't like me. Countless private messages scolded me every day. What you did was nothing. Aren't you angry? Of course I'm angry. How could I not be angry when I was slandered for no reason? But do you know how I dealt with it? How did you deal with it? I have countless accounts. I found the fans who scolded me the most. Pay attention, you have to look carefully. You can't find the accounts of marketing companies. You have to find real fans and scold them back. You have to find the celebrities she likes under her Weibo. Then, the most important step is to blacklist her. Susini smiled slyly. After you blacklist her, she can't comment and private message you. If she can't send you a message, she'll be angry for the whole night. Jiang Yan looked at her in a daze. Back to the topic. However, Jiang Yan, you're a celebrity. Many people like you, so you have to accept the possibility that they don't like you. You don't have to care about what those people say. Pay more attention to the fans who support and like you. We'll be there for you. Susini handed the phone back to Jiang Yan. Anya was just anxious. Her words were a little harsh. Just remember what she said. You use this phone a lot on Weibo, right? But you have to remember to open a second account. Jiang Yan looked at the phone that Susini handed to him. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and accepted it. Jia, don't worry. I won't cause you any more trouble. That's good. Everyone in the studio is pulling all-nighters because of you. Buy lunch for everyone later and order afternoon tea for everyone. Okay. It's okay. Don't take it to heart. It's a good thing that people hate you. It means that you're popular. Think about it. Did anyone hate you when you were in Big Five? No, right? Jiang Yan nodded slowly. So, don't think too much. Susini patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder. I'm going to see Anya. After that, she got up and left the practice room. The door of the practice room closed. Jiang Yan sat there for a long time without moving. He unlocked the phone screen and deleted the words on the Weibo reply interface word by word. When he returned, a vicious Weibo post appeared on the screen. What else does Jiang Yan have besides his face? He can enter Susini's studio. Most likely, he was booked by Susini. Susini is not a good person. It was strange. His anger had miraculously subsided. He didn't seem to care so much about these disgusting words. Susini had just walked to the door of Anya's office when she heard Anya's impatient voice from the front desk. She turned and walked to the front desk. A man at the front desk was holding 99 roses and looked at Anya with a troubled expression. Missin, I'm just here to deliver the flowers. I have no choice. Anya signed the receipt impatiently. The man put the roses on the front desk and immediately ran away. Roses? Who sent them? Speaking of this, Anya had a headache. Luo Jia. After that, she told the front desk, if anyone sends flowers in the future, just throw them in the trash can. You don't have to inform me. The girl at the front desk nodded. Susani, who was by her side, smiled and said, Luo Jie. Is he still pestering you? Don't mention him. My head hurts when he's mentioned. It's so annoying. The whole studio was busy until night time. They kept an eye on the situation and didn't rest. During this time, Susani received 2 calls from Yang and 10 text messages asking when she would get off work. However, Susani sent them all back with the word busy. Yi Pin Lan Ting. Yang looked at the word on his phone and fell into deep thought. How big could Jiang Yan's matter be that she had to be busy all day? Yang had a deep grudge against Mrs. Yi, who was busy with another man's matter and didn't care about her home. Today, he deliberately set aside all the arrangements, thinking that he could cultivate a good relationship with Susani. He confirmed everything after indirectly asking Zhao Ben about it. However, he didn't expect to be checkmated by Susani. After thinking about it, he sent a text message to Susani. Do you know what day it is today? Come back early. What day? Susani, who received this text message, was confused. She thought about today's date seriously and carefully. It didn't seem to be an important day. Could it be Grandpa's birthday? No, Grandpa's birthday was in July. Even if it was Grandpa's or Mom's birthday, she would be notified in advance and have a big celebration. However, other than that, there shouldn't be anything important to remember. Yang's birthday, Susani slapped her forehead. When was Yang's birthday again? It seemed to be in the first half of the year. She remembered that Lady Yi had said before that Yang didn't like to be lively or have a big celebration on his birthday. In the past, he would just have a meal with his family. In those 2 years, he was busy with work and didn't come home. His birthday was also solved with a video call. Could it be his birthday today? Susani couldn't ask about this. How could a wife who loved her husband not remember her husband's birthday? Therefore, she immediately replied, of course I know. Honey, I'll be back soon. Kiss, little A, when is Yang's birthday? I don't know, kiss. If you need something, you call little A. If not, you ignore me. Humph, women. Susani had to pack up and drive home. On the way, she passed by a shopping mall and specially got out of the car to buy a gift for Yang. Whether it was his birthday or not, it was better to buy a gift just in case. Then she rushed back to Yi Pin Lan Ting as quickly as possible. When she opened the door, the large and empty room was dark. There were only a few white candles on the dining table. The candlelight was bright and reflected in Susani's eyes along with the thousands of lights in the city outside the window. Seeing this scene, Susani felt guilty and entered the room with the gift. Honey? Yang's voice came from the living room. You're back? Have you eaten? Not yet. Susani didn't turn on the light, so she couldn't see Yang's expression for a while. Just in time, I prepared dinner. Susani sat down at the dining table with the gift and looked at the candlelight dinner that Yang had meticulously prepared. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would you do something as romantic as a candlelight dinner all of a sudden? Is it really a big day today? Yang frowned slightly. You don't know what day it is today? Susani smiled guiltily. Of course I know. As she spoke, she took out the gift and handed it to Yang. This is for you. Yang looked at the gift that Susani handed over and a rare happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also took out a gift that he had prepared long ago. It was an exquisite jewelry box. Happy birthday. Today is our wedding anniversary, they said in unison. Yang's jewelry box stopped in midair. Susani's gift also froze on the spot. Silence was the romance of the night. Susani, it's not my birthday today. You even forgot our wedding anniversary? What wedding anniversary? Our wedding anniversary isn't today. The two of them fell silent and were quiet for a while. The candlelight on the table swayed with the wind. Yang gritted his teeth. You don't even remember my birthday? Susani's voice had to be loud. She raised her eyebrows and said angrily. Don't be unreasonable. You obviously even forgot our wedding anniversary. You don't know my birthday? You don't remember our wedding anniversary? Then tell me, what's my birthday? What's the date of our wedding anniversary? Tell me. There was another long silence. My birthday is May 5th, our wedding anniversary is March 27th. The two of them both took back the gifts and tacitly pretended that none of this had happened and began to eat. I recommend everyone to watch it when they wake up. Chapter 76. Pin Lan Ting was located in the center of the city and was built along the river. When night fell, the entire scenic area along the river lit up with bright lights. Countless fireworks decorated the scenic area with countless pedestrians and tourists. Behind Yang was a large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the night was dotted with thousands of lights. In front of Susani, there were 3 candles on a high table. 3 or 4 small white candles were carefully decorated. There was champagne, red wine, and steak salad. How romantic, my ass. Susani, who was chewing on the steak, cut the shiny plate in front of her with the knife and fork in her hand. I thought it was something big. You don't even remember your wedding anniversary, and you still have the cheek to rush me home. If I have the time to eat, I might as well stay in the company and read the scripts and contracts. Susani forked the steak and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she glared at Yang. Unable to swallow the food, she chewed a few times. Although he didn't raise his head, Yang could still feel Susani's gaze. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip to hide his embarrassment. Their wedding anniversary was on the 27th. However, when he was at the company yesterday, he remembered looking at the date. It was indeed today. Could it be that Susani got it mixed up? Thinking about it, perhaps this was really possible. On the surface, she said that she liked him, but didn't she not even remember his birthday? Yang unlocked his phone and opened his work log. On his wedding anniversary, it was written 3/27. It was just that the date was close to the edge of the screen, and 27 was seen as 21. Yang put down his phone nonchalantly and cleared his throat. He looked at Susani and said, Sorry, I remembered the wrong date. There won't be a next time. Susani was stunned. Is this an apology to me? Remembering the wrong wedding anniversary, and an apology is all it takes? Just as she was thinking about what to say, Yang handed over the jewelry box he had prepared. There's no reason for me to take back what I've given you. Keep it. I'll give you something better on our next anniversary. Using a gift to apologize, at least there was some sincerity. However, on the surface, he still had to maintain his composure. How can we do that? It's such a precious item, take it. Yang saw through her hypocrisy and stopped her with 2 words. Susani reluctantly accepted it. All right, I'll take it then. She opened the jewelry box. It was a bracelet adorned with a few expensive diamonds. She couldn't tell the style and there was no logo. Susani accepted it with satisfaction. Things without logos were more expensive. Since she had accepted the gift, Susani felt that it was necessary for her to say something understanding. It's not a big deal if I remember wrongly on our wedding anniversary. What's important is your sincerity. The candlelight dinner you prepared today is so romantic. I'm so touched. Really? Susani nodded. Yang put on a fake smile. Then you should eat more. Hubby, you too. Heh, women. The city center of City A was brightly lit. It was a gathering place for people every day. It was much quieter away from the city center. Huaming Garden was an old residential area 20 years ago. It was 7 floors high and there was no elevator. The mottled walls were dark and the old facilities in the residential area had long been neglected. The cement floor in the residential area was bumpy and many sundries were piled up in the corners of the corridor, occupying most of the corridor. Many old wires near the electric meter on the first floor were exposed, which looked very scary and dangerous. The only advantage was that there were many trees in the residential area. It was very comfortable to enjoy the shade under the trees in summer. After a busy day in the studio, Jiang Yan dragged his tired body back to Huaming Park. He opened the door with a key, but what greeted him was not the darkness and silence of the room. Instead, there was a dim yellow light in the living room. Xianxia, who was holding the door handle, felt his heart tighten. Someone in the living room stood up. "You're back?" Hearing the sound, Xianxia pursed his lips and closed the door. In the living room, Mr. Jiang was sitting on the sofa and Jiang Huai was standing beside him, looking at him. He didn't have the key but could enter without saying hello. Xianxia frowned and said in a bad tone, "Why are you here?" Before Jiang Huai could speak, Jiangqing asked worriedly, "I'm here to see you. Your brother said you borrowed 1,000,000 yuan from him yesterday. What happened? Did something happen to him? Are you still short of money?" Jianxia didn't answer. He glanced at Jiang Huai and entered the room. He took out a card and handed it to Jiang Huai. "I called you yesterday to borrow money because of the show. I was playing a game at that time. This is the 1,000,000 yuan you gave me yesterday. I didn't touch it. It's all here. I'm returning it to you." Jiang Huai didn't take it and said with a smile, "How can I take back what I gave you? This is your pocket money. Take it." Jianxia was expressionless and stubborn. He placed the card on the coffee table in front of Jiang Huai. His attitude was very clear. He didn't take anything from the Jiang family and didn't accept any gifts from the Jiang family. "I heard you exposed your identity on the show. How is it? Do you need me to cooperate with you?" Jianxia frowned. "No need." Jiang Huai, who had been rejected repeatedly, asked in a good mood, "I received news today that someone was defaming you online. What happened? Has it been resolved?" "Defamation?" This attracted Jiang Cheng's attention. "What happened?" Jiang Huai explained, "Someone in the entertainment industry is jealous of Jiang Yan's exploding popularity, so they found someone to fabricate some fake news behind his back. Since you knew about this, why didn't you resolve it?" Jiang Huai was stunned. He had only just found out. Recently, he had been busy working with the Yi clan and naturally didn't pay much attention to other things. Jiang Yan didn't want to owe this favor. If he could, he would rather not have anything to do with the Jiang family. "The company will help me resolve this. Don't trouble yourself. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please go back. I'm tired and want to rest." Jiang Huai was unhappy with Jiang Yan's attitude and raised his voice. "Jiang Yan." Jiang Qing glared at Jiang Huai, reminding him to watch his attitude. Jiang Huai was helpless against Jiang Qing's unprincipled stance. He softened his tone. "Dad and I came specially to see you and waited for a few hours. Can't you pour us a glass of water? You came in without even saying goodbye. Did you get my permission?" Jiang Yan glanced at him coldly. He didn't want to say too much. "You can leave whenever you want. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest." "Stop." Jiang Huai stopped him. "What's with this attitude? Sit down." "That's enough," Jiang Qing said. "Let him rest if he's tired. Why are you yelling at him?" At the door, Jiang Yan gripped the doorknob and gritted his teeth. "If there's nothing else, please leave as soon as possible. Mom doesn't like you being here." The door closed. The entire living room fell into silence. Outside the window was a thick, dark night. Not a single ray of light could be seen. Even the lamp in the room seemed dim and powerless. After a long time, a heavy sigh was heard. Jiang Qing stood up slowly. He was in his 50s. He wasn't considered old, but his body was aging faster than time. In just 3 to 4 years, he had turned from a strong middle-aged man to a withered tree. He touched the old sofa in the living room and looked at the old bamboo rocking chair on the balcony. It was as if in the next second, a gentle and beautiful woman would get up from the rocking chair and jump into his arms. With a smile. Jiang Cheng's voice trembled. "This is where your mother used to live. Look, she likes this white lily. She has to put it somewhere she can see it." Jiang Huai followed behind Jiang Qing silently. "I have a feeling that I should be able to see your mother soon." "Dad, don't say that." Jiang Qing smiled. "I'm sorry. It's okay to see her early. This seems to be my second time here. He looked around the house. The last time I was here, it wasn't like this. You restored this house? Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's pretty good. After speaking, he leaned on the table and coughed violently. His heart constricted and he felt a sharp pain. Dad, are you okay? Xianxia waved his hand, but he was still panting. I'm fine. It's an old problem. I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. No need. I know my own body. Don't worry about it. Are we going to talk about a collaboration with the Yi clan in 2 days? After that, I'll go to the hospital. Xianxia knew that he couldn't change Jiang Cheng's decision. He glanced at Jiang Yan's room and said, "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. I'll take care of Jiang Yan." Jiang Cheng nodded and the two left. The night deepened. Jiang Yan stood by the window and looked at the Maybach leaving along the road. He slowly lowered his eyes. The matter of Jiang Yan being defamed became more and more heated as Jiang Yan cursed the netizens. It seemed that the mastermind was about to succeed. Overnight, all the rumors and scandals about Jiang Yan disappeared. Susani got the news in advance that it was Xianxia who did it. It was indeed different to have a backer. Jiang Yan would be able to do whatever he wanted in the entertainment industry in the future. Thinking of this, Susani sighed again. They were both domineering CEOs. Why couldn't Yang learn from Xianxia? If he could protect her in the future, she would be able to do whatever she wanted in the entertainment industry. Cindy, take a look at these gowns. Which one do you like? Anya's gift was for the award ceremony tomorrow. It was the new season's haute couture. Without much choice, Susani took a fancy to the white strapless sequined gown in the middle. It could show off her perfect figure. The organizer has also invited Jiang Yan. You will bring him tomorrow. Of course. The next day, Susani got out of the car in a white strapless sequined gown. She stood at the end of the red carpet and smiled at the reporters and fans around her. Jiang Yan was wearing a fitted suit. His hair was combed back, and he looked less immature. One could see that Jiang Yan was starting to look like Xianxia. However, Jiang Yan was obviously distracted today. Susani mistakenly thought that he was too nervous. She reminded him, "Don't be nervous. Just follow me." Okay. A staff member came up to remind them that they could enter. Susani then brought Jiang Yan onto the red carpet. The cameras kept clicking and flashing. Susani smiled and waved her hand the whole time. However, Jiang Yan's face was tense and there was no trace of a smile on his face. Even when they reached the end of the red carpet and the host asked after signing the autograph, Jiang Yan was still in a daze. Fortunately, the host was experienced and helped Jiang Yan out of the situation with a few words. When they arrived at the venue, Susani found her seat and sat down next to Jiang Yan. What happened just now? Why are you so distracted? Did something happen? Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. No, I'm just a little nervous. Susani handed him a glass of water. Drink some water. You just have to sit there and smile later. Jiang Yan took the glass, took a sip and nodded. The prelude was really slow. Susani sat there for a long time, but not all the celebrities were present. Jiang Yan was also quiet tonight. Feeling bored, she took out her phone and sent Yang a WeChat message. Susani, honey, do you think I'm beautiful today? Susani, photo, 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 photo. Susani sent him 4 photos of herself in her gown before the red carpet. She was so beautiful that it was simply out of this world. Soon, Yang replied, beautiful. Television festival? Susani, yes. Yang, when will it end? Who are you with? Susani, it hasn't started yet. It's still early. Jiang Yan and I are participating together. Susani, tonight's Best Actress award will definitely be mine. I'll definitely treat you to dinner. Don't wait for me. Yang, okay, I'm busy too. I'll talk to you later. Yang put down his phone and heard from his assistant that the representative from Jiang Corporation had arrived. The final collaboration between the Yi clan and Jiang Corporation was also set for today. Yang and the senior executives of the company went to the meeting room to meet them. The moment they entered the meeting room, they saw Xianxia surrounded by people. Yang went up to him without a change in expression. I've heard that Mr. Jiang has handed over the power of the company to Mr. Jiang. I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang would come personally for this collaboration. Xianxia didn't look too good, but he still insisted. The collaboration between the two families is very important. I'm worried, so I came to check. Please sit down. The two parties sat down. The senior executives of the two companies discussed the collaboration and argued strongly against each other's points. Yang looked at Xianxia, who hadn't shown up for a long time and hadn't intervened in the company's affairs. He was thinking about the reason why Xianxia had come this time. After half a day in the meeting room, the two parties finally stopped talking and reached a consensus. All that was left was the final decision of the two sides. Mr. Jiang, since you're determined to work with the Yi clan again, I believe that Mr. Jiang has come with sincerity. After all, we've all seen the hard work that the two companies have put into the collaboration. Based on the original contract, Jiang Corporation will give us a 5% discount. This is the Yi clan's final condition. What do you think, Mr. Jiang, 5%? Xianxia looked at Yang with his sharp eyes. President Yi is even better than Mr. Yi back then. If it was Mr. Yi back then, he wouldn't have asked me to give him a 5% discount. Today is different from the past. Since I'm here to discuss the collaboration with Mr. Jiang, please consider my conditions. 5% is too much. 3% is Jiang Corporation's bottom line. Yang shook his head and looked at Xianxia calmly. If that's the case, I think we'll end today's negotiation here. We'll work together again in the future. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted as he thought about it. Jiang Corporation couldn't handle this project alone. After careful consideration, he decided to work with the Yi clan to maximize the benefits. Other than the Yi clan, he couldn't think of a better partner. Once the collaboration was successful, Jiang Corporation would be rich for at least another 20 years. President Yi, Xianxia called out to him and stood up to extend his hand. I look forward to working with you. Yang shook hands with him. I look forward to working with you. We'll fill in the other details of the project as soon as possible. The contract will also be settled as soon as possible. When the time comes. Xianxia paused and his face turned pale. He supported himself on the desk with one hand and clutched his chest with the other. He slowly collapsed. It happened so suddenly that no one expected it. Dad. Jiang Huai rushed forward to support Xianxia. There was a moment of panic in the meeting room. Yang frowned and said sternly, "Call 120. The ambulance quickly arrived at the company. Yang had personally sent Xianxia to the hospital because of the incident at the Yi clan. However, Xianxia's heart stopped. On the way there. When they arrived at the hospital, he was immediately sent to the emergency room. The lights in the emergency room came on. Jiang Huai calmly called Jiang Yin, but no one answered. Go and find Huaming Park, Susani's studio. Get Jiang Yin here immediately. Jiang Huai's assistant and bodyguard left hurriedly. Yang remembered that Susani had attended the TV festival today. Wait, let me make a call. Then, he dialed Susani's number. No one answered. After hanging up, he dialed Anya's number. After a while, Anya picked up. Hello, who is this? It's me, Yang. Yang? Are you looking for? I'm looking for Sunny. Is Jiang Yan there? Yes. Pass the phone to Sunny. Anya passed the phone to Susani. Who is it? Your husband. It should be urgent. Susani put down the heavy trophy. Hello, hubby. Are you looking for me? Is Jiang Yan there? Yes. Bring him to the first hospital immediately. Mr. Jiang is critically ill. Susani was stunned. The smile on her face disappeared. Okay. In the hospital, the lights in the emergency room were on for almost an hour before they finally went off. The doctor sighed and came out of the emergency room. Doctor, how is it? The doctor shook his head. Mr. Jiang has woken up. Although we have temporarily restored his heartbeat, with his current condition, Jiang Huai didn't listen to his nonsense. He pushed the door open and barged into the emergency room. In the emergency room, Jiang Cheng's face was covered with a breathing mask. The heart rate monitor beside the bed beeped dutifully. 2 hours ago, a living person was negotiating in the conference room. 2 hours later, he was on the verge of death. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes and struggled to remove the breathing mask on his face. His eyes were dead silent. Where is he? Jiang Huai gritted his teeth. He's on the way. He'll be here soon. I can't wait. Call him, call him. Okay. Jiang Huai dialed Jiang Yan's number. After 2 rings, the call was picked up and placed by Jiang Cheng's ear. In the entire room, other than the sound of the heart rate monitor, only Jiang Cheng's rapid breathing could be heard. Nian Nian. It's Daddy. Are you listening? There was no sound from the other end of the phone. Daddy is a little tired today. There's something I want to talk to you about. Listen to Daddy carefully, okay? Jiang Cheng's breathing gradually weakened. He continued, Daddy has done a lot of wrong things. I know you don't want to forgive me, but, remember when you were young, you rode on Daddy's back? Daddy made you toys, and the birthday cake Daddy made for you. You have to remember Daddy's good things and forget Daddy's bad things, okay? Nian Nian, Daddy. I'm sorry. You're only 18 and Daddy can't take care of you anymore. In the future, listen to your brother. The house doesn't have Daddy anymore. You have to move back in. I'll leave the room open for you. There was still no reply from the phone. But Jiang Cheng knew that he didn't have much time left. He struggled to get Jiang Huai to put down the phone and reminded him, Jiang Huai, remember. Don't stop working with the Yi clan. If the 2 families work together, the Jiang family can, Jiang Huai said in a low voice, I understand. Jiang Cheng had difficulty breathing. He raised his hand to grab Jiang Huai's hand and said with difficulty, also, you have to take good care of your brother. You have to set an example for him. Don't lead him astray. In this lifetime, he can't be like me. Do you understand? Jiang Huai replied solemnly, I'll remember. Remember. The word was still on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't finish it. A tear rolled down from the wrinkles in the corner of Jiang Cheng's eyes. His pupils gradually dilated. In the void, he seemed to see a beautiful and gentle woman coming to pick him up. He reached out his hand to the woman. Jiang Huai's hand fell limply. Beep, the heart rate monitor made a piercing sound in the empty emergency room. Jiang Yan asked him over the phone, is he dead? Yes, he's dead. Do you want to talk to him? He was met with a long silence. Jiang Huai stood beside the bed in a daze. The phone was still by his ear as he listened patiently. No, I said before. In this lifetime. I'll never speak to him again. It's okay. He's already dead. Jiang Huai slowly covered Jiang Cheng's head with the bedsheet. His eyes were red and he let out a heart-wrenching sob. Jiang Yan, we don't have Daddy anymore. Ever since Jiang Yan didn't die, the key characters' personalities had changed. Chapter 77. Jiang Yan had maintained this posture for a long time. With the phone pressed against his ear, he straightened his back and looked out of the car window without saying a word. She didn't know if he was still on the phone or what he was thinking. The few people in the car remained absolutely silent. It was said that the bridge had been blocked for nearly an hour, but the fastest way to the hospital was to cross this bridge. No one knew what kind of accident had happened in front of them. It was a matter of life and death. Susani really couldn't hold back. She opened the car door and said to Jiang Yan, the traffic jam in front will probably take a while. You guys wait here. I'll accompany Jiang Yan to cross this bridge. After taking the mask and hat from her assistant, Susani pulled Jiang Yan out of the car. Don't worry, there are often traffic jams on the bridge. Let's take a taxi after we cross the bridge. We'll be there soon. Susani walked as if she was flying, dragging Jiang Yan along. Jiang Yan's steps were not big. He even stood still when he reached the riverside. What happened? Jiang Yan slowly put down the phone beside his ear. There's no need to go. He's already dead. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't know what had happened to Jiang Yan to make him say the word death so indifferently after his biological father's death. There was no throbbing, and there was no sign of sadness. There was also an expression that had nothing to do with him. It was extremely cold. Even so, Susani didn't say anything rashly. People couldn't relate to each other's joys and sorrows. Moreover, she didn't know what had happened to Jiang Yan, so she wasn't qualified to say anything. Aren't you going to take one last look? He's already dead. What's the difference between seeing it now and seeing it in the future? The lights on both sides of the bridge were bright, and the traffic lights were stagnant. The sky was gloomy, and countless dark clouds could be seen faintly, making it hard for people to breathe. Walking down the spiral stone stairs at the entrance of the bridge, Susani was really worried about Jiang Yan's current mood, so she followed him down. Standing by the river, Jiang Yan looked at Susani. What a coincidence. Do you still remember this place? Susani frowned slightly. My mother was a very gentle woman. She loved him so much that she only had him in her heart. But one day, I don't know what happened, but he chased me and my mother out. He said that I wasn't his son, and he cut all ties with me and my mother. My mom doesn't know anything. She has nothing. She only has a suitcase and me. That's all she took with her when she left home. She worked hard to learn how to work to support me. Every night, she would go to the company or to his home to look for him. But every time, she didn't even get to see his face. She was even humiliated several times. More than a year later, she died of illness because she missed him. I sold everything that I could sell at home to prepare for my mother's funeral. If I didn't meet you that night and you didn't buy me that cake, I might have starved to death. That's why I won't forgive him. Even if he dies, I won't forgive him. Susani looked at him silently. Not long after she and Yi Yang got married, she went back to the old mansion to see old Mr. Yi for the first time. On the way back, Yi Yang had something to do at the last minute and couldn't go back to Yipin Lan Ting. She was chased out of the car by Yi Yang. She held her breath and took a walk by the river. Coincidentally, she met Jiang Yan. Her heart softened. Not only did she buy him a cake, but she also gave him all the cash she had on her. It turned out that the cake she bought for Jiang Yan saved him. The traffic on the bridge slowly surged. The road ahead seemed to be clear and they began to drive. Jiang Yan looked at Susani and said, Susani, you won't have a good ending if you risk your life for love. The traffic on the congested bridge quickly cleared. In less than half an hour, Jiang Yan and Susani arrived at the hospital. Yi Yang and the company's executives were waiting at the hospital. No matter what, Jiang Chen had died in an accident while discussing a collaboration with the Yi clan. No matter what, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. How is he? Susani quickly walked to Yi Yang's side and asked him. Yi Yang held her cold hand and shook his head silently. Jiang Hui had entered the emergency room and still hadn't come out. The deceased was more important, so the doctors didn't want to disturb him. When the Jiang Corporation's assistant saw Jiang Yan, his eyes lit up. He anxiously walked to Jiang Yan and said, Mr. Jiang is waiting for you in the emergency room. Jiang Yan looked at the door of the emergency room expressionlessly. He was so cold that it made people wonder if he was really the father of the deceased in the emergency room. He slowly walked into the emergency room and looked around. The walls were white, the bedsheets were white, and it seemed like everything was white. The person on the bed was covered with a blanket that hung over his head. He wore a string of prayer beads on his aged hand and a ring on his ring finger. Jiang Hui stood not far from the bed. He didn't turn around when he heard the footsteps. He really changed a lot when you weren't around for the past few years. You might not believe it, but he started to believe in Buddhism 2 years ago. He often taught me not to go overboard. He also tidied up your room. He has been waiting for you to move in. Jiang Hui sighed. You should remember that he didn't have a single strand of white hair when he went to pick you up 2 years ago. Look at him now. People would believe that he's 70 years old. Before he left, you were the person he missed the most. He told me to set an example for you and not lead you astray. Now that he's dead, you still can't forgive him? Do you still remember when you were young? He was busy with work, but he always promised to play with you. However, he always stood you up because he was busy with work. He was afraid that you would be angry and ignore him, so he would lie on the ground and let you ride him to make you happy, Xianxia said calmly, because I'm his son. When I'm not his son, I'm nothing. Do you want to see him? Xianxia didn't shake his head or nod. He looked down at his feet from the bed. I'll remember the day you chased me out for the rest of my life. I'll also remember when I went to beg you when Mom was about to die. When you called me a bastard. Xianxia suddenly stopped talking and quickly wiped her eyes. Forget it. Dad, I forgive you. A gust of wind blew past his ears. It was as if his father had blown a gust of wind in his ears many years ago when he was still young. That day, Jiangcheng's body was transported out of the hospital. When Susini and Yang returned to the old house, it was already late at night. Both of them were exhausted. However, this was no small matter. Old Mr. He knew about it early on and waited for Yang to come back to report the details to him. After listening to the whole story, Old Master Yi sighed. Although the two families were not related, they were still old friends. He had watched Jiangcheng grow up. To Old Master Yi, it was still very sad to see his son die before his own. I know about Jiangcheng's matter. I'll send him off at the funeral in 2 days. Old Mr. Yi stood up with his cane. That's all for today. You're tired too. Rest early. Lady Yi also stood up and helped Old Mr. Yi upstairs to rest. Susini and Yang stood where they were. They watched Old Mr. Yi go upstairs before going back to their rooms to rest. Susini didn't have any communication with Jiangcheng other than that one time in the studio. Even so, in the face of death, she still felt endless regret and confusion. What are you thinking about? Susini shook her head. Nothing. After that, she asked again, do you know about Jiangyan and his mother? Why are you asking about this? I'm curious. Yang didn't want to tell her. Don't ask. Rest early. After washing up and going to bed, Susini tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. She kept thinking about Jiang Yan's words. Actually, Jiang Yan is right. Women are emotional creatures. You have to be sober when you're in a relationship. You can't only have love in your heart. Otherwise, if the man abandons you, it'll be like the sky falling down. Didn't Susini end up like that because she liked Yang so much that she couldn't extricate herself? So Yang likes me for no reason. I can't believe that he doesn't like Su Weiyin and likes me. If he divorced me back then, would he like Su Weiyin without me? I think so. Su Weiyin is beautiful and so good at pretending. Without me by his side, he might have fallen in love with Su Weiyin to the point where he can't extricate himself. Yang listened to these words calmly. It was undeniable that he didn't have any feelings for Susini back then and was quite dissatisfied with her way of doing things. He even hated her when he heard about her. For everyone's sake, divorce was the best choice at that time. If it weren't for the fact that he suddenly heard Susini's true thoughts during the divorce, he probably wouldn't have known that this woman, who was fierce on the surface, actually had such a childish side. As for whether he would like Su Weiyin or not, Yang thought about it seriously for a long time. If it weren't for Susini, he might never have been able to see through those people's hearts, let alone know how scary those who pretended in front of him were. He wouldn't have known about Qin Yan's ulterior motives, and he wouldn't have seen Su Weiyin's deliberate schemes. Perhaps, under Su Weiyin's deliberate schemes and inducements, he really might have liked Su Weiyin. Are you asleep? Yang's eyes were tightly shut and he didn't move. Susini propped up her upper body with her elbows and looked at Yang with the help of the weak bedside lamp. She sighed faintly. Do you really like me or are you pretending to like me? If it's fake, then I hope you can divorce me soon. If it's real. I don't know why you like me, and I don't know how long you'll like me, but you have to let me know how much you like me. There was no reply. Susini lay back down in embarrassment. Yang opened his eyes and looked at Susini's side profile. He heard the sound of even breathing. Yang held her hand under the covers. Susini's mouth quietly curved into a sly smile. I knew he wasn't asleep. Hurry up and let me know how much you like me. If I'm satisfied, we'll just make do with the rest of our lives. If you're not satisfied, we'll divorce. Yang was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curved into a helpless smile. I'm sorry, I stopped updating again. I'm really sorry for the long wait. End of chapter 77. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.